In the beginning, there stood a humble wooden cabin, a glistening crystal, and a singular talent, with all resources relying solely on one's own development. Su Fang, endowed with the unique ability of fusion, was capable of merging all things, continuously elevating low-quality items into superior artifacts. An ordinary barracks could be fused into tiger and leopard cavalry, great sheen elite soldiers, dragon riders, elven archers, shadow fox soldiers, night catwomen, and so on. A simple wooden cabin could transform into a tiled house, then a sihiyuan, followed by a royal sumen, a palace, and finally, a celestial palace. This Su Fang is cheating. I must report him, exclaimed one. How can there be a barracks riding a giant dragon? It's utterly terrifying. From a modest territory, he was destined to forge an unparalleled divine nation. Chapter 1. Welcome to the world of all lordship. Welcome to the world of all lordship. You will enjoy a 7-day novice protection period. Please develop your territory wisely, for after this period concludes, various unknown dangers shall beset your domain. During the novice protection phase, all drop rates are multiplied tenfold. Cherish these 7 days. Become a lord, develop your territory, and you shall reap unimaginable benefits. All of you strive to grow stronger. Who am I? Where am I? What is this lordship world? Upon awakening, Su Fang gazed at the bewildering surroundings, his mind flooded with information about this realm. It turned out that the planet Jojo had succumbed to an energy crisis, igniting a nuclear war that led to its destruction. In that moment, the heavenly Tao took control of Jojo, completely eradicating nuclear energy and transporting all humanity into this lordship world. Every human would be teleported here to become a lord. However, should they fail to pass the heavenly Tao's trial after 7 days, they would lose their lordship qualification and be sent back to Jojo. Before Su Fang lay 2 structures, a wooden cabin and a crystalline object, the Lord Crystal. Approaching it would allow him to become a lord. Besides these edifices, he also discovered a patch of farmland, a hoe, and several packets of seeds. He placed his hand upon the crystal. The territory crystal is activating. Please name your territory. Got a name? Let's call it Huaxia City, Su Fang replied. The name is unique. Naming successful. Extracting talent. Congratulations on acquiring the unique talent. Fusion. You can merge anything into higher quality items. Please protect the Lord Crystal. If it is destroyed, you will lose your qualification as a Lord. Su Fang was taken aback. The uniqueness of this talent indicated that no one else could possess it. Could this be because I am a transmigrator? He pondered silently. His soul hailed from Earth, specifically Huaxia, where a decade ago, an earthquake had led to his untimely demise, only for his spirit to traverse into the body of a namesake in. This Jojo, the original Su Fang, was from a martial arts family and had perished while rescuing a little girl from an oncoming vehicle. However, due to the transmigration, he was revived, longing for the homeland of Earth. He had thus named his territory Huaxia City. Surrounding his territory were merely these 3 simple items. Su Fang first examined his attributes. Name, Su Fang. Talent, fusion, unique. Level, 0, experience 0 out of 100. Strength, 10, constitution, 10, stamina, 10, agility, 10, spirit, 10, magic defense, 10, physical defense, 10, luck, 10, talent, 10, elemental bonus, gold, 0, wood, 0, water, 0, fire, 0, earth, 0, wind, 0, thunder, 0, light, 0, dark, 0, elemental resistance, gold, 0, wood, 0, water, 0, fire, 0, earth, 0, wind, 0, thunder, 0, light, 0, dark, 0, free attribute points, 0, skill points, 0, combat skills, none, life skills, none. Description. The initial maximum attributes for humans are 10. Territory level, LV 0. Territory resources, gold, 100, wood, 0, stone, 0, food, 0, other resources, none. Territory buildings, crystal LV 1, wooden cabin LV 1, farmland LV 1. Upon reviewing his attributes, Su Fang noted that they were all at their maximum values. Likely due to his background in martial arts, that a solid start. Su Fang mused contentedly. Having acclimatized to unfamiliar environments before, he quickly adapted to this new reality. Each individual possessed a system inventory. Upon opening it, he discovered 10 initial storage slots, 4 of which contained items. The first was a novice sword, accompanied by an attribute description. Equipment, novice sword. Quality white. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength 1. Though the most basic of equipment, it was certainly better than nothing. The second storage slot contained an initial sum of 100 gold coins. The third housed an axe, presumably for chopping wood. Lastly, the fourth held a blueprint, and upon examining its attributes, Su Fang found. Item, Barracks blueprint. Quality, white. Description, requires 100 gold coins and 100 wood to construct. Understanding its purpose, He realized this blueprint was for constructing barracks to summon soldiers that survive. One must first secure food and water. Presently, he lacked both, but Su Fang already knew his next steps. Yet, he continued to explore the system thoroughly. In addition to the items, Su Fang discovered a chat channel, divided into World Channel and Nation Channel. His homeland on the Jojo planet was called Longting Nation, a country reminiscent of Huaxia, thus granting Su Fang a sense of belonging. Opening the Nation Channel, he saw, "Is anyone alive? What is a strange place? I am starving and thirsty. I want to go back. Everyone, what talents have you acquired? I got a strength talent with a 10 boost. Mom, come save me. I don't want to stay here. Hello everyone. Please be sure to develop your territories well and survive." Each individual could only speak 3 times a day in the Nation Channel, with a limit of 500 words. Many claimed to be high-ranking officials of Longting Nation, issuing numerous messages to reassure the populace. The World Channel yielded similar sentiments, yet individuals were limited to 1 message per day. Apart from the chat channels, there was also a trading channel, though it contained no items. Aside from these, no other functionalities were present. While Su Fang had been a city dweller on Earth, he was no stranger to farming. That he examined the seeds. Name: corn seed. Quality: white. Description: matures in 24 hours. Proper cultivation can accelerate growth. Su Fang was taken aback. The maturation time was remarkably short. In just 24 hours, they could be harvested. This was the lordship world, where everything was reasonable. Glancing at the quantity of seeds, Su Fang suddenly contemplated, "I wonder if my fusion skill can merge these seeds." With that thought, he began to utilize his talent. Merging 2 seeds together, a brilliant ray of light flashed, and 2 corn seeds astonishingly merged into a singular seed. Emanating a verdant glow, Su Fang hastily examined the attributes of this newly fused seed. Name: corn seed. Quality: green. Description: maturation period of 12 hours. With proper cultivation, the maturation time can be accelerated. Chapter 2. Suicides occur every year, yet this year is particularly rife with them. The quality of the seeds has astonishingly ascended to a higher tier. Everything possesses varying qualities. Classified into 5 categories: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. The quality of the corn seeds has indeed been elevated by 1 stage, and the maturation period has been halved, showcasing remarkable strength. Su Fang felt an overwhelming satisfaction with his innate talent. In his possession were 100 seeds, which he immediately began to fuse. However, after merging 10 seeds, he found himself unable to continue and felt a wave of dizziness. Upon examining the cause, he discovered that his mental energy had plummeted to 0. It turned out that the fusion skill consumed mental power. After taking a brief respite, Su Fang felt rejuvenated and promptly seized a hoe to commence his farming. Hard work can lead to prosperity. Farmers are truly admirable. He planted only 10 fused corn seeds, completing the task swiftly. Regrettably, he had not discerned any water sources nearby. Although the information did not specify that crops could grow without water, Su Fang knew that access to water would undoubtedly accelerate growth, and the presence of fertilizers would further enhance it. Animal manure is a natural fertilizer, a method his parents employed during their rural days. Thus, human waste and urine also serve as inherent fertilizers, though excessive urine could overwhelm the seed's absorption. It was unfortunate that there was no water, otherwise Su Fang had intended to utilize this method. He glanced at the chat channel, where people expressed their grievances, posed various inquiries, offered reassurances, and even guided others on how to develop their territories. Some lamented their fates and contemplated suicide. There were also individuals seeking to purchase items, presumably looking to acquire wood for constructing barracks. Notably, they were not all situated in forests. Some appeared in deserts, others in plains, and even some on islands. However, at this juncture, all resources were identical. Who possessed wood? Everyone needed to chop it down themselves. Su Fang paid no heed to the superfluous chatter, but did glean that everyone held different seeds. Some had potatoes, some rice, others sweet potatoes. And there were fruits like apples, bananas, and pears. Su Fang considered himself fortunate. During his rural upbringing, he had savored raw corn, which was quite sweet. Of course, cooked corn was even more fragrant, and it could also be roasted. Yet now, without an iron pot, water, or even fire, how could he cook or roast? Drill wood for fire? Nonsense. Su Fang could hardly believe he could manage that. After finishing his sewing, he began to explore the barrack construction in his inventory. To build a barrack, wood was essential. A mere 100 meters from his territory lay a tranquil forest. Having trained in martial arts since childhood and possessing full attributes, Su Fang felt emboldened to venture out. Armed with his weapon, he made his way to the forest. The novice protection period lasted only 7 days. To become a formidable lord, he must strengthen himself now. Moreover, the forest might hold unexpected treasures, perhaps even a water source. Upon entering the forest, Su Fang remained vigilant, recalling the various wild beasts that often roamed such areas during his childhood in the countryside. After searching for a while, he found no beasts nearby and felt relieved. Thus, he drew his axe and began to fell trees. Wood Wood 1. Once the wood was collected, it could be directly stored in his inventory. With identical items stacking up to 999, extremely convenient. Chopping would naturally consume stamina, and when Su Fang grew tired, he paused to rest and check the messages from others, filtering out those that were of no value. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Heaven's Path notification. A newcomer has been eliminated in the Lord's world, activating live broadcast mode. Eliminated newcomers will return to the Jojo planet and can watch any Lord's live stream from their country. The watched Lord will remain unaware of their viewers. Once the Lord returns to their territory, outsiders can only observe the external aspects of the Lord's domain, not the internal happenings. To maintain privacy, sensitive areas of the watched Lord will be obscured by Heaven's Path, ensuring all Lords can rest easy. Viewers cannot communicate with anyone in the Lord's world. Upon hearing this news, everyone was taken aback. None had anticipated such a development. The eliminated Lords would not perish, but instead return to the Jojo planet. Indeed. Following this revelation, the chat room buzzed with activity. Haha, so dying means returning to Jojo? Everyone, farewell, I'm off to find death. I want to find death too. I want to go home. I can't stand being here. The Lord's world holds infinite possibilities. I could never leave. Fools. You would squander this opportunity to become a Lord, truly foolish. At 80, with one foot in the grave, the future rests on your shoulders, young ones. Consequently, a wave of suicides erupted in the Lord's world. Some used their novice swords to slash their throats. Others found stones nearby and dashed into them. Some hurled themselves against wood cabins, resulting in the cabin collapsing while they remained unharmed. Others hesitated, wandered far from their territories, and encountered various monsters that mercilessly slaughtered them. Suicides happen every year, but this year is particularly rampant. Wah, I've finally returned to the planet. I'm back on Jojo. Modern cities are far better. Free from the perils that await us. Upon their return to Jojo, individuals noted the unsettling silence enveloping the world. At this stage, not many had returned to Jojo. Curiously, they opened the live streams. With a mere phone, they could watch directly. Given the sheer number of people in the Dragon Rising Nation, many were unsure whom to observe. But the random selection feature provided them with a Lord's live broadcast. Felling trees was no simple task, even for someone with full attributes like Su Fang. After chopping down several units, he was already quite fatigued. Opting for a break, he opened the chat room to peruse useful messages. Soon, he encountered a plethora of valuable information. Chapter 3, Gathering Skills. I killed a wild chicken and gained a bit of experience. I smashed a snake with a rock and looted a coin. Oh my. I discovered a wooden chest in the wild, and upon opening it, I found a fishing net. But what use is that? There's no river nearby. I opened a box and found a pair of men's underwear. I found an inflatable doll. What on earth is this? From the chat room, it became evident that many treasure chests existed in the wild, yielding an array of bizarre items. This was likely the source of resources. After replenishing his stamina, Su Fang grasped his novice sword and ventured deeper into the forest. Armed with sufficient information, he sought to tempt fate. Cautiously, he scrutinized his surroundings, leaving no stone unturned. Suddenly, he spotted something luminous concealed within the grass. Cautiously surveying the surroundings of the thicket, Su Fang discerned no immediate danger. Even the trees flanking the grass bore no concealed monsters. Every rustle of the grass was perceptible to his keen, titanium alloy eyes. Upon advancing, he discovered a wooden chest. Within this chest lay an assortment of provisions beneficial to lords, and as he opened it, he was greeted by an item of women's lingerie. Perplexed, Su Fang muttered to himself, "What is the meaning of this?" Indeed, the chest contained a bewildering variety of items, leading him to question the authenticity of his good fortune. The chest vanished shortly after being opened, but despite his confusion regarding the lingerie, he decided to stow it away. Suddenly, a white figure sprang into view before him. To his astonishment, it was a giant rabbit. Su Fang quickly realized that this was no ordinary hare. Its size was quite extraordinary. He decided to inspect the creature's information. Monster, wild rabbit. Quality, white. Level, 1. Skill, bite. Description, a carnivorous rabbit. Be wary of its bite. Half a meter tall. And you dare call it a wild rabbit? Do you take me for a fool? I have attended elementary school, though the nation had yet to be founded here. The notion of a rabbit attaining such size seemed somewhat plausible. Gazing at the enormous hare, Su Fang felt a mix of surprise and resolve. He was not afraid. The data from the chat room indicated that defeating monsters was relatively easy, yet this rabbit was already at level 1, although he had not yet engaged it. The rabbit's demeanor suggested it was a formidable opponent, likely a master of martial arts. The wild rabbit regarded Su Fang with evident caution, wary of the weapon he wielded. In this fateful encounter, man and rabbit locked eyes. Su Fang, so you've arrived. Wild rabbit. Su Fang, you have indeed appeared. Wild rabbit, oh well. The rabbit struck first, executing a leap that resembled a dragon soaring through the sky, its sharp teeth bared as it lunged at Su Fang. However, Su Fang was no novice. His years of training had honed his skills. He anticipated the rabbit's attack trajectory, gripped his novice sword tightly, and aimed for the creature's neck. With a decisive thrust, The sword found its mark, and blood erupted as the rabbit collapsed, writhing in agony. Even a mere chicken would thrash violently in its final moments, let alone a creature of this size. Seizing the moment, Su Fang approached and delivered several more strikes to the rabbit's neck, his strength overwhelming. Soon, he had severed its head, splattering himself with blood, but he remained unfazed. Experience points, 10. A few gold coins spilled forth, accompanied by a book. Su Fang picked it up, discovering it to be a skill book. Ah, how fortunate that my luck is not mere embellishment, he thought. He surmised this was part of the benefits bestowed upon all lords over the course of 7 days, enhanced by a tenfold drop rate and his maximum initial luck, compounded by the bonus from defeating a creature of a higher level. Smiling, he gathered the coins in the skill book, then examined its contents. Skill, gathering. Quality, white. Description, allows collection from the corpses of slain monsters. Excellent, Su Fang exclaimed, utilizing the skill and subsequently reviewing his skill list. Life profession, gathering, LV1. Gathering was a practical life skill, one that could be upgraded. However, Su Fang speculated that the source of skill points would only become apparent once he leveled up. He entertained a bold notion. If he amassed sufficient gathering skills, he might be able to fuse them into a higher quality skill. Yet, he acknowledged that skill books were not common treasures. Having acquired one was already a stroke of luck. He began to use the gathering skill on the deceased wild rabbit. Rabbit meat X1. His inventory swelled with a piece of rabbit meat, much to his delight, as it saved him the effort of cleaning the animal's entrails. Continuing to gather, he received rabbit meat X1, rabbit meat X1, rabbit hide X1. From one wild rabbit, he procured 10 portions of rabbit meat and a hide before the creature vanished entirely. This skill proved invaluable. In future encounters, he could directly gather from monsters. Now, Su Fang yearned for a lighter or similar items. Currently, his only options to obtain such items were through opening chests or trading with others. The chat channel had indicated that chests found in the wilderness could yield a plethora of curious items, including those from modern society. A level 1 wild rabbit granted him 10 experience points. He needed to slay 10 to level up. In contrast, 0-level monsters only provided a single point, implying he would have to defeat 100 to level up through them. At this stage, only a select few could manage to defeat monsters of a higher level. Continuing towards the forest, Su Fang spotted a small bamboo grove in the distance after 10 minutes of walking, but he refrained from approaching it. 10 minutes later, he discovered a lake, a source of water. Elated, he realized that finding this water source would relieve him of the burden of searching for one. Indeed, the chat channel revealed that others had begun trading their gold or other goods for resources, with a high demand for water. However, those possessing water sources lacked containers to hold it. Even if someone had water, they could not sell it. Eureka! Su Fang dashed back to the bamboo grove he had previously spotted, retrieving his axe to begin chopping down bamboo. Chapter 4, Selling Water. The bamboo grew in segments. Once felled, it could serve as containers for water and numerous other items. After cutting and trimming the excess, he fashioned the bamboo into manageable lengths. Though no one was yet selling water, many were in need of it. This was Su Fang's opportunity, and he needed to act swiftly. The bamboo grove was substantial. He could harvest as much as he wished. An hour later, Su Fang had amassed a considerable quantity of bamboo, cutting it into convenient sections before heading to the lake. Approaching the water cautiously, he found it clear and teeming with fish. Without hesitation, he began filling containers with the bamboo he had harvested. After filling dozens of jars, Su Fang accessed the trading hall to start selling water. The selling process was straightforward. Customers could purchase with gold or trade items. He listed dozens of jars at a rate of 1 jar of water for 1 unit of wood and 5 jars for 1 lighter. He opened the chat channel and called out, "Who needs water? The trading hall has water available for exchange. Feel free to add me as a friend for direct trades." Upon sending the message, he immediately garnered attention. "Wow, I'm dying of thirst. Finally, someone is selling water. Why must it be item exchanges? Where am I supposed to find wood? Hey there, can I trade gold for water? I'm parched, my territory is all desert. I have matches, can I trade those?" Su Fang quickly added the individual with the matches as a friend. "You have added I have sausages as a friend." The username hinted at a territory, yet it felt oddly out of place. After adding each other as friends, "I have a big sausage," promptly messaged Su Fang, inquiring, "Brother, would you be willing to exchange a box of matches for 5 cans of water?" At this stage, he was the only one capable of selling water. Yet Su Fang needed to maintain an air of nonchalance. He replied, "Someone just informed me that he is willing to trade a box of matches for a single can of water." Upon hearing this, "I have a big sausage" became anxious and quickly replied, "Brother, please reconsider. How about 3 cans? Su Fang countered, "Let us make it 2 cans. Bamboo is also a valuable commodity, capable of holding many items. This is the lowest price I can offer." "All right, I have a big sausage," responded immediately. Thus, Su Fang finally acquired a box of matches. With this solution to his fire source, he no longer had to worry about consuming raw meat. However, many others were adding him as a friend, hoping to purchase water with gold coins. Su Fang realized that at this juncture, possessing timber was indeed unlikely, so he acquiesced. Gold coins are also a precious resource, useful for constructing various buildings. After considerable contemplation, Su Fang concluded that he could not set the price too high or too low, deciding to sell each can of water for 10 gold coins. Once he posted the price, a flurry of curses erupted from many individuals. What a greedy merchant! Selling a can of water for 10 gold coins when the initial amount of gold is merely 100. Why don't you just rob someone? It's fortunate we can get something to drink. If you're so capable, don't buy. I'm going to buy 2 cans regardless. Boss, gold coins are scarce. Could you possibly lower the price? Little sister possesses a myriad of skills. If you could kindly gift me a few cans, I would be more than willing to assist you in any future endeavors. Su Fang disregarded the idle chatter. The demand for water was overwhelmingly high. Many had added Su Fang as a friend, yet he did not reject them, as they all felt the price was exorbitant and hoped for a reduction. He chose to engage only with those who were serious about trading. One individual, known as Unmatched in the World, made a compelling request. Boss, I find myself trapped in a forest surrounded by timber, but lacking a water source. Would you consider trading 1 piece of timber for 2 cans of water, with the possibility of a long-term exchange? Timber was currently a valuable asset due to its ability to construct barracks. He needed to build barracks promptly to summon more individuals for various tasks. If you can provide me with more than 50 pieces of timber in one go, I can agree to that, Su Fang replied. Deal. Unmatched in the World instantly concurred. They proceeded to trade, and Su Fang was astonished when the other party presented him with 60 pieces of timber at once. He was genuinely surprised, wondering if the individual had been constantly chopping trees. Where did you acquire such an abundance of timber? Su Fang exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, I got lucky. My talent accelerates resource development by 30, so I have a special advantage in chopping trees, Unmatched in the World explained. Su Fang realized that fortune favored many, not just himself, although his talent remained unique, superior even to that of others. He promptly filled 120 cans of water and completed the trade. Thank you. We can engage in long-term trading. I have an abundance of timber, but no water source. Henceforth, I will rely on you for water, Unmatched in the World said warmly. Rest assured, I won't deceive you. If any other water sources emerge in the market, I will also exchange them with you, Su Fang assured. He recognized the value of a long-term timber supplier, and this person was undoubtedly an excellent source. All right, both parties benefit, and the trade was concluded. Besides Unmatched in the World, others sought to purchase water from him using gold coins. Su Fang understood that if he could discover a method to procure and sell water, others would undoubtedly find a way as well. Thus, he adjusted the price to 5 gold coins per can of water, aligning with market demand. Following this price reduction, the water he had listed was swiftly sold out. Su Fang realized that gold coins were indeed a vital resource, so he needed to acquire more. After filling all the bamboo containers with water, he resumed selling. However, a lord named Little Butterfly inquired, I possess iron ore. Can I exchange it for water? Iron ore, known for its utility in forging equipment, was currently of no use to anyone. Nevertheless, Su Fang deemed it worth accepting. How much do you have? He asked. 10 units. Could we do a 1 exchange? Little Butterfly inquired. I'll trade 5 cans, Su Fang replied. Could you offer a little more? All right, 1 more can then. Ultimately, 10 units of iron ore were exchanged for 6 cans of water. Su Fang felt he had sold enough and had consumed sufficient water, promptly returning to his territory to construct the barracks. Chapter 5, Constructing the Barracks. Su Fang hastily took out the barracks blueprint and clicked to build. Cost, 100 gold coins. 100 timber. Successfully constructed barracks. The barracks building in Su Fang's hands transformed into a beam of light, descending upon the ground, manifesting as a rudimentary ancient barracks before him. Su Fang clicked to examine the attributes of this barracks. Building, barracks. Quality, white. Level, LV1. Next level requires 200 gold coins, 200 timber. Description, consumes 100 gold coins to summon 1 soldier. Current capacity to summon, 0-10. Upon viewing the attributes of this barracks, Su Fang grasped the significance of gold coins. Before he could fully process this, a message from the heavenly realm arrived. Heavenly message. The Lord of Huaxiao City is the first to construct the barracks building, rewarding 1,000 gold coins and 10 points of prestige. Su Fang was taken aback. He had never anticipated that being the first to construct the barracks would come with a reward. 1,000 gold coins were a substantial boon, allowing him to summon 10 soldiers. While the significance of the 10 prestige points was still unknown to him. National Channel, Chat Room. Upon seeing this notification, his subordinates were eager to compose poetry. Yet lacking in literary prowess, they could only exclaim in astonishment. Boss of Huaxiao City, please take me with you. Little sister can sing and dance. I'm particularly adept at playing musical instruments, and am willing to sacrifice everything to bear your children. Boss, please accept my humble submission. Lord of Huaxiao City. What makes you so outstanding? Have you acquired a herniated disc? Boss, what is the use of prestige? Totally useless. It serves as a lubricant. Numerous individuals added him as friends, but Su Fang resolutely declined all friend requests, leaving many feeling helpless. Congratulations, boss. This message came from Unmatched in the World, who was quietly shedding tears at this moment. Had he known that the first to construct the barracks would appear on television and receive a reward, he would never have traded with Su Fang. Alas, it was too late to know. His heart ached, akin to being betrayed by a girlfriend, feeling utterly dejected. Congratulations, congratulations. Little sister is enviously overwhelmed. Little Butterfly also sent a message. Boss, what is the function of the barracks? Lonely Sword was another friend of Su Fang's who was equally curious. Many others who had added Su Fang earlier also sent messages, asking various questions. The barracks would eventually be built by others. He had merely gotten ahead of the curve. Since these individuals were inquiring, he decided to share the information with them. Upon understanding, they became aware of the additional uses for gold coins. Everyone could speculate on the purpose of gold coins, yet at this stage, survival was far more pressing than constructing a barracks. Necessary purchases must still be made. However, the chat channel saw a noticeable increase in those seeking to purchase timber. Su Fang had no time to entertain them. He began to expend gold coins to summon soldiers. 100 gold coins, summon 1 soldier. 100 gold coins, summon 1 soldier. 10 soldiers, precisely 1,000 gold coins, excluding the earnings from his water sales. My lord, 10 soldiers, all appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, bowed respectfully to Su Fang. Su Fang began to examine the fundamental attributes of these soldiers. Name, Zhang San. Talent, none. Loyalty, 50. Initially, all start at 50. Below 10 poses a risk of rebellion. Level, 0. Experience, 0 100. Strength, 7. Constitution, 4. Stamina, 7. Agility, 4. Spirit, 9. Magic defense, 2. Physical defense, 5. Luck, 5. Talent, 5. Combat skills, none. Life skills, none. The attributes of these soldiers were entirely random, with Zhang San possessing the most commendable stats, particularly his spirit, which astonishingly reached 9, tantalizingly close to the maximum. As for their names, Su Fang found them quite absurd. They were named Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, Zhang San, all the way to Zhang Shi. Was this a wholesale operation? Nevertheless, they were simple and easy to remember. Zhang San, I hereby appoint you as the captain of this squad. Now, everyone follow me, commanded Su Fang. Yes, my lord, Zhang San replied with palpable delight. Su Fang noted Zhang San's loyalty had risen to 60 points. Were they truly so easily content? Su Fang led them to a bamboo grove and entrusted one with an axe while another received a novice sword, instructing them to chop the bamboo into segments and directing the others to carry the bamboo to the lakeside to fill it with water. After the instructions were imparted, Su Fang settled by the lake, glancing at the messages and discovering a multitude of individuals seeking to purchase water, persistently inquiring if he had any available for sale, even suggesting trades of goods. Su Fang proactively added those willing to barter for water and began to inquire about their offerings. A lord named Lonely Cigarette directly stated, I have stones. Would you be interested? Stone materials. Although Su Fang had yet to acquire any construction related to stone, it would certainly be prudent to collect them now. Oh, stones? What use do we have for them at this stage? As a pillow, perhaps? Su Fang replied, Big boss, it's all I have right now. Would 2 units of stone suffice for a can of water? Lonely Cigarette asked. In this dire situation, one could perhaps survive without food for a while, but lacking water was truly life-threatening. Let us make it 5 units for a can, Su Fang countered. Brother, I call you brother. This is hard to mine. Could you just give me a drink? Lonely Cigarette lamented, on the verge of tears, a shrewd merchant indeed. Yet he still needed to be well treated. The two haggled like vendors at a bustling market. Ultimately, Lonely Cigarette settled for 3 units per can. Su Fang requested a few minutes' patience, assuring him that water would soon be available. Not only Lonely Cigarette, but Su Fang also negotiated with others, including a lord named I Am a Tough Girl, who proposed, Brother, can I trade you a lighter for water? While he had matches, a lighter was far more convenient. And Su Fang readily agreed. Besides lighters, others sought to trade towels, blankets, pillows, and even coffin boards for water. Su Fang was left speechless. Did they dare to exchange coffin boards for water? Were they planning to use them for themselves? As soldiers continuously brought bamboo, Su Fang began a fervent acquisition of various supplies, accepting everything from towels, blankets, slippers, to men's underwear and cigarettes. Now was the time to capitalize on his monopoly to procure as many resources as possible. Such opportunities would not present themselves again. Chapter 6. Waiting for the cat by the tree stump. Su Fang took advantage of the absence of water vendors to fervently exchange for supplies. Before him lay an impressive array of goods, each item representing significant value in this critical stage. How many people resided in the entire Lungtan Kingdom? According to last year's census, the population should be around 2 billion. While it was uncertain how many had returned to the Jojo Star, at least several hundred million remained. Though not everyone would be in need of water, even a small fraction would be willing to trade their possessions for water in a bid for survival, allowing Su Fang to amass a considerable quantity of resources. Coupled with those willing to spend gold coins, Su Fang had acquired a wealth of both currency and supplies. Many had ventured beyond their territories in search of resources, unwilling to return to the Jojo Star. They were determined to survive and strive for a better life. Upon seeing the plentiful resources, Su Fang promptly organized a few individuals to transport these supplies back to their territory using sacks, which were also collected resources. Every item held its value. Even a box of condoms could prove useful at some point. Su Fang was utterly serious. Thus, he was willing to trade for anything. Even a lord named Tianshan Tonglao exchanged a white weapon for 20 cans of water, a worthy trade in Su Fang's eyes, for the weapon enhanced strength by 2 points, surpassing that of a novice weapon. In times like these, even a single attribute could sway the outcome of a battle or save one's life in a critical moment. Su Fang had not anticipated that the other party would relinquish such a weapon for water, but when they mentioned their surroundings were barren, it seemed prudent to trade a weapon for a fountain of life. Naturally, Su Fang added Tianshan Tonglao as a friend. Only he had water to sell, and Tianshan Tonglao could only procure water from him now. The resource exchange continued for a considerable duration before gradually concluding. Su Fang was uncertain of the total amount of supplies he had acquired. But one thing was clear. He was undoubtedly the individual with the greatest stock of resources at this stage, unparalleled. In the chat room, many expressed envy towards Su Fang, with some even requesting free water. Such individuals were met with Su Fang's indifference. Checking the time, he gathered the soldiers for a meal, consisting of food previously obtained from wooden crates in exchange for water. Regardless of the reason behind the person's willingness to trade food for water, it had occurred. Su Fang surmised that the individual likely had ample food. Otherwise, who would willingly exchange food for water? After the meal, Su Fang instructed the soldiers to fashion simple weapons from bamboo, a vast improvement over bare hands. Sharpening the bamboo tips made them quite effective. Su Fang wielded the sword with a strength enhancement of 2. One soldier brandished the novice sword, another held the axe, while the remaining soldiers wielded bamboo weapons. Su Fang led the soldiers deeper into the forest, as leveling up was currently of utmost importance. Before long, Su Fang spotted another rabbit, also at level 1. Upon seeing the gathered group, the hare immediately fled. Su Fang swiftly seized the long bamboo from a nearby soldier and hurled it at the rabbit. Thud. Experience points, 10. Su Fang was quite pleased with his aim, after years of martial practice. Did you all gain experience points? Su Fang inquired. No, Zhang San and the others replied. Thus, it seemed that the experience points from slain rabbits were attributed solely to the individual who delivered the blow. The concept of shared experience points, as in a game, did not apply in this reality. Upon grasping this notion, Su Fang advanced forward and discovered that a wild rabbit had yielded several gold coins. After collecting them, he proceeded to gather resources from the rabbit. Once this task was completed, he continued to search for monsters, but soon realized that having all 10 of them hunt together was rather inefficient. Consequently, Su Fang suggested that they venture in groups of 3, maintaining a distance of approximately several dozen meters apart, to explore the forest in this manner. This strategy would allow for the discovery of more monsters while ensuring greater safety. Lord, there's a treasure chest. Zhang Yi exclaimed eagerly. Excellent. Su Fang responded with delight, pleasantly surprised to have found another chest so soon. It was another wooden box, and upon opening it, he found a dagger, albeit one with a meager power of only 1. He handed the novice dagger to one of the soldiers who was unarmed and continued onward. A chicken appeared before Su Fang. After inspecting the creature's information, he noted that it was a rooster, identical in size to a regular chicken, and at level 0. Su Fang approached and swiftly dispatched it with a single strike, as the rooster offered no resistance nor attempted to attack. Experience gained, 1 indeed. A level 0 monster yielded merely 1 experience point, alongside 1 gold coin. As he pressed forward, Su Fang encountered a plethora of monsters. After half an hour of relentless combat, he stumbled upon a level 2 creature. This wildcat was nearly the size of a dog and emitted a raspy growl upon sighting them, exuding a formidable aggression. Su Fang had discerned a pattern. Any monster with wild in its name seemed to exhibit characteristics of evolution, akin to the previous wild rabbit and now this wildcat. He scrutinized the wildcat's information. Monster, wildcat. Quality, white. Level, 2. Skills, bite claw. Description, a fiercely wild cat. Beware its sharp claws and teeth. The wildcat, being a level 2 monster, showed no fear upon their arrival and appeared poised to attack, unfazed by its presence. Su Fang felt confident with the support of his 2 companions. This wildcat would undoubtedly be no match for them. With a swift motion, the wildcat lunged at Su Fang, who had been closely monitoring its movements. As the creature initiated its assault, he deftly evaded to the side. Thud. The wildcat's head collided forcefully against a tree behind Su Fang. It seemed that no one anticipated the wildcat's misfortune, while others spoke of waiting for a rabbit. Could this be considered waiting for a cat? Su Fang and the soldiers quickly closed in and launched their assault on the wildcat. Ultimately, Su Fang plunged his sword into the creature's body, withdrew it, and struck twice more. After a brief struggle, the wildcat collapsed under the onslaught. Chapter 7, Level Up. Experience gained, 10. The level 2 monster, however, yielded only 10 experience points, which seemed rather unusual. Lord, I received 10 experience points. Zhangjiu remarked. Lord, I too have gained 10 experience points, another warrior chimed in Diana. It became apparent that only those who had participated in the attack on the same monster would share the experience points. Once Su Fang understood this distribution method, he comprehended why he had received only 10 points. Approaching the ground, he saw only gold coins, though this time there were 5. It seemed that obtaining additional rewards was not as simple as one might hope, even with his luck stat at 10. It was clear how challenging it must be for others to rely on monster hunting for equipment and other treasures. The promised tenfold drop rate made Su Fang question its authenticity. After collecting the coins, Su Fang decided to gather materials from the Wildcat's corpse. Cat Claw 1. Cat Claw 1. After extracting 4 claws, the Wildcat vanished, likely indicating that its claws were the only valuable resource. Continuing deeper into the wilderness in search of monsters, Su Fang's confidence grew with the increasing number of companions. As they ventured further, not only did the quantity of monsters escalate, but their levels and strength also rose, making them progressively more formidable. Nevertheless, the probability of discovering treasure chests also increased, leading Su Fang to uncover several more wooden boxes, which contained a large sack of bread, a comb, a bow, and a pair of slippers. The bread came in an ample bag, explaining why a previous individual had exchanged 3 small packages for 3 jars of water. With a larger group and greater strength, Su Fang was emboldened to delve deeper into the wilds, while others dared not stray far alone, highlighting his advantage. Recognizing the need to capitalize on his advantages, Su Fang persevered. One by one, monsters fell before them, and treasure chests were uncovered, yielding various supplies. Yet, the truly valuable items remained scarce, predominantly consisting of everyday materials. Su Fang remained unconcerned, acknowledging that having resources was better than having none. Glancing at his experience points, he noted that he had reached 87 points, nearing the threshold for leveling up. Su Fang was unaware if anyone had achieved level 1 before him or whether those who had would receive divine rewards. Yet he understood the importance of enhancing his own strength. Currently possessing a bow, he lamented the absence of arrows. Otherwise, it would be an admirable piece of equipment. After vanquishing 2 more level 2 monsters, Su Fang successfully ascended to level 1. Level increased to 1, gaining 10 attribute points and 1 skill point. The prospect of obtaining 10 attribute points and 1 skill point upon leveling up brought Su Fang immense joy. He promptly began allocating his attribute points, recognizing that, at this stage, every point was crucial, and each attribute within his body held significance. After considerable contemplation, Su Fang allocated 2 points each to strength, constitution, stamina, agility, and spirit. This distribution was deliberate. Unlike others, he needed to enhance his spirit attribute due to his talent requiring spiritual energy for integration. Upon finalizing his attribute distribution, Su Fang felt a notable enhancement in his physical capabilities, and he also realized that his vitality had returned to its peak condition. Even the scratches from brushing against grass earlier had completely vanished. The fact that all statuses restored upon leveling up surprised Su Fang significantly. He pondered whether individuals with disabilities or ailments such as cancer might also regain their normal states upon leveling up. If this were the case, it would be akin to granting them a second chance at life. After some contemplation, Su Fang resolved to share this revelation in the national chatroom. After leveling up, everyone's status returns to peak condition. Based on my assessment, whether one is disabled or afflicted with cancer, there is a possibility of recovery. This is merely my hypothesis. The specifics remain uncertain. Su Fang felt that disseminating this information was not a significant matter and even believed it could serve as a precaution should he encounter formidable monsters in the future while lacking limbs. Once this news was shared, the chatroom erupted with fervor. Brother, is what you say true? Surely you've leveled up. Can you elaborate on your experiences post-leveling? Wow. If this is real, could my impotence be cured? Brother, does leveling up cure infertility? Then my AIDS would also be treatable. Su Fang was taken aback by the chatroom's reactions. He had intended to do a good deed, yet the ensuing chaos was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Those who have truly lost limbs or are afflicted with cancer have not come forward to speak, yet it is the most disordered individuals who exhibit the greatest fervor. Su Fang is utterly astounded. Fortunately, Su Fang proactively declined the option for others to add him as a friend. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be bombarded with inquiries about topics that leave him utterly speechless. Those questions, how could he possibly know? He is not a doctor. Moreover, his insights are merely conjectures. He too wishes to understand whether those who have lost limbs can regenerate them through upgrades. Thanks to that brother who shared this uplifting news with me. Although I am uncertain of its veracity, I feel it has, quite literally, reignited my will to live. How splendid. Perhaps I can walk again after my leg was broken due to infidelity. Brother, was it your third leg that got injured? After losing a hand to gambling, wouldn't upgrading allow you to play mahjong again? Oh, what marvelous news. My life was once measured in mere months, but now I have renewed hope for survival. Might my congenitally impaired arm also one day grow as a normal one does? I am sincerely grateful to that brother for enlightening me. I shall strive earnestly. However, as a blind man, how am I to upgrade? Fortunately, The chatroom has become populated with numerous individuals who have lost hands or feet. Although their reasons vary, they all perceive this as a glimmer of hope. As for those who claim to be blind, Su Fang can only extend his best wishes. He added a rather reliable individual named Stay Strong. He then disclosed to him that he is rumored to possess the ability to recover through upgrades, to which the other expressed profound gratitude, and Su Fang eagerly anticipates whether he will indeed recover post-upgrade. Su Fang clarified that this is merely his supposition. He has no certainty about recovery, yet the other seemed unfazed, asserting that despite having been an amputee for so long, he remains resolute and will persevere regardless of whether his arm can regrow. Su Fang finds this individual to be an optimist and looks forward to the moment his arm regenerates. Su Fang, keep it up. Stay strong. You too. Chapter 8. Protecting the Crystal. After upgrading, Su Fang received no rewards from the heavenly path, nor did he hear any notifications regarding upgrade rewards. It seems that leveling up to 1 does not yield any bonuses. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was getting late and began leading his soldiers back. For the wilderness is fraught with danger, and their current strength does not permit them to engage monsters at night. Upon returning to the territory, Su Fang immediately inspected the corn he had planted in his fields. He discovered that the corn had grown quite tall, with many ears present, yet they were still unripe, requiring just over 2 hours more to mature. Previously, while in the wild, his mental energy would gradually recover with the passage of time, and once it was sufficiently restored, he would commence the fusion of corn. Now, he has amassed a considerable quantity of green corn through fusion, though he has never expended all of his mental energy, leaving a portion in reserve to avoid fainting from complete depletion. Upon returning to his territory, his mental energy replenished, and he resumed fusing corn seeds. Once completed, he instructed his soldiers to plant the seeds. The white corn seeds are certainly inferior to the green ones, and Su Fang remains uncertain of their exact effects. So he must wait until the corn matures to ascertain the outcome. Currently, Su Fang has an abundance of food, resources, and water. However, the territory remains perilous, as there are no defensive structures surrounding it. The entire territory comprises only 4 buildings: crystal, wooden house, farmland, and barracks. The crystal is a crucial structure. During the initial 7 days of the novice period, monsters will naturally refrain from attacking, but after 7 days, they will inevitably assault the territory. Regrettably, there are no buildings capable of defending the territory. Had there been, it would be far more secure. Su Fang muses. To acquire such structures, one must obtain them from the wilderness. He surveyed the chatroom and noted that some fortuitous individuals had indeed acquired additional buildings. After all, with so many people, there are bound to be a few who strike gold. Although his initial attributes are maximized, including luck, fortune does not solely favor him. Others are also experiencing good fortune. An idea struck Su Fang, and he addressed his soldiers. Surround this crystal with stones. He had previously obtained stone materials that were currently of no use, but he believed that encircling the crystal would provide some measure of protection, a prudent precaution. With a larger workforce, Su Fang produced the stone, and the soldiers proceeded to encircle the entire crystal. While they could not completely enclose it, Su Fang planned to continue acquiring various materials. He took the initiative to contact Lonely Cigarette, asking, "Have you eaten yet? Where would I find food? I've been mining stone all day." Lonely Cigarette replied, "Do you need food? I can exchange it for stone," Su Fang offered. Yes. I need food and water," Lonely Cigarette exclaimed eagerly. 10 units of stone for 1 loaf of bread," Su Fang stated. Lonely Cigarette, do you have any idea how difficult it is to mine 10 units of stone? Lonely Cigarette suppressed the urge to cry, cursing the unscrupulous merchant in his heart. Look at who is selling food now. I have been frugal just to offer you this deal. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't care about you. I thought we were friends, and that is why I considered you first. After finishing his statement, Su Fang sent another message to Unmatched. Bro, do you need food? Brother, you actually have food? I want it. I'm starving. Unmatched quickly replied. 10 units of wood for 1 loaf of bread, Su Fang responded. Unmatched. Brother, can't you give me a better price? We've dealt with each other more than once. Lonely Cigarette chimed in quickly. Fine, I'll give you a 10 discount. So 9 units of food, Su Fang conceded. Since we're friends, can we do 4 units? Lonely Cigarette inquired. Are you hungry? Su Fang asked. How can I not be hungry? Exactly. 8 units is the final price, Su Fang continued. Lonely Cigarette felt tears welling up. He was both hungry and thirsty. And now he was being exploited by the capitalists. What a despicable merchant. Ultimately, Lonely Cigarette managed to exchange for several loaves of bread and a few cans of water at a 50 discount. As he chewed on the bread, tears streamed down his face. He felt as though he was being exploited whether on the Jojo planet or in the Lord's world. Cursed capitalists. He thought, I can't cry. Tears are also water. If I run out of tears, I'll have to buy water. With that, Lonely Cigarette wiped his tears and then licked them. Salty. Meanwhile, Unmatched also haggled with Su Fang and ultimately acquired bread for 6 units of wood. Currently, food is indeed more precious than many resources. Many people have gone an entire day without eating, and the chatroom is flooded with requests for food. Su Fang glanced at his corn, which was on the verge of ripening, and the monster meat he had gathered, and he had no worries about sustenance. Thus, Su Fang began listing the loaves of bread he had previously acquired for sale, offering one loaf in exchange for either 10 units of wood or 10 units of stone. Upon seeing the seller's information in the chat room, many began to curse Huaxia City. What a black market dealer, selling at such exorbitant prices. Why don't you just rob someone? Brother, could you possibly lower the price a bit? This cost is indeed exorbitant. There's neither lumber nor stone. But I do have an inflatable doll for sale. Would you be interested? Many have attempted to contact Su Fang, yet he has long since blocked all messages. Both Unmatched in the World and Lonely Cigarette have noticed the vitriol directed at Su Fang, and their spirits have been considerably lifted by the sight of so many people denouncing him. Su Fang had initially intended to adjust the pricing, but to his astonishment, everything he had listed was swiftly exchanged. He stood there, momentarily stunned. Wow. There truly are some gullible souls out there. For the sake of food, these individuals are willing to spend quite extravagantly. Given this, Su Fang decided to list all available food items. Naturally, not every item bore the same price. He began to modify the exchange rates according to the quality of the goods. Su Fang realized he could not underestimate humanity's resolve. People are willing to sacrifice much for a meal. As he beheld his ever-growing resources, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. With these materials, he could upgrade his wooden cabin directly. Chapter 9, I have a bold idea. Presently, Su Fang gazed at his wooden cabin. Building, wooden cabin. Quality, white. Level, LV1. Requires 200 gold, 200 lumber for the next level. Description, this house provides shelter from the elements. Su Fang now had 10 soldiers. He certainly couldn't let them all reside outdoors. The level 1 wooden cabin was undeniably too small. Additionally, with the many supplies within, the capacity for habitation was further diminished. Although Su Fang considered upgrading the barracks first, he ultimately concluded that while upgrading the barracks would allow for more soldiers, a larger population would necessitate more living space and food. Overall, he felt that upgrading the wooden cabin was the more prudent choice. Moreover, by temporarily upgrading the cabin, he could later accommodate those in need of food and subsequently acquire more lumber. Thus, whether he upgraded the cabin or the barracks first was inconsequential. However, at this juncture, Su Fang suddenly noticed an individual attempting to barter a building in exchange for food. Utilizing his long-honed speed, he promptly added that person as a friend. You and I have a lollipop have become friends. Su Fang found the names of these territories rather peculiar. Was there not a single individual among them with a semblance of seriousness? I have a wooden cabin and wish to trade for food, 100 loaves of bread. I have a lollipop, boldly declared. Goodbye. Su Fang outright ignored this, thinking, do you take me for a bakery? 100 loaves of bread. Brother, can't we negotiate a bit? It's business, after all. Why are you being so petty? I have a lollipop, quickly implored. Let's haggle then, Su Fang replied. All right, I have a lollipop, acquiesced. 10 loaves, Su Fang stated. We can't do this. Your price is simply outrageous. I have a lollipop, exclaimed immediately. Who do you think will want your building at this stage? People are struggling just to stay alive. Who has the time to construct buildings? You may as well hold on to it for now, Su Fang retorted, as he truly had no pressing need for it. I have a lollipop, realized this, yet it was still a building. 10 loaves for it was indeed too meager a price. The two merchants began a back-and-forth negotiation, akin to a duel of wits, each employing their own strategies, vying for the upper hand and seeking greater advantage. Ultimately, I have a lollipop, conceded, as he was the one in need of Su Fang's assistance. In the end, Su Fang exchanged 20 loaves of bread and 10 cans of water for the architectural blueprint of I Have a Lollipop's wooden cabin. After acquiring the blueprint, Su Fang examined its details. Item, wooden cabin blueprint. Quality, white. Description, requires 100 gold, 100 lumber to construct. Having reviewed the information, Su Fang selected a vacant plot of land and commenced the construction of the wooden cabin. As the materials were consumed, the blueprint in his hands transformed into a radiant light, ultimately materializing into a wooden structure. Upon observing the identical wooden cabin, Su Fang smiled in satisfaction, then glanced at his mental energy. He wondered if the two cabins could merge. Feeling adventurous, he decided to attempt it. Using his innate abilities, he began the process of merging the two cabins. As his mental energy dwindled, the two cabins coalesced into one, adopting a gentle green hue. Fusion of wooden cabins successful. It truly worked. Su Fang chuckled, inspecting his mental energy and discovering that the fusion required 5 points. The newly merged cabin was twice the size of the previous one and appeared sturdier, even boasting a more aesthetically pleasing design compared to the ordinary white wooden cabin. Yet, the green-hued wooden cabin felt somewhat peculiar, as if it possessed an odd essence. Su Fang scrutinized the details of this new cabin. Building, wooden cabin. Quality, green. Level, LV1. Requires 200 gold, 200 lumber for the next level. Description, this is a fine residence, capable of providing both shelter and comfort. Gazing at the wooden cabin, Su Fang felt quite pleased. The superior quality of the structure was undeniably distinct. Although both cabins were level 1, The green, wooden cabin was vastly superior to its white counterpart. Upon entering, he found the space ample, having expanded from the previous 10 square meters to around 30. While not enormous, it was certainly an improvement over the white, wooden cabin. With the wooden cabin constructed, Su Fang found himself lacking the excess lumber necessary to upgrade the barracks, thus he resolved to wait. Content with his progress, he stepped outside, ignited a fire with kindling, and retrieved the rabbit meat he had previously gathered. He also found some seasonings within the cabin and began grilling the meat, while keeping an eye on the chat room for any useful information. Once the meat was cooked to perfection, Su Fang immediately began to savor it. Delicious. The wild rabbit meat was exceptionally good, providing a substantial boost of energy. Both he and his 10 soldiers indulged heartily, yet he still had plenty of rabbit meat left. Therefore, Su Fang devised another plan. After cooking a portion of the rabbit meat, he divided it into smaller servings, each just a bite or two, and listed them on the trading platform, offering each serving of roasted meat for 10 units of lumber or stone, or for 20 gold coins. Before long, Su Fang discovered that his roasted meat had sold out completely. This left him astounded. It had sold out far too quickly. He had intended to make an announcement in the chat channel, yet the opportunity had slipped by. After glancing at the chat channel, he noted that no one was speaking, which led him to a bold hypothesis. The chat channel was divided into national channel and world channel, but the trading channel was singular. Perhaps it was universal across the globe, meaning that the items he listed were available to the entire world. It was no wonder that he had sold so much water earlier and still found demand. There were multitudes in need of food and water across the world's trading channel. Su Fang instructed his soldiers to continue grilling meat, while he raised the price of the roasted meat by 2 points this time. A small serving of roasted meat was now exchanged for 12 units of lumber or stone. Before long, the roasted meat was once again completely claimed. Moreover, the national channel remained oblivious to the situation, confirming Su Fang's suspicions. Thus, Su Fang was not inclined to be courteous, selling the remaining barbecued meat at a rate of 15 units of materials for a single small portion. Indeed, such pricing had long gone unnoticed, and at last, someone on the national channel discovered the barbecue information on the trading channel. Chapter 10, Selling Corn. Goodness, brother, you still have barbecued meat for sale. Do you have enough for yourself? It was truly foolish, for if one dared to sell, it implied they were well fed. Brother, your price is outrageous. 15 portions of materials just for a bite of meat? A greedy merchant indeed. How could one sell at such exorbitant rates? The general consensus was to berate him for being excessively exploitative, and even the world channel reverberated with condemnation, likely due to the anger sparked by his pricing. Su Fang paid little mind to their grievances. He had not compelled anyone to purchase. The people on the national channel soon realized that the trading was not limited to their nation but rather encompassed the entire world, occurring in a singular location. Su Fang remained indifferent to their thoughts. If they possessed the capability, they could prepare their own barbecue. For him, the current price seemed entirely justified. On the world channel, Su Fang noticed many individuals possessing abundant materials, eager to add him as a friend. He accepted their requests one by one. You have become friends with Lord of the Kingdom. You have become friends with what is a noble. You have become friends with becoming the strongest lord in the world. Upon engaging in conversation with these individuals, he discovered they were indeed foreign lords seeking collaboration to trade resources. However, not all were genuinely interested in cooperation. For those insincere, Su Fang promptly deleted them from his friends list and added them to his blacklist. He welcomed those wishing to exchange food, prioritizing the lords from his own nation. As the saying goes, a barbecue should not flow into the fields of outsiders. He added several local lords and, after negotiating prices, successfully traded for a substantial quantity of materials. Gazing at these resources, Su Fang beamed with delight. Lord, the corn has ripened, Zhang Xin exclaimed eagerly. Splendid. Upon hearing this, Su Fang hurried over and beheld rows of plump corn, prompting a smile. Quickly, let us harvest and taste it. Although they had feasted abundantly, Su Fang still wished to savor the flavor. The soldiers plucked the corn and replanted new seeds, while Su Fang decided to examine the differences between the white and green corn seeds. He even fused 6 green corn seeds with 3 blue ones, and then combined 2 blue seeds to create a single purple corn seed. Name, corn seed. Quality, blue. Description, maturation time, 6 hours. Excellent cultivation can accelerate maturity. The blue seeds required 6 hours to mature, while the purple ones took only 3. Although Su Fang possessed other seeds, he chose not to plant anything else for the time being, believing that cultivating corn was a prudent choice. After planting, he began to roast the corn. Roasting corn requires no peeling of the outer husk. Simply inserting it into the ground and placing it over the fire suffices. Even before the corn was fully roasted, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing Su Fang to salivate involuntarily. After a while, he finally picked up a roasted ear of corn and began to savor it. Delicious. Su Fang was pleasantly surprised. The flavor of the green quality corn was delightful, sweet, and delectable. The soldiers, well fed and hydrated, saw their loyalty soar to around 80, which filled Su Fang with joy. The higher the loyalty, the lesser the chance of betrayal. Su Fang then contemplated selling corn. While he naturally had time to roast corn in the evening, his daylight hours were consumed with other endeavors. The lords held seeds, and after a day, they would surely have something to eat. If he did not sell now, the prospects for future food sales would diminish significantly. Thus, he instructed the soldiers to build several more campfires and commenced roasting corn for sale. Quality goods should be sold to his fellow countrymen. If they had no need, he would turn to others. Corn for sale. Freshly roasted, fragrant, crispy, and delicious corn. Those in need, please state your exchange offerings, and I shall add you as a friend for trade. As soon as Su Fang finished speaking, a deluge of trading messages flooded in. Is it you again? The Lord of Huaxia City. Where did you procure all this corn? Did you find it in a treasure chest, or is it cultivated? That seems impossible. Everyone else's crops mature in 24 hours. Yours cannot possibly be so quick. Boss, I have silver, or can we trade? Lord of Huaxia City. Do you want the bowls I found? Boss, can I trade a kitchen knife? Su Fang began to review the messages one by one, adding those lords and initiating trades based on the value of items. Although some were dissatisfied, they were left with no choice. Some sought to trade for barbecued meat, while others desired bread, but Su Fang had already exhausted his bread supply and would not trade it further. However, he had ample roasted meat and corn available for ongoing transactions. Thus, Su Fang utilized his food resources to secure a wealth of materials once more. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 11 o'clock at night. Su Fang felt no fatigue and continued trading with others, seizing every opportunity to gain an advantage. Only after he had completed all his transactions did he finally pause, informing them that he had no food remaining. Glancing at his materials, he noted that the stone had formed 5 circles around the crystal, securely enclosing it. Even if monsters approached, it would be impossible to breach the crystal in a short time. The various constructions within his territory were upgradable, yet each required distinct materials for enhancement. For instance, upgrading the crystal necessitated a substance called first-order energy crystal, the whereabouts of which he was entirely unaware. Additionally, the farmland upgrade required soil, which certainly could not be sourced from the usual external options, hence he chose not to pursue it for now. With a plethora of resources at hand, Su Fang was determined to upgrade his buildings. His gaze fell upon the barracks, which was now eligible for an upgrade. Gold, 200, wood, 200, barracks level, 1. Current level, LV2. Building, barracks. Quality white. Level, LV2, next level requires gold, 300, wood, 300. Description, consumes 100 gold to summon 1 soldier, currently capable of summoning 1020. Upon upgrading the barracks, he could summon an additional 10 soldiers, prompting Su Fang to continue with the upgrades. Gold, 300, wood, 300, barracks level, 1, current level, LV3. Chapter 11, Purple Corn. After upgrading the barracks to LV3, Su Fang proceeded to enhance the wooden cabin. They could not possibly endure the rain outside. Gold, 200, wood, 200. Cabin level, 1, current level, LV2. Gold, 300, wood, 300, cabin level, 1, current level, LV3. Even at merely level 3, the wooden cabin spanned over 100 square meters. Previously, Su Fang exchanged for 2 tables, several stools, and 4 wooden beds, along with blankets and pillows, ensuring a comfortable night's sleep. He instructed one of the soldiers to keep watch while the remaining 9 retired for the night. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 1 a.m. The weather had turned a bit chilly, while the warmth of the campfire had masked the cold. Stepping away from it revealed the brisk air. It's worth noting that Su Fang was now at level 1, and even he felt a hint of chill, making one ponder how much worse it would be for those lords yet to level up. This underscored the significance of the wooden cabin. Currently, the cabin comprised 3 rooms, one of which Su Fang, as the lord, would undoubtedly occupy. The remaining 2 would serve as quarters for the soldiers. With the next summoning of soldiers, the rooms would soon become cramped, indicating that an upgrade for the wooden cabin was necessary. He opened the chat room to check their messages. Wow, I didn't expect it to be this cold at night, and I don't even have a blanket. Could any kind soul sell me one? I'm lying on this cold floor and can't sleep at all, mainly due to the chill. Does anyone have a winter coat? I'm willing to trade materials for it. Little sister is freezing. Could any kind big brother or uncle send me a blanket? Damn, it's so cold that I'm feeling my monthly visitor coming. Who has sanitary napkins? I'm open to trading anything. Boo-hoo. If I had known it would be this cold, I shouldn't have taken my cup to exchange for water during the day. Cold. For Su Fang, that was a non-issue. He was lying comfortably on his wooden bed, resting on a pillow and covered by a warm quilt. Seeing so many people lacking blankets made him chuckle. He had the foresight to exchange for numerous items earlier, and now they were proving useful. However, a message from his friend, Tian Shan Tonglao, interrupted his thoughts. She inquired, do you have that thing for girls? Su Fang was taken aback and replied, I only exchanged for men's underwear today. I don't have any for women. No, not that. I mean, sanitary napkins, Tian Shan Tonglao said, clearly embarrassed. Su Fang was momentarily stunned. A woman was asking him about such items. It felt absurd. Yet, He hurried to check and found a large bag of products from the 7 Degrees Space brand, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten he obtained this. Actually, I do have some, he responded. I don't have much else, but I have a decent amount of soil, which can be used to upgrade farmland. You must know its value. Tianshan Tonglao presented her terms. Upon hearing her offer, Su Fang's eyes lit up. He understood the importance of this resource well. As the population increased, so would the food supply, making farmland pivotal. Currently, he had no source of soil, and only Tianshan Tonglao could provide it. Thus, he inquired, "How many portions do you want in exchange for a bag?" 2 portions of soil for 1 bag, she replied. Su Fang contemplated and suggested, "How about 5 portions? Impossible. That is too much. Soil is not easy to collect. 5 portions are absolutely out of the question. Let's compromise at 3 portions. I cannot offer more." Tianshan Tonglao asserted firmly. Su Fang felt that 3 portions were reasonable since the soil wasn't of much use to him. And upgrading his farmland to grow more food was far more beneficial. All right, he agreed, then asked, "How many bags of soil do you have?" "I can only trade 10 bags with you," she answered. "That is fine." Su Fang took 10 bags from the large bundle, which contained a total of 24 bags, leaving him ample for future trades. The transaction commenced, and after acquiring the soil, Su Fang eagerly stepped outside to upgrade the farmland. Gold, 100, soil, 20, farmland level, 1, current level, 2, gold, 200, soil, 30, farmland level, 1, current level, 3, building, farmland. Quality, white. Level, LV3, next upgrade requires 400 gold for 100 wood. Description, land suitable for growing crops. With the farmland upgraded to level 3, 2 additional plots became available, enabling Su Fang to cultivate more crops. Zhangyi, come help plant. He promptly called for the soldier on watch, and together they began the planting process. This time, Su Fang opted for potatoes and sweet potatoes, as both yielded high returns. He also included the green and blue seeds he had previously merged, primarily to observe the disparity in yield between high-quality and low-quality seeds. Once planting was complete, he instructed Zhangyi to monitor the crops nearing maturity and to harvest them when ready, followed by replanting. After giving his orders, Su Fang returned to his room to rest. The next day, he rose early, attended to his dental hygiene, and washed his face. He had an ample supply of toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and even a basin. Zhangyi had gone to rest after his night watch, as it was quite tiring. The others had prepared roasted corn and meat, awaiting Su Fang's awakening. Lord, the soldiers greeted, visibly rejuvenated and in good spirits. Checking their loyalty levels, he noted they hadn't increased significantly after reaching 80. Further improvement seemed to slow down. A glance at the chat room revealed fewer requests for food, as a day had passed, and the crops they had planted were now ripe. Immediately, Su Fang noticed some unusual crops in baskets. Among them, the corn radiating a faint purple glow was particularly striking. Observing the purple corn, he discovered its yield was remarkably high, surpassing even that of a blue corn by several times. Higher quality seeds indeed yielded significantly more than their lower quality counterparts. However, aside from its yield, the purple corn seed bore no additional attributes. It merely served as food, which disappointed Su Fang. He promptly took a few purple corns and instructed the soldiers, roast a few to try. Chapter 12, The Refreshing of Boxes. Afterward, Su Fang directed that the remaining corn be husked and hung up to dry, as the corn seeds were grown from the kernels. However, drying was necessary before planting. Su Fang was curious whether golden corn would possess any special effects. With the purple corn in hand, he could merge it into golden corn, though he wondered if the golden corn would only serve to satisfy hunger. The fragrant aroma of roasted corn wafted through the air, far surpassing that of the green corn. Eagerly peeling back the husks, Su Fang bit into the corn and savored the delightful flavor. Heavenly delicacy, he mused, thoroughly pleased. The texture and taste were vastly superior to that of the green quality corn. Suddenly inspired, he began merging 2 purple corns together. Upon completion, a faint golden glow enveloped the corn, prompting Su Fang to examine its attributes. Name, corn. Quality, golden. Description, after consumption, restores 100 stamina and 100 hunger within the next 4 hours. Indeed, additional attributes had emerged, remarkably restoring stamina and alleviating hunger, a most satisfying outcome for Su Fang. He directed the soldiers to begin roasting it and attempted to merge other types of seeds, but his mental energy was insufficient to create golden seeds. Although reliance on food sales for material acquisition has waned, the scarcity of water remains a pressing concern for many. Su Fang believes that once others establish their barracks, the demand for food will still be substantial, thus stockpiling provisions at this juncture proves advantageous. He once again summoned soldiers, gathering a total of 20, which increased his troop count to 30. Unlike others, who may not possess such wealth, summoning 30 soldiers requires a hefty sum of 3,000 gold coins, a fortune that would take other lords considerable time to amass. Remarkably, even after summoning these soldiers, Su Fang still had over 1,000 gold coins remaining. With his soldiers in tow, he ventured into the wilderness, seizing a lucrative opportunity. However, shortly after their departure, they encountered monsters, albeit of the lowly level 0 and 1 variety. Such feeble creatures posed no challenge to Su Fang's formidable band, and they swiftly dispatched them. As they journeyed further, Su Fang observed an increase in the monster population, significantly more than the previous day, with even level 1 monsters becoming more prevalent. While these foes presented little difficulty for Su Fang, others might find them formidable. Currently, Su Fang faced a dire shortage of weapons, leaving him with no choice but to designate one soldier to gather wood. He also assigned a portion of his troops to cut bamboo, intending to resume water collection for sale, as many still lacked this vital resource. He was unwilling to miss out on such a profitable venture. Glancing at the trading channel, he noted a lack of available weapons, compelling him to have his soldiers temporarily wield bamboo as substitutes. "Do you still have water for sale, Lord of Huaxia City?" Little Butterfly inquired. "Indeed, I do," Su Fang promptly replied, aware that several friends were in need of water. With the dawn of a new day, food scarcity had diminished. Yet many still sought water, and without adequate containers, even those with access to water sources could only purchase from Su Fang. The chat channel brimmed with requests for water, allowing Su Fang to amass another bounty of gold coins and resources. With the increase in population, he was able to gather more water, and even a foreign companion offered to exchange an axe for 50 jars of water. Su Fang was perplexed by this proposition, but ultimately negotiated the deal down to 20 jars. He soon discovered that these foreigners were quite willing to make purchases, leading him to acquire a novice sword, a pair of boots, and various essential supplies. With the lake so vast, Su Fang felt no concern about exhausting its waters. After gathering resources, he instructed 2 soldiers to continue cutting bamboo, while the rest accompanied him to clear land. "Lord, there are chests," one soldier called out. "Over here as well," another soldier exclaimed. Su Fang paused, surprised that chests had reappeared in an area previously searched. Checking the chat, he realized that the chests refreshed daily, revealing that his earlier findings were not unique. To his delight, he discovered a blanket, ensuring he would no longer suffer from the cold at night, along with a bucket that could be used for water collection, albeit without a lake. Not only had the chests replenished, but the monsters had proliferated as well, necessitating caution during their excursions. "Oh no, several of my friends are missing. They must have fallen to the monsters," Su Fang thought, promptly contacting the individual who had found the water bucket to inquire about a potential sale. The response was straightforward. He needed water, and Su Fang exchanged 10 jars for the bucket. Equipped with the bucket, Su Fang tasked one soldier with fetching water to irrigate crops, believing that sufficient hydration would expedite their maturation. The lords had yet to construct their barracks, and once they did, the need for food and water would surely rise, ensuring the continuation of Su Fang's trade. After clearing the area of monsters, he instructed his soldiers to deal with the remaining creatures in pairs while he reserved the chests for himself to open later. Su Fang's luck remained relatively high, consistently yielding valuable items. Within a kilometer of his territory, monster presence was sparse, but beyond that, their numbers surged. After opening several chests, he obtained an axe and a pickaxe, prompting him to send a soldier back to the territory with the resources while simultaneously collecting wood. Currently, timber was an essential resource, and although he had gathered some silver and gold or the day before, he was unsure if the gold could be refined into coins. Chapter 13, The Wild Chicken Boss. Su Fang found it improbable that gold ore was solely for crafting equipment. He would need to wait for further developments to ascertain its true purpose. With a sizable force, the efficiency of monster hunting was significantly enhanced, especially considering Su Fang's martial lineage and his commendable marksmanship. Though he had yet to acquire a spear or similar weapon, he had trained with blades, albeit not as proficiently as with firearms. His marksmanship was swift, precise, and fierce. However, practice had primarily been solitary, and real combat opportunities had been scarce, so he now sought to hone his skills against these monsters. Su Fang was more than capable of taking on level 2 wildcats alone, and defeating higher level creatures granted substantial experience, each level 2 wildcat yielding 30 experience points. The area was teeming with wild monsters, including wildcats, wild chickens, wild rabbits, wild geese, and wild mice, all ranging from level 1 to 2. With no sight of level 3 creatures yet, with his augmented strength, Su Fang found confronting level 2 monsters even simpler, often dispatching them with a single stroke. Experience points, 20. Noticing that his experience from defeating level 2 monsters had decreased by 10 points following his level increase, he realized that these creatures predominantly dropped gold coins. With no equipment to be found thus far, opening chests was more rewarding than slaying monsters, yet the latter was necessary for leveling up. Even so, Su Fang suspected that these monsters were incapable of dropping equipment, merely yielding coins. As a few level 1 monsters appeared, Su Fang swiftly eliminated them. Experience points, 5. Experience points, 5. Defeating creatures of lower levels resulted in halved experience, indicating that to level up rapidly, he would need to engage in battles against higher level monsters. Observing his soldiers, he noted their proximity to leveling up as well, and with a plethora of monsters still present, he instructed them to gather the slain creatures' bodies for collection. These creatures possessed considerable value, capable of yielding a tidy sum. Once the gathering concluded, Su Fang resumed his exploration of the wilderness. Suddenly, a monster emerged, an oversized wild chicken, twice the size of its lesser kin. Su Fang was taken aback as he examined the information about this creature. Monster, wild chicken boss. Quality white. Level 2. Skill, peck. Description, a champion among wild chickens, the warrior of its kind. The designation of warrior among wild chickens left Su Fang momentarily speechless. However, the fact that this wild chicken was indeed a boss caught him completely off guard. The creature exuded aggression, squawking loudly upon sighting Su Fang, flapping its wings and launching an attack. Unfazed, Su Fang stood his ground, weapon in hand, his gaze fixed on the wild chicken boss. As if to challenge it, "Come at me." The wild chicken responded with action, charging towards him. As the boss leaped into the air, beak outstretched, Su Fang deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading its assault, and raised his weapon to deliver a swift strike. Thud! The head of the wild chicken boss was severed, splattering Su Fang with blood. Reputation 2. Experience points 50. The experience gained from this boss was quite generous, surpassing that of ordinary creatures. Moreover, defeating a boss also awarded reputation points. And this particular boss proved to be remarkably generous, dropping a bounty of gold coins, at least a dozen or so, a rather substantial reward. Oh, something has dropped, Su Fang noted, spotting a book on the ground and moving to retrieve it. At that moment, he was startled by a celestial notification. Celestial notification. The Lord of Huaxia City has been the first to slay a white quality boss, rewarding them with 10 free attribute points and 10 reputation points. Su Fang was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected announcement. He had never anticipated that slaying the first boss would yield such rewards. Gaining an additional 10 free attribute points brought him joy. This would undoubtedly provide him a significant advantage in the early stages. After allocating his attributes, Su Fang's foundational stats reached 16 points, while luck and talent attributes remained unaffected by allocation. The means of their enhancement still a mystery to him. He hastily collected the book from the ground and examined its contents. Skill, forceful strike. Quality white. Description, deliver a powerful strike aimed at a target, causing an additional 10 damage. To his surprise, it was a skill book. Though it was merely of white quality, acquiring an additional skill would undoubtedly enhance his prowess. Su Fang promptly used it. Learning forceful strike LV1. He glanced at his skill list. Combat skills, white forceful strike LV1. It dawned on Su Fang that skill points were intended for upgrading these abilities. He currently possessed 2 skill points, but they were precious resources not to be squandered on common skills. It was prudent to first test the efficacy of this skill before deciding to upgrade it. Su Fang proceeded to gather the remains of the wild chicken boss. Feathers 5. Tier 1 Crystal 1. Chicken Claw 1. Tier 1 Crystal. Su Fang realized that the crystals required for crystal buildings must be sourced from these bosses. This revelation was fortuitous, now that he understood the origin of this material. He would know where to acquire it for future upgrades. After finishing his gathering, Su Fang briefly checked the chat room. Wow. How is it that Huaxia City is at it again? Are they this formidable? Do their families know? At least it indicated that the individual receiving the rewards was from their own dragon-soaring nation. Well done. As long as the Lord isn't from abroad. It's a good thing, for those fellows would relish our downfall. Oh, mighty one, do you still accept underlings? I wish to offer you my knee. Can the Lord of Huaxia City share what rewards were gained from slaying the boss? I refuse to believe it's only the celestial rewards. Chapter 14, Green Monsters. Su Fang, of course, paid no heed to their chatter. What he had earned was of no concern to them. However, at that moment, a group of friends he had added sent congratulatory messages. Su Fang responded en masse. Thank you, everyone, let us all strive together. Those who had not initially congratulated him were left puzzled by this message, questioning if they had been remiss in acknowledging his achievement. Consequently, all of Su Fang's friends sent him their congratulations. As Su Fang read through the flood of congratulatory messages, he felt a peculiar sensation, akin to the anticipation of childbirth. He chose not to elaborate further, having said all that was necessary. After completing these exchanges, Su Fang continued onward, soon encountering new spoils. Numerous chests lay before him, each guarded by monsters, as if the creatures were tasked with protecting these treasures. These were unfamiliar monsters, and Su Fang scrutinized their details. Monster, wild dog. Quality, green. Level, 3. Skills, bite, dog, claw. Description, if you desire our treasure, prepare to be bitten. Woof, woof, woof. These wild dogs existed solely to guard the chests, and to Su Fang's surprise, they were of green quality. He was uncertain how formidable green-tier monsters could be, but he sensed they would pose a significant challenge. Su Fang was determined to claim both the chests and the wild dogs. He would vanquish them all. Each chest was accompanied by 3 to 5 wild dogs, a manageable number for Su Fang to confront alone. Though he feared they might not adhere to the rules of fair combat and attack in unison. Many of Su Fang's soldiers had reached level 1. Thus, he believed they could withstand the wild dogs' assault. Summoning a dozen soldiers, he utilized their long bamboo spears to hold the line against 2 wild dogs. Feeling confident in their ability to do so, Su Fang approached a location with the fewest wild dogs and, in an attempt to test his ability to attract monsters, tossed a stone. To his astonishment, 3 wild dogs came charging towards him, barking furiously. Wait, I was merely trying to lure one. Su Fang quickly recognized his uncanny talent for drawing monsters, having attracted 3 all at once. He steeled himself for battle. The level 3 wild dogs sprinted with incredible speed. Akin to that of a cheetah, their ferocity unmistakable. These were not mere household pets. Their combat capabilities were formidable, and Su Fang knew he needed to proceed with caution. These level 3 wild dogs were far more ferocious than the wolves in the forest, and Su Fang believed 3 wild dogs could easily overpower a fierce tiger. This was no jest, they possessed such strength. He instructed his soldiers to leverage the forest's advantages, maneuvering around the wild dogs while being mindful of their attacks. Su Fang had previously taught his soldiers some basic combat techniques, like any novice. They would need to practice to hone their skills, and their success would ultimately depend on their own talent and effort. The crowd sought refuge amidst the trees, but 3 wild dogs soon charged toward them. Su Fang, with his attributes having reached the 3rd-tier standard and years of martial arts training, maintained his composure, adeptly anticipating the wild dog's movements. As one of the feral canines lunged at him, Su Fang swiftly evaded the attack and engaged in a tense stare-down with the creature. The wild dog bared its sharp teeth, growling menacingly as its fierce gaze fixated on Su Fang. Without hesitation, the wild dog launched its assault, snapping at him with alarming speed. Su Fang deftly sidestepped and raised his weapon, striking down at the dog. A wound appeared on the beast, which howled in pain, leaving trails of blood in its wake. Su Fang lifted his weapon once more, locking eyes with the wild dog, fully aware that its strength far surpassed that of a human. Indeed, creatures of the same level were significantly more formidable than their human counterparts, let alone these green-quality monsters. Su Fang recognized that these green-quality beasts were vastly superior to their white-quality counterparts, and that the average individual would stand little chance against such wild dogs. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers contended with 2 wild dogs of the 3rd tier, utilizing the advantage of their bamboo weapons to keep the creatures at bay, momentarily avoiding danger. Though caution remained essential, Su Fang approached the situation with vigilance, refraining from launching any attacks without certainty, instead searching for openings to exploit. While others might lack the courage to engage, Su Fang, as a trained martial artist, possessed a solid foundation, which was his distinct advantage. After a prolonged stare-down, it was the wild dog that initiated the attack once more, lunging at Su Fang. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his sword into the dog's mouth, driving it deep before swiftly withdrawing. Equipped with bamboo from his pack, he then began to stab at the injured wild dog relentlessly. After several thrusts, the creature ceased its struggles. Experience points, 60. Ignoring whether the dog had dropped any valuable loot, Su Fang advanced toward the other 2 wild dogs, proactively attacking one with his bamboo weapon. With a swift thrust, Su Fang drove the bamboo deep into the wild dog, his proficiency in weaponry evident. Despite the bamboo lacking inherent attributes, the strike was both rapid and forceful, but astonishingly, the wild dog unexpectedly turned, resulting in the bamboo piercing through its rear, leaving the creature in a state of shock. Su Fang, taken aback, realized the wild dog had unwittingly presented itself as a target. He pressed on, thrusting with conviction, ensuring a thorough penetration, augmented by the soldiers who joined in the assault, leading to the dog being riddled with several wounds before it fell, defeated. Experience points, 10. Only 1 wild dog remained, and faced with overwhelming numbers, it too succumbed. The group wiped the sweat from their brows, recognizing the challenge posed by the green-quality monsters. Were it possible, Su Fang would prefer to slay white-quality creatures, as they were significantly weaker and less perilous. The 3 green monsters yielded a substantial amount of gold, which the soldiers collected and presented to Su Fang, who began the process of gathering. That evening, they would finally enjoy a meal of stewed dog meat. However, Su Fang's primary concern lay with the treasure chest guarded by the wild dogs. Chapter 15, Green Equipment. Approaching the chest, Su Fang was astonished to find it was not a wooden box, but rather an iron one. Could there be various types of chests? He opened it, revealing an axe before him. Equipment, axe. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength 5, destruction 5, woodcutting efficiency 20, woodcutting stamina cost 20. To his surprise, it was a green quality piece of equipment. Su Fang was utterly astonished, having not anticipated finding a green axe, especially one specifically designed for woodcutting. Wood has always been an essential resource, and possessing such an item early on was indeed a delightful fortune. Su Fang assigned a soldier, who had reached level 1, to wield the axe for timber harvesting. With enhanced attributes, the level 1 soldier would yield greater efficiency in gathering wood. Elated, Su Fang took a moment to rest before setting off with his soldiers toward the location of the next treasure chest. From previous encounters, he had discerned that using bamboo to combat the hunting dogs offered a distinct advantage. Despite bamboo lacking attribute bonuses, its length effectively restricted the dogs' advances, proving highly efficacious against them. Thus, Su Fang brandished his bamboo once more and approached the pack of 4 wild dogs. Upon sighting the humans, the dogs eagerly charged forward. However, halting several meters away, they hesitated, sensing the threat posed by the bamboo weapons in Su Fang and the soldiers' hands. Utilizing the advantage of the bamboo, Su Fang initiated an assault on the wild dogs, seeking opportunities to eliminate them. Under the coordinated efforts of Su Fang and his soldiers, they successfully dispatched the 4 wild dogs, thereby opening another black iron chest. Inside, they discovered a quiver containing 20 arrows, much to Su Fang's delight, as he had previously acquired a bow but lacked ammunition. Now, his archery could finally be put to use. Eagerly, Su Fang sought out the next treasure chest guarded by wild dogs. Although he had not trained in archery, with his current strength, he found it easy to draw the white bow. To improve his aim, he practiced his archery before engaging the wild dogs, initially missing several shots. However, he quickly regained his rhythm after a few attempts, practicing until he felt ready to shoot. With newfound confidence, Su Fang and his soldiers advanced once more against the wild dogs, this time facing 5 of them. As the wild dogs charged, Su Fang swiftly nocked an arrow and released. Whoosh! The first arrow struck true, inflicting injury on a wild dog, but failing to deliver a fatal blow. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to meet his objective. With renewed determination, Su Fang fired again, but this shot went astray. He readied another. Whoosh! Luck was on his side as this arrow struck a wild dog in the thigh. The third shot, however, missed the mark. After releasing the third arrow, the wild dogs closed the distance, growling furiously. Woof! 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 With 2 of the wild dogs injured, only 3 remained in the fray. Seizing the opportunity, Su Fang launched an offensive against the remaining dogs. Through their collective efforts, they swiftly dispatched the 3 wild dogs, with the 2 injured canines falling shortly thereafter. The encounter was remarkably smooth. Indeed, after gaining experience from slaying the same type of monster, they found these creatures significantly less daunting. Of course, the advantage of their numbers and their improved coordination made dealing with the wild dogs considerably easier. If it were only one person, such efficiency would be unattainable, and alone, one would likely hesitate to confront such formidable green monsters, which were not to be trifled with. After collecting the carcasses of the wild dogs, Su Fang once again opened the iron chest. This time, it contained a piece of armor, albeit of a white quality, which was of utmost importance to Su Fang, who was lacking in equipment. Furthermore, he discovered that the items retrieved from these iron chests were predominantly of the equipment variety. In contrast, the wooden chests yielded an assortment of supplies, including everything from salt, monosodium glutamate, clothing, cigarettes, to tea leaves and crockery, making their contents quite eclectic. Nevertheless, the items within the wooden chests were essential for their daily lives and held significant value for them. Upon examining the attributes of the armor, he noted: equipment, black armor, quality white, durability 100, attribute, physical defense 5. The attributes were straightforward, merely adding 5 points to physical defense, which, though modest, was certainly better than having none at all. Su Fang donned the armor. Despite the slight increase in weight, it was of little concern to him. Thus, he embarked on a relentless quest to clear out these wild dog monsters, accumulating more and more spoils along the way, including various weapons, pieces of armor, boots, trousers, and gauntlets. Initially, he unearthed a green axe, but subsequent finds were all white-quality equipment. The first appearance of green gear was a stroke of luck. Su Fang also experimented with the skill power strike, discovering that it indeed enhanced his attack power significantly, enabling him to deliver critical blows to monsters at pivotal moments. However, he opted to conserve his skill points, aspiring to acquire additional skills for fusion. He understood that while challenging, this endeavor would undoubtedly benefit his future development. Level up to level 3, earning 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After leveling up once more, time was drawing near. The soldiers had also reached level 2. Tomorrow, Su Fang resolved to dispatch these level 2 soldiers to gather wood, thereby boosting the levels of the lower-tier soldiers. As he made his way back, he collected the water the soldiers had prepared. Upon reaching the lakeside, he found the ground covered with bamboo containers filled with water, each capped with large leaves and secured with small stones to prevent dust from settling. After all, Su Fang was a person who valued hygiene. He could not sell dirty water to others. He gathered all the water, stacking it neatly. At this stage, those who could survive were generally venturing out to hunt monsters. But cleaning monster entrails also required water, unless they possessed a gathering skill akin to Su Fang's. Chapter 16, Warehouse Construction. However, Su Fang believed that such individuals would be quite rare, whether it was for cleaning entrails or washing clothes, fruits, and vegetables. The absence of a water source was undoubtedly a considerable hardship for many. Furthermore, as their numbers swelled, their demand for water would escalate significantly, presenting a lucrative opportunity for Su Fang. Of course, as more individuals discovered containers for storing water, its value would diminish considerably. If he did not capitalize on the current opportunity, he would miss out on future prospects. After all, the market was limited in scope. Presently, numerous individuals had established barracks. While concerns regarding food, drink, clothing, and shelter were paramount for these lords. Many were lamenting in the chat channel about the challenges of lordship, feeling overwhelmed by their lack of resources. One cannot fathom the costs of household necessities unless one assumes the role of a provider. Indeed, the 2 soldiers I summoned have seen their loyalty drop to 10 points due to the lack of food, shelter, and clothing. I genuinely fear they might turn against me. Resources were in short supply, including gold coins. The burden of leadership was indeed formidable, and there were moments when he contemplated surrendering. Yet, the empowerment that came with leveling up instilled in him the belief that greater surprises awaited him in the future. The Lord of Huaxiao City was correct. He had been in poor health previously, but after diligently leveling up today, he felt remarkably improved. You might be suffering from kidney deficiency. Perhaps you are impotent. Perusing the chat, Su Fang observed that many lords were lacking in resources, with numerous individuals even short on food. Gaining insight into the market, he resumed selling his goods, promptly listing various meats he had gathered. He was confident he would not find himself in want of food in the future, given that his crops matured faster than others. He would be even less likely to face shortages. He priced a piece of raw meat at 5 gold coins, a reasonable rate for pre-cut meat that only required cooking, making it exceedingly convenient. He deemed this price quite fair. As for corn, he set the price at 3 gold coins per ear, considering the good taste of his corn. Naturally, he was open to exchanging for resources, as he had no aversion to acquiring more supplies. Once everything was listed, he promptly announced in the chat channel, freshly prepared meats, all cleaned and ready for cooking, along with a plentiful supply of corn awaiting your purchase. Limited quantities available. First come, first served. Upon hearing the news, many individuals opened the trading channel and sought out the selling information of the Huaxiao City Lord, many of whom had already followed his postings, ensuring they would receive alerts when new items were listed. Brother, charging 5 gold coins for a piece of raw meat is outrageous. 3 gold coins for an ear of corn. You must be joking. Scammer. Crook. Honestly, there's no need to disparage him. After all, he isn't forcing you to buy. If you're capable, go handle the wild monster meat yourself. Look at how well these cuts are done. I suspect he must be a chef. I bet he graduated from the Culinary Academy. Su Fang's pricing was certainly not exorbitant, yet it was not cheap either. Gold coins were scarce, and the amount dropped from monsters was minimal. However, whether they chose to prioritize sustenance or gold coins was not something Su Fang needed to ponder. He would maintain his prices, leaving the decision to buy in their hands. Many friends sent him messages, and upon opening them, he read, "Bro, can I trade wood for meat?" Tianxiao Wushuang inquired. "You have that much processed meat? I want 100 pieces. Lonely Cigarette added. "How enviable. Can you lower the price? I can trade seeds with you," Little Butterfly chimed in. Seeing these messages brought joy to Su Fang. He no longer felt overwhelmed by his resources and quickly responded to Tianxiao Wushuang. "Of course. 2 pieces of meat for 1 piece of wood." Tianxiao Wushuang. "Damn it. After all this time of doing business, you still charge so much." Tianxiao Wushuang. "I really want to give this scammer a good beating. All right, since we're old friends, I'll give you a discount." Su Fang chuckled. If he set his price too high, he wouldn't be able to conduct business. The market rate for a piece of wood was around 20 gold coins. So his price was reasonable. For pieces of meat for 1 piece of wood, fair trade. Tianxiao Wushuang replied. "Fine deal. How much do you need?" Su Fang laughed, as he had plenty of meat and was curious about their demand. Thus, Tianxiao Wushuang purchased 80 pieces of meat, likely for the soldiers in their territory. Subsequently, he engaged in further trades with Lonely Cigarette, Little Butterfly, and others, acquiring a wealth of resources. However, when I Am a Strong Woman sent him a message, Su Fang's composure faltered. "I possess a warehouse blueprint that I wish to trade for food. Name your price." I Am a Strong Woman stated. Once again, it is a blueprint for a building. Su Fang is filled with envy, pondering why, despite his remarkably high luck value, he has yet to obtain a single architectural blueprint. It appears that he is not the only fortunate one. The other party is currently lacking in food, which simplifies matters considerably. For Su Fang, he has an abundance of food, but architectural blueprints are not easily acquired. They require an extraordinary stroke of luck. Reflecting on the present situation, Su Fang realizes that the market price of the architectural blueprints remains uncertain. Those who wish to construct do not possess the necessary materials, while those who are indifferent to construction are oblivious to market values, which is where Su Fang holds a distinct advantage. He is rich in resources but lacks buildings, particularly this warehouse, which would serve as a vital storage space for his supplies. Once constructed, this building would alleviate the need to clutter his wooden house with excess resources. Securing this architectural blueprint is imperative for him. However, within the vast realm of lords, it is likely that only a handful of individuals truly require such a structure. After all, very few can boast a substantial stockpile of resources. Thus, Su Fang responded, "I initially thought it was a different blueprint, but it turns out to be the warehouse blueprint. While it may not necessitate much storage, it is still a building. How about 50 pieces of meat?" 50 pieces of meat, priced at 5 gold coins each, amounts to 250 gold coins. Although this figure may not be particularly appealing, Su Fang is aware that he must not set a high price initially. I Am a Tough Girl clearly exhibits discontent, although no one is currently selling this building, and at this stage, even if someone were to acquire it, few would opt to construct such a seemingly trivial structure. Yet, it is still a building. 200 pieces of meat. I Am a Tough Girl stated her offer. 200 pieces of meat. Do you have any idea how many monsters must be slain to procure that? The time required to gather such a quantity is monumental. 60 pieces of meat, Su Fang countered. At present, no one possesses the skill of gathering. Thus, he cannot let others know that his ability to handle this meat is merely a skill. He must make it clear that processing this meat is no simple task. Indeed, upon hearing Su Fang's words, I Am a Tough Girl hesitated for a considerable time, realizing that while this building may appear rare, very few would actually pursue its construction. They struggle to secure food, so who would expend resources on such a structure? If one had resources, they would rather construct a wooden house or barracks. Certainly not a warehouse. 150 pieces of meat, at least it is a building. You must understand how challenging it is to obtain one. I Am a Tough Girl stated her revised offer. Su Fang resolved to negotiate further, and ultimately, the two reached a successful transaction at 120 pieces of meat. Satisfied, Su Fang received the warehouse blueprint and began to examine the materials required for construction. Item, warehouse blueprint. Quality white. Description, requires 100 gold coins, 50 wood, and 50 stone. He possesses all these materials, so there is no cause for concern regarding resources. 100 gold coins, 50 wood, 50 stone. Warehouse successfully constructed. The blueprint in Su Fang's hands transformed into a radiant light, revealing a warehouse before him. Although the warehouse is modest in size, Su Fang has no intention of upgrading it at this stage, as it suffices for his current needs. Zhang San, Zhang Si. You all move the supplies from the wooden house into the warehouse for storage, Su Fang promptly commanded. Subsequently, he continued to sell the meat in his possession until he retained enough for his own sustenance. The food listed on the trading channel was swiftly purchased, as many were in dire need of provisions, presenting Su Fang with a significant business opportunity. Upon arriving at the farmland, Su Fang observed that numerous crops had begun to flourish. He had previously assigned 2 individuals to tend to the crops, ensuring that once they matured, the soldiers would harvest them and replant new seeds. Therefore, Su Fang's yield of corn would be considerable, and he sold the corn only after it had been cooked, as he did not wish for others to purchase it for planting. High-quality seeds are best kept within his own control. White seeds require 24 hours to mature and yield a meager harvest. Green seeds, on the other hand, not only mature in half the time, but also produce double the yield of white seeds. Blue seeds mature in half the time of green seeds and yield double their output. Following this pattern, once golden seeds are reached, the food produced can even possess additional attributes. For example, golden corn can restore 100 stamina and 100 hunger within 4 hours. As for other items, Su Fang is still conducting experiments. Yesterday, he had set the corn out to dry, but it was not yet fully dehydrated. Su Fang instructed the soldiers to roast 2 ears of corn until dry. Then he would fuse them into golden seeds, which would then be handed back to the soldiers for planting. Today, he did not waste any mental energy and tirelessly fused seeds, resulting in a number of golden seeds, including potatoes, apples, sweet potatoes, and cabbage. In his rural experiences, Su Fang recalled that potatoes and sweet potatoes do not require traditional seeds for planting. Potatoes primarily reproduce asexually, and sprouted potatoes can be cut into pieces for direct planting. Sweet potatoes, however, rely on cultivation, where simply inserting a segment of the vine into the soil allows it to sprout and grow. Su Fang, having planted these before, is well aware of the methods. However, in this lordly world, all food must be cultivated from seeds. Of course, Su Fang knows that potatoes and sweet potatoes do have seeds, but they are rarely planted that way in rural areas, at least not in his experience, as he has heard that planting them from seed yields low returns and slow growth. After entrusting these golden seeds to the soldiers for planting, a mere 15 hours would yield a harvest. This showcases the potency of golden seeds, and Su Fang eagerly anticipates the potential attributes of these golden foods. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Fang's mind. What if he were to fuse 2 golden ears of corn together? Might this result in new effects? Although golden quality represents the pinnacle of items, who knows if there might be hidden qualities? Thus, Su Fang began to wait for his mental energy to replenish before taking some purple corn and commencing the fusion process. After successfully merging 2 golden ears of corn, he realized that the consumption of mental energy was substantial, nearly causing him to faint. Upon inspecting his mental energy, Su Fang discovered that fusing 2 golden ears of corn requires a consumption of 5 points. He must exercise caution in the future. However, upon seeing the corn in his hand radiating an even stronger golden aura, a smile spread across his face. Name, corn. Quality, golden. Description, consuming this will restore 200 stamina and 200 hunger within the next 8 hours. The attributes have doubled. Previously, the corn lasted only 4 hours, but now it can sustain its effects for 8 hours. This corn, when consumed by lumberjack soldiers, would essentially keep them in peak condition for relentless logging. Su Fang seems to have discovered a pathway to prosperity. He even mused, what if he were to fuse 2 more golden ears of corn, then take those 2, further merge them into a third fusion? Would the attributes increase once more? However, the issue of mental strength looms large. The initial fusion of the golden corn requires a consumption of 5 points of mental energy, and subsequent fusions will likely demand even greater reserves. Su Fang and the soldiers, while savoring roasted meat and gnawing on corn, are enjoying a comfortable life, with each soldier radiating happiness. Their bounty today has been substantial. Having acquired a considerable amount of equipment, and with a bit more effort tomorrow, it is believed that everyone will possess at least 1 piece of gear. My lord, the growth rate of the golden corn is astonishing. Moreover, after watering, it accelerates even further, Zhang Xin eagerly exclaimed as he rushed over to Su Fang. Oh really? Intrigued, Su Fang approached the fields, where torches had already been lit, allowing them to observe the situation in the fields quite clearly. Chapter 18, Upgrading the Territory. Zhang Xin scooped a ladle of water and poured it into one of the golden corn fields. Remarkably, not long after the water was poured, the corn began to grow at a visibly astonishing rate, a spectacle that left Su Fang astounded. Given this scenario, it seems we need the full 15 hours to harvest, Su Fang speculated. He instructed a few individuals to take flashlights, remaining vigilant against lurking monsters, and then sent them to the lake to collect water for irrigating the corn. The sooner the corn matures, the more gold they could earn. Subsequently, Su Fang initiated the upgrade of the wooden house. A level 3 wooden house could not accommodate so many people. Gold, 400, wood, 400, wooden house level, 1. Current level LV4. Thus, Su Fang could only upgrade the wooden house to LV4, as he also needed to enhance the barracks. Gold, 400, wood, 400, barracks level, 1. Current level LV4. After upgrading the barracks, he could summon an additional 10 soldiers, though he decided to wait until the following morning for that. The higher the soldiers' levels, the stronger their attributes, allowing them to gather more wood. With Su Fang capable of collecting some from the world as well, their daily wood yield was quite satisfactory. Upon inspecting his territory, Su Fang found that it was now eligible for an upgrade to level 1. The conditions for upgrading the territory were 5 level 1 buildings and an expenditure of 100 gold. Having met these requirements, he commenced the upgrade. Gold, 100. Territory successfully upgraded to level 1. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to successfully upgrade their territory to level 1. Reward, 10 free attribute points, 10 prestige points. After 3 notifications from the Heavenly Dao, the entire lordly world erupted in astonishment. Wow, it's that Huaxia City Lord again. How many times has this guy been on screen? Is he perhaps a favored child of the Heavenly Dao? Why does Lady Luck always seem to favor him? The onlookers were filled with a mix of sorrow and envy, lamenting that such notifications had nothing to do with them, leaving them only to feel admiration and resentment. Huaxia City Lord, I wish to be your wife, to wash your clothes and cook for you every day. Please let me cling to your success. Su Fang, taken aback by his unexpected television appearance, found himself uninterested in the spotlight. His focus lay solely on the rewards granted by the Heavenly Dao. With another 10 free attribute points at his disposal, he promptly allocated them. As for the prestige, he was temporarily uncertain of its utility, currently holding 32 prestige points. Brother, are you so exceptional that your family knows? Unparalleled in the world sarcastically messaged. Rest assured, they are aware from beyond the grave, Su Fang replied. Oh, so you're an orphan, Unparalleled in the world remarked, somewhat surprised. It's a common trope. Protagonists often end up being orphans, Su Fang answered. Brother, have some self-respect, Unparalleled in the world retorted, speechless. No, I have no shame, Su Fang replied. Unparalleled in the world, A flurry of friends sent various messages of envy, with Little Butterfly even proclaiming, I seek sponsorship. I'm not into that, Su Fang coldly rejected. Alas, even if I wished for your support, I wouldn't know where to find you, Little Butterfly sighed. The world is vast, and our paths may not cross. Don't dwell on me. I'm not your type, nor you mine, Su Fang remarked. You must be single, Little Butterfly inquired. What is wrong with being single? As long as one lives well alone, there's no need to worry about others' feelings, Su Fang replied. You're so straight. Little Butterfly was momentarily at a loss for words. Better to be straight than bent, Su Fang countered. Little Butterfly? Occasionally chatting with these individuals and perusing the news from the world serves as a pleasant diversion. My lord, the corn is ripe. Zhang Xin joyfully approached. So soon? It seems like just an hour has passed, Su Fang expressed his astonishment. Watering can indeed reduce the time by half an hour. It's quite impressive, Zhang Xin responded. Su Fang arrived at the fields to discover the soldiers had already harvested the ripe corn, creating a substantial pile of corn stalks nearby. These dried stalks could serve as fertilizer when scattered in the fields or be utilized for kindling, proving to be quite valuable. Let us cook these corns and prepare to sell, Su Fang exclaimed with delight, pulling out 2 ears of corn to fuse them into an even more radiant golden corn. He stored the 2 newly fused corns. As his mental energy was currently insufficient, he would wait until it fully recovered to further test their effects. After building several bonfires, the group poured water and began boiling the corn. Once cooked, Su Fang set about pricing these golden corns at 50 gold each. Had it not been for the current scarcity of gold among everyone, he would have considered setting the price at 100 gold, given the exceptional attributes of the golden corn. Afterward, Su Fang announced in the chat channel, "I've just listed golden corn. Those interested should hurry to purchase, as it offers significant attribute bonuses. Once it's gone, it's gone." He further broadcasted in the World Channel. With a plentiful supply of golden corn, Su Fang was unconcerned that the citizens of Longting Kingdom could buy them all. Upon hearing the news, people opened the trade channel and were greeted by the details of the golden corn, which was already cooked. Wow, golden quality corn. Huaxia City Lord, could you please share how you acquired the seeds? It was the first time many had encountered food with attributes. Such items were indeed rare and valuable. Though some grumbled about the price being a bit steep, this merchant again, selling at such exorbitant rates. Had it been 10 gold, I would have purchased it. But at this price, I absolutely will not buy. Why sell it cooked? Why not sell it raw? They weren't foolish. They knew selling raw would allow them to plant it. Even if it were me, I wouldn't sell raw corn to you. Selfish. Humph, a bunch of saints. Brother, could you sell me the corn a bit cheaper in private? I can trade you wood. Unparalleled in the world messaged immediately. Su Fang chuckled, anticipating this moment. No problem. 2 pieces of wood for 1 golden quality corn, he replied. Unparalleled in the world was taken aback by Su Fang's generosity and quickly responded, "All right, deal. I'll take 50. Su Fang promptly traded 50 ears of corn to Unparalleled in the world. Had they known the yield of these corns, they would have been consumed by jealousy. After all, for Su Fang, the higher the quality of the corn, the shorter the maturation time and the greater the yield. Alas, these individuals were unlikely to comprehend this. Chapter 19, over 100,000 gold. Brother, where did you get the seeds for the golden corn? Little Butterfly and others immediately inquired. Su Fang continually astonished them at intervals, leaving them both envious and lamenting the perceived injustice of the heavenly Tao. Do you believe me if I say that I created all these seeds myself? Su Fang inquired. You are a human, not a plant. How could you possibly create seeds? You might as well claim you can create people. Xiao Dai retorted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her own boast. For she certainly could not create a human being alone, unless, oh dear, how mortifying. If you wish to purchase, I can offer you a favorable price of 40 gold coins each, Su Fang continued. How about 35? Gold coins are not abundant, she countered. Such remarkable goods were desired by all, and they were acutely aware of the significance of these corn seeds, Xiao Dai included. Very well, Su Fang agreed, subsequently trading 5 ears of corn to her. Shortly thereafter, Jima de Xiangyan sent a message asking, how much stone is required to exchange for 1 corn? Recognizing the directness of Jima de Xiangyan, Su Fang was keen to maintain this valuable partnership, as he would likely rely on this source of stone in the future. 2 pieces of stone for 1 ear, quite a bargain, wouldn't you say? Su Fang replied. At least you have a semblance of conscience. Let us finalize the deal. Jima de Xiangyan expressed his satisfaction. At this stage, no one else required stone. It was only Su Fang who had a need. Thus, Jima de Xiangyan was genuinely pleased with such an exchange rate. Soon, many of Su Fang's acquaintances were trading various materials for golden corn, some offering iron ore, others silver or gold, or using their resources to barter with him. Su Fang remained vigilant, ever attentive to those possessing resources, and upon identifying them, would promptly add them as friends to facilitate substantial exchanges. His collection of resources burgeoned significantly. Although many were not immediately useful, Su Fang anticipated their future utility. Lord, the golden corn seeds yield only purple quality corn. Zhang Sen rushed over, exclaiming, Oh, only purple? Su Fang was taken aback, proceeding to the farmland, where indeed he discovered that the corn produced from these golden seeds was of merely purple quality. Filled with curiosity, he asked, Are these seeds the product of mature golden corn? Indeed, Zhang Sen replied. Su Fang soon grasped the situation. It appeared that only golden corn he had personally fused could produce golden quality corn. Directly planting the seeds from fused golden corn would yield only purple quality seeds. Thus, even if outsiders possessed high quality seeds, relying on such a method to continually cultivate high quality grains was utterly impractical. However, Su Fang could circumvent this. He could refashion these purple corns back into golden ones, thereby ensuring a continuous supply of golden corn, albeit at the cost of mental energy. Yet, in terms of yield, it was entirely worthwhile. Consequently, Su Fang instructed his people to harvest the purple corn, dry it, and deliver it to him. He then transformed the corn back into golden quality and distributed it to his soldiers for planting, thus establishing an endless supply of golden corn. The golden corn sold remarkably well, yielding a considerable amount of gold coins, bringing his total to nearly 100,000, an immense fortune. With such wealth, Su Fang felt assured that he would not need to worry about gold coins for quite some time. He continued to list cooked corn, embarking on a quest to amass wealth from around the world. In the chat room, participants hurled insults while watching Su Fang sell wave after wave of golden corn. They were indeed astonished. left to wonder where Su Fang procured such an abundance of golden corn. Though they were unaware of the exact amount he sold, they could envision the staggering wealth he must possess. This monopolistic venture was undeniably exhilarating, for only Su Fang had such golden corn available for sale. Many were reluctant to buy, yet for their development, the significance of this corn was too great to ignore, compelling them to make purchases. Some even attempted to plant cooked corn, only to discover that once cooked, it could no longer serve as seed. This led to further complaints directed at Su Fang, branding him a mercenary, accusing him of being unscrupulous and untrustworthy. Yet Su Fang paid little heed to such grievances. The exceptional often incite jealousy. He maintained his stance, asserting that he had never coerced anyone into purchasing his goods, but if someone had a need, he could not obstruct their desire. Lord, here are mature golden quality potatoes, apples, sweet potatoes, and cabbages for your inspection. Several soldiers, brimming with excitement, approached him with a collection of freshly harvested crops. Su Fang gazed at the food exuding a faint golden hue and smiled, beginning to assess them. Name, potato, quality, golden, description, consuming it alleviates hunger by 150 for the next 4 hours. While the potato's function was singular, its ability to stave off hunger was invaluable for lords lacking provisions. Providing them to soldiers would ensure their loyalty remained intact. After all, who would fight for a lord that starved them? One potato sustained hunger for 4 hours, and a soldier required only 3 a day, costing 150 gold coins to feed. If a soldier could generate over 150 gold coins in value within a day, it was a worthwhile investment. However, upon comparing the potato's yield to that of corn, Su Fang noted that potatoes produced twice as much. Thus, selling a potato at 50 gold coins would not be feasible. They would surely opt for corn instead. Given that the potato's attributes were slightly inferior to corn, a price of 40 gold coins each seemed reasonable, and he believed many would be willing to accept it. Thus, Su Fang instructed the mass cooking of potatoes and set the price at 40 gold coins. Should sales lag, he was open to adjusting the price. But all depended on market demand. When it came to profit, Su Fang was unequivocally resolute. Following this, Su Fang once again shouted in the chat channel, drawing attention back to his offerings. When others saw the emergence of new food items, the chat room buzzed with excitement once more. Chapter 20, Constructing Fences. Wow, more golden quality potatoes. Where on earth does the Lord of Huaxia City acquire such a plethora of high-grade seeds? Others mused. They wouldn't reveal their secrets to us. Best to wash up and sleep. Sigh. To prevent my soldiers from betraying me, I must reluctantly purchase these potatoes. I cannot afford any losses. I tried one, and indeed it works wonders. I no longer feel hunger at all. Su Fang also sold to his friends at prices significantly lower than the market rate, offering them for 30 to 35 gold coins each. He subsequently added numerous friends, exchanging food for ample resources, and even acquiring several pieces of equipment from foreign acquaintances. Until one foreign lord presented a fence building, seeking to trade it for a large quantity of food. Su Fang was instantly invigorated. This structure was a must-have. Su Fang was surprised that the other party was willing to part with such a building. Were they truly desperate? You have become friends with fighting for freedom. My friend, how much food would you like to exchange for the fence? Su Fang inquired hastily. No, I wish to exchange for seeds, the kind that are uncooked. To fight for freedom spoke up. It was then that Su Fang realized the other party desired to possess the golden seeds, so that they could cultivate golden food just as he did. However, Su Fang couldn't help but chuckle. Without the fusion process he employed, the produce from those seeds would inevitably diminish in quality. The notion that one could amass a plethora of golden quality food through such means was utterly impractical. Once he grasped this reality, Su Fang promptly stated, "You must understand the significance of golden seeds. Acquiring merely a fence structure is far from sufficient." The other party, unaware of this nuance, believed that merely possessing golden seeds would enable them to consistently harvest the highest grade food. Thus, Su Fang seized the opportunity to negotiate for greater profit, as he was the sole owner of such golden quality seeds, and he alone dictated their value. Indeed, the other party recognized the potential of the golden seeds, understanding that possession would lead to a substantial accumulation of gold coins, and thus proposed their offer. I can also provide a weapon blueprint, along with 500 wood and 200 stone. How does that sound? To fight for freedom was evidently willing to sacrifice almost anything for the golden seeds. Just 500 pieces of wood alone were worth 1,000 gold coins. Who knew from where the other party acquired such resources? It was improbable that only Su Fang was graced with fortune. It was merely that he was unaware of the benefits others had obtained. In truth, Su Fang had already profited immensely, though he could not divulge this, and instead replied, "Additionally, I require 500 gold coins. That's unacceptable. The maximum I can offer is 300. To fight for freedom countered. 400. This is my final price," Su Fang insisted. After a considerable pause, "To fight for freedom conceded. Very well." Su Fang felt a surge of joy within and immediately transacted a golden quality potato to them, stating, "The yield from potatoes is quite substantial. You should find them to your liking. I desire golden corn seeds." To fight for freedom clearly understood that potatoes could not be planted immediately. If you don't want them, then forget it. After all, I will inevitably acquire that structure. There are plenty of others who seek golden seeds. Su Fang interjected. All right, I will take the potato seeds. To fight for freedom understood the immense value of the current golden seeds, especially since Su Fang was the only individual in the world who possessed them. It would take some time for the potatoes to sprout, and during this interval, Su Fang could profit. Once the potatoes matured, it would become evident that only purple potatoes could be cultivated, rendering competition in the market futile, for who would covet something devoid of attributes? Su Fang felt that this transaction was decidedly advantageous. Of course, the other party would eventually cultivate blue potatoes from purple ones, which could then yield green potatoes, until they regressed to ordinary potatoes. In retrospect, it wasn't a total loss. It merely required a significant investment of time, and by that point, Su Fang would have likely evolved into an entirely different entity. After the two completed their trade, Su Fang couldn't suppress his laughter. Upon receiving the items, he immediately scrutinized the two blueprints. Item, fence blueprint. Quality white. Description, requires 500 gold coins and 500 wood to construct. This structure demanded a substantial amount of wood for construction. The other party undoubtedly intended to build it themselves, yet for the sake of the golden quality seeds, they relinquished the opportunity, inadvertently benefiting Su Fang. He had only parted with a single potato. 500 gold coins, 500 wood, successfully constructed fence. As the blueprints and wood vanished, Su Fang beheld his entire territory encircled by the fence. By rough estimation, both the length and width of the fence measured 1,010. However, this fence was insufficient to encompass his wooden cabin, having been erected solely outside its confines. Moreover, the fence stood at a modest height of approximately 1.5 meters. Appearing rather flimsy, yet Su Fang was aware that most white structures were of such nature, and merely having a fence was a commendable achievement. After all, he could upgrade the quality of this building later, ensuring no resources were wasted. Due to the diminutive size of the fence, Su Fang would need to elevate its level before he could adequately protect all his structures. He examined the materials required for the upgrade, which still necessitated 500 gold coins and 500 pieces of wood. It seemed that the materials required for the fence upgrade remained consistent. This fence would undoubtedly become the building that consumed the most wood in the future, yet at this stage, it was the only structure capable of enhancing the safety of his territory. Su Fang began reaching out to several friends who sold wood, inquiring if they had any for sale. Although they did have some, they were reluctant to part with large quantities. After gathering some from them, Su Fang set his sights on the broader world, exchanging golden food for wood. 2 corns for 5 pieces of wood. If purchased in bulk, discounts were available. For instance, 10 pieces of wood could be exchanged for 5 golden corns, and 50 pieces of wood could yield 27 corns. In his quest to upgrade the fence, Su Fang decided to be unusually generous. Whenever he had sufficient mental energy, he began fusing golden corn and instructed his soldiers to dry it for planting. After all, it would mature within an hour, yielding a bountiful harvest of golden corn each time. Under this promotional scheme, many began to exchange wood with enthusiasm. Chapter 21. Level 10 Barracks. With such a vast population in the world, it was unnecessary for every individual to partake in the exchange. A mere fraction would suffice for Su Fang to amass a considerable amount of wood. He quickly collected a substantial quantity and discovered that this method of gathering materials was indeed remarkably efficient. 500 gold coins, 500 wood, fence level 1, current level LV2. After the fence was upgraded, its dimensions expanded to 2020, yet it remained inadequate. Su Fang persisted in upgrading it, consuming another 500 gold coins and 500 wood, transforming the fence into 3030. Building, fence. Quality white. Level, LV3. Next upgrade requires 500 gold coins, 500 wood. Description, capable of constructing a barrier to protect your territory from monsters. Su Fang was predominantly engaged in fusing golden seeds. Mental energy had become exceedingly crucial to him. Apart from reserving a modicum of mental energy, he devoted the surplus to merging golden corn. In order to ensure prompt harvesting and planting of corn, Su Fang prepared to have several soldiers take turns guarding the fields. As soon as the corn ripened, it would be swiftly harvested and replanted. Following the planting, they would commence boiling the corn, readying it for exchange for various resources or direct sale for gold coins. Resources had become immensely valuable, and time was of the essence. Today marked the second day, with only 5 days remaining before his territory would lose its protection. What would transpire then remained uncertain. The only path to security was to continually strengthen and upgrade his territory. Subsequently, Su Fang examined the last 3 types of golden food and their attributes. Name, apple. Quality, golden. Description, consuming it restores 150 mental energy within the next 4 hours. Name, sweet potato. Quality, golden. Description, consuming it grants 100 strength for the next 4 hours. Name, cabbage. Quality, golden. Description, consuming it restores 150 health within the next 4 hours. After reviewing these, Su Fang was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that such food possessed these remarkable effects. particularly the apple. It appeared to him as though it were a divine elixir. He is currently troubled by the slow recovery of his mental energy, but unexpectedly, the appearance of this apple is truly fortuitous. Crunch. After washing the apple, Su Fang devours it immediately. This apple is not only fragrant, but also exceptionally crisp and delicious. Upon finishing the apple, he notices a significant acceleration in the recovery of his mental energy. As for the sweet potatoes and cabbages, they are indeed beneficial. Yet it is regrettable that these seeds can only be fused one at a time. If only they could be fused like corn, where multiple could be combined at once, yielding a bountiful harvest of seeds each time. At this stage, it is still more economical for Su Fang to focus on fusing corn, having only fused a few apples, sweet potatoes, and cabbages. Subsequently, Su Fang turned his attention to the weapon blueprint he had acquired. Item: longsword blueprint. Quality: white. Description: requires the consumption of 10 iron ore in the presence of a blacksmithing skill to forge in a blacksmith shop. Although he had obtained a weapon blueprint, he was unable to forge it because it required blacksmithing skills and the construction of a blacksmith shop. At present, it seems no one possesses the means to acquire such a building, rendering the forging impossible. It is no wonder that the individual was willing to trade such a blueprint with him. Nevertheless, Su Fang still believed that collecting it would prove useful. After resting for an hour or two, Su Fang would awaken to fuse more corn, subsequently distributing the freshly cooked corn to his soldiers. He felt a mixture of joy and pain. As he observed his resources multiply, he deemed every effort worthwhile. By morning, he surveyed his resources with great satisfaction. The bounty of the night had significantly enriched his wood supply. Su Fang resolved to upgrade the barracks. Gold, 500. Wood, 500. Barracks level 1, current level LV5. Gold, 1000. Wood, 1000. Barracks level 1, current level LV10. Remarkably, he upgraded the barracks to LV10 in one fell swoop, allowing him to summon an additional 70 soldiers. Heavenly Dao notice. The Lord of Huaxia City is the first to upgrade a building to level 10. Rewards include 2,000 gold, 20 reputation points, 10 free attribute points, and a lucky draw. Once again, the Heavenly Dao provided a notification that Su Fang had not anticipated, triggering another reward. To be honest, he had never imagined that such actions could yield Heavenly Dao rewards, but he was undeniably delighted. He promptly allocated the 10 free attribute points. Consequently, his base attributes surged to 22 points. Coupled with the bonuses from his equipment, his attributes now rivaled that of a level 6 character. Goodness, this Lord of Huaxia City is certainly not making it easy for others. One should be grateful he belongs to our Dragon Rising nation. It is unfortunate that many cannot bear to see others thrive. I must admit, I feel a twinge of envy. This prominent figure must surely be favored by the Heavenly Dao. Brother, please add me as a friend and accept me. The chatroom erupted with envy, jealousy, and resentment. As his friends all simultaneously sent congratulatory messages, it seemed as though they had coordinated their responses, sending their best wishes whenever a Heavenly Dao notification appeared. Su Fang expressed his gratitude in a group message, encouraging them to continue their efforts before commencing the summoning of soldiers. Gold, 100, summon 1 soldier. Gold, 100, summon 1 soldier. After expending 7,000 gold, Su Fang successfully summoned 70 soldiers, bringing the total number of troops in his territory to 100. As for the wooden house construction, that could wait until evening. Eagerly, Su Fang began to claim his rewards from the lucky draw, filled with anticipation regarding what he might receive. After completing the lucky draw, a colossal wheel appeared before him, adorned with an array of items, numbering in the hundreds. The items ranged from white-quality goods to golden ones. The white items were plentiful, followed by green, while golden items were the rarest. Although he could not discern specific details, Su Fang remained hopeful for a remarkable prize. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the button to spin the lucky wheel. The wheel began to spin rapidly, its speed rendering it impossible for Su Fang to track. After a moment, he pressed the stop button. The wheel gradually slowed, and Su Fang's gaze remained fixed upon it. After a minute, the pace of the wheel finally diminished. No, not the white one. Move past it. Su Fang's heart raced as the pointer edged towards the white item. But he exhaled in relief as the wheel continued to spin. The next item was a blue weapon. While not exceptional, it was still commendable. Yet, the wheel was not finished, and it spun again, landing on a green blueprint. Su Fang's heart raced once more. He could only vaguely discern that these items included weapons, blueprints, skills, and even buildings. Please move on to the golden building. He fervently wished for the next item to be a golden building, even though he had no idea what it might be. Golden items represented the pinnacle of quality and were undoubtedly valuable. However, the pointer slowed dramatically, ultimately resting between a green and a golden position. What in the world? Su Fang was at a loss. Congratulations. You have drawn a unique golden building. Holy smokes. He had actually won a golden building. Su Fang was immediately taken aback. He had thought he would narrowly miss out on a golden item, but fortune smiled upon him, granting him a unique golden building. There was only one such structure across the entire lordly continent. Su Fang immediately grasped the building in his hands. It emanated an ethereal energy, reminiscent of a soul, brimming with enigmatic power. The entire structure felt weightless, resembling a 3D model, and appeared extraordinarily peculiar. Su Fang clicked to examine the building's details. Building, Hall of Souls. Quality, unique gold. Level, LV1. To upgrade to the next level requires 200 gold, 200 wood, and 200 soul points. Attributes, automatically absorbs the souls of the deceased within a 100-meter radius of the territory. Current soul points, 0. Description, for every 10,000 soul points consumed, a golden quality hall hero can be summoned from the Hall of Souls. Currently available for summoning, 01. Upon reading this, Su Fang was taken aback. This building could be constructed directly without the need for a site, which was exceedingly convenient. Moreover, it was a summoning-type golden building. However, the requirement for soul points posed a challenge, as they could only be obtained by defeating monsters within the territory's 100-meter radius. Summoning a hero would require a staggering 10,000 soul points, leaving Su Fang perplexed. He had no idea how many soul points a single monster would yield. If a monster only granted him a meager amount, would he really need to slay 10,000 monsters to summon a single hero? Despite the building's formidable potential, he was still uncertain about the nature of the heroes it could summon. Surveying his territory, Su Fang decided to place the building in an open area. Successfully constructed the Hall of Souls. The structure on the ground suddenly transformed into a radiant beam of light, ascending to the center of the territory, resembling an extraordinarily mysterious hall suspended in the air. This revelation left Su Fang utterly astonished, and he soon realized that with but a mere thought, he could transport himself directly to the revered Soul Hall. Intrigued, Su Fang teleported to the top of this magnificent edifice, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the ground, finding himself suspended in the air above the Soul Hall. Observing his surroundings from this elevated vantage point, Su Fang was captivated by the extraordinary sight before him. He discerned that if he stationed soldiers here for reconnaissance, the enemies in the vicinity would be entirely oblivious to their watchful eyes. It was akin to a natural watchtower. Moreover, the structure was encircled by a fence of an indeterminate gray material, emanating a chilling aura that enveloped the entire building. Surveying the area, Su Fang noted that it was predominantly forested, with towering mountains obstructing the view in the distance. At the heart of the Soul Hall stood an ancient bronze door, intricately adorned with carvings of various mythical beasts. As Su Fang endeavored to open the door, a voice interrupted him, stating, "Soul value insufficient, fewer than 10,000. Summoning ritual cannot proceed." Alas, lacking the requisite soul value, even as a lord, he was denied entry. With no recourse, Su Fang retreated. He first ensured that the recently summoned soldiers were well fed, as the provisions in his territory were ample. Only with full bellies could they muster the strength to labor. Although the food had been sold in considerable quantities, the relentless planting throughout the night had yielded sufficient sustenance for all. Once they had dined, Su Fang began assigning tasks for the day. Some soldiers were designated to continue planting crops, others to chop bamboo, while a portion was tasked with logging, and yet another group assigned to fetch water. The rest of the soldiers were naturally sent forth to hunt monsters. With the tasks allocated, the soldiers of the territory began to bustle about, diligently following Su Fang's commands. The greater the number of soldiers, the more tasks they could undertake. As Su Fang and the soldiers stepped outside, they soon encountered several treasure chests alongside a multitude of monsters, which had significantly increased since the previous day. There had been no monsters here yesterday, indicating a recent respawn. These creatures were all level 0. After vanquishing them, Su Fang led his soldiers to the bamboo forest. To his delight, he discovered that the bamboo grove previously chopped down had also been replenished, which was fortuitous for him, as he considered bamboo to be a valuable resource. The more, the better. "Lord, we've spotted monsters in the bamboo grove," one soldier reported. "Oh, in that case, let us assign a portion of the men to hunt the monsters here," Su Fang instructed. He designated some soldiers to eliminate the creatures within the bamboo, while others continued to harvest the bamboo itself. Each soldier carried 2 long pieces of bamboo, and Su Fang directed the remaining soldiers to pair off and pursue monsters elsewhere to gain experience, instructing them to gather the carcasses of the slain creatures for later collection. To bolster their strength, Su Fang distributed 3 sweet potatoes to each soldier. These sweet potatoes not only satiated hunger, but also doubled their strength attributes, with the effects lasting 4 hours. Truly exceptional nourishment. As a new day dawned, Su Fang harbored hopes of better fortune than the day before. If others could acquire architectural blueprints, why should he be any different? Given the number of soldiers, Su Fang opted not to open each treasure chest individually. Instead, he instructed his soldiers to open them upon acquisition and gather the resources within. Having consumed the sweet potatoes, the soldiers' strength attributes doubled, making it no arduous task to confront monsters 1 or 2 levels above them. With their enhanced strength, the soldiers' efficiency in slaying monsters markedly improved, and Su Fang was confident that advancing to level 3 should pose no challenge for them. Meanwhile, he resolved to engage in monster hunting himself, aspiring to level up ahead of the others to secure higher ranks and reap the rewards of the heavenly mandate. Chapter 23. Opening the bronze treasure chest, Su Fang maintained a safe distance from his soldiers, although he sought to level up. He had no intention of plunging into perilous encounters. Should he face formidable monsters, he could swiftly summon his soldiers for support. The soldiers accompanying him were those initially summoned. Now having reached level 2, prompting Su Fang to delve deeper into the wilderness in search of more formidable prey. After dispatching several low-level monsters, Su Fang successfully obtained a few wooden chests, each containing various supplies. As he ventured further into the wild, he soon stumbled upon a pack of more powerful creatures. Monster, Wild Wolf, Quality, White, Level, 5, Skills, Bite, Claw. Description, a fiercely aggressive pack of wolves that engage in group combat. Be wary of being surrounded. The presence of 5 level 5 wild wolves, a pack mentality, intrigued Su Fang, especially as he discerned that they were guarding a bronze treasure chest, its color gleaming under the sun's rays. Surprised, Su Fang noted that there were 8 wolves in total, not an overwhelming number. Now at level 3, bolstered by 3 heavenly rewards to his strength attribute, he had reached 22 points. After consuming the sweet potatoes, his strength attribute doubled to an impressive 44 points. Furthermore, he had dozens of soldiers at his side. While the wolves fought as a pack, Su Fang was not alone in this endeavor. He retrieved several large nets and instructed his soldiers on how to set them up. He explained that once he lured the monsters, they should ensnare the wolves. After preparing the trap, Su Fang attempted to draw a single wolf away, ultimately provoking 6 of them to pursue him, leaving only 2 steadfastly guarding the chest. Reducing their numbers was advantageous. Once the wolves were lured, Su Fang swiftly made his way to the ambush position. The wolves were fast, but so too was Su Fang, whose agility attribute allowed him to outpace them. Ready, Su Fang called, halting in front of the trap. Pull, he shouted. The soldiers immediately tugged on the ropes, ensnaring 3 wolves that began to thrash violently. However, a soldier swiftly produced a bamboo spear and lunged at the suspended wolves. Su Fang followed suit, driving his spear into one of the captured wolves, delivering a fatal blow that pierced its neck. Experience points, 70. The experience points were credited solely to him, indicating that the soldiers who set the trap did not receive any. This was a commendable yield, without assistance. Even a level 5 individual would struggle to easily defeat a level 5 wild wolf. After slaying the 3 ensnared wolves, 3 remained, which the other soldiers managed to corral together using their bamboo spears. The remaining wolves snarled menacingly, baring their teeth and preparing to attack. With prolonged exposure to these creatures, Su Fang had learned to interpret their aggressive postures. After dispatching 1 wolf, he charged at the remaining 3, brandishing his bamboo spear and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Thrusting forward, he managed to wound a wolf, prompting the other soldiers to attack in unison, swiftly bringing down one of the remaining beasts. The last 2 wolves, enraged, lunged at the soldiers but were soon overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of bamboo spears. In the end, they too were defeated. The slain wolves yielded a few gold coins, which the soldiers eagerly collected as Su Fang set about harvesting their carcasses. Once the harvesting was complete, the soldiers retrieved the nets, noting that one had sustained a small tear but was still usable. They began to approach the 2 wild wolves guarding the treasure chests, which howled ferociously in defiance. Yet their threats proved ineffective against Su Fang and his companions. Armed with bamboo poles, Su Fang and his group cautiously advanced towards the wolves, who ultimately launched a vicious attack, charging at them. Su Fang skillfully targeted one wolf, thrusting a bamboo pole into its mouth with great force, piercing through its maw. Swiftly drawing his sword, he plunged it into the creature's body once more. After a brief struggle, the wolf collapsed. The other wolf also fell victim to the soldiers' relentless assault. Defeating foes beyond their level yielded greater experience points. Su Fang approached the bronze treasure chest and opened it, a flash of green light revealing an item of green quality within. His heart soared upon discovering a spear, a weapon he had long desired. It was a stroke of serendipity, as he had yearned for a spear technique for ages, and now it had finally materialized. He examined the weapon's details. Equipment, willow leaf spear. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength 12, agility 4. The significant boost of 12 strength and 4 agility was exhilarating, elevating Su Fang's strength attribute to an impressive 56 points. The strength attribute from the equipment did not double, but rather complemented his inherent strength. Even so, he was thoroughly satisfied. Continuing his journey, Su Fang's joy was palpable. The bronze treasure chest had yielded green equipment, inspiring him to seek out more. He soon spotted another wild wolf, this one solitary, and confidently declared, "I shall handle this wolf alone." With the spear in hand, Su Fang felt emboldened, for he had wielded a spear for a lifetime and possessed immense confidence. As he approached the wolf, it too was undaunted and charged towards him, with a resounding crash. As the wolf lunged, Su Fang raised his spear, launching it into the air, sending it crashing violently against a tree. The wolf did not perish immediately. Su Fang advanced once more, fiercely stabbing at its head. The overwhelming force immediately pierced through its skull, and after a moment of resistance, the beast succumbed. Experience points, 70. Su Fang moved forward to collect his spoils. Wolf, fur 1. Wolf meat 1. Wolf whip 1. Shortly thereafter, he encountered several more wild wolves. Initially believing the area to be rife with bronze treasure chests, he quickly realized his error. Such chests were indeed rare, and his earlier find had been a stroke of good fortune. Though bronze chests were scarce, wooden and iron boxes could be found, some guarded by wolves while others were not. Additionally, Su Fang discovered another monster nearby. Monster, wild sheep. Quality white. Level 4. Skill. Charge. Description: beware of these sheep's charge. The consequences can be dire. These wild sheep were not inherently aggressive. They would only attack if provoked within their range. Chapter 24, Equipment Repair Stone. Similar to the wild wolves, these sheep were creatures of group attack, and their numbers far exceeded those of the wolves. The flock before Su Fang consisted of over 20 sheep. Among them lay a black iron treasure chest. Su Fang devised a plan for an ambush, instructing his soldiers to tie themselves to tree trunks. When he drew the sheep's attention, the soldiers would pull the ropes, launching their surprise attack once the sheep were down. Ready, Su Fang commenced his baiting strategy, leveraging his high agility. As he entered the sheep's aggro range, they indeed pursued him. However, the distant sheep remained unaware, and only a handful followed. With a thunderous clash, the flock charged at Su Fang, oblivious to the hidden soldiers flanking them. As the sheep entered the ambush zone, the leading sheep stumbled, careening to the ground and sliding several meters before coming to a halt. The following sheep collided with it, resulting in a chaotic tumble. 6 or 7 sheep fell, and the soldiers seized the moment, launching their assault with bamboo poles. The sheep cried out in agony, attempting to rise and retaliate, but the sheer number of soldiers and their swift strikes overwhelmed them. One by one, the wild sheep fell, ultimately vanquished by Su Fang and his troops. Utilizing this strategy, Su Fang eliminated the entire flock. Level increased to 4, earning 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Upon leveling up, Su Fang swiftly allocated his attribute points and began merging corn. Each advancement restored his body to its prime state, proving that even in disrepair, one could recover fully upon leveling up. Therefore, no matter the affliction, a lord who had leveled up emerged in a state of health. Sheephorn 2. Sheepskin 1. Sheepmeat 1. After efficiently processing the spoils, they could enjoy a delightful lamb hot pot that evening. Lamb meat was a prized commodity, suitable for grilling, hot pot, or stewing. Opening the black iron treasure chest among the sheep, Su Fang discovered a white quality shield, decent enough, as it at least constituted equipment. At this stage, gear remained vital for them. Su Fang continued to hunt wild sheep and wolves, slaying wave after wave of monsters, rapidly accumulating experience points, and elevating the soldiers' levels to 3. Soon after, Su Fang uncovered a remarkable item known as the Equipment Repair Stone, capable of restoring durability to equipment. However, being of white quality, it could only restore the durability of white equipment to 100. If used on green equipment, it would only restore 50, for blue equipment, 20, and for purple, merely 5. The white Equipment Repair Stone could not repair gold equipment, which required a higher tier repair stone. Upon discovering this item, Su Fang recognized its immense importance. Every piece of equipment possessed durability, and should it decline to 1, it would effectively be rendered useless. Even golden equipment, if its durability fell too low, would meet the same fate, underscoring the value of the Equipment Repair Stone. This item would undoubtedly become a rarity in the future. Regrettably, he had only found 1. Whether others had found any remained uncertain. Su Fang was confident he was not alone in his fortune. With so many players globally, there were bound to be a few with good luck. After dispatching several more flocks of wild sheep, Zhang Sen excitedly reported to Su Fang, "Lord, I have discovered a wild sheep boss." "Oh, a boss," Su Fang exclaimed, his spirits lifting. Not only was it a boss, but a green one at that. Although it was surrounded by a multitude of sheep, Zhang Sen continued, but Su Fang interjected, "Can't you just finish your thought in one go?" "Huh. I was just too excited." Zhang Sen replied with a chuckle. The drop rate of the boss has significantly improved, and it is capable of yielding exceptional items that ordinary creatures cannot compare to. Su Fang promptly followed Zhang Sen to investigate, discovering that this herd of wild sheep not only numbered in the hundreds, but also contained a bronze-colored treasure chest. Goodness, there must be at least several hundred of them. Su Fang marveled at the sight of the sheep. Despite their abundance, Su Fang and his companions had gained ample experience in dealing with such herds. Furthermore, he was not far from reaching the threshold of level 5. Su Fang began to strategize once more, luring the sheep in waves into the forest for elimination. Each time he lured a group of monsters, his experience points surged considerably. Level increased to 5, awarded 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Finally, Su Fang reached level 5 and proceeded to allocate his attribute points before merging corn, judiciously utilizing his mental energy without waste. With hundreds of wild sheep to slay, they had ample targets. After leveling up to 5, the experience gained from defeating these lesser monsters diminished, yet the sheer number of creatures ensured a substantial increase in points. Each wild sheep yielded 78 experience points. The process of dispatching these wild sheep was not entirely smooth, as some soldiers sustained minor injuries, though nothing serious. Soon enough, soldiers began to level up in pairs, their ranks rising to level 4, thus hastening their hunting pace. Following the slaughter of numerous wild sheep, Su Fang's level ascended to 6. Upon reaching level 6, he found that each encounter with these sheep now awarded him only 45 experience points. It wasn't until the afternoon that they finished vanquishing all the sheep they could attract, at which point Su Fang's level had escalated to 7, while his soldiers achieved level 5. Within the flock of wild sheep remained a solitary level 5 green quality boss and a dozen ordinary level 4 sheep, which could not be drawn to them. Therefore, Su Fang charged directly with his soldiers. The rewards from this herd were plentiful, particularly in terms of experience, propelling his level directly to 7, only 3 levels shy of the coveted level 10. Monster, wild sheep boss. Quality, green. Level, 5. Skills, charge, horn. Description, the leader of a flock of wild sheep, known for its irritable temperament and formidable strength, do not be caught by its horns. Chapter 25, Slaying the Green Boss. The boss Su Fang had previously defeated was a white one at level 2, whereas this one was green and at level 5. However, Su Fang's strength had also grown, having reached level 7, his attributes undoubtedly surpassing those of this boss. Zhang-san, I leave the ordinary wild sheep to you. Su Fang commanded. Rest assured, my lord, you focus solely on that boss, Zhang-san replied, rallying his soldiers to engage the ordinary sheep. Meanwhile, Su Fang brandished his willow leaf spear, directing his gaze toward the wild sheep boss, which was anything but docile. Upon spotting Su Fang, it charged at him with remarkable speed. Its collision force was undoubtedly tremendous, and it radiated a faint green glow, its size approximately 15 times that of a typical wild sheep. Su Fang swiftly sidestepped, thrusting his spear at the boss. Thud! The boss bellowed, pivoting to launch another assault against Su Fang. Its attack method resembled that of a bullfight, lowering its head to ram into its target. Su Fang evaded once more, stabbing at the boss again, with his current speed and strength. Defeating this boss was merely a matter of time. The boss repeatedly charged at Su Fang, but each time, it was thwarted. Its pristine white wool was now stained with blood. As the boss lost more blood and accumulated scars, even the mightiest of monsters could not withstand such relentless attacks. Su Fang remained vigilant. A creature's final assault could be its most lethal. Until he heard the sound of experience points being awarded, he would not let his guard down. Boom. The boss finally collapsed, gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death, yet not entirely extinguished. Su Fang approached from behind, delivering a decisive thrust to the boss's neck. The boss leaped in agony, and Su Fang quickly withdrew his spear, witnessing the creature struggle for a while before finally succumbing. Experience points, 80. Reputation, 10. Even with a level difference of 2, the boss provided an abundance of experience. Furthermore, it surprisingly yielded a reward of 10 reputation points. Heavenly Dao notification. The Lord of Huaxiao City is the first to slay a green quality boss, rewarded with 20 free attribute points and 20 reputation points. Su Fang was taken aback by the rewards, as he received 20 free attribute points, 10 more than before, along with an additional 10 reputation points. It seemed that defeating bosses of varying qualities came with rewards. Perhaps only by defeating a blue quality boss would he earn further accolades. Bosses are not as commonplace as cabbages. Only those with strength can hope to encounter them, while the weak merely become fodder. Su Fang allocated the additional 20 attribute points according to his previous ratios. At this juncture, he had accrued an extra 50 free attribute points from the Heavenly Dao rewards. The chat room erupted with excitement once more. But Su Fang was unfazed and chose to ignore it. His friends sent congratulatory messages, to which he responded with a customary thank you. What delighted Su Fang most was not merely the experience or reputation, but rather the spoils dropped by the boss. In addition to a handful of coins, this boss had surprisingly produced a piece of green equipment. The potency of green equipment could be inferred from the strength of the willow leaf spear in his possession. It was a pair of boots, and upon examining its attributes, he discovered equipment, goat boots. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, agility 15. Although it only augmented his agility by 15 points, it was still quite commendable, equivalent to 1.5 attribute points. After equipping them, Su Fang felt his speed increase, though he required a brief period to adjust. After running a short distance, he quickly acclimated to the enhanced speed, feeling quite satisfied. Su Fang began to harvest the boss's remains. Wool, 1. Horns, 1. First order crystal core, 1. He had acquired yet another crystal core. With this crystal core, he could finally upgrade the crystal. The territory's crystal required a first-order crystal core for its enhancement, and currently, such cores could only be obtained from bosses. My lord, we have slain all the other wild sheep, Zhang-san reported eagerly, gathering the sheep carcasses together. Excellent. Now bring over that bronze treasure chest, Su Fang instructed. At once, Zhang-san promptly moved to retrieve the bronze chest and presented it before Su Fang. After Su Fang had gathered all the wild sheep, he finally took the bronze chest and opened it. A radiant green light emerged, revealing another item of green quality. A blueprint materialized before him, and upon inspection, Su Fang discovered it was a blueprint for a green wooden house. It appeared that he could once again fuse his green wooden house into a blue one. This brought him immense joy, as it meant he would have a more comfortable dwelling. At last, Su Fang had acquired a building blueprint, and the fact that he had obtained it himself made him feel that his luck was not in vain. As time was already late, Su Fang, accompanied by his soldiers, embarked on a path they had not traversed before, allowing them to hunt more monsters and open additional chests. After slaying dozens of minor creatures, they stumbled upon a dozen wooden boxes filled with various supplies, including clothing, shampoo, soy sauce, and more. Su Fang first made his way to the lakeside, collecting all the water he had gathered, and then began to sell it. Next, he removed his clothing and jumped into the lake to bathe. He noticed that there were indeed fish in the water, but he had not attempted to catch any previously. He planned to make a few bamboo rafts the following day to have the soldiers fish. However, the lake was not without its dangers, as he soon spotted a fish over 2 meters long charging towards him. Su Fang swiftly drew his willow leaf spear and thrust it at the fish. Blood erupted from the water as the creature struggled and sank, but Su Fang pursued it, attacking the large fish several more times. Minutes later, the fish finally succumbed. Experience gained, 20. With his enhanced attributes, Su Fang felt confident that even if he battled underwater for several minutes, he would face no issues. His hesitation to enter the lake before stemmed from his lack of strength, which had prevented him from diving in easily. Even now, he felt it prudent not to venture too far into the lake, for who knew what formidable monsters lurked beneath the surface. Chapter 26. Upgrade Crystal. Upon dragging the slain fish ashore, he observed the water surface thrashing about, revealing a multitude of fish that swam towards the bloodied area. In no time, the blood had vanished. This lake is indeed perilous, Su Fang mused. He decided it would be wise to reconsider fishing tomorrow, as the lake posed considerable risks. Moreover, he currently had no shortage of food, and losing a soldier due to fishing would be a grave miscalculation. Every soldier in the territory was invaluable, and he could not afford any mishaps. After collecting the fish, Su Fang made his way to the bamboo grove, where a soldier, upon spotting him, hurried over, beaming with excitement. "My lord, we have good news. We have discovered a vein of ore." "What? A vein of ore?" Su Fang exclaimed, genuinely delighted, and quickly inquired. "Where's the vein? Take me there at once." For the territory, any ore vein was a vital resource, and at this time, any discovery was a cause for celebration. "Do you know what kind of ore it is?" Su Fang pressed. "It's iron ore," replied the soldier. "Iron ore, a splendid resource. It is essential for crafting equipment. Though we cannot forge equipment just yet, these resources will eventually prove useful. The iron mine is right behind the bamboo grove. I will lead you there now." The soldier promptly guided Su Fang to the back of the grove, adding, "After we discovered the vein, we took the initiative to mine some." Su Fang nodded, immensely pleased, and said, "The territory is in dire need of resources, and you have done exceptionally well. I currently have nothing to reward you with, but I will ensure you receive ample food. As long as we can eat our fill, the stronger the territory becomes, the better we shall live," the soldier replied. Su Fang was content. Their strong sense of belonging to the territory was a commendable development, reflecting his capabilities as a qualified lord. As long as the soldiers were well fed, issues of desertion would be minimal. If soldiers were underfed and burdened with tasks, their loyalty would understandably wane. After some time, Su Fang discovered a small hill behind the bamboo grove, which housed a mine. Upon entering, he immediately heard the sound of clanging metal. Inside, 2 soldiers were diligently mining iron ore, and a substantial pile of iron ore had already accumulated. "My lord," the soldiers greeted him as they noticed his presence. Su Fang nodded approvingly, and said, "You have all worked hard. The day is getting late. Let us return to mining tomorrow. Be sure to wash up by the lake. But do not venture too deep. There are numerous formidable fish monsters lurking there." "Yes, my lord." The soldiers nodded in agreement and departed. Su Fang collected all the iron ore, discovering several hundred units, an impressive haul from their mining efforts. Following this, he visited the area where the soldiers were chopping wood and gathered the timber, which was in even greater abundance. With a green quality axe in hand, and the sustenance replenishing his energy and enhancing his strength, his efficiency was naturally elevated. Finally, Su Fang returned to the territory, where the soldiers brought back all the monster corpses they had collected that day. He began to gather the remains and instructed the soldiers. "These are the golden seeds I have fused. Take them and plant them." "Yes," the soldiers responded, each attending to their tasks, some planting, others cooking, and still others fetching water. Today, they had managed to create 2 large vats capable of holding a significant amount of water, which pleased Su Fang greatly. After completing his collections, Su Fang enjoyed a delicious meal while simultaneously selling water, meat, and food. After several hours of busyness, he finally arrived at the crystal to inspect the structure. Building, crystal. Quality, white. Level, LV1, requires 200 gold coins, 2 tier 1 crystal cores for upgrade. Durability, 100. Description, safeguard your crystal. It is the most vital element for the Lord. Once shattered, you will be unable to remain in the Lord's world. Now, Su Fang possessed 2 Tier 1 crystal cores, allowing him to upgrade the crystal. 200 gold coins, 2 Tier 1 crystal cores, crystal level 1, current level LV2. Your territory may be upgraded. Would you like to proceed? Oh, the territory can be upgraded again. Although Su Fang was uncertain what changes would ensue from the upgrade, he was certain it would yield benefits. 100 gold coins, territory successfully upgraded to level 2. Yet, there were still no apparent changes. It seemed the territory's level was still too low. Su Fang found it hard to believe that upgrading would have no effect whatsoever. Subsequently, he noticed someone in the world selling weapon blueprints, prompting him to add that person as a friend. You are now friends with this ridiculous world. It turned out to be the renowned Lord of Huaxia City. This ridiculous world proactively messaged Su Fang. Just luck, I won't bore you with small talk. Show me your blueprints and let me know your prices. Su Fang quickly replied. Alright. This ridiculous world first showed Su Fang the blueprints. To his surprise, there were 2 blueprints, both for equipment, one for a sword and the other for armor, both requiring iron ore and a blacksmith. What are your prices? Gold coins, resources, or food? Su Fang inquired. Truly, a wealthy individual. You have more confidence than others. In exchange, I need to trade for the golden seeds you possess. This ridiculous world proposed. This frustrating world, he remarked directly. You expect to exchange my seeds for just these 2 equipment blueprints? I must decline your offer. Su Fang rejected the proposal without hesitation. Had it been a building blueprint, he might have considered it, but equipment blueprints simply did not warrant such a trade. These are 2 equipment blueprints, and you don't even want to negotiate? This frustrating world persisted, unwilling to concede. Do you truly believe these blueprints hold significant value? Or do you presume I lack such blueprints myself? Perhaps you think anyone is capable of forging equipment at this stage? Su Fang retorted. The other party was well aware that those seeking to purchase these blueprints merely aimed to collect them. None were willing to meet the price he demanded. If you overestimate the worth of these blueprints, then by all means, keep them. There will undoubtedly be plenty more to come. To think you would trade my golden seeds for just these 2 blueprints. Clearly, you have yet to grasp reality, Su Fang scornfully remarked. Then, perhaps I could offer food instead. This frustrating world suggested, realizing Su Fang was not particularly interested in his blueprints. Others simply could not provide anything substantial for the trade. Selling to Su Fang was the wisest choice. In the end, Su Fang successfully exchanged some golden food for the 2 blueprints. Unparalleled in the world subsequently messaged Su Fang, inquiring, Brother, do you have anything of value to show me? Su Fang understood that this individual was a significant supplier of timber. The more wood he amassed, the more he could trade. Thus, he promptly showcased the golden sweet potato. Upon seeing it, Unparalleled in the world was astounded and exclaimed, Wow, brother, have you become a wholesale dealer of golden seeds? You possess such extraordinary items. I have but one request. Please sell it to me. Selling for gold was out of the question. That would forever remain impossible. I only desire your timber, Su Fang replied. Alright, brother. If you sell me this golden quality sweet potato, I will be able to chop down more timber and will definitely offer you more in trade. It's a win-win situation. Unparalleled in the world was practically salivating at the thought of the sweet potato, which granted a doubling of strength. An astonishing attribute indeed. Consuming it would transform one into a formidable figure in an instant. Upon hearing Unparalleled in the world's words, Su Fang chuckled. He was not concerned about the other party not taking the bait. Individuals like this were merely tools he wouldn't mind having more of. Let me clarify. This item is solely for use by your own territory's people. Should I discover you selling it to others, you can forget about trading with me in the future. Su Fang stated. Brother, I assure you, I would never sell such a valuable item to anyone else. I can barely keep enough for myself. Unparalleled in the world insisted. Not foolish enough to overlook the tremendous value of the item, he understood that Su Fang was willing to trade due to his substantial timber supply. 100 pieces of timber for one golden sweet potato was an unquestionably fair price. Su Fang decided not to haggle. He calculated that, with 4 hours of doubled strength, he could fell over 200 units of timber, even if the soldiers were of lower level. Consuming the sweet potato would still yield far better results than not consuming it at all, and the benefits increased with level progression. Although Unparalleled in the world felt he was at a disadvantage, he recognized that higher levels meant stronger soldiers and greater enhancement effects. Alright, Unparalleled in the world agreed, albeit knowing he would be exploited. Yet, Su Fang was right. Consuming the sweet potato was vastly superior to not consuming it. However, Unparalleled in the world could only redeem 5 sweet potatoes initially to assess their effects. Next, Su Fang sent a similar message to Lonely Cigarette, asking, Hey, buddy, I have something you might be interested in. Upon hearing this, Lonely Cigarette immediately inquired, What valuable item do you have? I know you need stone. We can trade. Lonely Cigarette was no fool. He was aware that Su Fang was likely eyeing his stone supply. After all, Su Fang was currently his biggest client, and he sourced many of his goods from him. When Lonely Cigarette saw the attributes of the golden sweet potato, he was astonished and quickly began inquiring about Su Fang's demands. Thus, Su Fang successfully exploited another lord serving him. He viewed this as a mutually beneficial arrangement. Finally, Su Fang turned his attention to Heavenly Mountain Child, asking, "I have something you are sure to like. Take a look." Heavenly Mountain Child promptly queried, "How much soil do you require? I prefer conducting business with intelligent individuals. You recognize the value of this item." Following this, Su Fang entered into negotiations with Heavenly Mountain Child and, after some haggling, successfully agreed on a price, acquiring a substantial amount of soil in the process. After amassing a significant array of resources, Su Fang brought forth the green wooden house blueprint, discovering that it could merge directly without the need for construction. He checked his mental energy, which was nearly restored. Merging high-quality items required more mental energy. So Su Fang began to merge the green building blueprint with the existing wooden house. At the moment the merging was complete, a blue light flashed before Su Fang's eyes, and the wooden house expanded in size. Not only did the structure become sturdier, but its design also grew notably more exquisite, merged into a blue-quality wooden house. A high-quality wooden house certainly looked exceptional. Su Fang was quite pleased as he examined the attributes of the wooden house. Building, wooden house. Quality, blue. Level, LV4, requires 500 gold, 500 timber to upgrade to the next level. Description: this is an exquisite house that not only provides shelter from the wind and rain, but also automatically repels mosquitoes and prevents moisture. Both the barracks and the wooden house needed to be upgraded first. 500 gold, 500 timber, wooden house level 1, current level LV5. 1000 gold, 1000 timber. Wooden house level 1, current level LV10. Upon upgrading the wooden house to level 10, it grew even larger. Su Fang observed that now it could comfortably accommodate over 100 individuals without issue. Next, Su Fang turned his attention to upgrading the farmland. He raised its level directly to LV6, but found he lacked sufficient soil, as Heavenly Mountain Child had limited supplies. He would have to wait until the following day to trade again. Subsequently, Su Fang upgraded the fence to LV6. Finally, he attempted to upgrade the barracks, but could only raise it by one level. 1200 gold, 1200 timber, barracks level 1, current level LV11. After upgrading the barracks to level 11, he could summon an additional 20 soldiers. As before, Su Fang planned to wait until the following morning to conduct the summoning. In the time ahead, Su Fang prioritized upgrading the barracks, hoping that reaching level 20 would trigger a divine reward. He also devised a plan for the next day, to elevate his own level to 10. Upon entering the blue-quality wooden house, Su Fang felt a remarkable increase in comfort. The rooms had multiplied, and the interior space had expanded significantly, allowing for more items to be placed within. Most importantly, the wooden house now featured a kitchen, enabling him to cook meals there without needing to do so outside any longer. Chapter 28, The Green Monster Horde. Tonight's dinner was exceptionally lavish, featuring not only succulent lamb, but also a rich fish soup. With the advent of the kitchen, the preparation of meals has become more convenient and efficient, resulting in dishes that are considerably more delectable. As the soldiers savored their meals, each face radiated happiness and contentment. They were thoroughly satiated. Today's hunt yielded an abundance of monsters, leading to an ample collection of meat, which sold remarkably well. Lamb, in particular, was in high demand, followed closely by wolf meat, which, while not as popular, was still quite palatable, surpassing that of dog meat. After the meal, Su Fang reclined on his soft bed and opened the chat channel. Another day of painful solitude had passed. Every night, he endured the chill, as this wretched dwelling offered no respite from the wind. Everyone shared the same plight. Finding a decent house was a luxury, and merely having a place to stay was a blessing. Currently, he found himself huddled with the soldiers, which provided a semblance of warmth. For us, the paramount concerns are sustenance and shelter. If these issues remain unresolved, the soldiers' loyalty will wane too swiftly. It is infuriating. He had merely provided a meal for the soldiers, yet 2 individuals had the audacity to flee. These scoundrels failed to consider that he himself was not well fed. The yield from the fields was woefully inadequate, scarcely enough to feed 10 individuals. Though the monsters outside could serve as a food source, the lack of clean water for processing was an agonizing reality. He longed to escape this place, yet felt an attachment that held him back. At this stage, the majority were still troubled by the scarcity of food and shelter. The white-quality seeds yielded disappointingly low harvests. Without upgrading the farmland, that small plot of land would not suffice to alleviate the situation. Nevertheless, they could still hunt monsters for sustenance. Yet the challenge of processing the animal carcasses confounded everyone. Even a wild chicken posed a dilemma. If one did not know how to prepare it, how could it be consumed? Presently, food remained highly marketable, especially Su Fang's golden quality provisions, which were snatched up almost instantaneously upon listing. Through this method, Su Fang amassed a considerable amount of resources. Among these was a material known as clay. Although he was uncertain of its immediate applications, he knew that resources must possess some utility. Upon checking his gold coins, he found his total had reached around 300,000, a sum that brought him genuine joy. Su Fang desired to purchase more soil, but aside from Tianshan Tonglao, he had yet to discover anyone else selling it, indicating that such resources were not widely available. He believed that Tianshan Tonglao had undoubtedly reaped significant benefits from this resource, as any lord would inevitably require soil to upgrade their farmlands. He wished to acquire mining picks, axes, or saws, but regrettably, none were available for sale. Such tools were essential for resource gathering, and given their universal need, it was unlikely anyone would sell them. Thus, the day passed uneventfully. The following morning, Fang resumed listing the corn that the soldiers had cooked the previous night. He exchanged the corn for resources, which could be traded for timber, stone, soil, clay, and other materials. Once the corn was listed, lords from across the globe took note, and the exchange rate had risen significantly compared to the previous day, leading many to denounce Fang as unscrupulous. Some even vowed not to purchase, yet his goods sold out rapidly. And Fang remained oblivious to the messages and criticisms directed at him. Even if he were aware, he would not have paid them any mind. The attributes of golden food were simply too powerful. There would always be astute individuals willing to buy from the resources acquired. It became evident that Tianshan Tonglao was not the sole possessor of soil. Fang gathered a substantial haul of materials and began upgrading the farmland, elevating its level directly to LV10. He then proceeded to enhance the barracks to LV13, enabling him to summon an additional 60 soldiers. After spending 6,000 gold coins to summon these soldiers, Fang set about assigning tasks for the 120 troops. Having arranged their duties, he continued his efforts to strengthen his territory. Today marked the 4th day, and the end of the 7-day novice protection period loomed ever closer. Fang needed to fortify his domain expeditiously. As he stepped outside the territory, he immediately encountered a level 1 monster, which confirmed that the number and level of monsters outside his domain were indeed increasing daily. Some soldiers would be assigned to mine iron, a crucial resource for the future, while the monsters in the bamboo grove also required elimination. As for the fish in the lake, Fang, not currently in need of food, chose to postpone any attempts to catch them, planning to net some when he felt the need. Once the soldiers were allocated their tasks, Fang led them into the wilderness to hunt monsters. Each day saw an increase in monster populations, and correspondingly, treasure chests also multiplied. Before long, they discovered numerous chests and unearthed a variety of materials, though wooden chests predominated, with black iron chests remaining a rarity. The bronze chests were certainly guarded by monsters, and there were many in number. Fang had grown considerably stronger and thus charged into the throngs of lower-level monsters, inflicting wounds upon them and allowing the novice soldiers to deliver the final blows. Their levels quickly ascended, and with the presence of higher-level soldiers nearby, no injuries were sustained. They soon ventured into the territory of wild sheep and wolves, creatures that no longer posed any threat to Fang. He continued to lead the soldiers in their hunt. The experience gained from these encounters was minimal, prompting Fang to instruct the soldiers to persist in hunting wild sheep and wolves while he guided Zhang Yi to Zhangshi deeper into the wilderness. Before long, he encountered a group of level 8 monsters. Monster, wild bison. Quality, green. Level, 8. Skill, charge. Description, an irascible wild bison. If one encroaches upon its territory, it will launch a fierce assault. To his astonishment, a green monster horde. Fang marveled. Green quality monsters were vastly superior to their white counterparts. Furthermore, these creatures offered abundant experience. The wild bison, high in level and non-aggressive unless provoked, posed no immediate threat as long as one kept their distance. The thought of the beef had Fang contemplating its preparation. Should it be stewed or stir-fried? He believed the beef would fetch a good price, much like lamb, garnering considerable interest. Naturally, Fang would not recklessly charge into the herd of wild bison, for their brute strength was formidable, and he had no desire to be pursued by these powerful creatures. Chapter 29, The Blue Quality Monster. Fang began to lure the monsters, tossing stones at one of the wild bison, which indeed left the herd and charged after him. Remarkably, only one had followed, making the situation manageable. Fang smiled, leading the solitary bison to a distant thicket, where he instructed the soldiers to encircle it. The wild bison, incensed, began to charge the soldiers. Fang quickly cautioned, "Dodge. Do not engage it head-on." The bison's charge was immensely powerful, and the soldiers, being of lower levels, would surely sustain injuries if struck. Then, Fang recalled that wild bison seemed particularly responsive to red objects. He produced a red pair of underpants and waved them aloft, much like a matador, calling out to the bison, "Look here, old bull." Upon noticing the crimson undergarment in Fang's hand, the bison indeed redirected its focus towards him and charged forth. As the formidable beast barreled towards him, Fang nimbly sidestepped and placed the red garment before a nearby tree. With a resounding thud, the bison collided violently with the trunk of the tree and collapsed to the ground. "Kill!" Fang commanded, advancing to thrust his spear at the creature's neck. The sheer force of his attack penetrated the bison's throat, eliciting a series of agonizing bellows as it flailed about wildly. The raw power unleashed by the bison at that moment was terrifying, prompting Fang to instruct his soldiers to retreat immediately, lest they be harmed. Without even having the time to withdraw his spear, he distanced himself and drew his bow, aiming an arrow at the bison's head. With a swift whoosh, the arrow struck true, finding its mark with precision. The bison let out a wail, thrashing once more in its death throes. Su Fang unleashed 2 more arrows, exacerbating its suffering, until, succumbing to its wounds, the bison finally fell. Experience points, 20. The green creatures yielded more than mere experience. But as the kill was shared among 11 individuals, the distribution varied. Su Fang, being of a higher level, received a lesser share, while the other soldiers benefited more. A few gold coins materialized from the creature, but Su Fang had long since learned not to expect any equipment drops from lesser beasts. He instructed his soldiers to draw the monster's attention while he began to harvest the bison's carcass. Beef, 3. Beef stomach, 1. Beef tendon, 1. The bison's considerable size meant an ample yield of meat. One such creature could provide a wealth of resources, and Su Fang deemed it a worthwhile endeavor. With each encounter, they grew increasingly adept at dealing with these bison. Su Fang even tasked his soldiers with digging a pitfall trap, reasoning that if a bison were to fall into it, slaying the creature would be significantly simpler. Once the trap was ready, the soldiers lured a bison into it and relentlessly attacked from above. With this strategy, one bison after another met their end at their hands. Other soldiers leveled up first, followed by Su Fang. Level increased to 8, gained 10 attribute points and 1 skill point. After allocating his attribute points, they continued to ensnare more bison. Su Fang then listed some beef for sale, pricing it at 3 pieces of beef for 1 unit of wood. At least 5 pieces would be necessary. This was beef, after all, and the monster's level was uncertain, yet it appeared quite appealing. Brother, the price is exorbitant, some protested. Indeed, just 3 pieces of beef? It should be 10. Chat channel. Questions about the monster's level arose, and some urged Su Fang to raise his prices, yet buyers still emerged. Observing the transactions, Su Fang decided against increasing the price and proceeded to list all the beef he had collected. Gradually, buyers acquired the beef, granting Su Fang a substantial amount of wood in return. After slaying the final bison, he approached the treasure chest guarded by the herd, discovering a black iron chest. Upon opening it, he found a hoe. It was a decent find. A hoe was an essential tool for farming and indispensable for digging traps. With one more hoe, he could dig another pitfall. Su Fang continued his search for the next wave of monsters and soon stumbled upon a solitary level 7 creature. Monster, wild deer. Quality white. Level 8. Skills, none. Description, a docile wild deer that flees from unfamiliar species. This was the only non-aggressive wild creature Su Fang had encountered, but upon seeing the majestic antlers adorning its head, he resolved not to let it escape. Surround it, he commanded his soldiers. Lacking confidence in his archery skills, he feared the deer might evade capture. The soldiers encircled the creature, and Su Fang took aim with his bow. Whoosh! His arrow struck the deer's body. Yet it did not fell the beast, which promptly bolted. Surround it, the soldiers urged, encasing the deer once more. Su Fang loosed another arrow, this time hitting its thigh. The deer collapsed, and Su Fang approached to deliver the final blow. Experience, 50. The experience from this deer was solely his to claim, without the soldiers' encirclement. Catching it would have proven quite challenging due to its swiftness. Antlers, 2. Deer meat, 1. Deer whip, 1. The deer was considered a nourishing delicacy. Su Fang had yet to taste venison and looked forward to indulging that evening. After gathering the spoils, they pressed on, encountering a more formidable creature. Monster, black fox. Quality, blue. Level, 10. Skills, claw strike, bite stench. Description, a cunning and ruthless creature, possessing sharp teeth and claws. Beware of its foul odor. Upon sighting this creature, Su Fang immediately ordered his soldiers to assemble. This was a level 10 monster, and its blue quality signified danger. Though the black fox appeared no larger than a fully grown dog, it showed no inclination to flee upon spotting Su Fang and his men. Rather, it prepared to launch an assault. Having previously acquired a gas mask from a white treasure chest, Su Fang donned it promptly. Given the black fox's ability to emit a foul stench, he deemed it prudent to protect himself. Su Fang, now at a level not inferior to an ordinary level 10 monster, recognized the blue quality of this creature, which, though not a boss, warranted respect. The soldiers gathered their weapons, ready to confront the black fox, which prowled back and forth, seeking the optimal angle for its attack. This creature possessed considerable intelligence and must not be underestimated, otherwise it could spell doom for them. Whoosh! The black fox swiftly evaded, retreating behind a tree and vanishing from sight. Su Fang immediately called out, "Everyone, back to back. We must remain vigilant against the black fox's ambush." He had not anticipated that this cunning creature would hide and strike, indicating that monsters of level 10 and above were not to be trifled with. They needed to exercise utmost caution. Su Fang's keen attributes granted him superior hearing and perception. He saw the black fox darting between trees, preparing to pounce. He certainly would not charge into the throng of bison. Their brute strength was formidable, and he had no desire to be pursued by them. Chapter 30, Bison Boss. The black fox moved with remarkable speed and agility, capable of climbing trees and displaying high intelligence. This blue-quality monster posed a genuine threat to Su Fang. The black fox refrained from attacking, It was too shrewd to strike without certainty of success, much like a hunter stalking its prey. In this scenario, Su Fang was the quarry. The black fox awaited the opportune moment to strike, while Su Fang remained poised for its assault. Whoosh! The black fox lunged at a soldier, launching its attack from behind a tree and aiming for the soldier's head. Should those sharp claws make contact, the consequences would be dire. Whoosh! A gleam of cold steel flashed as Su Fang thrust his spear towards the black fox, pinning it to the ground. At that moment, the creature released a noxious odor. But thanks to the gas mask he had donned, Su Fang was impervious to its foul emissions. Su Fang swiftly drew a weapon and thrust it towards the black fox. The creature struggled momentarily before succumbing to its fate. Experience points, 320. A level 10 blue-black fox had bestowed upon Su Fang several hundred points of experience. Indeed, the reward was quite bountiful. In addition to the generous experience points, to Su Fang's astonishment, a book materialized from the creature, marking the second instance he had encountered something other than gold dropping from a minor foe. Su Fang speculated that this phenomenon was related to the quality of the wild monsters. The higher the quality of the creature, the greater the likelihood of obtaining additional rewards. Alas, while it was a blue-quality monster, it was not a boss and thus did not grant a heavenly reward. Skill, taming technique. Quality white. Description, consumes mental energy to tame monsters, with diminishing success rates against creatures of higher levels. Another skill. Su Fang was quite taken aback, especially as it was the taming technique, a highly advantageous skill, albeit one that required the expenditure of mental energy. He realized that his mental energy was becoming increasingly crucial. Though fortunately, he possessed golden quality apples that hastened its recovery. Su Fang considered the possibility of taming this black fox, yet doubted the abundance of such creatures. Subsequently, he encountered no further black foxes, but rather an increase in solitary monsters. Occasionally, he stumbled upon some chests, which yielded 2 axes and a pickaxe, all of white quality. An hour later, they once again confronted a herd of wild buffalo, this time larger than the previous group, numbering over 100. They also spotted a blue buffalo, a buffalo king that was significantly larger than the ordinary ones. This creature was classified as a boss, accompanied by a bronze treasure chest nearby. Monster, buffalo boss. Quality, blue. Level, 10. Skills, charge, trample, frenzy. Description, an irascible buffalo king with formidable physical strength, the leader of the herd, known for its terrifying explosive power. Su Fang immediately instructed his soldiers to prepare traps, insisting on digging 2 additional ones this time. They must eliminate every last buffalo. The blue buffalo boss, also level 10, posed a formidable challenge with its 3 skills, necessitating careful strategy. They dug 3 traps that could simultaneously ensnare 3 buffalo, thus enhancing efficiency in their assault. 2 soldiers were dispatched to lure the monsters, while the others readied themselves. Before long, 3 buffalo were drawn to them. The soldiers guided them to the traps, and the first buffalo swiftly fell prey to the pit. The soldiers expertly launched their attack on it. The second and third buffalo soon followed suit, each plunging into the traps, allowing Su Fang to commence the culling of the buffalo. After rapidly collecting the corpses, Su Fang reset the traps. Level up to level 9, gaining 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After slaying dozens, he leveled up again, leaving just 1 level to reach his goal for the day. Onward, Su Fang swiftly allocated his attributes, instructing the soldiers to continue luring more foes. As for the 10 soldiers, they had also reached level 7, with 2 advancing to level 8. Achieving level 10 that day seemed difficult, yet he was confident they would attain it by the following day. The soldiers continued to draw in monsters, but Su Fang noticed that the experience gained from defeating these buffalo had diminished to merely 15 points, sometimes dropping to only 10. With the presence of sweet potatoes that doubled his strength, the task of vanquishing these creatures was rendered considerably easier. For others, facing such monsters would be far from simple. The herd of buffalo fell swiftly to Su Fang's prowess, leaving only 5 behind. They now faced not only these 5 green quality buffalo, but also the formidable blue quality buffalo. Though it posed a challenge, they held unwavering confidence in their ability to triumph. The soldiers had all reached level 8, while Su Fang was nearing level 10. Be cautious. With your current level and numbers, confronting 5 buffalo should not pose a problem. I shall handle the boss, Su Fang commanded. Rest assured, my lord, we will remain vigilant. Zhang San and the others promptly replied. After giving his instructions, they advanced toward the buffalo. Moo! The 5 buffalo let out a furious roar and charged at Su Fang and his team. Noticing that the boss remained stationary, Su Fang decided to first address the 5 lesser foes. Dodge. The group evaded the buffalo's onslaught, swiftly pivoting to attack, while the buffalo remained unaware of their movements. The buffalo, wounded, became enraged, roaring and charging at them repeatedly. Yet, the soldiers did not engage directly, they evaded instead. Zhang San, wielding the territory's sole shield, braced against 1 buffalo, while Su Fang sought an opening to unleash a powerful strike. Whoosh! With formidable strength, Su Fang executed a powerful blow, the lance piercing through the buffalo's skull, delivering a fatal strike. After dispatching 1 buffalo, he pressed on to the next, but at that moment, The blue buffalo boss charged toward them. Be cautious. I will confront the boss, Su Fang instructed the soldiers. Yes. Su Fang brandished his lance and charged toward the boss. As he approached, he leapt onto the back of the buffalo boss and plunged his lance downward. Moo! The buffalo boss roared in fury, its eyes turning crimson as it became increasingly frenzied, activating its frenzy skill and significantly enhancing its attributes. The boss charged at Su Fang, who wisely opted to flee towards the distance. The buffalo boss, now fixated on Su Fang, pursued him relentlessly. Owing to Su Fang's agility, amplified by his speed-boosting boots, the boss struggled to keep pace. He lured it towards the traps they had previously dug. Chapter 31, Reward for Slaying the Blue Boss. Now, with a mighty leap, Su Fang vaulted over the trap and quickly turned back. Moo! The buffalo boss, with its eyes blazing, charged at Su Fang, oblivious to its surroundings. The next moment, with a thunderous crash, the boss plummeted into the trap. Su Fang rushed forward, seizing his willow leaf spear, and unleashed the skill, Powerful Strike. Thud! The spear embedded itself in the buffalo boss's eye. Su Fang attempted to drive it deeper, but the boss, in pain, unleashed a tremendous force. He was compelled to withdraw the spear and retreat swiftly to avoid being harmed. Truly a boss. It effortlessly leapt from the trap and began thrashing about wildly in its surroundings. Fortunately, Su Fang had retreated in time, otherwise, he would have suffered injuries from the boss's might. However, the loss of one eye severely impaired the buffalo boss's vision, causing it to stagger as it charged at Su Fang once more. Su Fang sidestepped. Crash! The buffalo boss collided with a tree, the sheer force nearly splitting it in two. This exemplified the formidable strength of a blue-quality boss. After evading the attack, Su Fang once again thrust his weapon toward the wild bull boss, inflicting further damage. The wild bull boss let out a furious roar and turned to charge at Su Fang. With remarkable agility, Su Fang dodged yet again, utilizing the surrounding terrain to engage in a game of hide-and-seek with the boss, steadily depleting its vitality. The wild bull boss bore numerous wounds, all inflicted by Su Fang, and he successfully lured it into the next trap. Having already lost an eye, the wild bull boss was entirely fixated on Su Fang, completely oblivious to the existence of a second trap. Suddenly, crash! The wild bull boss fell into the second trap, and Su Fang seized the opportunity to execute another powerful strike, this time aiming for the boss's remaining eye. With pinpoint accuracy honed over years of practice, Su Fang's shot found its mark, rendering the wild bull boss effectively blind. In its agony, the boss began to thrash wildly, but Su Fang wisely refrained from approaching. Knowing that the boss was now exceedingly dangerous, he sheathed his spear and drew his bow, unleashing a flurry of arrows toward the wild bull boss. Thud! An arrow struck true, causing the boss to flail about in immense pain, blood pooling on the ground as its speed began to wane. Unable to see its surroundings, it could only recklessly charge in every direction. In the next moment, it stumbled into the previous trap. What a splendid opportunity! Su Fang advanced, re-equipping his spear, and delivered a third powerful strike, piercing deeply into the wild bull boss's body, the spear embedding itself significantly. The boss let out a heart-wrenching cry, thrashing violently in its desperation. Su Fang swiftly retreated, choosing not to reclaim his spear just yet, and once more took aim with his bow, shooting arrow after arrow at the wild bull boss. Each convulsion of the boss resulted in an increased loss of blood. It was now unable to escape the trap and could only await its demise. The vitality of the wild bull boss dwindled rapidly until it finally succumbed. Sighing in relief, Su Fang acknowledged the formidable nature of the blue-quality boss. Experience points, 390. Reputation, 30. Level up to level 10, gaining 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to reach level 10, rewarded with 10 free attribute points, 10 reputation points, and a building lottery once. Following the 3 Heavenly Dao notifications, the lords of the world were once again astounded. Yet the surprises were not over. Another Heavenly Dao message appeared. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxia City Lord first to slay a blue-quality boss, rewarded with 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points, and 3 skill points. Upon hearing this notification, the entire realm of lords fell into a state of shock. Not only were the lords taken aback, but the viewers from the Kyushu planet watching the live broadcast were equally exuberant. This Huaxia City Lord seemed intent on monopolizing the Heavenly Dao rewards, receiving notifications at least once a day. Could he not spare a chance for others? Wow. 2 consecutive Heavenly Dao notifications. This individual was exceptionally powerful. This was a blue-quality boss. How had he accomplished this? Longting Nation is impressive. Huaxiao City Lord is remarkable. Go for it. Truly extraordinary, simply astonishing. As Su Fang allocated all his free attribute points, he glanced at his attributes. Name, Su Fang. Talent, Fusion, Unique. Level, 10. Experience, 1, 892,000. Strength, 4812. Constitution, 48. Stamina, 48. Agility, 4819. Spirit, 48. Magic defense, 10. Physical defense, 105. Luck, 10. Talent, 10. Reputation, 122. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 13. Combat skill, White Powerful Strike, LV1. Life skill, White Gathering, LV1. White Taming, LV1. With the augmentation from his equipment, his strength attribute had reached 60 points. After consuming the golden sweet potato, it soared to 108 points. However, the golden sweet potato could not enhance the strength attribute of his equipment. Otherwise, Su Fang's strength would have increased even further. Turning his gaze toward the wild bull boss within the trap, he commenced gathering. Wild bull meat, 2. Second tier crystal core, 1. Wild bull tendon, 1. Upon completing the gathering, Su Fang noticed an abundance of loot in the pit, including 2 pieces of green quality equipment. The drop rate from a level 10 blue quality boss was remarkable. Su Fang was elated. The boss had yielded over 100 coins, 2 pieces of green equipment, and even a skill book. Equipment, exquisite iron sword. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength 12, constitution 3. Equipment, wild bull armor. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, physical defense 15, magic defense 5. What excellent finds. The iron sword could be utilized by soldiers, while the wild bull armor was suitable for Su Fang himself. Once donned, the wild bull armor significantly bolstered his defense. The skill book, upon inspection, turned out to be a green quality skill book for a secondary profession, a rather rare acquisition. Chapter 32, Drawing Building Rewards. Su Fang examined the details of this skill book. Skill, forging. Quality, green. Description, increases forging speed by 20. What a marvelous asset. Su Fang felt immense satisfaction. His territory already boasted several ores. However, without a blacksmith shop and the blacksmithing skill, an abundance of ores was futile. With the forging skill in hand, he merely required a blacksmith shop to begin crafting equipment. Unfortunately, such a building was rare. He had yet to see anyone selling it. If it were available, Su Fang would undoubtedly purchase it at the first opportunity. This forging skill was not intended for his own use. He had no desire to forge equipment himself. As a lord, he should delegate such tasks to his soldiers. However, he needed to select a soldier with a solid foundational strength for this task. He would address this matter upon returning to his territory. Su Fang swiftly returned to the previous area, reassured to see that the remaining wild bulls were nearing their end. Lord, a bronze treasure chest. Zhang Sen exclaimed after dispatching the last of the wild bulls, presenting the chest to Su Fang. Upon opening the treasure chest, Su Fang was astonished to find yet another skill book inside, which turned out to be another gathering skill. Su Fang smiled and instructed Zhang San, learn this skill. Thank you, Lord, Zhang San exclaimed, taking the skill book in hand, pleased to find it was indeed gathering skill, which he accepted with gratitude. Go and gather the corpses of those wild bulls, Su Fang commanded. Yes, Zhang San replied cheerfully as he set off to collect the remains of the wild bulls. After the treasure chest was opened, Su Fang proceeded to claim the architectural lottery reward from the Heavenly Tao. The architectural lottery, by its very nature, assured that all drawn items would be constructions. However, this time, rather than the previous lucky wheel, the lottery presented him with 10 mysterious chests adorned with question marks. Allowing him to select one at random, Su Fang casually picked one, and to his astonishment, the chest transformed into a golden one. A golden treasure chest. Su Fang was taken aback, never anticipating that he would draw another golden chest, which indicated that he could now unlock a golden building. The thought of it filled him with excitement, and he eagerly opened the chest. With a whoosh, a beam of golden light emerged. And as Su Fang gazed at the building in his possession, he quickly began to examine it. Building, black market shop. Quality, unique gold. Level, LV1. Next level requires 200 gold coins and 200 wood. Description, this is a mysterious building that traverses the black market, randomly offering one item each day, which you may choose to purchase or disregard. To his surprise, such a building existed. Su Fang was truly astonished by the revelation of such a wondrous structure. However, upon realizing that it would only present a single item each day, and that it would be random, he felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, it was a golden building, yet it could only refresh one item. Could it be that the quantity would increase only after upgrading the building? Su Fang speculated. At this stage, he understood that resources could not be squandered and must be utilized effectively. Thus, he decided to wait until there were surplus materials in his territory before addressing this building. Nevertheless, upon returning to his domain, he could first upgrade it to level 1 to observe any changes. Subsequently, Su Fang approached to pack the beef harvested by Zhang San. Aside from the lord, the soldiers lacked bags or containers. They were compelled to carry everything by hand, which proved quite inconvenient. However, this was the case for everyone, and he resolved that next time, Zhang San should bring a bag for carrying supplies. Let us return, he said, glancing at the time. It was already quite late. Their tasks for the day were completed, and Su Fang had successfully leveled up to level 10. As for Zhang San and the others, they too would be able to attain level 10 the following day. Just like yesterday, Su Fang first went to the lakeside to collect the water gathered by his soldiers. then noticed a wooden raft constructed nearby. He turned to Zhang San and said, Zhang San, come, let us catch some fish to take back for dinner. Of course. Zhang San replied eagerly. The other soldiers laughed, reveling in the joys of their life, enjoying various meats, an abundance of snacks and beverages, and residing in cozy little huts. Their days were indeed delightful. Su Fang stepped onto the bamboo raft and cast a handful of corn kernels into the river. The fish in the distance seemed to sense the disturbances caused by the kernels and swiftly swam toward them. Now, as a school of fish approached, Su Fang and Zhang San promptly threw out the fishing net. With a splashing sound, Su Fang's strength allowed him to ensnare numerous fish, and he urged the soldiers to quickly drag them ashore, assisting Zhang San in bringing the fish up as well. The net was filled with fish, and Su Fang thought that they could come here daily to catch fish for their meals. However, he soon noticed a massive creature approaching in the lake and quickly shouted to Zhang San, run. Without hesitation, Zhang San dashed toward the shore, and with Su Fang's agility, he reached the land in mere seconds. With a tremendous splash, a fish the size of a cow bit off a substantial portion of the raft, leaving everyone awestruck. Goodness! Such a large fish! Zhang San exclaimed, astonished. The lake was indeed perilous. It was best for them to avoid venturing into it. Generally, such a large fish would not swim near the shore, as the shallow waters were not conducive to its movement. Su Fang advised the soldiers to refrain from fishing recklessly. At their current state, they lacked the capability to contend with such formidable fish. Should they fall into the water, it would become the fish's dominion. No one knew how many more of these monstrous fish lurked beneath the surface. Su Fang instructed the soldiers to bring the captured fish back to the territory, while he ventured into the bamboo forest to gather bamboo, then proceeded to the mine to collect iron ore, and finally arrived at the lumber area to gather wood. After completing all these tasks, Su Fang returned to the territory and found Zhang San collecting the monster corpses brought back by the other soldiers. Zhang Yi approached Su Fang and said, My lord, the warehouse building is too small. It has already filled to capacity with supplies. So soon, Su Fang inspected the warehouse building and confirmed its inadequacy. He then commenced the upgrade of the warehouse building. Warehouse. Quality white. Level LV1. Next level requires 200 gold coins, 100 wood, and 100 stone. Description: this is a simple warehouse used for storing various supplies. 200 gold coins, 100 wood, 100 stone. Warehouse level 1, current level LV2. 500 gold coins, 400 wood, 400 stone. Warehouse level 1, current level LV5. After elevating the warehouse to level 5, Su Fang decided against further upgrades. Brother, do you still have any golden sweet potatoes? I urgently need them. Unparalleled sent a message. How many do you need? Su Fang inquired. 50. Unparalleled promptly replied. Goodness, young man, today your appetite is quite large. That amounts to 5,000 wood. Su Fang was genuinely curious about how Unparalleled acquired such a vast quantity of wood. However, everyone has their secrets, and Su Fang did not pry too deeply. For him, the more Unparalleled requested, the greater his own rewards would be. Chapter 33. Purchasing equipment from the black market shop. I have summoned all the soldiers to gather wood. So naturally, the collected amount is substantial. Unparalleled responded. Where did you get so many axes? Su Fang was indeed intrigued. Brother, let's not delve into that. Would you disclose the origins of the golden seeds to me? Unparalleled retorted. That was a valid point. Su Fang would certainly not divulge the origins of the golden seeds. So Unparalleled was equally unwilling to reveal the source of his axes. Everyone had their own secrets, and Su Fang decided not to press further. Thus, Unparalleled exchanged 5,000 wood with Su Fang for 50 golden sweet potatoes. Subsequently, friends such as Lonely Cigarette, Little Butterfly, I Am a Tough Girl, and Tianshan Child sent trade requests, all seeking the golden sweet potatoes in Su Fang's possession while also wishing to purchase various other items. Su Fang, never one to refuse trade, completed the exchanges with them before finally turning his attention to his newly constructed building. Taking out the black market shop building, Su Fang placed it on a vacant plot of land, successfully constructed the black market shop building. Once the construction was complete, Su Fang began to upgrade it, eager to see if the black market shop would exhibit any changes. 200 gold coins, 200 wood, black market shop level 1, current level LV2. Upon completing the upgrade, Su Fang discovered that the building had undergone no alterations. If anything, the materials required for upgrading had simply increased. Deciding against further upgrades, he looked into the interior of the building. It resembled a small convenience store, yet it was exceptionally opulent, meticulously crafted, befitting its golden quality. Su Fang stepped inside. There was no one present, only a counter, atop which lay a single displayed item. Oh, this is equipment, and it is of green quality. Su Fang was pleasantly surprised that the first item was indeed a piece of equipment. Su Fang examined the attributes of the equipment. Equipment, black iron knife. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attribute, strength 18. Price, 1,800 gold coins. The attributes of this equipment are remarkably potent, falling just 2 points shy of a level 2 attribute. This is a weapon of pure offense. Yet Su Fang is not particularly fond of it. However, his territory is in dire need of equipment. Despite the hefty price of 1,800 gold coins, Su Fang believes it is still a worthy investment. Gold 1,800 successfully purchased one black iron knife. Truly, it is a structure of golden quality. Alas, it refreshes only one item each day. How splendid it would be if multiple items could refresh. Though he feels a tinge of regret, Su Fang is nonetheless quite content. Stepping out of the black market shop, Su Fang called out to Zhang San, "Zhang San, come here." Yes. Zhang San promptly approached Su Fang and inquired, "My lord, what is the matter? Take this equipment." Su Fang handed the black iron knife to Zhang San, who was elated and exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord. I will certainly strive to excel." "I understand." Su Fang nodded and then summoned Zhang Yi, saying, "Zhang Yi, come over." Zhang Yi excitedly approached Su Fang. "My lord, you called for me? Take this weapon." Su Fang produced another, exquisite iron sword and handed it to him. "Thank you, my lord." Zhang Yi replied with great joy. This naturally elicited envy from the other soldiers, which Su Fang noted as he observed their loyalty levels. Zhang Yi and Zhang San had both reached a loyalty of 100, while the others hovered around 80 or 90. Subsequently, Su Fang began to examine the attributes of over 100 soldiers and discovered that Zhang Shi possessed an astonishing initial strength attribute of 10 points. Though his other attributes were relatively low, he was well suited for forging. Thus, Su Fang approached Zhang Shi and said, "This skill book is for you." Zhang Shi glanced at the skill book in his hands and quickly said, "Thank you, my lord. Tomorrow, follow me to level up. You shall be our territory's chief equipment master in the future," Su Fang stated. "Rest assured, I will work diligently and not disappoint you," Zhang Shi assured. Exuding an honest demeanor, such individuals are indeed the most fitting for the role of blacksmith. "I have faith in you," Su Fang remarked with a satisfied nod. Thereafter, Su Fang commenced selling golden corn and water, also offering various meats. He shouted in the chat channel, "Fresh beef, beef tendons, and bullwhips. Anyone in need, they are now available." Following this, he observed a flurry of responses below. "I want 10 bullwhips." To the one above, "Are you so lonely at night that you resort to using the fifth lady? He can always resolve it with nearby soldiers." "Boss, how much for the beef?" Once again, "It's this lord of Huaxia City. Could you enlighten us on how you process such meats so expertly, achieving such uniformity? This is a life skill known as gathering. You likely have no knowledge of it. I just happened to open a book today, but alas, the meat is still inadequate for my soldiers." "Wow, such a skill exists. No wonder you can handle meat so well. I'm buying gathering. Those interested, contact me. Prices are negotiable." Noting that someone had already acquired the gathering skill, Su Fang remained unfazed. The wild creatures outside were challenging to contend with, and they could not possibly emulate his prowess in hunting large quantities of monsters. Most could only ensure that they and their soldiers did not go hungry, and even with surplus food, they could hardly sell much. With so many people in the market, there were countless lords lacking food. How could they possibly compete with him? Su Fang began to sell these provisions based on market demand, with most opting to purchase using gold coins, while those with insufficient gold would barter with resources. At this stage, many had come to understand the significance of resources and would prioritize their storage. "My lord, it's time to eat," Zhang Er called out. "All right." Su Fang arrived at the dining table, surveying the array of food with great satisfaction. Beef, lamb, fish, corn, sweet potatoes, cabbage, and a large bucket of rice. The rice was not cultivated but obtained from opening wooden boxes, yielding either 10 or 50 pounds each time, all neatly packaged like supermarket products. Su Fang said to Zhang Er, "Tomorrow, arrange for some soldiers to create a paddy field. I will teach you how to cultivate rice." Coming from a rural background, Su Fang was well versed in sowing, transplanting, and harvesting. Common farming tasks he had certainly performed, but he was yet unsure how to mill the rice. He felt it prudent to experiment nonetheless. Su Fang already possessed a considerable quantity of golden rice seeds and wished to ascertain the effects of cultivating this golden rice. He also realized that as levels increased, more energy was required, thus necessitating more food. Fortunately, the majority of what they consumed was of higher quality meat. Along with golden-grade food, hunger was simply out of the question. His soldiers were well fed. Chapter 34, Acquiring Coal Mine Resources. After satisfying his hunger, Su Fang resumed upgrading buildings. The first structure he aimed to elevate was undoubtedly the barracks. The greater the number of inhabitants, the more labor force could be harnessed, which is vital for the territory's development. Gold 200, wood 2000, barracks level 1, current level LV 15. Gold 2600, wood 2600, barracks level 1, current level LV 18. Su Fang upgraded the barracks to level 18, but could progress no further due to material shortages, as the materials required for upgrades increased significantly with each level. He once again scrutinized the barrack structure. Building, barracks. Quality white. Level, LV 18. Next level requires 2,800 gold, 2,800 wood. Description, consumes 100 gold to summon one soldier. Currently able to summon 160,260. Soldier summoning must await the next day, and Su Fang would be able to elevate the Barracks to level 20 by then. He wondered if any heavenly rewards would accompany that. After completing the building upgrades, Su Fang glanced at the chat channel. Who possesses the gathering skill? I'll pay 1,000 gold coins for it. 1,000 gold coins for a skill book? If I had one, I'd pay 2,000 coins. Who needs coal mine resources? Selling coal mine resources can also exchange for other materials. Food is acceptable. Selling 10 iron pots. Anyone interested? Add me as a friend. Upon seeing the mention of coal mines, Su Fang immediately grew intrigued and added the individual as a friend. You have become friends with All Crows Are Black. Oh, so it's the Lord of Huaxia City. How much do you need? Prices are negotiable. All Crows Are Black noticed Su Fang's friend request and immediately felt a glimmer of hope. The coal mine he possessed was exceedingly difficult to sell, to the point where few sought it, leaving him disheartened. He had not leveled up in 2 days due to the effort required to extract those resources. Now, with the coal mines unsold, his situation had become exceedingly grim, and upon seeing Su Fang, he felt as if he had found a beacon of hope. Su Fang detected the urgency and anxiety in the other's tone, and he could easily deduce the reason why such resources were in low demand. For cooking or heating, others could easily substitute with excess branches, rendering the expenditure of gold and resources on coal unnecessary. Is coal a valuable resource? Indeed it is, for it can be utilized in ironworking. Su Fang had collected some previously, though not in abundance. And now seeing someone willing to purchase coal in large quantities brought him immense joy. How much coal do you have? Su Fang inquired. How many units do you require? Upon hearing Su Fang's words, it became apparent that the other party required a substantial amount. As long as the price was right, he would acquire as much as possible, establishing a long-term collaboration wherein he could trade for any necessary materials. Su Fang articulated his own demands as well. Splendid. I currently possess over 3,000 units of coal. The individual exclaimed eagerly. Hearing this, Su Fang was filled with delight. Such an abundance of resources was indeed promising, and this person could potentially become his coal supplier. What do you require? Su Fang inquired. I need food, and if you have pickaxes, that would be even better, as I am lacking several. Additionally, I need clothing and blankets, came the response, revealing a significant deficiency in essential living supplies, which left Su Fang astonished. Haven't you ventured out to hunt monsters for treasure? He asked. The monsters outside are too formidable. I dare not go out, was the candid reply. Have you constructed a barracks? Su Fang continued his inquiry. I just built one today, but I lack sufficient food and gold, so I haven't summoned any soldiers, the individual responded. After pondering this, Su Fang offered. I shall provide you with 1,000 gold coins and a substantial amount of food. In the future, you will be able to trade various materials with me using coal. I hope to establish a long-term trading relationship with you regarding coal. You can sell it to me moving forward. Is that true? That would be magnificent. This will save me a great deal of trouble. The individual expressed profound gratitude towards Su Fang. Subsequently, Su Fang began negotiating prices, demonstrating sincerity by not inflating them excessively. Understanding that the other had previously been a miner and was keen on resource gathering. However, he was also timid, afraid to confront the stronger monsters that intimidated many. After teaching him how to summon soldiers, Su Fang emphasized the need for upgrades before resource collection. He did not wish to lose such a valuable coal supplier and aimed to assist him in becoming stronger. The individual expressed his gratitude, promising to follow Su Fang's guidance to bolster his territory. Having acquired a vast quantity of coal resources, Su Fang now sought a blacksmith shop to commence forging equipment. This construction could not be rushed, as there was no means to hasten it. He then glanced at the world channel, adding several friends, and purchasing various pieces of equipment, including a few pickaxes. By paying attention to the world channel daily, one could discover valuable items, though not everyone could monitor it consistently, leaving some matters to chance. Soon, he encountered 2 foreigners offering green quality equipment for sale, albeit at exorbitant prices that deterred buyers. After adding them as friends, Su Fang inquired about the prices. One offered a long sword with a power of 14 and vitality of 2, priced at 2,000 gold coins, which was indeed steep. As Su Fang was in dire need of gold to upgrade his buildings, he negotiated down to 1,500 gold coins and successfully acquired the weapon. As for the other foreign lord, he was selling a spear with attributes of power 15, vitality 2, and constitution 2, boasting impressive enhancements but priced outrageously at 5,000 gold coins. Su Fang engaged in price negotiations, aware that he was the only potential buyer at that moment. After approximately 30 minutes of discussion, the foreign lord finally agreed to sell it to Su Fang for 2,500 gold coins. Although the price was steep, Su Fang was financially equipped, desperately needing equipment, especially green quality items, willing to procure as many as possible. White quality equipment was scarce. Even if available, it was quickly snatched up. However, green quality equipment was prohibitively expensive, accessible only to affluent individuals like Su Fang. He allocated the long sword to Zhang Er and the spear to Zhang Si, both of whom were overjoyed with their new weapons. Following this, Su Fang noticed several individuals selling steel. Upon realizing the value of this commodity and its lack of demand, He deemed it essential to acquire it. Chapter 35. I possess a great steel bar. You have become friends with kindergarten bully. You have become friends with I am adorably cute. You have become friends with cool leg hair. Upon seeing these three individuals, Su Fang was momentarily taken aback, noting that two were from the Dragon Rising Nation and the last was a foreigner, regardless of nationality. Their languages automatically translated into familiar text, showcasing the translation feature's effectiveness. Wow, wow, wow. A prominent figure has added me as a friend. Am I dreaming? Kindergarten bully exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon receiving Su Fang's friend request. Su Fang was surprised to find this individual quite humorous. You have steel for sale. Where did it come from? Su Fang inquired, genuinely curious. This is no secret. I obtained it from opening treasure chests. When I first saw it, I was also astonished. It's not consumable, and I thought no one would want it. Kindergarten bully replied directly. Obtained from treasure chests. Su Fang sighed, wondering why he had no luck in such ventures. This was steel, a valuable material that did not require forging. He needed to acquire it before it slipped away. Name your price. I intend to use it for construction. Su Fang fabricated an excuse. Construction? Kindergarten bully was clearly taken aback and responded, a prominent figure like you wants to build a steel house? I am impressed. Amused by the response, Su Fang smiled, appreciating that someone actually believed his claim. Can I trade it for food? Kindergarten bully inquired. Of course. But we must discuss the price thoroughly. Su Fang immediately embraced his mercantile nature. Though not a merchant, he was increasingly adopting the traits of one. Having once harbored disdain for capitalists when he was not one himself. Now that he was a capitalist, he found it rather appealing. Su Fang inquired about the shape and dimensions of the steel, to which kindergarten bully explained that the steel was rectangular and not the kind used in construction. Realizing this, Su Fang understood that this steel was superior to iron ore. It required merely melting rather than refining, and its impurities had been significantly reduced, making it far more advantageous than hand-forged alternatives. Uncertain of the steel's market value, Su Fang proposed a price of 50 gold coins per bar, which left kindergarten bully utterly bewildered. This price is far too low. He quickly grasped the situation, realizing Su Fang's shrewdness. Double the price, he asserted, motivated by self-interest. 60. Too low. It must be at least 120. 80 is already quite reasonable. After extensive negotiation, Su Fang secured the steel at 100 gold coins, converting the price into a food trade, supplementing the deal with an additional piece of corn to ensure kindergarten bully's satisfaction. Subsequently, Su Fang engaged I am adorably cute in conversation, inquiring, how much for the steel you possess? This is not steel, it is a steel plate. I am not entirely certain of its exact dimensions. However, it is approximately as thick as a finger, about 6 meters in length, and its width should exceed 2 meters. I am just so adorable meticulously described the object he acquired before inquiring, what price can you offer? This steel plate is evidently superior to ordinary steel and has the potential to forge a greater number of weapons. In response to the price, Su Fang countered. How much do you wish to sell it for? If the price is too exorbitant, I shall not entertain the thought. 500 gold coins, I am just so adorable replied. Half, came Su Fang's retort. Doesn't that amount to 250? You are being rather harsh. I am just so adorable expressed his disbelief. At this stage, I am likely the only one willing to purchase. Would others be able to muster such a sum in gold coins? Su Fang was acutely aware that other lords would never be inclined to spend such a significant amount on this steel plate. While everyone recognized that it could be used for forging weapons once integrated, the reality remained that no one on the entire lordly continent possessed the means to forge weapons yet. Who would invest gold coins in something that merely lay idle? Would it not be more prudent to use them for upgrading buildings or purchasing food? Those who sought these materials did so with future aspirations in mind. Su Fang was the most affluent among them. Although 250 gold coins may seem meager, one must consider that a typical monster yields but 1 or 2 gold coins. And even a level 9 monster hardly provides more. Relying solely on hunting monsters would necessitate the defeat of at least 100 to accumulate such wealth. For ordinary lords, acquiring gold coins is indeed a formidable challenge, and most transactions favor barter, as gold coins are essential for upgrading buildings and summoning soldiers. You are wealthy. Why not add a little more? Furthermore, this figure is rather unappealing. I am just so adorable remarked. It was indeed difficult to sell, as the prices proposed by others ranged from a mere few dozen to 100 gold coins, and once exceeding that, they fell silent. Su Fang, however, was remarkably generous, initiating the offer at over 200 gold coins, which aligned with her expectations. Then I shall make it slightly more, 251 gold coins, Su Fang declared. I am just so adorable. Ultimately, the steel plate was acquired by Su Fang for the sum of 251 gold coins. Su Fang proceeded to contact the final individual. Young man, what type of steel do you possess? It is rebar, the kind used for constructing buildings, Cool Leg Hair responded. How thick is it? How long? Su Fang inquired. It is about as thick as my thumb. As for the length, I cannot say precisely, but it should be around 10 meters, based on my estimation, Cool Leg Hair continued. I will take it for 30 gold coins, Su Fang stated. 30 gold coins is far too low. At least 50 gold coins is required, Cool leg hair insisted. Deal, Su Fang replied. Cool leg hair. Did I perhaps offer too little? Regardless, the transaction was successfully concluded. Su Fang then began to broadcast her intentions on the World Channel and National Channel. I am purchasing vast quantities of steel, whether it be steel pipes, rebar, steel plates, or iron pipes and plates. I am interested in all. Those with offers, I shall reach out to you. I have a large rebar. I too possess a large rebar, and mine is bigger. You have one. I have one. Everyone has one. Shortly after this announcement, numerous individuals began to comment, claiming they had large rebars to offer Su Fang. Su Fang sensed something was amiss, but still added them as friends to inquire about their prices. The other party then suggested that Su Fang teleport to them, stating that the price could be free. Su Fang was taken aback and then enlightened. She promptly removed such individuals from her friend list. Chapter 36. What a large cabbage. Fortunately, not everyone was so frivolous, and Su Fang resumed her acquisition of materials such as steel. Presently, there was little interest in the market, which was considerably large. After much effort, Su Fang had yet to complete her purchases and had to inform them that she would continue the next evening. Now, as Su Fang surveyed the mountain of steel piled before her, a smile graced her lips. These materials would yield returns exceeding tenfold in the future. The following day, Su Fang awoke early to brush her teeth and wash her face, then proceeded to stock food, including a considerable quantity of cabbages. These cabbages were whole and uncooked, as they could not serve as seeds, so Su Fang had no intention of cooking them. Because they were whole, their price was relatively high. Upon viewing the attributes of these white cabbages, everyone was once again astonished. Goodness, they actually restore health. This was akin to a potion. In the current absence of such potions, the value of this item was extraordinarily high. However, the price, 200 gold coins each, was indeed daunting. Although these cabbages were sizable, this price posed a dilemma. Look, there are also individual leaves for sale at 10 gold coins per leaf. Can someone tell me how many leaves are in a cabbage? Who pays attention to such details? Su Fang instructed her soldiers to tear off the leaves while counting their numbers. Each cabbage typically contained between 22 to 25 leaves. Few could afford a whole cabbage, yet many were willing to purchase several leaves, as numerous injured soldiers required healing, and these cabbages were the finest remedy available. Su Fang also began selling the cabbages through a materials exchange system, which many preferred, as they possessed more materials than gold coins. Occasionally, Su Fang managed to sell entire cabbages and exchange them for a substantial amount of materials. The cabbages needed to be consumed quickly, lest they spoil within days. However, given their golden quality, they would likely have a longer shelf life, albeit not excessively so, necessitating prompt consumption. This arrangement ensured that Su Fang's business would flourish, unless a suitable alternative for healing were discovered. Brother, we need to acquire some cabbages. Unmatched in the world clearly expressed the need for cabbages. How can you possess such a fine item, yet not share it with us? Lonely Cigarette immediately chimed in. My sister is injured. How could you not show her some affection? Little Butterfly also sent a message. How much soil do I need to exchange for cabbages? Tianshan Girl was quite direct. Su Fang messaged them, assuring them that she still had plenty of cabbages, thus they need not worry. Consequently, Su Fang began trading cabbages with them, acquiring vast quantities of materials in return. Su Fang was compelled to expand her fence, for her materials had become overwhelmingly plentiful, far exceeding her storage capacity. 500 gold coins. 500 wood, fence level 1, current level LV10. After upgrading the fence to level 10, Su Fang turned her attention to her barracks. Gold coins 2800, with 2800. Barracks level 1, current level LV19. Gold coins 3000, with 3000, barracks level 1, current level LV20. Building, barracks. Quality white. Level, LV20. Next level requires 3,300 gold coins. 3,300 wood. Description, consumes 100 gold coins to summon one soldier. Currently able to summon 160,300. Heavenly Dao prompt. Huaxia City, the first lord to upgrade one of the buildings to level 20 will receive a reward of 3,000 gold coins, 30 reputation points, 20 free attribute points, and 1 lucky draw. Chat channel. Early in the morning, I overheard someone boasting. The key is that I got bumped into again. Can I hire a lawyer to claim compensation for emotional distress? Hey, is this the spirit of the demon? It's like this. I heard someone bragging. Could you please apprehend him? Thank you. No need to mention it. I'm just serving the people. Huaxia City Lord, could you share which building you upgraded? I guess it's a doghouse. Doghouse 1. Doghouse 2. People around the world are envious and resentful. These buildings require increasingly more materials to upgrade as time goes on. And the gold cost also escalates. They Haven T even managed to reach level 10, yet Su Fang has already attained level 20. The gap is simply too vast, leaving them feeling despondent and blue. 100 gold coins, summon 1 white soldier. 100 gold coins, summon 1 white soldier. After summoning the remaining soldier slots, Su Fang upgraded the farmland to level 15, now possessing 15 plots of land. Building, farmland. Quality white. Level, LV 15. Next upgrade requires 220 gold coins, 220 soil. Description: land suitable for growing crops. Su Fang then glanced at his existing buildings and was astonished to discover that the Soul Hall had accumulated 56 soul points. Where did these soul points come from? Su Fang was quite surprised. He then recalled that other than returning from fishing yesterday, nothing particularly noteworthy had occurred. Could it be that those fish, when slain within the territory, also yield soul points? Upon this realization, Su Fang felt elated, indicating that the fishing expedition must indeed continue. Zhang-san, Su Fang exclaimed. Lord, what is it? Zhang-san hurriedly inquired. Is it possible to gain experience points from the fish we killed yesterday? Su Fang asked. Yes, but the experience points are minimal. Those fish are low-level monsters, and sometimes you need to slay several just to earn one experience point, Zhang-san replied. Su Fang understood and remarked, it seems we must devise a strategy to deal with the fish monsters in the water as well. But Lord, didn't you previously say that our food supply is ample and we have no need to fish? Zhang-san questioned, puzzled. The Soul Hall requires soul points to summon, and those fish can provide soul points when killed within our territory. I want to see what that building can summon, Su Fang explained. Leave this matter to me, Zhang-san declared. All right, take a few people to fish today, but ensure your safety. If you encounter powerful fish monsters, return to shore immediately, Su Fang instructed. Rest assured. My lord, I will handle this matter well, Zhang-san assured. Thus, Su Fang entrusted Zhang-san with this task. Chapter 37, The Two-Headed Tiger Sheep. For the newly summoned soldiers, Su Fang assigned higher-level soldiers to lead them in leveling up, significantly enhancing the efficiency of their progression. Su Fang had already contemplated nurturing Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, and Zhang Shi into squad leaders, as they were the first to be summoned and boasted the highest levels. By the end of the day, their levels would reach 10. Su Fang's current level was already significantly ahead of others. Yet he was not content with the status quo. Everything in his territory was still too weak. Even the housing was limited to a single building. Although of green quality, it was still insufficient for habitation. Su Fang needed to strive harder, to gather more resources and construct additional buildings, aiming to fortify the development of his territory. Especially concerning levels, he intended to remain at the forefront, ensuring that he could claim every heavenly Dao reward that came his way. After arranging the soldiers, Su Fang ventured out with them to level up. It was the 4th day, with only 3 days remaining in the novice protection period. During this time, Su Fang must exert himself to grow stronger and level up diligently. The monsters outside had doubled since yesterday. For Su Fang, these monsters posed no challenge. But for other weaker lords, they represented significant difficulties. Su Fang swiftly cleared a path with his soldiers, leaving the low-level monsters for the newly summoned soldiers to upgrade against. While they moved towards more distant territories to explore, Su Fang had lost interest in monsters below level 8, yet he still hunted a few wild bulls and wild sheep, unexpectedly slaying a level 6 boss, from which he collected a first-tier crystal core. This item was exceedingly important, serving as a necessary material for upgrading crystals. And for the territory to level up, the crystals must also be upgraded. The crystal core was undoubtedly the most crucial material preventing everyone from advancing their territory level. This item could only be dropped by boss monsters. Minor creatures did not possess it. Moreover, the probability of boss appearances was quite low. It was not guaranteed that one could slay them at will. After finishing the hunt, Su Fang continued onward, finally encountering higher-level monsters. He noted that monsters above level 10 exhibited significant differences from those below level 10. Su Fang examined the data on the monsters before him. Monster, Two-Headed Tiger Sheep. Quality, Green. Level, 14. Skills, Bite Charge. Description, an exceedingly ferocious creature. Do not mistake them for ordinary sheep, or the consequences could be dire. This was a group of green quality monsters, boasting a level of 14, with 2 heads and fur resembling that of a tiger, looking particularly fearsome. Their teeth were remarkably sharp. Su Fang even witnessed them devouring meat, as a rabbit was caught and swiftly consumed by one of the two-headed tiger sheep. They not only grazed, but also hunted. Truly extraordinary. Among these two-headed tiger sheep, there was a bronze treasure chest that Su Fang certainly would not overlook. After all, their number was merely 12. And with proper arrangement, defeating them should pose no problem. Today, Zhang-san was not accompanying them, but they still had 11 members, as Su Fang had summoned Zhang 11. Since they had yet to construct a blacksmith shop, they would first focus on leveling up Zhang 11. They began by digging traps, ensuring they were sufficiently deep and located in wooded areas. After preparing everything, Su Fang began to lure monsters. One two-headed tiger sheep was drawn to him, pursuing with considerable speed, yet it could not catch up. Su Fang swiftly reached the trap and waited for the two-headed tiger sheep to arrive. The two-headed tiger sheep charged forward, its sharp fangs gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. Pull, Su Fang commanded. The soldiers held the rope, causing the sprinting two-headed tiger sheep to stumble and fall directly into the trap they had dug. Subsequently, the group thrust bamboo poles down at the two-headed tiger sheep trapped below. Su Fang, using his spear, pierced through the creature's body with immense strength. Even a level 14 two-headed tiger sheep could only succumb in defeat. Experience points, 35. Su Fang received 35 experience points. but the soldiers gained even more, as their lower levels meant they received a larger share of the experience. After collecting the spoils, Su Fang continued to clear out the remaining two-headed tiger sheep using this method. Eventually, 3 two-headed tiger sheep remained, guarding the bronze treasure chest. Su Fang and his team needed to confront these 3 directly. Su Fang could handle one alone, while the remaining 2 should pose no issue for the 10 of them. They approached, and the two-headed ram began to roar at them. Once they were within 20 meters, the creatures charged forward with alarming speed, intent on colliding with the group. Dodge! Su Fang leapt aside and immediately grasped his spear, running toward the unsuspecting two-headed ram to launch an attack. Thud! The creature let out a pained shriek as it was wounded, swiftly turning to snap its sharp jaws at Su Fang. Both heads of the two-headed ram were exceedingly sharp, yet Su Fang skillfully exploited the advantage of his spear, piercing through one of the ram's heads with a single thrust. In agony, the two-headed ram charged at Su Fang, but he deftly sidestepped and executed a reverse thrust, driving his spear into the creature's rear. The two-headed ram cried out once more, turning back, but one of its heads was clearly incapacitated. Seizing the initiative, Su Fang continued his assault, striking again with his spear, and the formidable force penetrated the ram's skull. He pinned the two-headed ram to the ground, preventing it from rising. The creature thrashed desperately, attempting to stand, but Su Fang's strength was overwhelming. It could not rise at all. Having consumed sweet potatoes, Su Fang's strength attribute had reached an impressive 116 points. Experience points, 300. After vanquishing this beast, Su Fang swiftly moved on to the next adversary. He leapt into the air, raising his spear to attack another two-headed ram encircled by soldiers. Clear the way. Upon hearing this, the soldiers hastily stepped aside. Thud! The spear pierced through the creature's body, and Su Fang firmly pinned it to the ground. The soldiers rushed forward, delivering finishing blows to the downed beast. Experience points, 70. After dispatching this two-headed ram, Su Fang advanced toward the final one. The last two-headed ram also fell quickly to their combined efforts. Experience points, 70. With fewer foes remaining, the distribution of experience points increased significantly. Wool, 5, horns, 2, meat, 1. Once he had collected the spoils from the two-headed rams, Su Fang approached the treasure chest guarded by them. It was yet another bronze chest, quite precious, with a high probability of yielding green equipment. With a flash, Su Fang peered inside to see the contents. Chapter 38, Fusion of Farming Tools. It was a skill book, and a green one at that, which delighted Su Fang. Upon examination, he found skill, execution, quality, green, description, executes the target, dealing an additional 20 damage. A commendable skill. Su Fang decided to learn it. Learning green execution, LV1. With 13 skill points now at his disposal, Su Fang deemed this green skill worthy of enhancement. Thus he began to upgrade it. Skill point 1, green execution LV1 skill 1. Current skill level LV2. Skill point 1, green execution LV4 skill 1. Current skill level LV5. After expending 5 skill points to elevate the execution skill to level 5, he was left with 8 skill points. With the skill upgraded, Su Fang reviewed the changes. Skill, execution. Quality, green. Level, LV5. Description, executes the target, dealing 60 additional damage. The increase in skill level enhanced the additional damage ratio. The stronger the attack, the greater the inflicted damage. At this stage, a level 5 skill sufficed for Su Fang's needs, and he resolved to conserve skill points for future upgrades, avoiding any waste. Continuing his endeavors, Su Fang resumed hunting monsters. Later, he encountered a group of level 12 hamsters, guarding merely a black iron chest, yet he did not let them escape unscathed, exterminating them completely. The soldiers' levels began to rise once more. After dispatching this group of hamsters, Su Fang opened the black iron chest to find a shovel, which was acceptable. The current monsters were rather generous, yielding various items upon defeat, predominantly farming tools such as picks, axes, hoes, sickles, and shovels, prompting Su Fang to ponder whether his luck was particularly poor that day. However, upon checking the chat channel, he discovered he was not alone. I've opened so many farming tools today. I thought I was the only one, but it seems everyone is experiencing the same. Is today a special day? Perhaps it's Lord Farmer Day? Who could say? Regardless, he had acquired a green quality pickaxe, and he welcomed any buyers. Without hesitation, Su Fang contacted the seller of the green pickaxe and traded food for it. Equipment, pickaxe. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength 12, mining efficiency 15, stamina consumption 15. This pickaxe boasted a significant strength increase over the axe he had previously acquired. Although it came with slightly reduced attributes, one must gain some and sacrifice others. Yet this was still a valuable tool. Su Fang dispatched a soldier to deliver the pickaxe to the mine, confident that with this tool, he would be able to extract more iron or today. Subsequently, Su Fang began to amass farming tools, taking advantage of the sellers in the market. While they might not need so many, he welcomed the abundance, recognizing that they would surely prove useful in the future. After his purchasing spree, Su Fang noted that his mental energy had restored to 28 points. He then endeavored to fuse two farming tools together, attempting to merge two white-quality axes. Su Fang's mental energy gradually diminished. After losing 10 points of mental energy, a green-quality axe emerged, successfully fused into one green-quality axe. Wow, I've struck gold. Su Fang couldn't contain his joy. Previously, due to a lack of farming tools, no one was selling. However, the high drop rate of farming tools today had allowed him to collect a substantial number, providing the opportunity to attempt fusion. As long as he could fuse farming tools, he could also fuse equipment. He would only need to acquire lower quality gear to continuously obtain high quality items. The thought alone was exhilarating. However, mental energy was a significant limitation. Su Fang now needed to fuse seeds and equipment, which consumed considerable mental energy. Yet, it was impossible for him to allocate all his attributes to mental energy. A balanced development was essential. He wondered how much mental energy would be required to fuse two green quality items. After some contemplation, he decided it was best not to pursue that for now. It simply wasn't worth it. Instead, Su Fang resolved to fuse several green axes, ensuring that his soldiers could fell more trees. He continued hunting monsters, carefully monitoring his experience points. As he neared a level up, he expended mental energy once more to fuse another green axe. Level increased to 11, gaining 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. With the monster hunting completed, Su Fang leveled up. After distributing his attributes, he again consumed mental energy and began fusing axes. He even experimented with fusing a hoe with an axe. And to his delight, it worked. He could control the fusion's outcome, choosing whether to retain the hoe or the axe. This confirmed that different types of equipment could indeed be fused. This brought great joy to Su Fang, as he had discovered a swift path to acquire high-quality equipment. However, the issue of mental energy continued to trouble him. Even with apples that could double his mental recovery, it still fell far short of the consumption rate. Zhangxi, distribute these axes to the lumberjacks, and have several more men commence logging. Su Fang commanded. Understood. Zhangxi took the green-quality axes and departed. With these green-quality axes in hand, the soldiers' efficiency in logging would significantly increase. Su Fang continued to slay monsters, yearning to once more find a bronze treasure chest. Yet, the availability of such chests remained scarce. It was not until the afternoon that he stumbled upon another bronze chest, along with the discovery of a boss. This boss was a horde of two-headed ram sheep, numbering over 100. Su Fang surmised that by the time they had hunted down these creatures, night would have fallen. The two-headed ram sheep boss was of green quality, level 15, and considerably larger than the average two-headed ram sheep. As time was of the essence, Su Fang instructed the soldiers to hasten their digging of traps. To this end, he fused two green-quality hoes. Once the traps were prepared, Su Fang began to lure the monsters. Their levels had all reached 10, while Su Fang himself had attained level 12. To achieve another upgrade that day, he would need to single-handedly slay numerous two-headed ram sheep. However, boss monsters typically yielded substantial experience, making them a prime target for his solo efforts. One by one, the two-headed ram sheep were drawn in and dispatched by the soldiers, who had grown stronger and faster in their efforts. Su Fang directed the team to dig a second trap, planning to split the assault into 2 waves for improved efficiency. At times, soldiers managed to lure 3 monsters, allowing Su Fang to take on one alone while the others were handled by the troops. This strategy significantly increased the experience points Su Fang accumulated. As the number of two-headed ram sheep dwindled, both Su Fang and the soldiers witnessed a rapid increase in their experience points. Many soldiers had already leveled up again. Chapter 39, Blueprints for the Blacksmith's Forge. Su Fang and his soldiers had hunted monsters at a commendable pace, and it wasn't long before they had nearly finished off the creatures. Now, they were set to confront the boss. With 5 small monsters and 1 boss remaining, totaling 6. The pressure was palpable for their 11 members. These monsters were all of green quality, with levels reaching 14, posing a significant challenge. Yet, Su Fang devised a strategy, aiming to eliminate the smaller monsters first. If they succeeded, dealing with the boss would become considerably easier. However, the boss would still require someone to intercept it. The soldiers' levels were still too low. After consuming sweet potatoes, their strength had improved, but facing such a multitude of high-level monsters at once remained daunting. Everyone, stay strong. Su Fang encouraged, aware that flexibility was essential during battle. As they entered the territory of the two-headed ram sheep, Su Fang attempted to attract one monster. Unfortunately, they all charged together, although the boss remained still, presenting an opportunity. Su Fang launched an attack on one of the two-headed ram sheep, thrusting his spear fiercely into the creature. Thud! The two-headed ram sheep was struck, but the other 4 monsters rushed in, forcing Su Fang to abandon his continued assault. Fortunately, the soldiers quickly engaged the two-headed ram sheep, preventing Su Fang from being encircled. The boss remained inactive, but Su Fang noticed it was beginning to stir. They needed to eliminate a smaller monster quickly. Let us take this one down first, he urged, stepping forward and attacking a two-headed ram sheep with fierce determination. His spear pierced its body, and he forcefully shoved the injured creature aside. The two-headed ram sheep stumbled and fell, allowing the soldiers to swiftly move in for the finishing blow. Su Fang drew a long sword and struck downwards at the creature's neck. Thud! The monster perished. Leader, the boss is coming. Be careful, a soldier warned. Su Fang turned to see the boss charging at him, prompting him to roll aside just in time as it barreled past. The level 15 green boss was impressively swift. Ignoring it for the moment, Su Fang redirected his focus to attacking smaller foes, wounding one with another thrust. Soon, he heard the boss closing in again. With a leap, Su Fang jumped onto the boss's back, raising his spear to stab downward. Thud! The boss lifted a front leg, and Su Fang landed nimbly on the ground, withdrawing his spear to strike again. Thud! The boss writhed in pain, turning its two heads towards Su Fang to bite down. He dodged sideways and dashed around several trees. The boss in hot pursuit. Spotting 2 trees ahead, an idea struck him, and he raced toward them. The boss followed suit, charging forward, and with a resounding crash, its massive body became wedged between the 2 trees. Seizing the moment, Su Fang thrust his spear into one of the boss's mouths. Thud! One of the boss's heads was slain, leaving only one remaining. Su Fang withdrew his weapon and attacked the other head. Thud! He struck multiple times, causing the boss's life force to rapidly dwindle. Experience gained, 420. Reputation gained, 30. Level increased to 13. Earned 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After single-handedly defeating the boss, Su Fang leveled up once more. He hurriedly allocated his attribute points and turned his attention to the remaining 4 two-headed ram sheep. 2 soldiers had sustained minor injuries, but thankfully were not severely hurt and could still fight. With Su Fang's involvement, the 4 creatures were quickly dispatched. Is everyone all right? Su Fang inquired. We're fine, leader, they responded promptly. Nodding, Su Fang began to collect the remains of the two-headed ram sheep from the level 15 boss. He harvested a second-tier crystal core. Boss monsters above level 10 always dropped second-tier cores, while first-tier cores could only be obtained from those below level 9. Su Fang's crystal had reached level 2, and to ascend to level 3, he required 3 first-tier cores. Approaching the bronze treasure chest, Su Fang opened it, and a blue light emanated forth, startling him as he gazed at the blueprint inside. It was a blueprint for a blue-quality building. Su Fang was immensely shocked and immediately began to examine the details of the building. Item: Blacksmith Forge Blueprint. Quality: blue. Description: requires 100 gold coins, 100 wood, and 100 stone to construct. It was indeed the blueprint for a blacksmith forge. Ha ha ha. Su Fang was ecstatic. He had long anticipated acquiring this blueprint, but never expected to receive a blue-quality one all at once. Returned to the territory, Su Fang was eager to commence construction of the blacksmith forge, as it signified a continuous supply of equipment for his domain. He hurried home, collecting water, iron ore, and wood before promptly returning to his territory. He then produced the blacksmith forge blueprint and began the construction. 100 gold coins, 100 wood, 100 stone, successfully constructed the blacksmith forge. A blue-quality blacksmith shop materialized before Su Fang. Building: blacksmith shop. Quality: blue. Level: LV1, requires 200 gold, 200 wood, and 200 stone for the next tier. Description: this is a remarkably exquisite blacksmith shop that can reduce the blacksmith's stamina, decrease material consumption, and enhance forging speed. This building is indeed impressive, especially considering its blue quality, a fact that Su Fang had never anticipated. 200 gold, 100 wood, 100 stone, blacksmith shop, level 1, current level LV2. 1100 gold, 550 wood, 550 stone, blacksmith shop, level 1, current level LV10. Su Fang swiftly elevated the blacksmith shop to level 10 and then instructed Zhang Shi, you may now forge equipment to your heart's content. Here are the blueprints for you to learn. Su Fang promptly handed over several blueprints he had acquired earlier to Zhang Shi and dispatched several soldiers to assist. Meanwhile, he fused 4 white-quality hammers into 2 green-quality hammers, expending 30 points of mental energy to merge these 2 green-quality hammers. Equipment: hammer. Quality: blue. Durability: 100. Attributes: strength 20, stamina 10, equipment forging efficiency 30, stamina consumption 20. Chapter 40, The Tile Workshop. Zhang Shi immediately set to work crafting weapons, focusing on white-quality longswords, as Su Fang could merge green-quality weapons. By forging numerous white longswords, Su Fang would be able to combine them into higher-quality weapons. The entire lordly continent is currently in dire need of equipment, particularly weapons. Only with weapons can one slay monsters and level up. Presently, equipment prices are largely determined by attribute points. For instance, a weapon that adds merely 5 points to strength is valued at around 500 gold, with each attribute point fetching 100 gold. However, due to the scarcity of equipment in the current market, prices fluctuate significantly, with some individuals willing to pay as much as 150 gold per attribute point for a decent weapon. Yet, merging these items consumes excessive mental energy, far less profitable than merging seeds. Thus, Su Fang would reserve advanced equipment fusion solely for his territory's soldiers. My lord, today we have made considerable gains. having caught over 1,000 fish, including 2 boss-quality grass carps. Zhang San reported as soon as he noticed Su Fang had some leisure time. Oh, fish and boss-quality ones at that. Splendid. Were there any injuries? Su Fang inquired, genuinely surprised. 2 soldiers were bitten by the large fish. But I had them slay the captured fish, and they have since leveled up and are fine now. After Zhang San's response, he handed 2 first-tier crystal cores to Su Fang, saying, these were collected from the 2 bosses. Excellent. Su Fang was indeed quite pleased. The higher the level of the crystals, the stronger the defenses, thus enhancing the security of the territory. Crystals are the most vital structures of the territory, and Su Fang was eager to elevate their safety. Upon acquiring the crystal cores, he immediately began upgrading the crystal. 300 gold, 3 first-tier crystal cores, crystal level 1. Current level LV3. After the upgrade, the crystal's radiance seemed to intensify. Territory can be upgraded. Would you like to proceed? Yes. 300 gold. Territory level upgraded to LV3. After the territory upgrade, Su Fang noticed some changes. The ground outside the territory had become considerably wider, and some surrounding trees had diminished. He surmised that if the territory continued to upgrade, the open space outside would expand further, and the surrounding forest would gradually disappear. This would indeed be beneficial, as such a territory would be entirely established on level ground, devoid of any irregularities. Su Fang glanced once more at the soul hall, and noted that the soul value had increased to 687. Zhang San mentioned that they had captured over 1,000 fish today, indicating that not every fish yields soul value. At this rate, approximately 600 soul points could be gained daily, yet reaching 10,000 soul points would still take considerable time. My lord, we have harvested a substantial amount of rice today, but we are unable to gather the grains. A soldier promptly reported to Su Fang. Let me take a look. Su Fang approached the farmland and observed the accumulated rice, which gleamed golden and appeared quite impressive. Contemplating how to process this rice, Su Fang immediately thought of the gathering skill and began to experiment. Rice 1,000. Su Fang was taken aback. It turned out that the rice would directly transform into rice grains upon gathering, eliminating the need for drying. This skill proved extraordinarily useful. He quickly summoned Zhang San to collect all the rice. Meanwhile, Su Fang examined the special attributes of this golden quality rice. Name: rice. Quality: golden. Description: upon consumption, within the next 4 hours, hunger is satisfied by 100, and stamina is restored by 50. Rice is indeed a valuable commodity, being a staple food. Henceforth, the soldiers would be provided with this golden rice. Su Fang had no intention of selling this rice, as it was somewhat inferior to corn. The territory now possessed ample farmland, and Su Fang also prepared to merge new seeds, specifically strawberry seeds. After merging a golden strawberry seed, he instructed the soldiers to plant it and observe its attributes. Subsequently, Su Fang began to list today as products: golden corn, golden potatoes, various gathered meats, fish, and jars of water. Upon checking the trading market, Su Fang noticed that many others had begun selling water, thereby significantly reducing its profitability. Conversely, the food market remained quite scarce, though it had improved compared to the previous days. Su Fang slightly lowered the prices, as all items should be priced according to market conditions. Many people were attentive to Su Fang's listed items, making him the first consideration for purchases. This cultivated a loyal customer base, leading Su Fang to contemplate offering discounts to attract repeat buyers. As for golden food, he remained the sole seller in the world, and it seemed that for a long time, no one would be able to challenge his position. Indeed, Su Fang believed that challengers would be utterly unable to arise. Brother, someone is selling buildings in the world. Aren't you going to take a look? Tianxiao Wushuang suddenly communicated with Su Fang. Buildings. Upon hearing this, Su Fang immediately glanced at the chat channel, and indeed found someone selling a structure called Tile Workshop, seemingly without any interest. Su Fang was taken aback. How could such a building exist? Thus, he replied to Tianxiao Wushuang. Thank you for the heads up. I had overlooked the chat messages. That's why I reminded you. I believe you're the only one with the spare funds to purchase a building. Tianxiao Wushuang replied. I'll have a chat. Su Fang said as he added that individual as a friend. You have become friends with not wearing underwear. Su Fang found the names people chose to be rather peculiar. Couldn't they select something more normal? Could you send me the building information to review? Su Fang inquired. It turns out you are quite the affluent individual. No worries. I have been calling out for quite a while, and finally, I see you are interested, said the person known as not wearing underwear. Su Fang was taken aback, realizing that the other party had been waiting for him all along. When did I become a wealthy magnate? I am not a tycoon, Su Fang replied. Oh, do not be modest. You are undoubtedly the wealthiest in the entire Lord's continent. Only you could afford such items, not wearing underwear responded. Subsequently, they sent Su Fang the construction details for the tile workshop. Chapter 41, Stone Barrier Construction. Item, Tile Workshop Blueprint. Quality white. Description, requires 100 gold coins, 100 wood, and 100 stone. This is the information regarding the building. The specifics of its construction will only be revealed once it is built. What purpose do tiles serve? Naturally, they are used as a roofing material to protect against rain. In the kingdom of Lungting, tiles have been in existence since ancient times, having been passed down for thousands of years, which illustrates the long-standing tradition of using tiles for roofing. Although contemporary construction relies on reinforced concrete, Su Fang believed that such edifices would be impossible to erect in the Lord's continent. At least, no one had yet utilized concrete. Even those aware of how to produce concrete found it unattainable, either due to not having acquired the necessary blueprints or because the world itself forbade it. The specific factors remained unclear to Su Fang for the time being. He surmised that the tile workshop would undoubtedly prove useful, though it was not immediately necessary. Even Su Fang would not rush to construct it. Purchasing the building for now would certainly not be a mistake. What is the price? If it is too steep, I shall not buy it, as it would serve no purpose, Su Fang stated directly. This was the reason why the item had remained unsold. The price was too high for others to consider, yet too low for the seller to find it worthwhile. After all, it is a building. How about 1,000 gold coins? Not wearing underwear proposed. The price was neither exorbitant nor trivial, and Su Fang found it acceptable. However, he could not simply acquiesce, responding, 500 gold coins. 500 is far too low. I can only part with it for 950 gold coins, not wearing underwear countered. Ultimately, Su Fang purchased the tile workshop for 650 gold coins, placing it into his warehouse. When he would utilize it depended on future circumstances. Lord, the weapon has been forged. Zhang Shi presented a sword to Su Fang. Upon inspecting the weapon's attributes, he noted, equipment, longsword, quality white, durability, 100, attributes, strength 4, constitution 1. This grants an increase of 5 attribute points, which is quite commendable. Su Fang remarked, continue to strive for excellence. Yes, my lord, I shall endeavor to do my utmost. Zhang Shi replied eagerly as he returned to crafting more equipment. Following this, Su Fang began to acquire materials such as iron. Zhang Shi had not melted iron to create the weapon. He intended to first assess its feel before forging it, which Su Fang found reasonable. Are you busy, wealthy magnate? Came a message directed to Su Fang. Not particularly. What do you require? He replied, no longer concerning himself with how others addressed him. I have come across something intriguing. I wonder if you might be interested. Little Butterfly said cheerfully. What is it? Show me, Su Fang inquired. It is a blacksmithing skill. Are you interested? Little Butterfly offered. Upon hearing this, Su Fang's interest piqued immediately, and he asked, why not keep it for yourself? Let us be realistic. There are no such buildings available at this stage. Even if there were, acquiring the materials to construct them is not guaranteed. It is better to exchange it for something useful, Little Butterfly replied. Very well. What do you need in return? Su Fang asked. I require a green quality weapon, specifically a sword, and I also need some food, Little Butterfly stated. You wish to exchange a skill book for all of that? Do you realize how much a green weapon is worth at present? Su Fang questioned. Come now. We are friends. Do not be so miserly. I will sell you good items in the future. Little Butterfly acknowledged that her demands were somewhat excessive. Yet she was determined to ask for more. A green weapon is feasible, but the other items are out of the question. Besides, it will take some time to trade the green weapon to you. You must first hand over the skill book, Su Fang declared. When can I expect it? Little Butterfly felt assured that Su Fang would not deceive her, given his considerable reputation. In 2 hours, Su Fang responded. Little Butterfly was taken aback and then asked, surely, no one in your territory can forge green equipment yet? If that were true, it would be astonishing how rapidly Su Fang's territory had developed. Yes, Su Fang said with a smile. In the future, I expect discounts on equipment. Little Butterfly believed she must establish a good rapport with such an individual, as they would undoubtedly cross paths often. Rest assured, as old friends, I shall certainly offer you discounts. Su Fang has always been fair. After their conversation, Su Fang acquired a white-quality blacksmithing skill book. Compared to the green-quality forging skill, this white-level blacksmithing skill was indeed of lesser quality. However, at this stage, it represented a continuous stream of wealth for him. Su Fang then enlisted Zhang Shire to learn this blacksmithing skill, integrating him into the equipment crafting team. Once arrangements were made, Su Fang entered the black market shop to see what new items had been refreshed today. Upon viewing what was available, Su Fang was astonished to discover a building blueprint, and remarkably, it was of green quality. Item, stone barrier blueprint. Quality, green. Description, requires 100 gold coins and 100 stone. Price, 5,000 gold coins. The price of 5,000 gold coins was indeed steep, yet Su Fang understood the immense significance of this building. It would greatly enhance the safety of his territory. 5,000 gold coins, successfully purchased stone barrier blueprint. Su Fang glanced at his stone reserves. This construction would demand a substantial amount of materials, and he needed to prepare adequately, since his territory already possessed a wooden barrier structure. Constructing this stone barrier would necessitate a higher level than the wooden barrier, and thus, the stone resources could not be in short supply. The territory's stone reserves were considerable, amounting to several tens of thousands of units. Yet Su Fang still contacted Lonely Cigarette, inquiring, do you have any surplus stone? Yes, but I also need golden quality sweet potatoes. Lonely Cigarette responded promptly. No problem. I require a significant quantity of stone this time, so please trade me all that you have. You should not have much use for it anyway, Su Fang stated. All right, I have nearly 20,000 units. I will trade all of them to you. Lonely Cigarette agreed readily, knowing that with golden sweet potatoes, he could extract significantly more stone. I have a green pickaxe, which should considerably enhance your mining speed. Would you like it? Su Fang realized that to acquire more stone, he needed to assist in boosting the other party's productivity. Wow, brother, you possess such excellent equipment. You should have revealed it sooner. Lonely Cigarette expressed his envy. Going forward, all stone must be sold to me. Su Fang made his demand. Rest assured, brother, I will certainly sell everything to you, but I currently need some gold coins, Lonely Cigarette replied. No problem. Subsequently, Su Fang began discussing the specifics of the trade, and he quickly acquired 20,000 units of stone. Lonely Cigarette was also pleased, knowing that with the green pickaxe, his stone yield would increase several-fold. This transaction proved to be exceptionally advantageous for both parties, with both sides expressing immense satisfaction. Chapter 42, Golden Strawberries. Since Su Fang intended to acquire stone materials, it was evident that he would not solely source them from Lonely Cigarette. He had numerous friends in the industry. However, the quantity they sold him paled in comparison to what Lonely Cigarette provided. After procuring approximately 20,000 units of stone from his circle of friends, Su Fang commenced the construction of the stone barrier. Gold 100, stone 100, successfully constructed the stone barrier building. Upon completion, Su Fang proceeded to upgrade this structure. Gold 200, stone barrier level 1, current level LV2. Gold 3000, stone barrier level 1, current level LV20. Building, stone barrier. Quality, green. Level, LV20. Next level requires gold 3300, stone 3300. Description: this is a commendable stone barrier capable of withstanding formidable monster assaults, thereby enhancing the safety of the territory. The stone barrier structure held significant importance, destined to become the primary bulwark protecting the territory. With this edifice in place, even monster incursions would find it challenging to breach the defenses of the stone barrier. Coupled with the presence of a fence within the territory, this created a dual layer of protection. Although the fence may not serve a substantial purpose, it still contributed positively. Su Fang scrutinized the stone barrier and realized it was not particularly tall. Should he encounter a powerful monster, it could easily leap over. After upgrading the stone barrier to level 20, Su Fang noted he still possessed several tens of thousands of stone, and the end of the novice protection period was approaching. He firmly believed this structure required further upgrades. Gold 3300, stone barrier level 1, current level LV21. Gold 6000, stone barrier level 1, current level LV30. Heavenly Dao notification. The Lord of Huaxia City is the first to upgrade one of their buildings to level 30, rewarding 5,000 gold, 50 prestige points, and 30 free attribute points, along with a lucky draw opportunity. Upon hearing this, Su Fang chuckled, having anticipated yet another reward from the Heavenly Dao. Moreover, after reaching level 30, the stone barrier not only grew in size, but also increased significantly in height, now standing at 3 meters tall. With each level gained, the sturdiness and height of the stone barrier would enhance, providing an increasingly robust assurance of territorial safety. After allocating his attributes, Unmatched in the World messaged Su Fang, inquiring if he was purchasing stone for building upgrades. Of course, Su Fang replied. How much does it cost to upgrade a building to level 30? Unmatched in the World responded with exasperation, noting that even those with materials typically required substantial gold for such upgrades. I haven't calculated. I have no idea how much it would be, Su Fang admitted, confident in his financial resources. Wealthy landlord, do you need materials? I am a tomboy, suddenly messaged Su Fang. Upon hearing this, Su Fang eagerly inquired, what materials? Good stuff, silver, or just discovered during today's exploration? I am a tomboy replied. If you're willing to sell, I'm definitely interested, Su Fang stated. How can you say that? I won't sell. However, if it's you, I might consider it. I am a tomboy retorted promptly. Su Fang was taken aback. What did I say wrong? I was referring to the or, don't misunderstand. He hastily clarified, maintaining a serious demeanor, as he was engaged in business, not sentiments. Women now only serve to hinder his ambition to develop the territory. Look at you. It's obvious you're a lifelong bachelor. I am a tomboy bluntly remarked. I think we should discuss pricing, Su Fang suggested. I won't sell it. But if you can teleport me to your location, I'll give it to you for free, I am a tomboy countered. Su Fang was bewildered. Can we not have a pleasant conversation? I'm trying to do business, and you're suggesting otherwise. I'll endure it for the sake of the ore. Ultimately, after some playful banter, they settled on a price for the ore. It was the price of ore. The price of ore. The price of ore. A matter of utmost importance worth reiterating thrice. The current lord not only lacked materials, but also required gold to upgrade buildings. Materials could be gathered, but gold could only be obtained by defeating monsters or through selling items, with most preferring barter transactions. Only Su Fang, as a landlord, possessed a substantial amount of currency. Behind the scenes, many whispered curses directed at Su Fang, labeling him a greedy merchant and a detestable capitalist. Su Fang chuckled, "Ah, who praises me? How delightful. Lord, the strawberries are ripe." A soldier approached hastily, carrying a basket of strawberries. "Oh, let me see," Su Fang exclaimed, eagerly retrieving a strawberry from the basket to inspect its details. Name, strawberry. Quality, golden. Description, upon consumption, increases physique by 150 for the next 4 hours. The enhancement to his physique was indeed appealing. With greater vitality, numerous benefits would ensue. The tiny seeds on the strawberry's surface prompted Su Fang to test his gathering skills. Golden strawberry seeds 10. Wow, this gathering skill is simply extraordinary. Su Fang increasingly appreciated the significance of this skill. Regrettably, he only possessed 2 at present. Otherwise, it would be splendid to equip each soldier with a gathering skill. Talent skills could not be upgraded with skill points. Otherwise, Su Fang would have elevated his talent long ago. After collecting all the strawberry seeds, he instructed the soldiers to dry them and then proceeded to sow them for further cultivation. However, he deemed it unnecessary to plant an excessive quantity, as he believed the market for these fruits was limited, preferring to reserve them for his soldiers' consumption. The soldiers gathered a considerable amount of resources today, and upon inspection, Su Fang found them to be quite commendable, even including some charcoal and a barbecue grill. Thus, he directed the soldiers to produce the charcoal and grill, teaching them how to prepare authentic barbecue. As various meats and vegetables were skewered, the charcoal was successfully ignited, and an array of spices was laid before Su Fang. Consequently, a genuine barbecue feast commenced, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing all the soldiers to swallow in anticipation. Delicious. Come, come. The authentic Su-style barbecue is officially served. Su Fang laughed, savoring a skewer of grilled meat, which was exquisite. The soldiers of Su Fang's territory were now indulging in delectable barbecue. In contrast, other territories were merely ensuring their soldiers did not go hungry, with barbecue being a distant luxury. Nonetheless, many lords were experiencing improved living conditions, given the increased population leading to more monster hunts, coupled with many learning to process monster entrails. Thus, the food situation was gradually improving. Everyone was evolving, acquiring new skills, and adapting to tasks they once shunned. Another new day had dawned. Chapter 43. Purchasing green long spear equipment. The following day, Su Fang resumed his routine of selling corn. Subsequently, he engaged in extensive trading of timber with various friends. After amassing a substantial quantity of materials, Su Fang initiated the upgrade of the Barracks. Gold 3300, Timber 3300. Barracks Level 1, current level LV 21. Gold 6000, Timber 6000, Barracks Level 1, current level LV 30. Building, Barracks. Quality white. Level, LV 30. To upgrade requires 6,400 gold, 6,400 wood. Description, consumes 100 gold to summon a soldier. Currently able to summon 300, 600. After upgrading the Barracks to level 30, Su Fang discovered that he could summon an additional 300 soldiers. However, accommodation posed a challenge. Nonetheless, he deemed it prudent to summon the soldiers first, believing that a greater number would yield enhanced productivity. 100 gold, summoned 1 white soldier. Whether upgrading buildings or summoning soldiers, both demanded a substantial amount of gold and materials. Su Fang currently possessed ample gold, enabling him to develop at a pace surpassing others. Su Fang officially commenced the division of soldiers throughout his territory, designating Zhang Yi through Zhang Shi as centurions. Each was appointed as a captain of 10, with the specific assignments entrusted to their respective centurions. This delighted Zhang Yi and his comrades, igniting within them a renewed fervor for their tasks. Zhang Shi and Zhang Er had forged a few weapons, yet they fell short of equipping every soldier. Su Fang instructed them to utilize bamboo as their arms for the time being. Bamboo, after all, proved to be quite effective, rivaling a white-quality weapon in utility. He directed each soldier to carry 2 pieces, and even Su Fang himself bore dozens. From today onward, Zhang Yi and his cohort would independently lead their soldiers in further development. Being among the first summoned, they possessed a better understanding of the surrounding territory, and their higher levels made Su Fang quite pleased. Aside from the essential personnel engaged in woodcutting, mining, farming, and fishing, the remainder were dispatched to upgrade. As for water selling, Su Fang noted an oversaturation of sellers today, opting to refrain from participation, having already garnered sufficient benefits. With the increase in numbers, the potential for expansion multiplied significantly. Su Fang accompanied Zhang San through Zhang Er to advance their levels, earmarking them as the next candidates for centurion status. The 10 were elated, their loyalty soaring to maximum levels, and they approached their tasks with utmost diligence. They clearly envied Zhang Yi's elevation to centurion. Zhang San and his peers, still at a low level of around 9, were led by Su Fang to hunt monsters around level 10, enhancing their levels to 10 before entering the range of the 2-headed tiger sheep. These creatures not only boasted higher levels, but were also of green quality, offering substantial experience. However, Su Fang did not encounter any boss today, likely due to the recent defeat of one, which had yet to respawn. Furthermore, he found no bronze-quality chests today, although a fair number of wooden and black iron chests appeared, yielding 2 pieces of equipment, suggesting a fortunate day for gear. Perusing the chat channel, Su Fang noted the commendable treasures. I opened 10 chests today and acquired 2 pieces of equipment. Indeed, it's rare for the Lord S continent to yield such an abundance of gear. I can only afford to arm my soldiers with wood. My soldiers are resorting to stone for combat. You all are impressive. I fashioned a spear from wood, but it barely lasted. I uncovered a green-quality spear. What a price it commands. Goodness, such fine weaponry, and you choose not to wield it. Due to my impoverished state, I must sell it. Any objections? None. Without hesitation, Su Fang added the other as a friend. You and little sister, don't run, have become friends. Wealthy magnate, I was just thinking of you, and here you are. Little sister, don't run, exclaimed. Let us be frank. This gear is excellent. A low price 1 tea suffice. I know you are affluent, little sister, don't run, continued. Currently, within the Dragon Rising Kingdom's chat channel, he had already been recognized by the moniker of wealthy magnate. Though Su Fang disagreed, no one had ever questioned his sentiments. Let us review the gear's attributes. How can I propose a price without knowing? Su Fang responded. Certainly, wealthy magnate, little sister, don't run, replied. Do not call me that, Su Fang insisted. All right, wealthy magnate, little sister, don't run, persisted. I reiterate, do not call me wealthy magnate. I am not one. Su Fang said, exasperated. As you wish, wealthy magnate, little sister, don't run, retorted. You do as you please, Su Fang resigned himself. Shortly, little sister, don't run shared the spear's attributes, strength 11, agility 4, constitution 1. The stats matched his willow leaf spear. As for the price, everyone had a general idea. So Su Fang promptly offered 1,500 gold. Little sister, don't run. Wealthy magnate, you cannot be this unscrupulous. It's 100 gold below market value. Little sister, don't run, protested. Fine, let us settle at 1,600 gold, Su Fang countered. Taken aback, little sister, don't run, exclaimed. What a scheme. A black marketeer. A swindler. A tremendous rogue. Little sister, don't run wished for a higher price. Yet Su Fang remained resolute, threatening. With so many items today, should you not sell, others will gladly trade with me. I am not relying on this equipment. All right, 1,600 gold it is. Little sister, don't run, capitulated, knowing that the highest offer from others was merely 1,300 gold. He understood that gold was scarce for all, and selling to Su Fang was a more prudent choice than keeping it for personal use. After acquiring the spear, Su Fang passed it to a soldier. His attack power had already reached a formidable level. He had no intention of upgrading to a blue-quality spear. He continued to procure equipment, both domestically and internationally, ready to purchase from anyone willing to sell. These individuals would undoubtedly pay a more substantial price to reclaim their items later, ensuring Su Fang did not suffer any losses. Once he completed the equipment acquisition, Su Fang resumed leading his soldiers into the wilderness, battling and leveling up. As the soldiers' levels ascended to 11, they became increasingly adept at combating the 2-headed tiger sheep. After vanquishing all the surrounding creatures, he began searching for new adversaries. Lord, we have spotted several level 16 monsters, Zhang Shi reported. Let us investigate, Su Fang replied. Moving towards the location of the creatures and encountering a new species. Monster, mountain leopard. Quality white. Level, 16. Skills, bite, charge, claw, strike. Description, a swift and agile creature. Few can escape its pursuit. Though merely a white quality monster and in limited numbers, they were manageable. Be cautious of their attacks. They are exceptionally fast. Su Fang warned his soldiers, reminding them not to underestimate these creatures, for apart from him, none could match the mountain leopard's speed. Upon spotting the group, the mountain leopards regarded them as prey and commenced their assault. Their velocity was astounding. As they neared Su Fang and his men, they suddenly accelerated, likely activating their charge ability. 3 mountain leopards surged towards them, leaping from 10 meters away, jaws agape and claws bared, launching an attack. Su Fang thrust his spear towards the neck of the leading mountain leopard, while the other soldiers brandished their long bamboo spears, aiming at the advancing predators. PFF, PFF, PFF. Consequently, the 3 mountain leopards, due to their overwhelming speed and force, were pierced through by the bamboo, struggling momentarily before meeting their demise. This was undoubtedly one of the most absurd scenes they had ever witnessed, yet the mountain leopards had indeed fallen, tragically so, as if they had taken their own lives. Experience points, 190. Tonight, we shall feast on leopard meat, Su Fang declared. The soldiers erupted into laughter, eagerly gathering the fallen gold coins. The level 10 mountain leopards had dropped a total of 15 coins, and Su Fang noted with some disappointment that the drop rate was decidedly low. Given that they were still within the 10-fold loot bonus of the novice period, should that bonus fade, the prospect of acquiring gold would become a vastly different matter. Fortunately, Su Fang had previously harvested a considerable amount of coins, allowing him to remain unconcerned about his finances for a significant time, even affording items that others could not procure. Lord, a black iron chest. One soldier exclaimed, having spotted a chest and hurriedly retrieving it. A flash of light revealed a long sword within, boasting a strength of 6, decent enough, which he passed to one of the soldiers. Subsequently, they continued to encounter numerous mountain leopards, and leveraging the advantage of the bamboo, they managed to slow the leopard's speed. The subsequent leopards did not exhibit the foolishness of the first 3, that had been a mere fluke. These mountain leopards appeared in small groups, never exceeding 5 at a time, and after slaying around 100, Su Fang and his soldiers leveled up once more. Level increased to 14, awarded 10 attribute points. 1 skill point. Once he allocated the attribute points, Su Fang commenced the fusion of seeds using his mental energy. In their continued pursuit of monsters, they finally discovered a level 16 mountain leopard boss. Lord, a bronze chest. A soldier pointed ahead. I see it. Su Fang nodded. The boss lay sleeping beside the chest. There were 5 lesser monsters accompanying the boss. Su Fang tossed a stone at them, and 3 mountain leopards charged after him, soon followed by the other 2. Thankfully, the boss remained in slumber, prompting Su Fang to instruct the soldiers to create some distance, hoping not to disturb the creature. After retreating several hundred meters, Su Fang commanded, "Turn back and attack." The soldiers halted, turned around, and brandished their bamboo weapons against the leopards. The leopards clawed at the bamboo, which was already battered and torn. Yet they had ample bamboo remaining. The lesser monsters, despite their speed, possessed poor defenses and were swiftly dispatched. Following their collection efforts, they resumed their approach towards the boss, only to find it still blissfully asleep, drooling in its dreams. Hush! Su Fang cautioned his soldiers to maintain silence. He stealthily approached the boss, discovering it still in slumber, lost in dreams of frolicking with a group of female leopards. Su Fang, taken aback, thrust his weapon into the dreaming boss. Oh well, the mountain leopard boss, in the midst of its pleasant dreams, was suddenly jolted awake by the attack. Infuriated, it glared at Su Fang, even in death, its eyes wide open in hatred. Experience points, 400. Reputation, 16. Examining the spoils dropped by the boss, Su Fang found a substantial amount of gold, over 100 coins, as well as 2 pieces of vibrant green equipment. It seemed the drop rate for equipment today was remarkably high. Upon inspecting the 2 items, he was momentarily bewildered. 2 green hats. Equipment, mountain leopard helmet. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, spirit 5, physical defense 6. Equipment, mountain leopard helmet. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, spirit 8, physical defense 5. Despite their identical appearance, the attributes differed significantly. Initially reluctant to don such garb, Su Fang decisively equipped the second helmet, which granted an additional 8 to spirit. Though the helmet was indeed rather green, one must embrace a touch of color to navigate life. He then gifted the other green helmet to a soldier who lacked equipment. Turning his gaze to the bronze chest, Su Fang pondered whether it too contained a piece of green equipment. Upon opening it, a flash of white light emerged. It was not green, but a common quality blueprint, a white quality wooden house blueprint. With just one more blueprint, he could craft a green quality wooden house. Perfect timing. As the soldiers in his territory were in need of housing, this wooden house must be constructed. Continuing their monster hunt, a soldier suddenly reported, "My lord, I've discovered a monster encampment." "What? A monster encampment?" Su Fang exclaimed, astonished, and quickly inquired, "Are you certain it's a monster encampment?" "I observed it closely. It is indeed a monster encampment. You'll see for yourself," Zhang Shibo assured him. "Very well, let us investigate." Surprised, Su Fang had never anticipated the existence of a monster encampment. Minutes later, hidden behind a tree, Su Fang observed a camp in the distance. Indeed, a gathering of wolf-headed humanoid creatures, armed with weapons. He scrutinized their details. Monster, wolf soldier. Quality, white. Level, 8. Skill, / Description, Guardians of the Werewolf Camp. It is the duty of the wolf. Chapter 45, Eliminate the elite wolf soldier. This was undeniably a camp, specifically a werewolf encampment. However, Su Fang was unaware of the number of werewolves present or the level and equipment of their highest-ranking leader. "My lord, should we return to gather reinforcements?" Zhang Shi inquired. No need to rush. We cannot act rashly without ascertaining the enemy's situation," Su Fang declined. They were not yet sufficiently informed about the werewolf encampment to launch a reckless attack, which could result in substantial losses, a venture unworthy of the risk. "My lord, I previously saw a squad of wolf soldiers leave, approximately a dozen, heading that way. I'm uncertain of their purpose," Zhang Shiba quickly added. "Oh, let us investigate. But proceed with caution to avoid detection," Su Fang advised. The soldiers moved cautiously towards the forest, soon spotting several wolf soldiers returning to the werewolf encampment, dragging the carcasses of slain monsters. Su Fang deduced they were engaged in hunting. Noting their levels did not exceed 10, he instructed his soldiers, "Hide and prepare for a decisive strike." The soldiers concealed themselves behind the large trees, waiting for the approaching wolf soldiers. Moments later, the wolf soldiers passed by, at which point Su Fang and his companions drew their weapons and attacked their necks. Thud, thud, thud. Experience points, 20. The 3 wolf soldiers barely had time to register the assault before they were dispatched. Moreover, humanoid monsters yielded decent experience, despite being 5 levels lower than the enemies. Su Fang still gained 20 points. The ambush was a success, and Su Fang promptly directed his soldiers to drag the werewolf corpses into the thicket before commencing the collection of the monster carcasses they had been carrying. As for how to handle the bodies of the 3 wolf soldiers, the soldiers looked to Su Fang for guidance. After some contemplation, he decided to utilize his gathering skill. Leather armor. 1. The wolf soldier's leather armor vanished, appearing in Su Fang's inventory. So this method works too, Su Fang mused, continuing his collection efforts. Cannot gather from humanoid monsters. Su Fang received a significant hint indicating that the wolf soldiers belonged to the category of humanoid monsters and could not be harvested unless they possessed additional items. He proceeded to collect the leather armor from the other 2 wolf soldiers and handed it over to his soldiers for donning, as this armor could bolster their physical defense by a few points, which was quite commendable. Regrettably, these 3 wolf soldiers seemed merely to serve as carriers for monster corpses and bore no weapons. Toss the bodies away, Su Fang commanded. The soldiers obliged, discarding the wolf soldiers into a nearby pit. It appears there are more than a dozen wolf soldiers here. We must proceed with caution and eliminate them one by one, Su Fang advised. Understood. The soldiers responded, advancing carefully. Su Fang felt a twinge of regret for neglecting to bring a telescope. He had previously acquired a dozen, and he resolved to carry one with him the following day. Bloodstains and signs of battle littered the ground, likely remnants of the wolf soldiers' encounters with monsters. Suddenly, a cacophony of pig-like cries echoed ahead. Su Fang recognized the sound of wild boars and cautiously led his soldiers forward. They discovered a group of soldiers engaged in hunting several level 18 monsters known as wailing wild boars, which were of green quality. No wonder they had heard the pig-like calls. It was these wild boars making the ruckus. It seemed these creatures were competing with them for kills. Nonetheless, Su Fang turned his attention to the levels of the wolf soldiers. There were a total of 15, the lowest being level 12 and the highest at level 18. An elite marked by its white quality. Monster, Wolf Soldier Elite Captain, Quality, White, Level, 18 Skill, Cleave, Description, the captain of the Wolf Soldier Squad. Possessing a degree of commandability. An elite captain? This was likely not a boss, but certainly stronger than regular minions. With one squad captain at level 18, it was reasonable to surmise that the boss of the werewolf encampment must exceed level 19. Given the current state of their territory, capturing that werewolf camp would be quite challenging. Thus, Su Fang deemed it more prudent to gradually deplete the living forces within the encampment. He instructed the soldiers to remain still while he stealthily departed towards a certain direction, soon discovering a group of green-quality wailing wild boars. There were 6 in total. Ample sustenance for the wolf soldiers. Su Fang grinned and boldly approached the wailing wild boars, throwing stones at them. The boars squealed in distress and charged towards Su Fang's direction. You think you can ram me? Not a chance. Su Fang, agile as ever, darted towards the location of the wolf soldiers, swiftly evading the oncoming boars. Hearing the cries of their companions, the wailing wild boars quickened their pace towards the wolf soldiers. Without hesitation, they charged into the throng of wolf soldiers. Oink! The wolf soldiers were sent flying by the boars' charge, subsequently trampled and gravely injured. The elite wolf soldier captain had not anticipated such a turn of events and hastily organized his troops to counter the newly arrived wailing wild boars. Su Fang returned to observe the battle alongside his soldiers. My lord, I knew it was your doing. These wolf soldiers are doomed. They're clearly sustaining injuries. The soldiers remarked. Let them fight for a while longer. We shall wait patiently, Su Fang chuckled. Though the wolf soldiers numbered over a dozen, the wailing wild boars had swelled to 9, 3 of which were severely injured. Yet, the wolf soldiers were not a match for them, with several already wounded. 2 of them critically. The clash intensified, and after a quarter of an hour, even the elite wolf soldier was gravely injured, while the wailing wild boars had also sustained damage. Observing that the time was ripe, Su Fang drew his bow and targeted the most threatening elite wolf soldier. Thwack! An arrow pierced through the elite soldier's back with formidable force, causing him to stagger and fall, begrudgingly succumbing to his fate. Experience points, 460. Slay them. Su Fang rallied his soldiers to charge forth, shooting another arrow at a wolf soldier. His archery skills had notably improved, hitting 8 out of 10 arrows with precision. With continued practice, his proficiency would only grow. The wolf soldiers, taken aback by the ambush, found themselves no match for Su Fang and his men, collapsing one after another. They then swiftly turned their attention back to the wailing wild boars, which were soon dispatched as well. The soldiers leveled up once more. Though Su Fang himself remained at a standstill, requiring substantial experience to advance. Remarkably, they had collectively acquired over a dozen white-quality weapons. Su Fang instructed the unarmed soldiers to claim one each, and he collected the leather armor from the fallen, ultimately harvesting the wailing wild boars as well. This haul was quite rewarding. He directed the soldiers to discard the wolf soldiers' bodies into a distant ravine before resuming the search for more. Chapter 46, Acquiring the Barracks Blueprint. After some time, Su Fang spotted several wolf soldiers hauling monster corpses back, this time armed. He signaled his soldiers to conceal themselves once more and executed a surprise attack. Defeating these humanoid monsters was relatively straightforward under the element of surprise. However, direct confrontation proved far more arduous. Together with his soldiers, Su Fang continued to pursue the wolf soldiers, employing ambush tactics to eliminate them one by one, acquiring a plethora of weapons and leather armor in the process. Su Fang was increasingly satisfied, realizing that these wolf soldiers were a veritable source of armaments. As the soldiers dispatched the high-level wolf soldiers, Su Fang quickly leveled up to level 15, while his soldiers ascended to level 13, nearing level 14. With no wolf soldiers remaining in the vicinity, Su Fang had amassed over 60 weapons and pieces of armor, in addition to a significant amount of wild boar meat and tusks. He even opened several treasure chests, though most contained white-quality items, with no green items to be found. As the day's battles drew to a close, Su Fang resolved to bring more men to this location the following day. He was uncertain whether the wolf soldiers in the werewolf encampment would respawn, but if they did, he intended to exploit them for an ongoing supply of weapons and armor. It would be a grave error not to capitalize on such a resource. As usual, Su Fang gathered the external timber and iron ore, also collecting a considerable amount of bamboo, to return to his territory. The Centurion began reporting the day's achievements, noting that each squad had earned at least 2,000 gold coins, with soldiers advancing by 1 or 2 levels. Even newly summoned soldiers had reached level 8, poised to attain level 11 the following day. In addition to this, the soldiers had unearthed an impressive haul of equipment, totaling over 100 pieces, including a green-quality weapon. Clearly, the soldiers of the territory were enjoying remarkable fortune. However, with a total of 600 soldiers, their equipment remained insufficient, with over 100 still lacking weapons. Even with the presence of 2 blacksmiths, it would take time to fully equip everyone. Had they not found numerous weapons today, the situation would have been even more dire. Furthermore, they had obtained 2 first-tier crystal cores after vanquishing 2 bosses. Aside from that, there were no pressing matters at hand. Su Fang began setting up corn and, having acquired a substantial amount of timber, turned his attention to construction. He commenced building a white-quality wooden house and began upgrading it to level 10. Subsequently, the blue-quality wooden house was upgraded to level 30. As a result, the soldiers in the territory would once again have places to reside. Su Fang glanced at the chat channel. Acquiring white equipment. Friends who wish to add me may do so. I can exchange materials as well. I have white equipment blueprints available for those interested. Please bring your prices. Selling a white barracks blueprint. Anyone interested? Today, I have opened 10 pieces of equipment. My luck is truly remarkable. Damn, I've only opened 5 pieces. Is my luck really that dismal? Su Fang added those who were selling items, particularly the ones selling the white barracks blueprint. You have become friends with Handsome as a God. A wealthy patron has added me. I shall not be polite. I want to sell gold. Handsome as a God stated directly. I'd like to request a different title, perhaps something like Big Boss? Su Fang inquired. No way, wealthy patron. We find this title quite fitting, Handsome as a God replied. How much gold are you selling? Su Fang asked. 1,000 gold. Handsome as a God immediately priced. That can summon 10 soldiers. You dare to set such a price? Su Fang certainly could not acquiesce and was determined to negotiate. You are a wealthy patron, so for others, I'll charge 900, Handsome as a God responded. So you're brazenly trying to fleece me? 800 gold. Su Fang retorted. Deal, Handsome as a God replied. Su Fang. He felt tricked. This was an unexpected agreement. However, Su Fang did not dwell on it. The white barracks blueprint held great significance for him. After purchasing the blueprint, he checked his mental energy. It was merely 10 points. Quite precarious. Su Fang decided to restore his mental energy first. The mental energy added through equipment is non-consumable. Nevertheless, even if his inherent mental energy were entirely depleted, he wouldn't faint. During this period, Su Fang continued acquiring blueprints and equipment, spending some gold to purchase a spear blueprint and a pair of boot blueprints. The people in the market now preferred gold, indicating that gold was still quite scarce for the lords. Do you want a blueprint? Tianshan Tonglao suddenly addressed Su Fang. Absolutely. Let me see what blueprint it is, Su Fang replied eagerly. Tianshan Tonglao promptly sent the blueprint information. Item, flowing light blade blueprint. Quality, green. Description, requires 10 iron ore and 10 silver ore, and must be forged by someone possessing forging skills in a blacksmith shop. Wow, a green weapon blueprint. Su Fang exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting Tianshan Tonglao to unveil such a treasure. Fortunately, he possessed silver ore and iron ore, once bought. He could forge it directly without needing financial fusion. What do you want? Su Fang inquired. Could I exchange it for golden corn seeds? Tianshan Tonglao asked. Su Fang pondered for a moment and replied, certainly, but only one. All right. Tianshan Tonglao clearly did not anticipate Su Fang's agreement. However, she was unaware that such seeds could not continuously yield golden quality corn. Purchasing it would merely increase yield slightly. After acquiring the green equipment blueprint, Su Fang could directly forge green quality gear, a profit far beyond what a single seed could yield. Tianshan Tonglao believed she had struck a great deal. Unaware of her substantial loss, Su Fang promptly transferred the green blueprint to Zhang Shi, stating, "Let us forge this green equipment next." "A green weapon?" Zhang Shi exclaimed in surprise, promptly replying, "Okay." While eating, Su Fang announced in the world chat, "Acquiring blacksmith skill books. Those interested, please leave a message. Prices are negotiable." "Big boss, I have a cooking skill book. Do you want it? I have an archer skill book. I possess a glutton skill. I have mastery in all 18 skills. Wealthy patron, would you like to give it a try?" Upon seeing the messages, Su Fang felt compelled to add the individuals. He first added those claiming to have cooking and archer skills. "You have become friends with spicy strips of 91. You have become friends with riding an ant to see the sea. A wealthy patron has added me." Spicy strips of 91 exclaimed, "I've finally waited for you. As long as you accept me as a little brother, I'll immediately present the skills." Riding an ant to see the sea stated directly. Su Fang replied to both. "Name your prices for the skills. Let us refrain from discussing unrelated matters. Please, big brother, I genuinely want to associate with you." Riding an ant to see the sea quickly responded. "All right, then transfer all the resources from your territory to me," Su Fang bluntly challenged. He enjoyed his freedom and had no need for any little brothers. Riding an ant to see the sea. "Let us discuss the skills instead. Su Fang, name your price." Given that it's a combat skill, the price will surely be high. Although archers are relatively rare and training is troublesome, it is still a ranged attack skill. "How about 2,000 gold? I'm not making this price arbitrarily. While I can't be your little brother, we can certainly be friends." Riding an ant to see the sea stated, without any hesitation regarding the skill price, ignoring the earlier brotherly terms. From Su Fang's understanding, riding an ant to see the sea had not set an exorbitant price. Skills were exceedingly scarce, and 2,000 gold was within a reasonable range, unlike others who had quoted 5 or 10,000, as if their skills were incredibly precious. However, gold was currently in short supply, and Su Fang could not simply acquiesce. Since he was a shrewd merchant, he could not disappoint. 1,000 gold, Su Fang countered. 1,000 gold. Oh, riding an ant to see the sea's lips twitched. Then he replied, "You truly live up to your reputation as a merchant. This price is outrageous." "Outrageous? I've heard of people quoting 500 gold, Su Fang responded. "Can they compare to you? You are the wealthy patron." Riding an ant to see the sea retorted. Su Fang found this unacceptable, when others quoted 500 as reasonable. He was labeled a merchant. Minimum of 1,800 gold. Riding an ant to see the sea insisted. 1,000 gold, Su Fang stood firm. "This one do, why are you so stingy?" Riding an ant to see the sea questioned. "Since you all call me stingy, if I were not, would I still be myself?" Su Fang replied. This response left Riding an ant to see the sea speechless. He had never encountered such a retort. "I don't necessarily need this skill. If you don't want to sell, keep it for yourself or sell it to someone else," Su Fang stated. His gold was earned through his own efforts, not stolen or robbed. He would not compel anyone to sell to him. 1,500 gold. "If you don't want it, I'll keep it for myself." Riding an ant to see the sea still retreated a bit. "Deal." This was the price Su Fang had in mind, one he could accept. After the transaction, Su Fang checked the skill. Skill, absolute kill arrow. Quality white. Description, bow and arrow skill, unleashes a devastating arrow, increasing damage by 10. After learning it, Su Fang acquired another combat skill. And it was an archer skill at that. Only then did Su Fang continue chatting with spicy strips of 91. "What do you think? 500 gold is my highest offer." Cooking skills are classified as life skills, not combat skills, and thus are naturally of lower value. Su Fang offered 500 gold. "Too low. Let's make it 1,000 gold, spicy strips of 91 replied. "I'm acquiring combat skills at 1,000 gold. Do you really think this skill compares to combat skills?" Su Fang began to deceive, which is the essence of a cunning merchant. Whether the deception succeeds is another matter entirely. How could it be possible? Combat skills cannot be acquired for merely 1,000 gold coins. Such a price is simply inconceivable. Spicy strips from 91 evidently shared this skepticism. The other party was in dire need of gold, and I was the most straightforward, thus securing the purchase, Su Fang replied. "You can take it for 800 gold coins." 500, the spicy strips from 91 hesitated. Ultimately, Su Fang spent 680 gold coins to acquire this culinary skill. This skill enabled the creation of delectable dishes. And Su Fang enlisted a soldier with considerable mental fortitude to learn this culinary art, entrusting him with the responsibility of preparing meals for the territory in the future. Subsequently, Su Fang continued to procure various items from around the world, and others sought to sell materials in exchange for gold. Su Fang accepted their offers, often at relatively low prices, as they were clearly in urgent need of gold. He began purchasing significant quantities of timber and stone, while he refrained from acquiring excessive amounts of other materials. Although his gold reserves were in the hundreds of thousands, they were still finite, and he could not endlessly gather materials. He even encountered someone selling a first-tier crystal core. After inquiring about the price, the seller quoted 500 gold coins. But Su Fang engaged in haggling and ultimately secured it for 300 gold coins. The prices of materials fluctuated daily. Initially, timber could be sold for 20 gold coins per unit, as it was scarce and everyone urgently needed to construct barracks. However, now that most had built and upgraded their barracks and cottages, and with an influx of inhabitants, the abundance of materials had increased, yet gold remained insufficient. Consequently, the price of timber had fallen to 15 gold coins per unit. As for stone, demand remained low, resulting in a price of 10 gold coins per unit. Su Fang speculated that the price of stone would eventually surpass that of timber, thus he began reaching out to those selling stone, trading with gold and food items. While they were reluctant to trade for other goods, the immense utility of gold and food made them eager to engage in transactions with Su Fang. Given the significant utility of his gold and food, Su Fang raised prices accordingly. After all, the reputation and efficacy of these items had already been established, and demand consistently outstripped supply. Regardless of the criticisms directed at him, he remained the sole lord selling gold and food, and even if some were unwilling to purchase, there would always be those ready to buy. Consequently, Su Fang exchanged a considerable amount of materials once more using the gold and food in his possession. After completing these transactions, Su Fang noted that his mental energy had recovered to 58 points. Thus, he began to merge his barracks. After expending 20 points of mental energy, he successfully transformed the white barracks into a green quality one, merged into a green quality barracks. Following this successful fusion, the entire Barracks structure underwent a remarkable transformation. The color changed to green, and its appearance became considerably more attractive, shedding its previous rough semblance. Su Fang intended to upgrade the green barracks and then commence summoning soldiers to observe any changes. Gold, 6,400, timber, 6,400, barracks level, 1, current level, LV 31. Gold, 8,000, timber, 8,000, barracks level, 1, current level, LV 35. Chapter 48. What have I deceived you about? Building, barracks. Quality, green. Level, LV 35. Next level requires 8,800 gold, 8,800 timber. Description, consumes 100 gold to summon one soldier. Currently capable of summoning 600,800. After upgrading to level 35, Su Fang found his timber insufficient. Yet he could now summon an additional 200 soldiers. Gold, 100, summoning a white quality soldier. Su Fang was taken aback. Could it be that a green barracks could only summon white quality soldiers? He continued to summon, and on the 6th attempt, a change finally occurred. Gold, 100. Summoning a green quality soldier. Su Fang examined the soldier who emanated a faint green glow and reviewed his details. Name, Zhanghu. Talent, none. Quality, green. Loyalty, 50, initially 50. If it drops below 10, there is a risk of betrayal. Level, 0. Experience, 0 100. Strength, 12. Constitution, 8. Stamina, 7. Agility, 8. Spirit, 9. Magic defense, 6. Physical defense, 7. Luck, 5. Talent, 9. Combat skills, none. Life skills, none. Su Fang discovered that this soldier's initial strength exceeded that of an average individual by 2 points. This indicates that green quality soldiers are classified based on certain initial strength standards. Soldiers upgrade differently from lords. Their progression is determined by their base attributes. If a soldier possesses a particularly high initial attribute, their corresponding attribute will be even higher upon leveling up. Zhanghu's talent was also quite impressive, reaching a score of 9, just shy of Su Fang's, indicating significant potential. Although Su Fang was unaware of the implications of this talent, he could not discern any other differences for the time being, and would have to wait until Zhanghu leveled up to observe further distinctions. Gold, 100. Summoning a white quality soldier. Su Fang continued to summon soldiers. On fortunate occasions, he could summon a green quality soldier after 5 or 6 attempts, while on less fortunate days, it could take over 10 attempts to summon even a single soldier. Once 200 new soldiers had been summoned, 15 of them were of green quality. Following the upgrade of the barracks, it could only be said that there was a certain probability of summoning green quality soldiers. Not all would be of that caliber. Su Fang believed that higher quality barracks would yield an even greater probability of summoning high quality soldiers. Building blueprints were inherently difficult to acquire. Even if they appeared, there was no guarantee they would be barracks blueprints, which was entirely a matter of luck. Su Fang desired many barracks blueprints, yet obtaining them was no simple task. Wolf alone could not secure them. Another day passed, and after freshening up, Su Fang resumed selling food, which was the first task he undertook each morning. After completing his sales, he provided other food items to his friends and inquired if they wished to purchase golden strawberries. Golden strawberries could enhance constitution by 150 within 4 hours. Su Fang had tested them the previous day and discovered their effectiveness. A robust constitution aids in injury recovery, stamina consumption, and defense, even enhancing the manifestation of strength. Thus, it is a remarkably powerful attribute. As this was just the beginning, they were eager to experiment with the effects of the golden strawberries. Su Fang did not charge them excessively for the first sale, considering it a necessary business strategy, as he could afford the small quantity of golden strawberries. Meanwhile, Tianshan Tonglao sent Su Fang a message inquiring why the golden quality corn seeds yielded only purple quality corn. and that replanting purple corn resulted only in blue quality corn. Yet, he was able to consistently cultivate golden quality corn. How did he achieve that? Tian Shan Tonglao believed she could cultivate golden quality corn continuously like Su Fang, only to find it entirely different from her expectations, leaving her bewildered. Everyone has their secrets. I shall not disclose mine, Su Fang replied directly. You scoundrel, what have I deceived you about, your feelings or your body? Su Fang inquired. The Tian Shan child was momentarily taken aback. She had merely stipulated a trade for golden corn seeds without inquiring further. The other party had not deceived her, as they had simply withheld certain information. Moreover, these high-quality corn yielded an exceptionally abundant harvest, far surpassing that of ordinary food, which could indeed be considered a boon. Therefore, the Tian Shan child could not genuinely accuse Su Fang of any deceit. Humph, you, what a character. Fine, I'll concede that I failed to ask for clarification. The Tian Shan child was left to accept her fate, as the initiative to trade for the golden seeds had originated from her. She simply had not anticipated such circumstances. It was no wonder that Su Fang had readily agreed at that time. However, she had not returned empty-handed. At the very least, she had significantly augmented her food supplies. Yet, the Tian Shan child was exceedingly curious about the means employed by Su Fang to consistently cultivate corn of such golden quality. Su Fang then began his meal, only to discover that today's fare was particularly delectable. He inquired, is there something different about today's meal? Is Zhang Yibai the reason behind this culinary delight? Indeed, my lord. His cooking skill is remarkably proficient, and the meals are far more palatable than before, Zhang San replied. However, only one person possesses this skill. Let us hope for the emergence of more talents. Zhang Yi remarked. It is already commendable that the Lord has acquired a skill. Now, we await our fortune. Zhang Si added. Interestingly, lesser monsters could also yield additional items, albeit at an exceedingly low probability. Su Fang recalled his first skill, gathering, which had manifested from a wild hare. As for how he knew this, it was from the information shared in the chat channel, where others had confirmed receiving items from lesser monsters. Some had acquired equipment, others blueprints, and some even skills. However, such instances were rare. The guaranteed drops came exclusively from bosses, while the nature of the loot remained a matter of chance. Yet, no one expected to find anything of value from lesser monsters. For everyone, the primary source of equipment remained the treasure chests. Outside, wooden chests were the most common, followed by black iron chests, while bronze chests were exceedingly rare, typically only encountered when facing new monsters. This day, Su Fang had other objectives, leading to a larger group of 50 individuals, including 15 green-quality soldiers. He wished to observe the specific distinctions between them and the white soldiers post-upgrade. Chapter 49. The differences between green soldiers and white soldiers. After arranging various tasks for the soldiers, Su Fang finally approached Zhang Shi. My lord, here is the completed radiant blade. Zhang Shi presented a green-quality sword to Su Fang. Both Zhang Shi and Zhang Shire had elevated their blacksmithing skills to the maximum level. The white-level blacksmithing skill could only reach level 10, whereas the green-level forging skill could ascend to level 12. Zhang Shi had reached level 13, thus was aware that his forging skill could only progress to level 12. Su Fang examined the attributes of the weapon. Equipment, radiant blade. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength 12, constitution 2. The attributes are commendable. How many have you crafted? Su Fang inquired. A total of 11 pieces, Zhang Shi responded. Continue to strive, but remember to rest. Health is the foundation of all endeavors, Su Fang advised. Yes, my lord, Zhang Shi replied, visibly touched. Su Fang distributed the crafted equipment among the soldiers, and then he led them towards the werewolf camp discovered the previous day. Along the way, the soldiers collected numerous treasure chests. Su Fang instructed them to gather everything and hand it over to him, as these chests could not be stored in the lord's inventory nor traded, thus rendering them unsellable. Upon opening the chests, he acquired a variety of resources, farming tools, and equipment. Today's haul was quite balanced, unlike the previous days, where 40% had been equipment. Today, the loot was diverse, even yielding a white-quality gauntlet blueprint. Su Fang was particularly attentive to the green-quality soldiers, deliberately weakening numerous high-level monsters for Zhang, Hu and others to dispatch, as he had discovered that the final blow awarded additional experience points. It wasn't long before Zhang Hu leveled up, prompting Su Fang to examine his upgraded attributes. Name, Zhang Hu. Talent, none. Quality, green. Loyalty, 68, initially 50. Below 10 poses a risk of rebellion. Level, 1. Experience, 2200. Strength, 16. Constitution, 10. Stamina, 8. Agility, 9. Spirit, 12. Magical defense, 6. Physical defense, 7. Luck, 5. Talent, 9. Combat skills, none. Life skills, none. Su Fang was taken aback. He distinctly remembered that all individuals gained only 10 free attribute points upon leveling up. Yet, Zhang Hu had acquired an additional point. Su Fang was astonished. Green quality soldiers evidently received 1 extra attribute point per level compared to white quality soldiers. Further investigation revealed that all other green quality soldiers experienced the same phenomenon, gaining 11 points with each level. This discovery elated Su Fang, as the disparity in attributes was monumental. While the differences were not apparent at lower levels, they would become significant after several levels, potentially amounting to dozens of points. After reaching level 100, the gap could reach a staggering 100 attribute points. This was still only with green quality soldiers. He could only imagine the differences with blue, purple, or even golden quality soldiers. Su Fang had not yet acquired such soldiers, leaving the disparities unknown for the time being. However, he recalled his singular golden quality building, the Soul Hall. This edifice could summon golden quality heroes, but required soul points, obtainable only by defeating monsters within 100 meters of the territory. Presently, Su Fang's sole method of acquiring soul points was through fishing, bringing back fish to slay, which yielded 500 to 600 soul points. It appeared that he would need to dispatch more individuals for fishing. He was eager to summon a golden quality hero, convinced that such a hero would gain even more attribute points upon leveling up. Su Fang promptly dispatched a soldier back to instruct Zhang San to organize several teams to fish at various locations by the lake, advising him to ensure their safety against potential fish monsters. After giving these instructions, Su Fang began broadcasting to the world, seeking fishing nets, friends with nets. Please leave a message. Is the wealthy gentleman planning to venture into the sea? Perhaps he has discovered another lucrative opportunity. Wealthy gentleman, you previously sold water. There should be a lake nearby, but ocean water is salty. Have you found any unique fish in the lake? Remember to sell them to me. Just the day before, fishing nets had been introduced. Many responded, claiming to have nets for sale. After adding them as friends, only half possessed actual nets, while the others attempted to deceive him into adding them. Su Fang promptly removed those deceitful individuals from his list of friends, as those who betrayed his trust were unworthy of companionship. As for those who had been honest, he retained them and could privately purchase other items from them. After acquiring fishing nets, Su Fang instructed 2 soldiers to return them to Zhang San. Following that, he continued to lead the 15 green quality soldiers in leveling up, as they were swiftly gaining experience from defeating high-level monsters. After their levels had all ascended to level 10, Su Fang led a large group toward the werewolf encampment. He brought along 10 pairs of binoculars, keeping one for himself and distributing the rest among 9 soldiers, instructing them on their usage. The learning curve was not steep, and they quickly mastered the skill. As they approached the werewolf camp, Su Fang ordered his men to use the binoculars to scout the enemy's movements. Soon, he received reports indicating that numerous werewolves were outside, hunting monsters, with levels ranging from 8 to 16. Su Fang commanded the soldiers to prepare for a surprise attack against these werewolves. Given their numerical advantage, dispatching the werewolf soldiers would be a straightforward task. The more formidable werewolves would be left for Su Fang to handle personally. He advanced toward a group of werewolves led by an elite captain, and through his binoculars, he discerned that there were 12 of them. Su Fang instructed the soldiers to close the distance. He first readied his bow and unleashed the archer's skill, Killer Arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth at incredible speed, striking the werewolf elite captain. The sheer force of the shot pierced the elite captain's body, rendering his leather armor utterly ineffective against Su Fang's formidable strike. However, the captain was not mortally wounded. Meanwhile, 5 or 6 archers among the soldiers loosed their arrows at the werewolves. Although their aim was less than perfect, 2 werewolves sustained injuries. Subsequently, the soldiers surrounded the werewolves and engaged in a fierce melee. Su Fang stepped forward and dispatched the werewolf captain. The remaining werewolves, besieged by the multitude of soldiers, were swiftly eliminated. After clearing the battlefield, Su Fang began to eradicate the surrounding werewolves, eliminating another 50 or 60. He refrained from assaulting the werewolf encampment, as it housed numerous level 16 werewolf captains. Instead, he decided to elevate the levels of 15 green quality soldiers before proceeding with an attack on the werewolf camp. He aimed to raise their levels to at least 15 before making any decisions regarding an assault. Next, Su Fang assigned a soldier to monitor the situation at the werewolf camp while he and the others commenced hunting nearby monsters. The area was teeming with creatures, predominantly ranging from levels 15 to 20. They soon encountered a pack of 18-level howling wild boars, which included not only a boss, but also a bronze treasure chest. Chapter 50, Profession Certification. The howling wild boars were formidable, all at level 18 and of green quality, while the boss reached level 20. Monster, Howling Wild Boar Boss. Quality, Green. Level, 20. Skills, Brutal Charge, Trample. Description, the leader of the Howling Wild Boars, endowed with savage strength and formidable defense. It is advisable to maintain a safe distance upon encountering them. With a sizable force at his disposal, Su Fang felt no need for caution against this pack of Howling Wild Boars. He was confident in handling the level 20 Howling Wild Boar Boss himself. After giving instructions, he led the soldiers toward the Howling Wild Boars, and alongside several archers, he drew his bow and began firing at the creatures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows flew, with only 2 finding their mark, while one howling wild boar fell victim to Su Fang's arrow, showcasing his tremendous strength and the resultant damage dealt to the creature. As the monsters charged towards Su Fang and his men, the boss remained stationary, merely bellowing at them. Observing the situation, Su Fang noted that the soldiers were managing the howling wild boars without significant difficulty due to their numerical superiority and experience, each equipped with gears suited for the task. Su Fang then approached the boss, a colossal and powerful foe. Upon entering the 20-meter aggro range, the boss immediately initiated its brutal charge. The boss moved swiftly, its impact formidable. With ample experience facing such creatures and being a martial artist, Su Fang's reflexes surpassed those of his companions. As the boss closed in at 15, 10, 6, and 3 meters, Su Fang deftly dodged to the side and executed a quick and precise counterattack. Thrust. The boss's defenses were commendable, but Su Fang's strike still inflicted damage. In response to the pain, the boss swiftly turned and charged at Su Fang, who performed a somersault to evade. Positioning himself behind the boss to strike repeatedly, his speed and agility allowed him to unleash 7 or 8 strikes within mere seconds. The boss, now turning once more, attempted to charge Su Fang, yet his reactions were too swift, allowing him to dodge the assault. Following his evasion, he activated a skill and hurled himself at the creature once more. This time, Su Fang employed the green skill execution, which he had upgraded to level 5, enhancing his damage by 60. After consuming sweet potatoes and thanks to his current equipment attributes, his strength had reached 136 points. With this skill in play, his power surged beyond 200 points. A terrifying force erupted from Su Fang's willow leaf spear, striking the howling wild boar boss. A pained cry escaped the boss's maw as it collapsed to the ground, suffering severe damage from the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Su Fang unleashed a mighty thrust into the wound of the howling wild boar. Thrust. His spear pierced deep into the boss's body, driving it into the ground. Blood gushing from the wound. The boss struggled for several minutes before finally succumbing. Experience points, 500. Reputation, 40. Heavenly Dao prompt, Huaxia City Lord. First to slay a level 20 green quality boss, rewarded with 20 free attribute points, 20 reputation points, and 2 skill points. Upon receiving the Heavenly Dao notification, Su Fang was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated a reward for defeating a level 20 boss. Could it be that a reward is granted for every 10-level difference among bosses of each quality? This was merely Su Fang's conjecture, and whether it held true would require verification. Could the affluent individuals indeed vanquish a level 20 green boss? Here he was, still contending with level 10 monsters. He had encountered green quality monsters before, vastly superior to their white counterparts. It was astonishing to witness the prowess of the affluent, truly, the strongest in the Dragon Rising Kingdom. At this moment, all he could exclaim was, wow, impressive. Could they perhaps share what loot the boss dropped? The experience from a level 20 green boss was indeed substantial, and Su Fang examined the spoils. The loot was quite impressive. He had over 200 gold coins, along with 2 tomes. Besides the tomes, there were 2 pieces of equipment, both of green quality, marking a significant haul. Su Fang first assessed the 2 pieces of equipment. Equipment, gauntlets. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength 10, physical defense 10. Equipment, gauntlets. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength 5, agility 5, physical defense 5, magical defense 5. Upon observing the 2 pieces of equipment, Su Fang realized that both were quite remarkable and suitable for his use. Once adorned with the items, his strength surged by an additional 15 points, agility by 5 points, physical defense by 15 points, and magical defense by 5 points. Subsequently, he picked up 2 tomes and discovered that one was a skill book, albeit a white quality gathering technique. Nevertheless, it was still commendable. Turning his gaze to the other book, Su Fang was genuinely astonished to find it was a green quality warrior class transfer certificate. So there are class transfers after all. I had thought there were none, he thought, intrigued as he perused the description of the transfer certificate. Item, warrior class certificate. Quality, green. Description, can be used to transfer to the warrior class after reaching level 10. Upon transfer, all warrior skills will inflict 20 damage. After the transfer, a higher quality warrior class certificate can be utilized for further advancement. What a splendid item, and being of green quality, it would be remiss not to utilize it. Su Fang decided against postponing its use, reasoning that he could always replace it with a superior certificate in the future. Moreover, the warrior class was not only his forte, but also a profession he cherished. Grasping the warrior class certificate, he activated it. You have transitioned into a green warrior. All warrior skills will inflict 20 damage. Heavenly Dao notification, Huaxia City Lord. First to transfer class, rewards, 50 free attribute points, 50 reputation points, 5 skill points, and 1 lottery draw for this class. Chapter 51, Skill Lottery. 3 notifications from the Heavenly Dao appeared before everyone's eyes. Once again astonishing not only the lords across the globe, but even those eliminated from the JoJo world. Lord's World, chat channel, wow. The wealthy individual has acquired a class. May I inquire what class it is? Could the affluent one provide an introduction? How many classes are there in total? What class did the affluent one transition to? Where can one obtain such a class certificate? Yet again, 2 successive heavenly Tao notifications, 2 rewards. It seems one simply cannot compare to this individual. As for those eliminated from the JoJo world, they would check their phones whenever time permitted. Some had been out for several days, while others had spent only a brief time on the Lord's continent. They were all keenly observing the developments of the Lords in the Lord's world, as it piqued everyone's interest to see how the Lord's world would ultimately evolve. Among the citizens of the Lungting Nation, Su Fang was undoubtedly the most watched. Each time he received a heavenly Tao reward, it left countless individuals in awe and brought joy to many. Su Fang had ascended to the status of an idol for the entire Lungting Nation. Although he remained blissfully unaware of the multitude of his compatriots following his every move and the throngs tuning in to his live broadcasts daily. Once again, Su Fang secured 2 consecutive heavenly Tao rewards, prompting an uproar among the citizens of Lungting Nation. Well done, Su Fang. You are truly formidable. Since the beginning, every heavenly Tao reward has been claimed by you, and this is a source of pride for us Lungting citizens. Su Fang had surpassed others by a considerable margin, leading not only in levels, but also boasting over 100 more points in attributes than his peers. Su Fang is the pride of our Lungting Nation, a hero of the East. Keep it up, Su Fang. I have faith in you. Su Fang, if you ever emerge, I will certainly pursue you. The live chat was flooded with praises, and the comments were abundant, all extolling Su Fang's virtues. Daily, a few unfortunate lords, slain by monsters, returned to the JoJo planet. Or some who could no longer endure the hardships chose to end their lives and return. Upon their return to the JoJo planet, many retained their levels, and those who had suffered from various ailments found themselves restored, emerging from the ordeal healthy once more. Even those who had battled cancer or endured amputations returned to the JoJo planet as normal individuals. Though they may not have traversed the entirety of the Lord's continent, they had nonetheless experienced a form of rebirth. As Su Fang garnered increasing attention, details about him were quickly disseminated. It turned out that he hailed from a martial arts family, which explained his rapid rise and formidable prowess. Furthermore, Su Fang was a young orphan, imbued with a strong sense of justice. Many who had witnessed Su Fang's selfless acts, including his hospital visits after saving lives, praised him as a paragon of virtue. The higher-ups in the Lungting Nation sought to promote Su Fang as a beacon of positive energy. The heavenly Tao had taken control of the entire JoJo planet, obliterating all nuclear weapons worldwide and prohibiting any wars for a century. Should any conflict arise, their firearms would be rendered mere toys. Although still weapons, all guns would malfunction, and missiles would be utterly ineffective. Thus, while the world could still advance technologically, all firearms and ammunition became unusable, forcing reliance on primitive weaponry. This was a constrained era of peace, one that would persist for 100 years. As for what would occur after that century, the heavenly Tao had made it clear, aside from nuclear weapons, which would cease to exist and could not be manufactured by any means, all firearms could be reinstated. For this century, nations around the globe would be safeguarded, as the heavenly Tao forbade warfare. Moreover, any nation that initiated conflict would face retribution from the heavenly Tao. The nature of such punishment remained a mystery, yet none dared to provoke war. The methods of the heavenly Tao were well known to all, and thus they were not foolish. World leaders signed a ceasefire agreement, binding for 100 years. Even without signatures, none would dare to instigate warfare, knowing the heavenly Tao would impose penalties. This was undoubtedly a boon for all peace-loving individuals globally. Though the world's elite had opportunities to become lords, the vast majority chose to return to the JoJo world. In addition to these leaders, many affluent individuals with comfortable lives or substantial enterprises also opted to return. Those who remained were primarily lower-tier individuals, young dreamers and ambitious souls, undaunted by the challenges of the early territories, eager to reshape their fates. Many persevered through the most arduous times and have since begun to thrive. Though their territories remained small, their structures had not advanced significantly, and their soldiers were few. They were diligently striving for change, battling daily for a brighter tomorrow. Upon receiving the heavenly Tao notification, Su Fang smiled slightly. Though he had anticipated a reward for his class transfer, he had not expected it to be so bounteous. Noticing the flood of messages in the chat, Su Fang remarked, "Though I am the first to transfer classes, I am uncertain about the exact number of classes. As for the class certificates, I trust you can surmise that they drop from boss encounters. I cannot say whether bosses below level 20 yield them, but mine came from a level 20 boss. Best of luck to you all." After speaking, Su Fang paid them no further mind. The profession certification was hardly a secret. Astute individuals could quickly deduce that he had transitioned to a new class immediately after slaying the level 20 boss. It was evident that this certification had dropped from the boss, and it would be more beneficial to provide some information, thereby enhancing his reputation. This would undoubtedly improve his business prospects. There was no reason for Su Fang to refrain from such actions. As for the specifics of his new class, there was no necessity to disclose that. Let them speculate. Su Fang handed the skill-gathering technique to one of the soldiers and commenced his selection for the profession skill lottery. Since it was a class skill lottery, it was impossible to draw skills from other professions. Upon claiming his reward, 10 question mark chests appeared before him. Clearly, Su Fang was no novice to this lottery mechanism. Each option was identical, so he chose the first chest. After making his selection, he began to open the chest. Chapter 52. Ambush on the Wolf Soldiers. A golden light flashed, and Su Fang was taken aback. He had obtained a golden skill. He hurriedly examined the details of the skill. Skill, Dragon's Dance. Quality, golden. Description, usable by any profession. Grants a speed increase of 100 for a duration dependent on various physical attributes. What a formidable skill. Su Fang was thoroughly astonished. A golden quality skill that could enhance speed by 100 at level 1 was indeed impressive. After learning Dragon's Dance, he immediately upgraded it to level 10, leaving him with 10 skill points. Skill, Dragon's Dance. Quality, golden. Level, LV10. Description, usable by any profession. Grants a speed increase of 1000 for a duration dependent on various physical attributes. The level 10 Dragon's Dance was more than sufficient for Su Fang at this stage. The remaining skill points would be reserved for future use. Name, Su Fang. Talent, Fusion, Unique. Profession, Green Warrior. Level, 15. Experience, 32, 876, 000. Strength, 82, 27. Constitution, 82. Stamina, 82. Agility, 82, 24. Spirit, 828. Magic Defense, 1010. Physical Defense, 1035. Luck, 10. Talent, 10. Reputation, 278. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 10. Combat skills, White Strike LV1. Green Execution LV5. White Fatal Arrow LV1. Golden Dragon's Dance LV10. Life skills, White Gathering Technique LV1. White Taming Technique LV1. Territory level, LV3. Upgrade condition, own 5 level 4 buildings, with at least 1 crystal building at LV4 and 400 gold coins. After reviewing his attributes, Su Fang looked around. His companions had gathered their spoils. He collected all their belongings and continued his search for monsters to level up. After some time, a soldier who had been dispatched to monitor the werewolf encampment rushed over to Su Fang, reporting, "My lord, over 30 wolf soldiers have emerged from the werewolf camp and are approaching this way." "Oh, finally some action. Over 30 wolf soldiers, splendid. What is the highest level among them?" Su Fang inquired. "The highest is an 18-level werewolf elite captain, while the others range from level 10 to 16, the soldier replied. "Gather. We shall set an ambush." Su Fang commanded immediately. Understood. The soldiers began to prepare traps, dig pits, and a few climbed into the trees. Su Fang then retrieved bamboo from his pack and instructed them to toss it at the wolf soldiers once they were in range. The soldiers quickly grasped the plan. With their newfound strength from eating sweet potatoes, a full-force throw would surely eliminate the wolf soldiers. Next, Su Fang produced several fishing nets to create additional traps and instructed them on their construction. With 33 wolf soldiers, Su Fang was determined not to engage in a direct confrontation to minimize his soldiers' casualties. Once everything was set, Su Fang turned to one of the soldiers, saying, "Go and lure the enemy here." "Yes, sir." The soldier nodded eagerly. "Conceal yourselves." Su Fang directed the remaining soldiers as they hid and awaited the enemy's arrival. After about 10 minutes, the soldiers returned, pursued by a throng of wolf soldiers. Suddenly, several wolf soldiers fell into the pits they had dug, impaled by the bamboo below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Fang shot an arrow, killing a wolf soldier, while the other soldiers also fired at the remaining wolf soldiers, but none fell. A few of the wolf soldiers charged at them, only to be ambushed and slain by the hidden soldiers nearby. More wolf soldiers were pierced by bamboo thrown down from the trees, prompting those in the trees to quickly descend. As the number of wolf soldiers dwindled, with half of them eliminated by the traps, Su Fang shouted, "Attack!" The group encircled the remaining wolf soldiers, and Su Fang, alongside several others, continuously unleashed arrows upon them. In no time, even the werewolf elite captain succumbed to their onslaught. "Collect the spoils and send 2 to continue monitoring the werewolf camp," Su Fang ordered. "My lord, I will go." One soldier volunteered. "I shall also go," said another. Su Fang nodded as the 2 soldiers hurried off towards the werewolf encampment to keep watch. Su Fang acquired 33 white weapons and leather armor. The werewolf encampments had become a veritable treasure trove for him. Each time they emerged, he reaped considerable rewards. He wished for them to emerge in greater numbers, yet he remained uncertain of their exact quantity within the camp, fearing an overwhelming surge of wolf soldiers would be detrimental. As Su Fang continued to monitor the werewolf camp, he sought out more monsters to slay. 2 hours later, he received word from the soldiers that over 50 wolf soldiers had emerged this time. By then, Su Fang had leveled up to 16, while the soldiers were around levels 14 to 15. Once again, Su Fang employed the traps from before, crafting additional ones as well. With prior experience, they handled the wolf soldiers more adeptly this time. However, the soldiers reported that among the 50-plus wolf soldiers, there was a particularly formidable wolf soldier leader. Su Fang nodded, maintaining the ambush. This time, he would personally draw the enemies in. Approaching the group of wolf soldiers, he took out his binoculars to assess the strength of the wolf soldier leader. Monster, wolf soldier leader boss. Quality white. Level 20. Skill, Werewolf Slash. Description: one of the 3 major bosses of the werewolf camp, possessing commendable attack power. A mere level 20 white quality boss, and a humanoid one at that. Su Fang was curious whether he would receive additional rewards from the heavens upon slaying this boss. He instructed the soldiers to retreat, then drew his bow, knocking an arrow and releasing it towards the wolf soldier leader. Whoosh! Ow! Su Fang's arrow struck the wolf soldier leader in the arm, but did not slay him. Though regretful, Su Fang was not an expert archer, having learned archery only days prior. Merely hitting the target was an accomplishment in itself. The wolf soldier leader roared in rage, commanding the wolf soldiers to pursue Su Fang's direction. Su Fang, swift of foot, ran while shooting back at the wolf soldiers. The opposing side also possessed archers, yet Su Fang wielded the dragon's dance, a skill that, when elevated to level 10, could augment his speed by a staggering 1,000. However, Su Fang found it difficult to fully harness such velocity. The strain on his body from such rapid movement was excessively taxing, rendering him incapable of sustaining it for extended periods. Thus, he refrained from unleashing his full potential. In Chapter 53, titled Wolfman Slash, even with these limitations, Su Fang darted about like a specter, releasing an arrow before swiftly shifting to a new position to shoot again. The assault from the wolf soldiers fell entirely short. As none could discern Su Fang's precise location, his speed was simply too formidable. Experience points, 320. Experience points, 300. Experience points, 280. One by one, the wolf soldiers fell to Su Fang's arrows, utterly oblivious to his whereabouts, becoming mere pawns led by his whims. In no time, Su Fang had exhausted his 15 arrows, having slain approximately 8 wolf soldiers and wounded 5 others, while the remainder had been rendered ineffective. He then began guiding the remaining wolf soldiers into an ambush zone. The wolf soldiers soon stumbled into the traps laid by his comrades, their numbers steadily dwindling. Approaching a soldier armed with a bow, Su Fang seized his arrows and renewed his offensive against the wolf soldiers. Like a predator in the jungle, Su Fang exerted tremendous pressure on the wolf soldiers, instilling a palpable fear within them. He was akin to a phantom, each shot resulting in the demise of a wolf soldier, with the enemy unable to ascertain his position, merely perceiving him as an elusive shadow. This time, Su Fang specifically targeted the enemy archers to diminish their ranged capabilities, further reducing their numbers. Soon, he laid eyes upon the injured wolf soldier leader. Thus, Su Fang sought out a vantage point and aimed at the leader's head. Death arrow. Whoosh. Thud. With a single shot, he felled the wolf soldier leader, leaving an arrow protruding from his head. This exemplified the potency of a ranged class. With a sufficient supply of arrows, one could instill profound terror in the enemy. Su Fang deemed it essential to cultivate a battalion of archers. However, the meager supply of arrows currently available only allowed for practice, precluding the formation of such a unit. Experience points, 480. Reputation, 20. Heavenly Dao notification. As the Lord of Huaxia City, you have slain the first level 20 white quality boss, earning 10 free attribute points, 10 reputation points, and 1 skill point. Su Fang reaffirmed his prior conjecture. Defeating a boss of different quality every 10 levels yielded rewards. In the Lord's World chat channel. Damn it. Here we go again with someone showing off. It's him. Again. Why is it always him? Can't anyone else catch a break? What level is he even? He can't possibly be level 20 yet, and he dares to slay a level 20 monster while I'm still struggling against level 8 beasts. Oh great one. Could you perhaps wait for us? Su Fang once more captured the attention of the denizens of the Lord's World. His prowess was astounding, and since the beginning, all heavenly Dao rewards had pertained to him. They could only harbor envy and resentment. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the morale of the wolf soldiers plummeted, with some even beginning to flee. Recognizing the situation, Su Fang immediately commanded his soldiers to pursue. He maneuvered ahead of their escape route, positioning himself and drawing his bow to target the fleeing wolf soldiers. Despite their evident fear, the wolf soldiers charged towards him. Su Fang stowed his bow and activated Dragon's Dance, dashing toward the wolf soldiers with remarkable speed. He soon penetrated their ranks, thrusting and slashing with his spear, toppling 7 or 8 wolf soldiers in an instant. The soldiers following behind quickly encircled the beleaguered wolf soldiers, who, having lost their spirit, only yearned to escape. They were swiftly dispatched by Su Fang's men. Once the battlefield was secured, Su Fang approached the site of the wolf soldier leader's demise and discovered a tome on the ground. It was yet another skill book. Su Fang felt quite pleased as he examined the details of the skill. Skill, Wolfman Slash. Quality, white. Description, attacks the target, inflicting an additional 10 damage. This skill did not suit Su Fang, so he decided to store it for his soldiers' use. Each skill cannot be employed in succession. The greater the power of the skill, the more demanding it is on the body. Continuous use could lead to backlash, rendering the effort counterproductive. Though Su Fang's Dragon's Dance had indeed reached level 10, it did not imply he could wield it effortlessly. The speed it demanded was excessive. Should he unleash it at full throttle, he might well lose sight of his path and crash headlong into an obstacle. Mastery of any skill necessitates practice and personal adaptation to become a true asset in battle. Today marked the final day of the novice period, and as he observed the sky, Su Fang resolved to return. What awaited him on the morrow remained uncertain. But with the 7-day novice protection period concluded, significant transformations were bound to unfold across the Lord's continent. The spoils of the day proved bounteous. He had acquired over 80 weapons and leather armor through the vanquishing of werewolves. On his return journey, Su Fang and his companions stumbled upon dozens of treasure chests, uncovering 3 pieces of equipment among the basic provisions. Upon retrieving all external resources, Su Fang inquired about the status of other teams. Although some soldiers were injured, their conditions were not dire, which reassured him. Zhang-san, this skill is for you. Su Fang handed Wolfman / to Zhang-san. Thank you, my lord, Zhang-san expressed, deeply moved by Su Fang's generosity. Unbeknownst to him, it was merely due to the coincidence of his name. After ensuring the well-being of his comrades, Su Fang resumed selling golden corn, which was snatched up almost instantly. The demand was overwhelming. The size of Su Fang's farmland limited his daily yield of corn. Moreover, his mental capacity was finite, allowing for only a modest harvest each day, even if he wished to sell more. Observing the chat channel. Today marks the end of the novice protection period. May everyone navigate it safely. My territory has only 20 soldiers, none of whom have reached level 10, and I possess a mere 5 pieces of equipment. I am quite anxious. I just acquired wooden barricade and have begun construction. Do you think it will withstand monster assaults? I currently command 50 soldiers and possess 20 weapons, with my own gear being green quality. I eagerly anticipate the changes tomorrow. To the esteemed individual above, your progress is commendable. If anyone is thriving, it must be the wealthy magnate. He seldom emerges except to communicate briefly during resource collection. Such a prominent figure, surely he cannot be casually encountered. In Chapter 54, titled Blueprint for Blue Arrows, Su Fang displayed little interest in their discussions, instead seeking items that piqued his curiosity. As he searched, he discovered several intriguing materials, one known as spider silk and another as silkworm silk. Though he was uncertain of their origins, Su Fang suspected these 2 materials held significant value. You have become friends with my mother gave birth to me for a purpose. You have befriended my mother gave birth to me for a purpose. The names of the territories held by the 2 individuals are indeed impressive. Su Fang first inquired about the selling price of my mother gave birth to me for a purpose's silk. To think that a wealthy magnate would take an interest in my silk brings immense joy to this humble girl. I had feared that the silkworms I nurtured would go to waste, as I had called out for days without selling a single one. My mother gave birth to me for a purpose, quickly remarked. You called out for days? I didn't see any of it. Su Fang replied, indeed. I had considered reaching out to you, but I couldn't add you as a friend. I've been shouting in the world chat every day, yet no one pays me any mind. My mother gave birth to me for a purpose lamented. At present, I truly do not see the utility of the silk. I merely wish to collect some. Su Fang's statement was sincere. He merely viewed it from a merchant's perspective, believing this item to hold great potential rewards. At least someone requires it, ensuring that I shall not rear these silkworms in vain. My mother gave birth to me for a purpose also recognized that this item must have its uses, yet if no one buys it, her progress would surely lag behind others. What do you require? Resources, food, gold. Choose whatever you desire, Su Fang inquired. As expected of a wealthy magnate, I shall select food and gold. My mother gave birth to me for a purpose responded rather straightforwardly. Su Fang believed that the silk must indeed have significant value. Hence he intended to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with her. Since this was to be a lasting partnership, he would not be as miserly as he would be with short-term transactions. The price Su Fang offered left my mother gave birth to me for a purpose exceedingly pleased, and she assured him that she would take good care of the silkworms and sell all the silk to him. Su Fang was equally satisfied, at least. With someone like him purchasing, she would not be compelled to seek others. Currently, no one knows what can be crafted from this item, but Su Fang, with his wealth, can afford to stockpile it, whereas others may lack the funds to do so. Waiting for my beard to reach my waist had already asked Su Fang several questions. Wealthy magnate, are you not around? What are you busy with? Surely, you wouldn't ignore me right after adding me as a friend. I'm here, I was just occupied. What is the price of your spider silk? Su Fang inquired. Can I trade you golden quality corn? Waiting for my beard to reach my waist asked. Of course, we must discuss the specifics of the exchange, Su Fang replied. I obtained this from gathering monsters. I can acquire a good amount daily, should you desire it. Waiting for my beard to reach my waist responded directly. How much do you have at present? Su Fang queried. Over 1,000. It took many days of gathering, which was quite the endeavor. Waiting for my beard to reach my waist replied hastily. Su Fang's golden corn was currently selling for 50 gold each. Exchanging materials would certainly grant a discount, as he could never fully satisfy his material needs. After some discussion, they agreed on a trade of 15 spider silks for 1 golden corn. No one knows the potential of spider silk, but Su Fang felt it must have some utility, and collecting it now would not result in a loss. Subsequently, Su Fang procured wood, stone, soil, charcoal, coal, silver, ore, and other materials from his friends. He then proceeded to upgrade his existing buildings. First, he focused on the farmland, which is of utmost importance. The higher the level, the more farmland he can cultivate. After elevating the farmland to LV25, Su Fang now possessed 25 plots available for planting. Naturally, the demand for manpower increased significantly, but every effort was worthwhile. Next, Su Fang began upgrading the barracks. Gold 8400, wood 8400, barracks level 1, current level LV36. Gold 8800, wood 8800, barracks level 1, current level LV37. Gold 9200, wood 9200, barracks level 1, current level LV38. Presently, Su Fang could only upgrade the barracks to level 38. The higher the upgrade, the more gold and materials were required. Building, barracks. Quality, green. Level, LV38. Next level requires 9,600 gold, 9,600 wood. Description, consumes 100 gold to summon one soldier. Currently able to summon 800,920. As summoning soldiers was not feasible at this time, lest the living quarters become overcrowded, Su Fang, being considerate of his soldiers, planned to summon them the following day. Finally, he upgraded the stone fence, raising its level to 35 before concluding his tasks for the day. His soldiers had slain 3 bosses below level 10, acquiring 3 first-tier crystal cores, which, along with the previous ones, were sufficient for an upgrade, prompting Su Fang to elevate the crystal's level once more. Gold 400. First-tier crystal core 4, crystal level 1, current level LV4. The remaining wooden house would have to wait. For now, this would suffice. The soul hall now boasted over 3,000 soul points, with only 7,000 left to reach 10,000. He believed that in a few days, he would gather enough soul points to summon a hero. Su Fang also glanced at the black market, where today's offerings included 1,000 units of wood priced at 10 gold each, slightly cheaper than the outside market, prompting him to purchase it. Today, his soldiers unearthed a massive bathtub. After handling the affairs of his territory, Su Fang retired to his chamber and indulged in a long soak. How delightful! At this moment, in the entire lordly realm, it seemed that only Su Fang could live so comfortably. While enjoying his bath, Su Fang opened the chat channel, seeking to purchase female supplies. The price is negotiable. Miss, I have several boxes. Do you need to handle it yourself? Selling a blueprint for a blue bow. Those interested may come to discuss the price. Wow. Good sir, you are impressive. You even have such a blueprint. Too bad it's not a blue item, or I would have been thrilled. The blueprint is still valuable. It can continuously produce blue quality bows. It surely cannot be that simple. Corresponding structures must be required, otherwise, how could he possibly sell it? Su Fang promptly added the individual as a friend. You have befriended system disconnected. Su Fang took the initiative. Send me the details of the blueprint. System disconnected, no problem. Chapter 55, Publishing Material Acquisition Message. Item, bow blueprint. Quality, blue. Description, requires 1 unit of yew wood, 1 unit of beast tendon, and 2 units of beast horn. Must be crafted by a carpenter profession. Upon reading, Su Fang realized there were indeed special requirements. Not only did it require yew wood, but also beast tendon, and a carpenter was essential. While the beast tendon and beast horn were relatively easy to obtain, Su Fang was utterly unfamiliar with what you would look like. The white quality bow he possessed was merely made from bamboo. Thus he had arranged for people to chop plenty of bamboo daily, hoping to craft bows someday. However, Su Fang had not anticipated that the blue quality bow would necessitate additional materials, which posed a dilemma for him. After all, he currently lacked any carpenters and had no information on yew wood. Although the blueprint was indeed precious, being of blue quality, it held little significance for him at this moment. Nevertheless, Su Fang still offered a price, 2,000 gold. Are you jesting? 2,000 gold for a blue quality bow blueprint? System disconnected exclaimed hastily. Very well, sell it to someone else. This item is too advanced for me, and I have no use for it now, Su Fang stated candidly. The system has been disconnected. I understand that this item is difficult for everyone to produce. However, it will surely be valuable in the future. If it weren't for the lack of materials and funds, I wouldn't even consider selling it. The system has been disconnected is aware that these blueprints currently hold little worth. Not to mention the materials, even the carpenter profession poses a challenge. If you keep this blueprint, its value will certainly multiply several times within a month, but for now, I can only offer 2,000. Su Fang's statement is undeniably true, and the other party is likely well aware of this. Would 4,000 coins suffice? The system has been disconnected naturally understands that the highest offer from others is merely 1,000 coins. Su Fang has already outbid them by 1,000. Yet the true value of this blueprint far exceeds that amount. However, holding on to it serves no purpose at the moment. It would be wiser to convert it into gold. I mentioned before, you might as well keep it. The 2,000 coins I offered can only buy it back for storage, and as for when it might be usable, that remains uncertain, Su Fang replied. How about a firm price of 3,000 coins? The system has been disconnected took a step back, realizing that the blueprint could not fetch a high price. What about a month later? Who knows what the situation will be then? He hadn't thought that far ahead. 2,000. 2,500, that's the lowest I can go. After all, it is a blueprint for blue-quality equipment. And the profit from its production would surely exceed this amount. The system has been disconnected, reiterated. Very well, I shall accept it then. An additional 500 coins is still acceptable for Su Fang. A month from now, the price of this blueprint will undoubtedly soar. But Su Fang is also uncertain about what the future holds, so he can only let it sit for now. As for the material issue, a simple message to alert others will suffice for the time being. Thus, Su Fang began to broadcast his acquisition of wood, beast horns, and beast sinews to his friends, also posting in the chat channel. The wealthy magnate messaged again, asking, "What is wood? Is it edible? It must be a type of timber, though I wonder what it's used for. It's probably for crafting weapons. Wealthy magnate, add me as a friend. I have quite a few beast horns and sinews left over from before." Su Fang added those individuals as friends and collected the materials they had. After acquiring the materials, Su Fang took a moment to check if there was anything else left to do today, when he suddenly noticed that his territory could be upgraded. Consequently, Su Fang elevated the level of his territory. Coins 400, territory level upgraded to LV4. Upon further inspection, he found nothing else to attend to. So Su Fang rose from the bath, dried himself off, donned his pajamas, and began to rest. At 6 in the morning, Su Fang awoke punctually, glanced at his watch, dressed himself neatly, and commenced a new day of busyness. Su Fang began listing various items for sale and checked his friends' messages, responding to them. "The wealthy magnate is up early." Little Butterfly promptly replied to Su Fang. "What's the matter? You messaged us late last night about needing wood," Su Fang inquired. "You mentioned you were looking for wood. I have some right outside my territory. I previously intended to sell it as regular timber. But who knew wood would be so tough? It takes me as long to chop down 10 regular logs as it does to fell one log." Little Butterfly explained, emphasizing the difficulty in harvesting wood to enhance its perceived value. Su Fang was genuinely surprised that Little Butterfly possessed such wood. With this, he had all the materials necessary for crafting his blue-quality bows, and he merely needed a carpenter to proceed with the production. This brought great joy to Su Fang, who immediately exclaimed, "Rest assured, I will offer you a satisfactory price. After all, we have been friends for many days. I will certainly show you any good items I acquire first." Little Butterfly had indeed assisted him immensely. This material was currently exclusive to her, and acquiring it sooner would only benefit Su Fang. As for the price, that was a trivial matter. The value of a blue-quality weapon is undoubtedly immeasurable, and Su Fang must find a way to acquire the carpenter's skill book. Little Butterfly had become a close friend. They had traded many items and were quite familiar with one another. Su Fang had always treated them well and never nitpicked. Little Butterfly naturally trusted Su Fang, stating, "I am not lying at all. If you encounter wood, you can try felling it yourself. It truly is a laborious task, and I expect a generous supply of golden-quality sweet potatoes this time. Do not worry. Not only will I provide golden-quality sweet potatoes, but would you also like green-quality axes?" Su Fang eagerly offered. "Oh my, if you have such a fine item, I certainly want it. That way, I can gather even more wood materials for you." Little Butterfly responded in astonishment. "May I ask what wood is typically used to make?" Little Butterfly inquired. "To acquire a building, this wood is required." Su Fang withheld the truth. The blue-quality bows are far too precious, and it's best not to divulge this information to others. "I see," Little Butterfly understood. The two then negotiated the price for the wood, agreeing to a trade that involved equivalent golden food and coins. As the other party also needed coins to upgrade their buildings and could not trade entirely in food, Su Fang understood this. He was flexible with the trading methods he accepted. After concluding their negotiations, Little Butterfly instructed her soldiers to consume the golden sweet potatoes and began felling the wood with the green-quality axes. Su Fang also commenced a global search for the carpenter's skill book. Regrettably, no one was selling it, but he received a few other unexpected items. Chapter 56. The newbie concludes their first day. After selling the golden food, Su Fang gathered a considerable amount of materials. His friends also began to awaken and engage in daily trades with him, while many soldiers from various territories continued gathering resources late into the night. Su Fang did not permit his soldiers to work such long hours. They would cease work by evening. Of course, the farmland and blacksmith operations could be conducted within his territory, making them exceptions. Soldiers responsible for the farmland were divided into two groups. As for the two soldiers skilled in blacksmithing, Su Fang did not allow them to work too late either. He had them rest by 9 o'clock, yet they were diligent, often working until 11. Su Fang was naturally pleased with them. They deserved the best provisions from the territory. After trading with his friends, Su Fang once again began upgrading the barracks. Coins 9600, wood 9600, barracks level 1, current level LV 39. Coins 10,000, wood 10,000, barracks level 1, current level LV 40. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxia City Lord, you are the first to upgrade any building to level 40, receiving a reward of 6,000 coins, 60 points of reputation, 40 free attribute points, and a lucky draw opportunity. Lord's Domain, chat channel. My goodness, I just woke up and heard this notification. I must still be dreaming. Early in the morning, can a person get some sleep? How on earth did the Huaxiao City Lord upgrade so rapidly? My highest building is barely level 10. And you're already at level 40. How many materials and coins did that require? Huaxiao City Lord, do you have a girlfriend? If not, consider me. Here is a photo of myself attached. What the heck? When did we start sending pictures? Someone discovered this right after midnight, and it seems quite useful. The subsequent image depicts a rather unsavory figure, a lecherous old man. Certain explicit images are utterly unshareable, so do not harbor any illusions about sending such photographs. The scrutiny is exceedingly stringent. Darn it. We are afforded no benefits whatsoever, and this warrants a scathing review. Review 1. Review 2. Su Fang was equally astonished. He had not anticipated the introduction of a photography feature today. This unexpected addition hinted at the likelihood of even more such features in the future. The onset of the photography function today might suggest that the 7-day novice period had indeed concluded. Glancing at his watch, Su Fang noted that it was nearly 8 o'clock. As the clock struck 8 o'clock, 00, a notification from the Heavenly Tao echoed. The novice protection period has officially ended. Congratulations to all the lords still residing in the Lord's continent. You have successfully navigated the 7-day initiation phase. From this point onward, your territories are no longer secure. Please safeguard your domains, especially the crystals. Should they be shattered, you will be teleported away from the Lord's continent. The Lord's continent possesses everything you desire, but it is incumbent upon you to discover, seek out, and strive for it. In the upcoming 7 days, the drop rate outside your territories will increase 100-fold, alongside the lurking dangers that await you. Cherish these 7 days. Following the conclusion of the Heavenly Tao's announcement, not only were the inhabitants of the Lord's continent engaged in fervent discussions, but even those from the Jojo planet were similarly animated in their conversations regarding these developments. The 7-day novice period had finally reached its end. It appeared that the Lord's world was undergoing monumental changes, with the addition of the photography function. It seemed that video capabilities were not yet available, but I surmised that such a feature would undoubtedly be introduced in due course. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Today marked the first day following the conclusion of the novice period, and it remained uncertain what threats awaited their territories. Surely, it could not be excessively challenging. The monsters beyond their domains were primarily low-level creatures, and their levels surpassed those of the monsters, complemented by numerous soldiers at their disposal. Thus, they should encounter no significant issues. All the lords were engrossed in discussions about the conclusion of the novice period, particularly the dangers and the promised 100-fold drop rate mentioned in the Heavenly Tao's notification. The previous 10-fold drop rate had not instilled much confidence in their potential for significant loot, and they all hoped that this 100-fold increase would yield better rewards. Yet, Su Fang paid little heed to these speculations. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. He began summoning soldiers, calling forth all those who had leveled up. Upon completion of the summoning, Su Fang's territory boasted a formidable force of 1,000 soldiers. Among these, there were 35 green-quality soldiers, who possessed superior attributes compared to their white-quality counterparts, destined to become captains in the future. Su Fang selected them individually and took it upon himself to lead them. The remaining soldiers were entrusted to Zhang Yi through Zhang Shi, who served as centurions, having already set up 10-man teams for better management. With a larger population came an increased demand for sustenance, yet the potential rewards were also significantly greater. Naturally, Su Fang intended to reserve ample golden food for the soldiers in his territory, as their needs must be prioritized. At the very least, each soldier required 2 golden coins daily. As for their equipment, there was not an overwhelming deficiency. Those without weapons utilized bamboo as substitutes. Su Fang allowed the soldiers to partake in their meals, though tables were still scarce, compelling many to stand while dining. Nevertheless, the soldiers were unconcerned, as their primary need, sufficient nourishment, was met. Su Fang was just about to organize the day's tasks when a soldier approached him with urgent news. My lord, monsters have appeared in the vicinity of our territory, and they are advancing toward us. Oh, in groups, or in pairs? Su Fang inquired. In pairs. They appear to be wandering monsters, the soldier replied. During the novice period, such monsters would not roam within 200 meters of the territory, but from today onward, their presence was to be expected, necessitating a reassessment of the territory's safety. Henceforth, a contingent must remain to protect it. The appearance of these monsters within the territory was not entirely detrimental, as due to the Hall of Souls, their defeat would allow for the absorption of soul value. At that moment, another soldier hurriedly approached Su Fang, exclaiming, My lord, a horde of monsters has appeared at the main gate. Oh, a horde of monsters. Su Fang immediately thought of the danger mentioned in the Heavenly Tao's announcement. This must pertain to the imminent threat of these monsters attacking the territory. Su Fang promptly commanded, all centurions not assigned to the farmland and blacksmithing duties, take 3 teams to guard the other 3 directions of the territory. The rest will proceed with me to the main gate. Yes, I will head to the western side of the territory. Zhang Shi volunteered. I will take the southern route, replied Zhang Jiao. My men will accompany me to the northern gate, declared Zhang Ba. Su Fang led several hundred soldiers to the eastern side of the territory, surveying the situation outside. Chapter 57, black-striped serpent. In the distance, numerous monsters could be seen. However, their levels were not particularly high, all below level 10. Yet they were present in significant numbers, appearing to number in the hundreds. The soldiers stationed outside the gate had already begun to hunt down these monsters. Su Fang ordered, "Everyone, do not scatter, swiftly eliminate the monsters outside." Yes, with a substantial number of soldiers at their disposal, they faced no considerable challenges against these low-level monsters. As the soldiers charged forth, the low-level creatures fell one by one at their hands. A few hundred monsters posed little threat. Su Fang speculated that these monsters were intentionally assaulting the territory, and as a result, many underdeveloped territories would likely face dire consequences. In the Lord's World chat channel, "Monsters have attacked my territory. I am so alarmed. Is anything happening in yours?" Accompanied by an image of the monsters assaulting their territory. "Not just your territory. We are experiencing the same, though in lesser numbers. Only about 100 low-level creatures. Everyone, my territory is about to be overrun by monsters. I just wanted to bid you farewell. Woe is me. Why do these monsters have to attack our territories? I can barely hold on. Damn it, my soldiers have fled. Forget it. I shall flee as well. At worst, I can teleport back to the Jojo planet." As the first day following the novice protection period concluded, those lords who had summoned few soldiers and faced monster attacks were swiftly eliminated. Some were directly slain by the monsters, while others were teleported away after their territories' crystal was shattered. The total number of lords in the realm plummeted by at least several million, a figure that, amidst 100 billion lords, was hardly significant. Nonetheless, this event instilled a profound sense of urgency among the remaining lords, who felt compelled to exert themselves even further. Although today's monsters were merely low-level, who could predict the emergence of stronger foes in the future? During the novice protection period, they had felt little sense of peril. As long as they remained within their territories, they were safe. But now, if they did not strive to develop, they would face elimination. Those who wished to remain in the Lord's continent without putting forth effort had essentially been ousted. To continue existing within the Lord's continent, one must toil diligently and seize every precious moment. Observers from the Jojo planet, witnessing the lords being teleported back after their territories were devastated, expressed their lamentations. The monsters were indeed formidable. However, the vast majority of lords successfully eradicated the monsters invading their territories, as these creatures were not numerous, and each territory faced varying numbers of adversaries. In the territory of Su Fang, an abundance of monsters is encountered, with the quantity of these creatures directly correlating to the quality and number of buildings within the domain. The more advanced and numerous the structures, the greater the number of attacking monsters. Su Fang, having discerned this pattern, gleaned from the conversations among various lords in the chat channel that most of their monster counts range from 1 to 200. However, Su Fang noted that his own count exceeded 400, with an army of 1,000 soldiers at his command. With the exception of those newly summoned who were at level 0, all other soldiers boasted levels above 11. Thus, these monsters posed little threat to Su Fang's stronghold. "Lord, the monsters have been vanquished, yielding 5 or 6 pieces of equipment and a substantial amount of gold," Zhang San reported. "Oh, so these minor creatures can drop equipment? It seems the 100-fold drop rate is indeed effective," Su Fang remarked. Upon inspecting the equipment, which was of white quality, Su Fang instructed Zhang San to distribute it among the soldiers and added, "Given the current uncertainty, assign a team to guard the territory, while the remaining soldiers eliminate all surrounding monsters to prevent any from breaching the stronghold. Moreover, resource-gathering soldiers must continue their tasks without interruption." "Understood," Zhang San promptly set about relaying the orders. Meanwhile, Su Fang, accompanied by 35 green-quality soldiers, ventured towards the werewolf camp he had encountered the previous day. Upon arrival, he was taken aback to find the treasure chests absent. Could it be that the chests no longer appeared? If that were the case, it would spell trouble for all lords. Nevertheless, Su Fang soon discovered that the chests had not vanished entirely. They remained in the gathering spots of certain monsters, necessitating their defeat to obtain the treasures. Realizing this, Su Fang pressed onward. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a level 10 white boss and swiftly dispatched it, earning himself 10 points of prestige. It was noteworthy that only he could claim the prestige rewards for slaying these boss creatures. His soldiers could not. The boss dropped several hundred coins and 3 pieces of white equipment, indicating a marked improvement in drop rates, particularly for equipment. Guarding a white treasure chest, Su Fang opened it to reveal a white blacksmithing skill book. "Excellent," Su Fang expressed his satisfaction, instructing, "Deliver this skill book to Zhang San and have him find a soldier to learn it." Of course, the designated soldier hurried back to seek out Zhang San. Su Fang then continued to lead his troops into the wilderness, aware that a few of the green soldiers were newly summoned. Along the way, he engaged and wounded numerous high-level monsters, urging his soldiers to eliminate them to elevate their levels. They encountered several treasure chests, noting a decrease in the quantity of items but an increase in the quality of the loot, with the white chest yielding more resources, coins, and equipment. Su Fang opened a chest containing 500 coins, which he deemed a fortunate find. Although the number of chests had diminished, the quality of the rewards had improved. Subsequently, Su Fang hunted down a group of 16 level green monsters, leading to the acquisition of a black iron treasure chest, which yielded a mining skill book to enhance excavation efficiency. Not bad. It seems today's haul will not be meager, he thought. Concluding that he would refrain from seeking trouble with the werewolf camp today and instead focus on discovering additional treasure chests. Thus, Su Fang sought out monsters that guarded treasure chests, leading his soldiers in a new direction, exploring an area previously uncharted by him, eager to see what treasures awaited. He soon encountered a new type of creature, the 20-level white monster, the black-striped snake. Monster, black-striped snake. Quality, white. Level, 20. Skills, constriction. Bite, description, a powerful serpent. While it lacks venom, once ensnared, you might as well await the shattering of your bones. A non-venomous snake. How fortunate, Su Fang mused. Relieved that it bore no poison, as he possessed no antidotes. These snakes, despite their lack of venom, were formidable. Each was as thick as an adult's thigh, verging on being termed a python. Adorned with numerous black stripes and sharp teeth, a bite from one would undoubtedly be unpleasant. Su Fang cautioned his soldiers to exercise caution, noting that 5 of these black-striped snakes encircled a black iron treasure chest. Chapter 58. The black-striped snake boss. The 5 black-striped snakes flicked their tongues menacingly as they approached the soldiers, their lengths exceeding 20 meters. One lunged at them, but Su Fang swiftly countered, delivering a powerful strike that smashed the snake's head into the ground. The remaining snakes surged toward the soldiers, who brandished their weapons to fend them off. Zhang, who adeptly blocked one snake with his shield, then struck it with his sword. With dozens of soldiers facing 4 black-striped snakes, the challenge posed little difficulty. Having consumed golden-quality sweet potatoes, their strength surpassed that of the snakes, and as green-quality soldiers, their attributes exceeded those of their white-quality counterparts. Su Fang confronted one black-striped snake alone, and after several strikes, he pierced its head, pinning it to the ground. He located the creature's heart, and, brandishing a dagger, struck down forcefully. It is said that to kill a snake, one must strike at the heart, located approximately 7 inches from its head. However, given the serpent's considerable length, this standard did not apply. Although locating the heart proved challenging, Su Fang made an educated guess as to its position. With a swift motion, he pressed down on the snake's body with one hand, while the other gripped the dagger, continuously stabbing towards the heart. Though the black-striped snake's head was pinned by Su Fang's spear, it thrashed as he attacked its vital point. Managing to dislodge the spear and lunge at him, Su Fang nimbly dodged, causing the snake to bite down into the earth instead. Employing the dragon's movement technique, he swiftly reclaimed his spear. Remarkably resilient, the snake continued to fight, despite multiple stabs to its heart. Su Fang activated the dragon's movement technique once more, charging at the snake, which failed to perceive his direction. By the time it reacted, Su Fang had once again pierced its heart. With a resounding thud, the heart of the black-striped snake was penetrated, and it finally collapsed. Experience points, 240. A skill book dropped. Su Fang gazed at the skill book on the ground, picking it up with surprise. Another gathering technique. Splendid. I can never have too many of these. After collecting the skill book, he turned to the remaining 4 black-striped snakes and instructed his soldiers. Their weakness lies just behind the thickened area of their necks. No, too low, a bit higher. Yes, right there. You must strike with force to ensure a kill. Observing closely, he guided his soldiers in eliminating the black-striped snakes, and they quickly discerned their weak points, dispatching them one by one. Excellent. Su Fang nodded in satisfaction as he witnessed 4 black-striped snakes fall to his soldiers' efforts. He handed the gathering skill to one soldier for learning, while the others began collecting the coins that littered the ground. Snake skin, 1. Snake gall, 1. Snake meat, 1. As Su Fang approached the black iron chest guarded by the black-patterned snakes, he opened it to reveal a flash of white light, illuminating the pages of a book within. It was yet another skill book, specifically for lumberjacks, designed to enhance logging efficiency. The abundance of skill books today was remarkable, likely due to the 100-fold drop rate over the past few days, coupled with his maximum luck. Most of these were related to life skills, with combat skills remaining scarce. Nevertheless, both types of skills were of paramount importance, and Su Fang harbored no objections. He resolved to take advantage of this week of enhanced drop rates to explore extensively, ensuring greater rewards. After organizing his spoils, Su Fang set out once more in search of monsters. The area teemed with creatures, and from 100 meters away, he spotted 7 more black-patterned snakes, once again protecting a black iron chest. Having discerned the weaknesses of the black-patterned snakes, Su Fang commenced a thorough sweep of the area. Given that these were level 20 monsters, and considering his higher level, the experience gained was quite substantial. It wasn't long before Su Fang leveled up again, and after allocating his attribute points, he resumed his cleansing of the surroundings. Eventually, he encountered a larger gathering of black-patterned snakes, numbering 20, among which was a level 21 boss. In addition to the boss, he also spotted a bronze chest. Monster, black-patterned snake boss. Quality white. Level, 21. Skills, constriction, Bite, paralysis. Description: a powerful serpent leader. Though it lacks venom, its fangs possess paralyzing capabilities. Flee at the first sight of it. The black patterned snake boss was noticeably larger and longer than its ordinary counterparts, with stronger defenses. The sheer number of monsters posed a challenge to Su Fang's soldiers, who had recently reached level 15. Su Fang once again hurled stones at the black patterned snakes. Several were drawn away, allowing for their defeat. By employing this strategy, Su Fang and his team quickly lured away 15 of the 20 snakes, leaving only 5, which posed little threat. Leave the black patterned snake boss to me. You handle the rest, Su Fang commanded. As they advanced toward the boss, it became evident that this creature possessed greater strength, a more robust physique, and swifter speed. However, no amount of speed could rival Su Fang's mastery of the dragon's dance. Circling the black patterned snake boss, Su Fang continually sought an opportunity to strike its vulnerable spot. The boss was not easily outmaneuvered. Utilizing his speed advantage, Su Fang retreated to a distance, prompting the boss to pursue him. With a swift motion, he vanished from the boss's sight, seizing his willow leaf spear and turning back to strike at the creature's heart. With a mighty thrust, the spear pierced the black patterned snake boss's body, the sheer force allowing it to penetrate deeply. The boss retaliated, flinging Su Fang aside with tremendous strength. Although he was struck and propelled through the air, Su Fang sustained minimal damage, executing a backflip to land gracefully on his feet. The black patterned snake boss, despite having its heart pierced, exhibited remarkable tenacity, continuing to writhe in agony, blood splattering in every direction. Taking refuge behind a tree, Su Fang monitored the boss's movements. Noticing its struggles had slowed, he activated Dragon's Dance once more, darting forward to extract the spear embedded in the boss's heart. With a spray of blood, he quickly retreated, just as the boss lunged at the spot he had just vacated, biting into the earth. The boss's resilience was astounding, refusing to succumb even in such a dire state, but its endurance could not last much longer. Though it attempted to pursue Su Fang, its movement had grown sluggish. And after several minutes, it finally collapsed. Chapter 59, Taylor's Blueprint. Experience points, 500. Reputation, 20. Level increased to 18, gaining 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After distributing his attribute points, Su Fang examined the loot dropped by the boss, which included several items. Among them were 2 skill books, one of which was the carpentry skill he had long desired. Excellent, Su Fang exclaimed, thrilled that this profession had arrived at the perfect time. Skill, carpentry. Quality, white. Description, capable of crafting various carpentry items, efficiency 10. In addition to carpentry, there was also a book titled Tailoring. Skill, tailoring. Quality, white. Description, capable of crafting various sewing-related equipment and garments, efficiency 10. These life skill books were rare, and he was pleasantly surprised to have found 2 at once. In addition to the skill books, he also acquired a scroll and 2 pieces of equipment. The scroll was a class change scroll for warriors, albeit of white quality, which granted an additional 10 damage to warrior class skills. Not only lords could change classes, even soldiers could do so. Su Fang decided to facilitate Zhang, whose class change, especially since he was a green quality soldier with excellent attribute growth. The equipment consisted of green quality pants and white quality boots. Equipment, black scale pants. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength 5, agility 5, constitution 5. Su Fang, lacking any pants, equipped them, significantly enhancing his strength. Now, he possessed 5 pieces of equipment: weapon, gauntlets, armor, pants, and boots. He also knew that a helmet and a shield remained undiscovered, along with potentially more equipment yet to be found. Snake, gallbladder 1. Second tier crystal core 1. Snake fangs 5. Snake bladder 1. Su Fang began to harvest from the boss's carcass, collecting numerous materials and snake meat, along with approximately 600 coins. The 100-fold drop rate yielded a wealth of spoils. Turning his attention to the chat channel, the 100-fold drop rate is phenomenal. Even minor monsters are dropping green quality gear. I'm striking it rich. I found a blueprint for pants in a wooden box. Anyone interested? I obtained a tailoring skill book from an 8-level boss, but it's not a combat skill. I also found a cooking skill book. I want combat skill books. Why are they all life skills? Su Fang promptly added those individuals as friends and broadcasted a message worldwide, seeking to purchase various life skill books. Feel free to message me for direct trades. You want life skill books? I have a fishing skill book. Interested? Came a message from Dugu's sword. I heard you were looking for carpentry skills. I just found a green quality carpentry skill book, replied I am a tomboy. Big spender. I have a miner and a cooking book. Do you need them? Messaged I have a lollipop. Dozens of friends sent messages to Su Fang, each possessing life skills. He responded uniformly. Yes, I want them all. Due to the abundance of life profession skill books available today, Su Fang offered a straightforward pricing scheme: 500 gold coins for white skill books and 1,000 for green ones. They readily accepted the white skill books, but felt that the price for the green ones should be slightly elevated. Su Fang then increased the offer by 100 gold coins, leading to their immediate agreement. After completing the purchases from his friends, Su Fang began adding lords who had left messages in the world and commenced acquiring white life profession skill books for 400 gold coins and green ones for 800. While many sought to negotiate higher prices, Su Fang maintained his limit of 500 gold coins for the white skill books and refused to accept any offers exceeding 1,000 for the green ones. Despite this, he managed to acquire several hundred various life profession skill books. These skill books, if not procured now, would become exceedingly difficult to obtain later. Although he spent nearly 100,000 gold coins, Su Fang deemed the investment entirely worthwhile. Many individuals were not solely interested in gold transactions. Numerous people desired to exchange their golden food, to which Su Fang readily consented. However, lacking any golden food himself, he informed them that trades would occur upon his return to the territory, and they all agreed. Su Fang also procured materials and blueprints from various sellers in the world, recognizing their intrinsic value and the necessity to acquire them swiftly. Subsequently, Su Fang approached a bronze treasure chest and opened it. A flash of green light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a blueprint inside, specifically, a blueprint for a tailor shop. Item, tailor shop blueprint. Quality, green. Description, requires 100 gold coins and 100 wood for construction. Excellent. Su Fang now possessed several blueprints necessitating a tailor for their creation, and he resolved to construct this building upon his return. The Lord revealed a vial of green quality arrows, which Zhang Hu handed to Su Fang. Surprised by the green quality of the arrows, Su Fang inspected their attributes. Equipment, arrow. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attribute, additional penetration 10, requires a bow to activate. Ah, what a splendid find. Arrows capable of armor penetration. Su Fang was thoroughly satisfied. The vial contained 20 arrows, which he promptly stored. Additionally, he had previously collected the venom sac from the black scale snake boss, which possessed a paralysis attribute. Applying this venom to the arrows would enhance their potency with paralysis effects. By the way, here is the profession scroll for you, Su Fang said, handing the warrior profession certificate to Zhang Hu. Thank you, my lord, Zhang Hu exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he expressed his gratitude. Under Su Fang's watchful gaze, Zhang Hu successfully utilized the job transfer scroll and achieved his new profession. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxiao City Lord Soldier has become the second in the world to change class, rewarding Huaxiao City Lord with 40 free attribute points, 40 reputation points, 4 skill points, and 1 lottery chance for this profession. Upon hearing this Heavenly Dao notification, Su Fang was utterly bewildered. His subordinate S-class change had granted him a reward. Not only was Su Fang astonished, but the entire Lord's continent was once again taken aback. Lord's continent, chat channel. What the hell? Is this for real? Rewards for a subordinate's class change. Where's the fairness in that? Does this imply that class change rewards can be acquired by more than one person? Did he slay another level 20 boss? Such bosses are far beyond our current capabilities. We might as well forget about ever obtaining a class change scroll. The gap is too significant. He has already acquired a second class certificate. While we have no idea when ours will come, I seriously suspect that this Huaxiao City Lord is the favored child of the Heavenly Dao. Forget the suspicion. There is no doubt, he is. Chapter 60, The Appearance of Cultivation Skills. Su Fang paid no heed to the chatter in the chat channel. For him, receiving rewards was a positive outcome. After allocating his attribute points, excluding the bonuses from equipment, each of his attributes had reached 106 points. Friends began messaging him. Big brother, could you help me obtain a class scroll? Set your price. I want to make it onto the Heavenly Dao announcement. Lonely Cigarette hurriedly typed. Brother, did you obtain it by slaying a level 20 boss? Peerless inquired. Wasting a class scroll on soldiers is foolish. How much soil would I need to exchange for it? Tianshan Tonglao quickly asked. Based on the system's notification, Su Fang speculated that the next reward would likely consist of 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points, 3 skill points, and 1 lottery chance for this profession. If he were to obtain another class scroll, he would also earn rewards, but selling it would entail a challenging price negotiation. However, Tianshan Tonglao promptly presented a building blueprint for Su Fang to examine. Astonished, he realized that the other party possessed an impressive structure. Item, Blacksmith Market Blueprint. Quality, purple. Description, requires 100 gold coins and 100 wood for construction. Although he was unaware of the specific functions of this building, it was undoubtedly a blueprint related to blacksmithing, and Su Fang recognized its immense potential significance for his territory. The fact that it was a purple quality blueprint made it even more valuable. Absolutely. Let us trade using this blueprint, but I cannot guarantee when I'll be able to obtain it, Su Fang replied. I believe you are currently the only one capable of hunting a level 20 boss. If I had access to a blacksmith shop blueprint, I would never dream of trading away such a high-level building. Tianshan Tonglao responded. An additional 30 attribute points and a skill lottery chance make this trade worthwhile for you. Su Fang remarked. I understand. So I await your good news, Tianshan Tonglao replied. Rest assured, I shall set forth to hunt the boss immediately. Su Fang was eager to construct that blueprint and focused on the task of locating bosses above level 20. He also informed his other friends that if they could present something compelling enough for trade, he would certainly consider selling to them. Otherwise, he could not forfeit those rewards. They understood this, as the additional attribute points were too precious, and they would make the same choice in his position. Su Fang first claimed the skill lottery reward. The scene shifted, and once again, 10 question mark treasure chests appeared before him. Su Fang selected one and opened it. A blue light emanated, indicating a blue skill. He was not disappointed. Blue skills were already quite commendable. Su Fang proceeded to check the details of this skill. Cultivation skill, Qi gathering technique. Quality, blue. Description, a method for cultivating battle Qi, available for those who transition to a melee profession. Upon hearing this, Su Fang was utterly astounded. This was a cultivation type skill. It was truly remarkable. It seemed akin to an MP equivalent for each profession. Initially, he had seen no mention of such an attribute and assumed it was non-existent, only to discover that one required a cultivation method to learn it. Su Fang immediately utilized it, learning the blue skill Qi gathering technique. After completing the study of the Qi gathering technique, Su Fang once again scrutinized the skill. Skill, Qi gathering technique. Quality, blue. Level, LV1. Description, the higher the skill and character levels, the faster combat Qi can be cultivated per hour, with a maximum of 6 hours of cultivation per day. The potential applications of combat Qi are boundless, requiring personal experience for mastery. The current maximum combat Qi that can be cultivated through this technique is 200,000. Su Fang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this technique would have a combat Qi cap. Once he reached 200,000 combat Qi, further cultivation would cease. While this might be disheartening for others, it posed no problem for Su Fang. He merely needed to acquire more techniques to enhance the quality of this skill. Upon upgrading the skill's quality, the cap on combat Qi would undoubtedly be raised. Moreover, since this technique could only be cultivated for 6 hours daily, acquiring it sooner would enable him to amass more combat Qi than others. Su Fang then turned his attention to his profile. Name, Su Fang. Talent, Fusion, Unique. Class, Green Warrior. Level, 18, Experience, 88,000. Combat Qi, 0. Strength, 10,632. Constitution, 1,065. Stamina, 106. Agility, 10,629. Spirit, 1,068. Magic Defense, 1,010. Physical Defense, 1,035. Luck, 10. Talent, 10. Reputation, 418. Free Attribute Points, 0. Skill Points, 18. Combat Skills, White Powerful Strike LV1, Green Execution LV5, White Deadly Arrow LV1. Golden Dragon Movement Technique LV10. Life Skills, White Gathering LV1, White Taming LV1. Technique Skills, Blue Qi Gathering Technique LV1. Territory Level, LV4. Upgrade Conditions, possess 5 level 5 buildings, including 1 crystal building at LV5, and 500 gold. Su Fang had yet to commence his cultivation. Thus, he would have to wait until he returned to his territory to begin. Subsequently, Su Fang continued his hunt for monsters, acquiring a plethora of equipment and even several skill books. However, these skill books pertained solely to life professions, and none were for combat professions. The drop rate for combat profession skill books remained exceedingly low, with very few individuals possessing them. As for more formidable technique-type skills, they were even rarer. Su Fang pressed on in search of other monsters, convinced that after defeating a black-scale serpent boss, a second one could not possibly appear. He encountered a different type of level 25 monster known as the patterned blue leopard, adorned with striking blue markings and possessing razor-sharp teeth. This leopard not only boasted remarkable speed, but was also of blue quality. Remarkably, Su Fang discovered that it could emit energy attacks from its mouth. This was the first time Su Fang had encountered a monster capable of energy assaults. Monster, patterned blue leopard. Quality, blue. Level, 25. Skills, tear, heavy claw, energy impact. Description, an extremely dangerous creature, both swift and capable of emitting blue energy waves. Being targeted by it is decidedly unfavorable. Although this monster was formidable, it roamed alone, making it challenging but not insurmountable. Chapter 61. The drop rate of blue quality monsters. Since Su Fang had encountered them, he had already caught the attention of the leopard. Despite his reluctance to engage in battle with such a swift and powerful foe, the soldiers could not match its speed. Form a circle and remain vigilant. It will seek an opportunity to strike, Su Fang commanded, striving to maintain morale. As the soldiers heard Su Fang's words, they promptly formed a back-to-back formation. And his calm demeanor instilled confidence within them, allowing them to regain their composure and heighten their alertness. Su Fang surveyed the surroundings. The patterned blue leopard was stealthily lurking, preparing to pounce. With its elevated level, the leopard was a force to be reckoned with, and even Su Fang dared not underestimate it, given the significant level disparity. Whoosh! The patterned blue leopard darted around, attempting to confuse their senses, but Su Fang remained resolute, ensuring the creature would not sway their judgment. Prolonged exposure could easily induce psychological strain on the soldiers. Do not panic. I will draw it out, Su Fang reassured them. Be cautious, Lord, the soldiers cautioned. Nodding, Su Fang brandished his willow leaf spear and activated dragon swimming technique, charging towards the patterned blue leopard. Utilizing his agility, Su Fang outpaced the leopard, and upon spotting it, he thrust his spear towards the beast. The patterned blue leopard, however, was no ordinary adversary. It swatted the spear aside with a claw and unleashed a blue energy blast towards Su Fang. Whoosh! Su Fang evaded just in time, as the wave of blue energy surged past him and struck a tree with a resounding crash. Bang! A charred mark marred the tree trunk. Had it hit a person, it would have resulted in severe injury or worse. The energy attacks of the patterned blue leopard were formidable, and Su Fang could not afford to be careless. The leopard fixed its gaze upon Su Fang, and in a flash, it leapt towards him with a claw poised to strike. Su Fang dodged once more, his speed significantly surpassing that of the leopard, making it difficult for the creature to land a hit. The leopard's claw struck the ground, leaving a deep gash. A testament to its powerful heavy claw attack, Su Fang proceeded with caution, engaging the patterned blue leopard as it adeptly swiped at him. He countered with his weapon. But after the leopard unleashed another energy attack, Su Fang lured it towards his soldiers. Subsequently, he tossed several ropes to the soldiers, instructing, "Use the ropes to bind the leopard's limbs and restrict its speed." The soldiers swiftly grasped the ropes and prepared to ensnare the patterned blue leopard. While the leopard attempted to attack the soldiers, it was no match for Su Fang, who effectively kept it at bay, preventing any opportunity for assault. The soldiers began to seek openings to strike at the leopard. Although it possessed energy wave attacks, these could not be employed continuously, requiring several minutes of cooldown between usages. This presented Su Fang and his men with a prime opportunity to hunt it down. In no time, several soldiers managed to ensnare one of the leopard's legs and a claw, pulling with all their might. Seizing the moment, Su Fang produced another rope and swiftly dashed towards the leopard, ensnaring its other claw before tossing the rope to his comrades. "Pull!" he shouted. "Roar!" The patterned blue leopard thrashed, attempting to gnaw through the ropes with its teeth, but Su Fang denied it any chance. And the soldier's strength proved robust enough to withstand the leopard's struggles. The moment had arrived for Su Fang and the other soldiers to launch their attack. After being restricted, the spotted blue leopard lost its menace, yet its energy attacks had not yet cooled. With a resounding pop, Su Fang and the soldiers commenced their assault on the spotted blue leopard, with Su Fang boldly thrusting his gun directly into the creature's mouth. The leopard began to thrash violently, but several soldiers held each rope tightly. No matter its struggle, it stood no chance against such a multitude. As life ebbed away, it ultimately succumbed. Experience points, 35. A level 25 blue creature, the shared experience was quite commendable. Notably, it dropped a green quality shield and a green quality cooking skill book, alongside a trove of gold coins. The high-quality monster yielded a satisfying bounty, and Su Fang considered the hunt for such creatures to be rewarding indeed. He began to confer with the soldiers on the specific tactics for confronting the spotted blue leopard, emphasizing the importance of evading its energy attacks and restricting its speed. Once ensnared by ropes, its demise was inevitable. Thus, Su Fang resumed his search for the spotted blue leopard's trail. One by one, they hunted these leopards, continuously reaping enhanced rewards. These level 25 blue creatures had an astonishing drop rate. Each kill yielded equipment, though not every instance resulted in green gear. They consistently found white items, sometimes multiple pieces at once. The soldiers adorned themselves with an increasing array of equipment. With high risk came high reward. These monsters dropped 500 to 600 gold coins each time, a significant increase compared to ordinary foes. However, they had yet to encounter a boss, and the creatures acted independently. Should they face 2 or 3 at once, danger would surely follow. Soon, Su Fang encountered another type of monster, the level 23 armored lizard, which was also of green quality. This creature was characterized by its slow speed and formidable defense, and caution was needed against its long, sticky tongue, which could easily drag a victim into its jaws. In this vicinity, only these two types of monsters resided, and they preferred to engage the slower armored lizards, as they possessed golden quality sweet potatoes that doubled their strength, allowing them to easily breach the lizard's defenses. The materials from these armored lizards were quite valuable. Su Fang estimated that they could craft excellent armor from them, and he possessed the necessary blueprints. Throughout this journey, he had opened numerous chests, one of which contained a green quality armor blueprint requiring a single monster hide. Su Fang led the soldiers in the hunt for the armored lizards and spotted blue leopards. The soldiers' levels had reached around level 16, with some nearing 17. At last, Su Fang encountered the long-awaited boss, a level 25 green quality armored lizard, accompanied by 5 smaller creatures. Following his established strategy, he first drew out the smaller monsters, eliminating them before turning his attention to the boss. Chapter 62, Trade for Profession Certification. The smaller creatures proved manageable. After luring out 2 and dispatching them, 3 remained stubbornly hidden. Su Fang and the soldiers initiated an offensive. The armored lizard boss was guarding a bronze treasure chest, which Su Fang could not afford to overlook. "I'll distract the boss. You handle the remaining 3 small creatures. Is that agreeable?" Su Fang inquired. "Rest assured, Lord. We can manage these 3 monsters without issue." Zhang Hu and the others replied eagerly. They were all green-quality soldiers, each equipped with at least 2 pieces of gear, numbering in the dozens, and tackling 3 level 24 armored lizards posed no significant challenge. They advanced, and the armored lizard roared in fury, one of its kind extending its long tongue toward the soldiers. Su Fang employed a slicing skill, severing the tongue of that armored lizard. With a pained cry, the armored lizard charged towards Su Fang, who deftly dodged the ordinary creature and focused on the boss. This armored lizard boss was significantly more powerful than its ordinary kin, not only twice the size, but also a level higher, possessing enhanced strength and defense. They resembled giant crocodiles, yet Su Fang speculated that crocodiles would boast superior defense. Whoosh! The armored lizard boss lunged towards Su Fang, unleashing its lengthy tongue. Anticipating the attack, Su Fang swiftly sidestepped. However, the boss's tongue missed, retracting too quickly for him to sever it. The armored lizard boss rapidly closed the distance. And while Su Fang's strength surpassed its own, he saw no need to confront the monster head-on. Instead, he evaded, positioning himself to deliver successive strikes from the side. In retaliation, the boss lashed its long tail at Su Fang, who executed a nimble leap to evade the blow. Upon landing, he propelled himself forward, landing on the boss's body, gripping his lance, and thrusting it toward the armored lizard's head. Roar! The armored lizard boss howled in agony, flinging Su Fang away. Yet, he landed gracefully, suffering no harm. The boss's eyes burned with hatred and fury as it quickened its pace, intensifying its attacks, with its tongue, jaws, claws, and tail relentlessly assailing Su Fang. While evading, he sought opportunities to counterattack. Minutes passed, and Su Fang once again utilized his slicing skill, successfully severing the boss's tongue. This only heightened the boss's aggression toward him as Su Fang continued to evade and strike at its vulnerable points. 15 minutes had elapsed, and the armored lizard boss was battered and bloodied, the ground soaked in crimson. The soldiers had dispatched the smaller creatures and prepared to join in the final assault. Having heavily wounded the boss, Su Fang pierced its neck with his lance, and with each movement, it left a trail of blood. After a few more minutes, Su Fang pierced the armored lizard boss's neck once again, inflicting even graver wounds. The boss's vitality remained remarkably resilient, but Su Fang was in no rush, prepared to endure the battle. With the recovery provided by golden quality food, he had no concerns for his stamina. As more minutes passed, the armored lizard boss was on the brink of collapse. Su Fang commanded the soldiers to fall back, then approached, delivering the final blow. Pop. Experience points, 40. Reputation, 50. Surrounding the armored lizard boss were a plethora of drops, predominantly gold coins. In addition to the coins, there were 2 pieces of green quality equipment and 2 white books. Su Fang immediately examined the books. One was a skill book for the crafting profession, tailoring, while the other elicited a smile from him. It was indeed the certification for the warrior profession. After obtaining this profession certification, Su Fang promptly contacted Tian Shan Tong Lao. The profession skill has dropped. Impressive. Tian Shan Tong Lao expressed her astonishment, genuinely surprised by Su Fang's success. Let us proceed with the trade. She was eager to finalize the exchange without delay. To obtain the heavenly reward, she had even offered a purple building blueprint. Only such an enticing item could compel Su Fang to trade. Other items might not have swayed him. Without hesitation, Su Fang completed the exchange of the profession certification for the offered blueprint, and thus their collaboration was a resounding success. Both individuals obtained what they sought and were thoroughly content. Heaven's Path notification, Tian Shan Tong Lao Lord, the 3rd class change in the world. Rewards Tian Shan Tong Lao Lord with 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points, 3 skill points, and 1 lottery draw for this profession. Following the appearance of 3 notifications from Heaven's Path, the entire lordly continent was once again left in astonishment. In the chat channel of the Lord's World, I thought only the Lord of Huaxiao City was this formidable. To my surprise, there is another who has succeeded in changing classes. Is this Tian Shan Tong Lao a profession scroll obtained from a treasure chest? Who can say? But I believe there is a strong possibility. This person is also from our dragon soaring nation. I never imagined we had such hidden talents among us. Truly, masters walk among us. Aside from Su Fang's acquaintances, who speculated that Tian Shan Tong Lao had traded precious items for her class certificate, others did not consider that Tian Shan Tong Lao had not achieved this through her own prowess. They assumed she genuinely secured the class certificate through her own strength, with many believing that treasure chests could indeed yield profession scrolls. Tian Shan Tong Lao reveled in the sensation of being in the spotlight, enjoying the additional rewards immensely. She began to draw for skill rewards, ultimately acquiring a green quality combat skill, which brought her great joy. She had no regrets regarding this transaction. After completing his trade, Su Fang turned his attention to the 2 pieces of green quality equipment. One was a helmet with decent defense, and the other was a battle axe. Equipment, iron helmet. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength 5, physical defense 10. Equipment, iron battle axe. Quality, green. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength 16. Both pieces of equipment were quite commendable. But the axe was not favored by soldiers, so Su Fang decided to store it and see if any soldiers in his domain would prefer it. The task of gathering monsters had already been delegated to his soldiers, as a lord need not engage in such menial labor. Su Fang proceeded towards the bronze chest guarded by the boss, hoping to uncover something splendid. Chapter 63, The Apothecary. Upon arriving before the bronze chest, Su Fang opened it, and a blue light flashed. He was elated and immediately peered inside. A book. Su Fang examined the details of this tome. Skill, Apothecary. Quality, blue. Description, upon use. Various potion recipes can be learned with a success rate and efficiency of 30. An apothecary of blue quality. His luck was indeed favorable. Su Fang was thrilled. This apothecary could certainly bring greater benefits to his territory. It seemed he had yet to encounter anyone selling potion recipes. A glance at the world revealed that no one was offering such recipes today. Checking the trading hall, he found no listings related to potions either. However, there were many individuals selling various life profession skill books, so he acquired dozens of them. Lord, we have finished gathering the monsters. Zhang Hu reported as he presented the collected items before Su Fang. After collecting them, Su Fang instructed his men to seek new monsters. Today, he aimed to hunt a boss of level 20 or higher, hoping to elevate his own level to 20. Unfortunately, he encountered no boss thereafter. The only monsters he faced were the solitary spotted blue leopards, while iron arm lizards appeared in pairs or trios. Numerous wooden crates littered the area, each spotted blue leopard accompanied by one. Su Fang opened several crates, discovering an abundance of resources, particularly life materials and skill books. Yet he still sought the elusive potion recipe, which remained unattainable. He had already announced his quest for potion recipes to the world, but as of now, he had received no responses or messages regarding them. Instead, he was inundated with a plethora of irrelevant information, with many attempting to sell other items. Su Fang purchased anything he deemed useful, disregarding the rest. By mid-afternoon, Su Fang's level finally climbed to 19, and he realized that achieving level 20 today was unlikely. Time was running short, and by 5 o'clock, he still had not encountered the spotted blue leopard boss. Glancing at his experience points, which were lacking several thousand. However, his party had accrued a substantial bounty today, earning around 50 to 60,000 coins, not accounting for the additional earnings of other soldiers. Su Fang had only taken 35 green quality soldiers into battle. If he included the coins from other soldiers, he estimated they could amass several 100,000. The drop rate today was astonishingly high, at 100-fold, indeed remarkable. Beyond mere coins, they had acquired a plethora of equipment, life profession skill books, and valuable materials. This exceptional circumstance would persist for 7 days, presenting Su Fang with an opportunity he must cherish. After returning with all the resources from outside the territory, the centurions began reporting their gains to Su Fang. They laid bags of coins before him, the quantity overwhelming. Su Fang, uncertain of the total, stowed them in his pack, then assessed the day's coin tally. It was roughly as he had anticipated. They had amassed a significant amount of coins, with the combined total of other soldiers exceeding 500,000. Though their individual gains were not as ample as those of Su Fang's squad, collectively, they were impressive, providing substantial assistance. This was the advantage of numbers. After all, Su Fang's forces had swelled to 1,000, with around 800 engaged in monster hunting, excluding those tending to farming, crafting, and resource gathering. With the drop rate soaring at 100-fold for 7 days, Su Fang felt compelled to summon more soldiers. A larger force would yield greater resources and benefits. In addition to coins, Su Fang had acquired a wealth of life profession skill books, and even received 2 combat skill books, albeit both white quality, which he distributed among the centurions for study. He retained most of the life profession skill books, selecting several individuals to learn diverse skills, particularly the blacksmithing skill, after which he directed them to forge equipment. Consequently, Su Fang resolved to upgrade the blacksmith shop, as the increase in personnel necessitated expanded forging facilities. Coins, 1,200, wood, 600, stone, 600, blacksmith shop level, 1, current level, LV 11. Coins, 6,000, wood, 3,000, stone, 3,000. Blacksmith shop level, 1, current level, LV 30. After elevating the blacksmith shop to level 30, ample space was created, accommodating more individuals for equipment forging. Besides the life profession skill books, the soldiers had also acquired an abundance of equipment, both white and green quality. However, only 3 pieces were of green quality. The white equipment numbered in the hundreds. In addition to the gear, these soldiers had unearthed over a dozen blueprints and several equipment repair stones. The blueprints primarily pertaining to white quality gear, yet surprisingly included 2 building blueprints. Both were for white quality wooden house blueprints, an ideal acquisition, as the territory was in need of housing. Transforming into a green quality wooden house, Su Fang merged 2 white quality wooden houses into a single green quality wooden house. Cost, 100 gold coins, 100 wood, wooden house successfully constructed. Subsequently, Su Fang proceeded to enhance this wooden house, elevating its level to 20. As for the equipment repair stones acquired by the soldiers, they proved to be quite beneficial, particularly suitable for mending green quality gear. Utilizing them to repair white quality equipment would be deemed somewhat extravagant. At this stage, these items remained exceedingly scarce. With green quality equipment repair stones yet to surface, and given their carrying convenience, they were already selling for 200 gold coins apiece in the trading hall. The equipment repair stones were indeed remarkable, primarily for their ease of transport, allowing for rapid restoration of gear. Yet few were willing to expend them due to their considerable cost. In territories devoid of blacksmiths, damaged equipment necessitated replacement, whereas Su Fang's territory boasted a blacksmith, enabling direct repair of such items. However, repairing these pieces still required some iron ore and time. Nevertheless, this process was significantly quicker than forging new equipment, and in the case of bulk repairs, it could yield substantial profits. Meanwhile, Zhang Xin spotted something intriguing in the black market shop and promptly approached Su Fang, stating, "My lord, you should take a look. I think it's quite promising." Curiously, Su Fang entered the black market shop. Chapter 64, The Shop Commotion. Upon entering, Su Fang's gaze fell upon the item, and he was immediately taken aback. Item, Shop Profession Certificate. Quality, none. Description, for a fee of 100,000 gold coins. You may establish a shop in the trading hall, allowing for the free reclamation and trading of various items, as well as facilitating diverse barter transactions, and even enabling customer feedback. Price, 100,000 gold coins. Goodness, is this not exactly what I require at this moment? Su Fang was astounded. However, glancing at the price, he became speechless. This price is utterly exorbitant, 100,000 gold coins. Yet, despite the steep cost, Su Fang felt compelled to acquire this item. The establishment of a shop would significantly alleviate the burden of item reclamation. Any necessities could be directly reclaimed within his own shop. Thus, with a determined resolve, Su Fang gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Gold coins, 100,000, purchased one shop profession certificate. After the transaction, Su Fang proceeded to activate it. Would you like to spend 100,000 gold coins to establish a shop? Yes? No? Yes. Gold coins, 100,000. Congratulations on successfully establishing your own shop. The shop is permanently assigned the number 0 and is transferable. Each lord may only possess one shop. Should the lord perish, the shop will be reclaimed by the Heavenly Tao. Please name your shop, with a maximum of 10 characters. After some contemplation, Su Fang decided to name the shop Huaxia Treasure Store. Name unique. Shop named successfully. Huaxia Treasure Store officially established. Heavenly Tao notification. Huaxia City Lord. The first in the world to establish a shop, shop number 0, named Huaxia Treasure Store. The Lord's continent will permanently feature the shop at the top, and rewards the Huaxia City Lord with 100 free attribute points, 100 reputation points, 10 skill points, and the title First Merchant. Heavenly Tao notification. Huaxia City Lord. The first in the world to establish a shop, shop number 0, named Huaxia Treasure Store. The Lord's continent will permanently feature the shop at the top, and rewards the Huaxia City Lord with 100 free attribute points, 100 reputation points, 10 skill points, and the title First Merchant. The Heavenly Tao notification appeared a total of 10 times. Su Fang felt this was a result of his expenditure. Is this the joy of being a RMB player? Glancing at the Heavenly Tao notifications, he felt like the sole VIP player in the entire world. Having spent 100,000 on the black market shop and another 100,000 on establishing his own shop, he deemed the total of 200,000 gold coins well spent. Should he have the means, Su Fang resolved to make further purchases, as he could easily sell to others. However, at this stage, it appeared others were unable to muster such sums. Following the 10 notifications from the Heavenly Tao, a palpable silence enveloped the lordly world. Then, the lords of the continent erupted once more in astonishment. At this moment, I can only utter one phrase. Incredible. Look, the son of the Heavenly Tao is flaunting again. Will the next announcement declare him a deity? Why does the first place in the world always belong to this Huaxia City Lord, while the people of Longting Kingdom accuse him of cheating? It is utterly unfair for us. How did this fellow accomplish such feats? Bah, we refuse to accept this. Why must he reap all the benefits? This Huaxia City Lord must be using hacks. We protest. We demand this Huaxia City Lord be expelled from the lordly continent. The lords of Longting Kingdom, witnessing the envy and resentment directed at Su Fang in the World Channel, found themselves rather pleased. Not for any particular reason, but simply because Su Fang hailed from their Longting Kingdom. Observing others' jealousy towards Su Fang, they felt no envy themselves. Rather, they began to support him in the World Channel. Whose dog is barking nonsensically? Why not keep it leashed? If you possess the ability, you too can earn rewards. Oh, wait, you lack the capability. Hence you can only be envious and resentful. The Huaxia City Lord is our pride in Longting Kingdom. If you are dissatisfied, take it up with him. The father of our Huaxia City Lord is the Heavenly Tao. If you have the gall, go reason with the Heavenly Tao himself. The lords of Longting Kingdom soon engaged in a heated verbal battle with lords from other nations. Meanwhile, live broadcasts from various countries on the Jojo planet sparked intense discussions, and comments beneath Su Fang's streams exploded with activity. Naturally, the netizens from Longting Kingdom were elated, as Su Fang represented their pride. Regrettably, these comments and barrage messages were invisible to Su Fang. Foreign netizens came to Su Fang's streaming room to hurl insults, entirely motivated by jealousy. But the people of Longting Kingdom would not permit such behavior. Thus, a verbal clash erupted within Su Fang's streaming room. Ignoring the external turmoil, Su Fang recognized that discussions about him were commonplace. After all, exceptional individuals invariably attract envy and scrutiny. He promptly began exploring the functionalities of his newly established shop. Upon accessing the trading hall, it had been divided into two sections, one for items sold by lords across the continent, and the other section prominently featured his Huaxia treasure store. Presently, Su Fang was the sole proprietor of a shop, making it the only one on the entire lordly continent. With his shop now operational, Su Fang immediately set up a reclamation service for damaged equipment. Noting that a certain amount of gold coins needed to be deposited in the shop for reclamation, he deposited 300,000 gold coins. Having arranged everything, Su Fang announced in the world chat, "New shop opening, reclaiming damaged equipment. White quality at 40 gold coins each, green quality at 80 gold coins each. For bulk damaged equipment, prices may be negotiable. Feel free to leave a message." After repeating the transaction information several times in his national channel, he proceeded to promote his shop in the world channel, with the assistance of the Heavenly Tao to promote his endeavors. It is evident that the shop has garnered significant attention in the Lord's Domain chat channel. Commencing business right after the shop's establishment, truly befitting a wealthy magnate. Do they also accept damaged equipment? It appears I might be able to sell a few of my worn-out items for some coin. The equipment repair stone can restore the durability of gear, fully reviving white-quality items, and even functioning on equipment of other qualities, albeit at a rather exorbitant price. The Lord of Huaxia City must have constructed a blacksmith shop, intending to reclaim and reforge equipment for resale to us. Yet, what does it matter? Such equipment is utterly useless in our possession. Selling it for a few gold coins seems far more prudent. I happen to have several discarded items. I shall head to the shop to sell them. Chapter 65, A Grand Recycling Initiative. Although they were aware of Su Fang's intentions, they lacked a building akin to a blacksmith shop. Thus they could only opt to sell to Su Fang. After all, the damaged gear was of no use to them whatsoever. Su Fang glanced at his shop, noticing the number of followers steadily increasing, the digits rapidly climbing to several millions. And still on the rise. Indeed, this business is flourishing splendidly. Su Fang also kept an eye on the recycling situation in his shop. Observing that hundreds of thousands of gold coins were gradually diminishing, he found himself compelled to deposit another 500,000 gold coins, quite unexpectedly astounded by the volume of equipment he could reclaim. Such are the advantages of owning a shop. Without it, Su Fang would have had to constantly befriend various lords and engage in trade, a process both time-consuming and mentally exhausting. With the shop established, all he needed was to set a price for the reclaimed equipment, allowing for immediate collection of various items. Su Fang hurried to the blacksmith shop, promptly retrieving the salvaged equipment. Witnessing their lord amass heaps of gear, the surrounding soldiers were left in awe, completely baffled as to where their lord had acquired such a trove of battered equipment. After presenting all the items, Su Fang instructed Zhang Shi and the others, "Commence repairs on these items immediately. After some time, I will ensure that any valuable items are prioritized for you." The soldiers possessing blacksmithing skills have become the fortune bringers of the territory. Once these items are restored, they would sell for no less than tenfold profit. The mere thought of such lucrative returns was exhilarating. Having completed this task, Su Fang suddenly recalled an unconstructed blueprint. He produced the blacksmith market blueprint and clicked to build. Cost: 100 gold, 100 wood. Successfully constructed blacksmith market. The blueprint transformed into a wooden edifice emblazoned with the words, Blacksmith Market. Curious, Su Fang clicked on the building's information. Building, Blacksmith Market. Quality, purple. Level, LV1. Next level requires 200 gold, 200 wood. Description: for every 100 gold spent, you can randomly summon an individual with blacksmithing talent of purple quality or lower. Current summonable count, 0-10. Upon reading this, Su Fang was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that this building could directly summon blacksmiths. It was indeed a serendipitous stroke of fortune. Elated, Su Fang immediately upgraded the blacksmith market. Cost: 200 gold, 200 wood. Blacksmith market level 1, current level LV2. Cost: 1,100 gold, 1,100 wood. Blacksmith market level 1, current level LV10. Building, blacksmith market. Quality, purple. Level, LV10. Next level requires 1,200 gold, 1,200 wood. Description: for every 100 gold spent, you can randomly summon an individual with blacksmithing talent of purple quality or lower. Current summonable count, 0-100. After completing the upgrade, Su Fang immediately began summoning blacksmiths. Cost: 100 gold. Summoned 1 white quality blacksmith. Cost: 100 gold. Summoned 1 blue quality blacksmith. Hooray! A blue-quality blacksmith. Upon hearing the prompt, Su Fang was filled with joy and promptly directed them to commence repairs on the equipment, while he continued summoning more blacksmiths. Despite the building's purple quality, summoning a purple-quality blacksmith proved to be quite challenging. Most summoned were white and green quality, with blue-quality blacksmiths being a rare 1 in 10. Cost: 100 gold. Summoned 1 purple-quality blacksmith. At last, a purple-quality blacksmith had emerged. Su Fang was immensely pleased, and upon inspecting the blacksmith shop, he noticed an overwhelming number of blacksmiths present. It seemed another upgrade for the blacksmith shop was necessary. Su Fang had no choice but to invest in upgrading the blacksmith shop, for it was a building capable of generating substantial wealth at this stage, and every coin was needed. However, before proceeding with that, Su Fang first began selling corn, exchanging it solely for wood and stone. With an overwhelming number of individuals flocking to Su Fang's shop, the newly listed items were quickly claimed. Once Su Fang had amassed a considerable amount of materials, he resumed the upgrade of the blacksmith shop. Cost: 6,400 gold, 3,200 wood, 3,200 stone. Blacksmith shop level 1, current level LV 31. Cost: 10,000 gold, 5,000 wood, 5,000 stone. Blacksmith shop level 1, current level LV 40. Heavenly Down notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to upgrade a building to level 40. Reward: 8,000 gold, 80 reputation points, 40 free attribute points, and 1 lucky draw. After upgrading the blacksmith shop to level 40, Su Fang found himself out of materials for further enhancements. Fortunately, the blacksmith shop boasted of blue quality, and upon expansion, it could accommodate hundreds of blacksmiths forging equipment simultaneously. Following the completion of the upgrade, Su Fang continued summoning blacksmiths. After summoning 100 blacksmiths, he ultimately acquired 50 white quality blacksmiths, 31 green quality blacksmiths, 15 blue quality blacksmiths, and 4 purple quality blacksmiths. Observing the fervent activity of soldiers repairing equipment, Su Fang felt a swell of satisfaction. The sight of over 100 blacksmiths collaborating on equipment was truly astonishing. These newly summoned blacksmiths had yet to level up, resulting in somewhat diminished attributes. Su Fang resolved to wait until the following day to elevate their levels to 10. With the soldiers assisting in the training of these blacksmiths, reaching level 10 would be quite manageable, and that level would suffice for them. Currently, Su Fang allocated the majority of his gold towards the equipment reclamation, patiently awaiting the completion of repairs to recoup his funds. In the meantime, he turned his attention to his friend's inquiries regarding the source of his shop. Su Fang responded that a minimum of 500,000 gold coins was required to purchase the shop's certificate, of which he possessed only one. 500,000. Upon hearing this sum, his friends were left speechless. Such an amount was indeed staggering, and only Su Fang could muster the gold necessary to open a shop. Must it truly be 500,000 gold coins? Tianshan Tonglao clearly yearned to establish a shop. Even if I were given 500,000 gold coins now, I still wouldn't possess the shop certificate. It's not as though it's readily available like cabbage. Obtaining one has already been a stroke of incredible luck. Su Fang's words were not laced with deceit. He had no inkling as to when the next store certification would refresh, and it was entirely possible that it may never materialize. If it does appear, I hope you will reserve it for me, replied the Tianshan child. Very well. Naturally. Su Fang was eager to sell some gold. For a few 100,000 gold coins could yield him a tenfold profit. Chapter 66. The Potent Attributes of Titles. After concluding his conversation with the Tianshan child, Su Fang began to claim the title reward that was rightfully his. He examined the attributes of this title. Title: the first merchant. Quality: none. Attributes: experience 20, gold drop rate 100. Luck 10. Description: an exclusive title for establishing the first store in the Lord's continent. This title was remarkably advantageous, as it granted an increase in experience points, enabling Su Fang to level up at a pace far superior to others. Moreover, the gold drop rate was doubled. Even his luck had risen by 10 points. The attributes were simply astounding. The 200,000 gold coins he spent were truly worth it. Fortunately, he had not hesitated, or he would have suffered significant losses. Su Fang now possessed numerous buildings, with an even greater number requiring upgrades. Both timber and stone were resources he found himself sorely lacking. As buildings progressed to later stages, the demand for materials intensified. Currently, Su Fang could only mine timber and iron or himself. All other resources had to be sourced from others. Each lord's territory could not possibly encompass all resources. Su Fang had to gather as many unavailable resources as possible to stay ahead in development. Upon checking the store, Su Fang noted that the number of lords worldwide remained unchanged, and his gold had been depleted once again due to the recycling of damaged equipment. There were numerous messages posted. Why aren't you recycling? Even the wealthy must be out of funds. Add me as a friend. I wish to trade materials. Can these damaged items be recycled for gold and food? Can I spend gold to help repair these items? Reading through the messages, Su Fang found several reasonable suggestions. He deemed them feasible, but found himself devoid of both golden food and gold. It was a pity that he was the only one recycling equipment on the entire Lord's continent. The market was too vast, and even with 100 million gold coins, he could not possibly keep up with the demand. Deciding to lower the recycling prices, Su Fang reasoned that the market needed him more than he needed it, as his current gold reserves were insufficient for such extensive recycling. "Lord, the first batch of repaired equipment is ready," a soldier reported. "Excellent." Su Fang hurried over, gazing at the pristine equipment, and promptly began to list them for sale. The equipment had been acquired at varying prices based on their quality, but when selling, Su Fang priced them according to their attributes. Currently, the equipment was in high demand, and items with minimal attribute points could sell for between 130 to 150 gold coins. Su Fang categorized the equipment by their attributes and listed them accordingly. The items for sale were primarily weapons, as he prioritized equipping his territory's soldiers before considering other types of equipment. He set the price for equipment with a slight attribute boost at a uniform 140 gold coins, while items with 3 additional attribute points could fetch 420 gold coins, although many recycled items only added 1 or 2 points. There were also quite a few that added 4 or 5 points, averaging a tenfold price increase upon sale. Once the equipment was listed, some users commented that the prices were exorbitant, but Su Fang paid no heed to their grievances, knowing that the equipment had already sold. The market had proven that the current equipment remained scarce, so he was unconcerned about unsold items. Su Fang lowered the recycling price for white equipment to 30 gold coins each and green quality equipment to 60 gold coins. Unsurprisingly, this decision drew ire, with the entire chat channel filled with accusations of greed and exploitation. Had Su Fang allowed their words to affect him, he might have been driven to frustration. Thus, he chose to ignore them. With limited funds, even after significantly reducing the recycling prices, he had exhausted the gold he had just acquired. Throughout the night, Su Fang tirelessly recycled and listed equipment. During this period, he exchanged golden food for a substantial amount of timber resources. The reason for focusing solely on timber this time was that Su Fang aimed to upgrade the blacksmith market. Once the blacksmith market reached level 20, it would be capable of summoning 300 blacksmiths. Su Fang summoned the remaining 200 blacksmiths and immediately set them to work repairing equipment. The territory now boasted over 300 blacksmiths laboring to restore equipment, ceaselessly generating wealth for the domain. Though Su Fang had gone without sleep all night, his spirits remained high. From yesterday until now, he had yet to catch sight of any potion recipes, and despite leaving messages in the store, he had received no relevant responses. Initially, Su Fang had intended to craft blue-quality bows, but he was compelled to set that ambition aside. The profits from repairing equipment were far too substantial, and he could not afford to relinquish such a lucrative opportunity. After breakfast with the soldiers, another soldier approached to report that numerous monsters were approaching the territory from both the east and west. Unlike yesterday, when monsters attacked from a single direction, they now threatened from 2 fronts. Su Fang inquired about the number and levels of the monsters. "There are substantially more today, at least 800. With levels ranging from 0 to 12, reported the soldier from the east. From my side, the situation is similar, approximately 7 to 800, with levels comparable," added the soldier on the west front. After gathering the information, Su Fang addressed Zhang San. "We shall each lead a team of soldiers to eliminate the attacking monsters. Once we dispatch them, we will incrementally level up our blacksmiths to level 10. "Yes, my lord. I will make the arrangements immediately," Zhang San responded, hastening to assemble the soldiers. The soldiers gathered swiftly, and while they convened, Su Fang glanced at the chat channel to assess the day's circumstances. "Everyone, today's situation is quite dire. The number of monsters has doubled since yesterday. I, too, have been informed by my subordinates that 100 monsters are advancing towards the territory. A mere 100? That's not too many. I have 300 advancing from 2 directions. Great lord, what mischief have you wrought to attract so many monsters?" The number of monsters varied for each lord. The stronger the territory, the greater the number of monsters. Best of luck to you all. I am curious how many monsters the wealthy lord has. Surely over 500. Chapter 67, Level 20. After familiarizing himself with the situations of other lords, Su Fang led his soldiers forth to engage the monsters. Each of Su Fang's soldiers was armed, many with green quality weapons, and practically all possessed at least one piece of protective gear. Additionally, the territory's blacksmiths were diligently repairing equipment, ensuring that once the repairs were complete, each soldier would have several pieces of gear at their disposal. Su Fang first led 10 blacksmiths outside the territory, incurring injuries to the lower-level monsters, allowing the blacksmiths to deliver the final blows, as he aimed to swiftly elevate their levels. Despite the considerable number of these lowly creatures, the soldiers of the territory are remarkably formidable. Approximately 800 monsters have been vanquished before they could even approach this stone barrier. Upon their demise, a substantial amount of gold coins erupted forth, littering the ground in a dense array. However, the equipment dropped today was disappointingly scarce. Out of the 800 monsters, only 8 pieces of equipment emerged, all of white quality. This starkly contrasts with yesterday's loot, marking a significant decline in the drop rate for equipment. Conversely, the quantity of gold coins exceeded that of the previous day by several times, indicating a considerable issue, even accounting for the bonus from the Su title. Su speculated that throughout these 7 days, there exists a fixed drop rate for certain items each day. Yesterday favored crafting skill books and equipment, while today has evidently favored gold coins. The sheer volume of over 200,000 coins from merely 800 monsters attests to a commendable rate of gold coin drops. Upon returning to the territory, Zhang San concluded his own battle and remarked, "My lord, the gold coin drop rate today is astonishing. I am unsure of the exact amount, but it is all here." He instructed his men to present the gold coins to Su, who stored approximately 80,000 coins. While this amount pales in comparison to his own wealth, it is nonetheless commendable. With this addition, Su's coffers swelled by several 100,000 coins. He instructed Zhang San to promptly elevate the blacksmiths to level 10, maintaining the same arrangements as the previous day for resource gathering, ensuring not a single one is overlooked. Before that, however, he ordered the complete clearance of monsters surrounding the territory, followed by the search for suitable targets to slay. "Yes," Zhang San responded, immediately setting to work. Su commanded 10 soldiers of level 10 or above to escort a novice blacksmith for his upgrade, emphasizing the necessity of ensuring the blacksmith's safety. For each one now holds the potential to generate significant wealth for the territory, and not a single casualty could be tolerated. Once arrangements were made, the soldiers led the blacksmiths outside the territory to commence their leveling. Observing the soul value atop the soul hall, which had now surpassed 7,000. Su felt optimistic that with diligent effort, he would be able to summon a hero by tomorrow. He eagerly anticipated the nature of the hero to be summoned, hoping fervently that it would not be of inferior quality. After all, accumulating 10,000 soul points is no trivial task. Continuing to lead over 30 soldiers of green quality into the wilderness to hunt monsters, Su resolved to investigate the secrets of the werewolf encampment today. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, he dispatched 200-man squads to clear monsters in the direction he was departing, prepared to obliterate the werewolf encampment should any monsters emerge. As they hunted a variety of creatures, the blacksmith's level gradually increased, and the soldiers meticulously gathered the corpses of the slain monsters. With the augmentation of his gathering skills, Su found that he could no longer rely on the sale of monster meat for income. However, with so many soldiers in the territory, he could still sustain himself. The higher the monster's tier, the more energy it contained, rendering it all the more delectable. Upon reviewing his attributes, Su realized he had neglected his cultivation yesterday, primarily due to being preoccupied with accumulating wealth. He resolved not to forget his training today, eager to witness the transformation that would occur when his combat energy was enhanced by skills. The gold coin drop rate today was extraordinarily high, with each monster slain. He garnered hundreds to thousands of coins, necessitating that some soldiers be designated solely for collecting gold, as their speed in slaying monsters far surpassed the soldiers' ability to gather. After collecting several thousand coins each time, Su stored them in his shop for equipment recovery, thus losing track of the total amount he had accrued during this venture. Once the blacksmiths reached level 10, he arranged for their return and sent another group to escort the next set of blacksmiths for their upgrades. By the time the second group finished leveling, nearly all the blacksmiths in the territory had achieved level 10. With the upgrade, the speed of repairing equipment had significantly increased, allowing for the restoration of a greater number of items. Su also managed to slay a level 12 green boss and a level 16 white boss, acquiring a substantial bounty of gold coins along with a piece of green quality equipment and 2 pieces of white quality equipment. As the drop rate for equipment dwindled, the items Su received became increasingly marketable. White quality equipment was hardly worth the investment of repair stones. The price of equipment repair stones had risen daily, now reaching around 260 gold coins, and their scarcity in the market rendered them nearly unobtainable. Selling old equipment to purchase new weapons proved more prudent, unless the equipment in question was of green quality, which they would hesitate to part with. Most of the equipment Su acquired was white quality, with only a handful of green pieces, all of which bore subpar attributes. Su had even utilized repair stones on his own willow leaf spear to maintain its usability thus far. Arriving near the werewolf encampment, he dispatched scouts to gather intelligence on their status. After a while, a soldier reported that numerous werewolves were again hunting monsters outside. Su adhered to his previous strategy, resolving to eliminate the werewolves outside first. The soldiers had grown quite adept at handling these foes, requiring little instruction as they instinctively knew how to proceed. With their levels and strength far surpassing those of the werewolves, they needed no traps, relying solely on stealthy ambushes. As the werewolf soldiers fell one by one, Su's experience points drew ever closer to the threshold for leveling up. Upon vanquishing the last of the exterior werewolves, Su finally ascended to level 20. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to reach level 20, rewarded with 20 free attribute points, 20 reputation points, and 1 building lottery draw. Once again, the Heavenly Dao notifications resounded, eliciting astonishment from lords across the globe at Su's rapid progression. Many were only just breaking through level 10, while Su had already reached level 20, showcasing an ever-widening gap. Chapter 68. Assault on the Werewolf Encampment. Heavenly Dao notification. Noble Gentleman Lord, the second in the world to slay a green quality boss, rewarded with 10 free attribute points and 10 reputation points. Shortly after Sue's notification, another message from the Heavenly Tao appeared. World Chat Channel. Who is this person that has slain a green quality boss? Such a creature must possess remarkable strength. Indeed, not only are bosses formidable, but even green quality monsters are quite powerful. The World Channel buzzed with chatter about the noble gentleman, who claimed to be from the beautiful nation, and his compatriots erupted in cheers. No matter how they boast, could they ever rival the affluent magnates of our dragon-soaring nation? Quite right, just a bunch of clowns. Our magnate remains humble. Netizens from the beautiful nation on the Jojo planet, upon witnessing their compatriots' Heavenly Tao notification, erupted into cheers. They flocked to the noble gentleman's livestream, proclaiming him the future of the beautiful nation and its mightiest warrior, asserting that surpassing Sue from dragon-soaring nation is merely a matter of time. After all, Sue had claimed so many Heavenly Tao rewards for himself, and they were undoubtedly displeased. Now, with the emergence of a different Heavenly Tao notification, how could they not rejoice? Although they were aware that the current noble gentleman was significantly outmatched by Su Fang, they remained convinced that their beautiful nation's noble gentleman would undoubtedly surpass Su Fang. They refrained from questioning this belief, for it was a comforting notion they clung to. The people of the beautiful nation were exceedingly jubilant, exclaiming that the denizens of the Dragon Rising Nation would soon witness the prowess of their own. Meanwhile, the netizens of the Dragon Rising Nation harbored no concerns that Su Fang would be surpassed by individuals from other countries. Su Fang had monopolized the Heavenly Path rewards for an extended period, accruing several hundred additional attribute points compared to others. This vast disparity would only widen as Su Fang continued to grow stronger. The noble gentleman had merely received a trifling reward. What did that amount to in the grand scheme of things for Su Fang? Indeed, Su Fang was unconcerned and had never contemplated retaining the Heavenly Path rewards, as such a notion was utterly implausible. Upon leveling up, Su Fang swiftly allocated his attributes, expended mental energy to fuse seeds, and only then did he claim his building lottery. The familiar 10 question mark chest greeted him, and this time, he opted for the final question mark chest. Whoosh! A flash of purple light enveloped him, and Su Fang realized he had acquired a purple building. Observing the purple-hued courtyard architecture in his hands, he eagerly examined the building's details. Building, courtyard. Quality, purple. Level, LV1. Requires 200 gold, 200 wood, 200 stone, and 200 tiles for the next tier. Special attributes, significantly alleviates fatigue, enhances physical strength, accelerates mental recovery, and hastens wound healing. Description: this is an exceedingly comfortable courtyard. Not only warm in winter and cool in summer, but also exquisitely crafted, with automatic moisture resistance and pest deterrence. Su Fang was taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving a courtyard. Moreover, this purple courtyard possessed remarkable special attributes, each one exceedingly beneficial, leaving Su Fang thoroughly pleased. While wood and stone were manageable, the tiles, would they require the tile workshop blueprint he had previously acquired? At that moment, Su Fang recalled that blueprint was indeed intended for tile production. He was pleasantly surprised at how soon it would be put to use. The courtyard was a significant asset in an era devoid of concrete structures. It represented the residence of affluent families. Upon returning home today, Su Fang was determined to find a way to construct that tile workshop without delay. With over 1,000 individuals now residing in his territory, the living conditions were exceedingly cramped, necessitating the construction of additional housing for his soldiers. The arrival of this courtyard was perfectly timed, and Su Fang resolved to ensure its construction. Turning to one of the soldiers, he instructed, summon those 200 soldiers. Subsequently, he addressed Zhang Hu, go outside the werewolf encampment and draw out some werewolves. Are we planning to annihilate this werewolf nest, my lord? Zhang Hu inquired. The gold dropped by these werewolves is double that of ordinary monsters. I intend to eliminate them all today, Su Fang declared, having noted the enhanced gold yield from humanoid monsters since he killed the first werewolf. Understood. Zhang Hu chuckled and promptly set off to lure the werewolves. Be cautious, Su Fang reminded him. Zhang Hu, no fool, hurled a stone toward the werewolf sentries stationed at the entrance. The 6 werewolf sentries erupted in furious howls, immediately giving chase to Zhang Hu. As they pursued him, they abandoned their posts at the werewolf encampment, which perplexed Su Fang. Was it merely because only Zhang Hu was present? Zhang Hu swiftly entered the thicket, the 6 werewolves hot on his heels. As he plunged into the underbrush, soldiers emerged from the surroundings, weapons drawn, and swiftly dispatched the bewildered werewolves. Each soldier barely needed to strike once to eliminate the 6 werewolves. Unjust, the werewolves lamented. My lord, the werewolf nest is unguarded. Shall we charge in now? Zhang Hu queried. This is a prime opportunity that must not be squandered. Whether we can eradicate this werewolf nest hinges on this moment. One person should remain to inform the others. The rest, follow me. Su Fang understood that this chance was too precious to let slip away. After gathering the gold from the ground, he beckoned dozens of soldiers and advanced toward the werewolf encampment. Su Fang was not one to recklessly charge in. Instead, he proceeded cautiously, Confirming the absence of any werewolf sentinels outside, he opened the large gates of the werewolf encampment and stealthily infiltrated. Spotting several werewolves nearby, Su Fang signaled his soldiers to ready their bows, and together they unleashed a volley of arrows at the creatures. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen arrows struck down 3 werewolves, yet Su Fang ignored the spoils on the ground and pressed deeper into the werewolf encampment. This time, he encountered a patrol of 5 werewolves. Once again, Su Fang and his soldiers unleashed arrows, and the 5 werewolves fell silently. However, their stroke of luck ended when one werewolf atop a watchtower spotted Su Fang and immediately rang the alarm bell. Clang, clang, clang. We've been discovered. Everyone be cautious, Su Fang exclaimed, aiming an arrow at the alarmist werewolf. Thud. The werewolf plummeted from the watchtower. From within the werewolf encampment, numerous werewolves surged forth, weapons brandished, charging towards Su Fang's soldiers. In the werewolf tongue, Translation, brothers, attack. Su Fang released several arrows, taking down a few werewolves. Before raising his spear and charging into the fray, the soldiers also fired a few arrows, slaying a dozen werewolves, and then brandished their weapons as they advanced against the werewolves. My lord, we are here, the soldiers shouted, rallying behind him. Charge forth. Let us vanquish these werewolves. At that moment, Su Fang heard the voices of his soldiers behind him. He smiled and activated the drifting dragon technique, swiftly darting toward one of the werewolves. Thwack. Su Fang skewered a werewolf, sending it flying. His strength was overwhelming. Each thrust of his spear resulted in a werewolf's demise, and his speed was astonishing. In a brief span, he single-handedly felled over a dozen werewolves. Su Fang's sheer power, combined with his ghostly speed, instilled terror in the werewolves, causing them to flee in fear. With over 200 soldiers at his back, after several minutes of resistance, the werewolves began to scatter in panic. Chapter 69, The Werewolf Leader. Charge in. Su Fang led the charge into the werewolf encampment. His strength and speed allowed him to dispatch foes effortlessly. None could withstand his onslaught. Every enemy that stood before him was swiftly vanquished. He resembled a war god, a reaper of death, cutting through the werewolf ranks, leaving a trail of fallen bodies in his wake. Boom. A werewolf emerged from a wooden hut, roaring and uttering words that Su Fang could not comprehend. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding werewolves immediately gathered around him. Su Fang glanced at the werewolf's details. Creature, werewolf captain boss. Quality, green. Level, 20. Skills, werewolf slaughter, charge. Description, one of the 3 major bosses of the werewolf encampment, the second in command, possessing formidable attack power and remarkable speed. Previously, Su Fang had faced a level 20 white boss. Now, a green one had appeared. Could their leader be a level 20 blue boss? There were still over 100 werewolves surrounding this boss, but many more had fled deeper into the encampment. Su Fang surmised that the direction he was heading in was the lair of the werewolf chieftain. He now had to swiftly eliminate the second in command. Otherwise, facing 2 formidable bosses simultaneously would prove exceedingly taxing. This werewolf boss towered over the surrounding minions, wielding a colossal blade as it advanced menacingly towards Su Fang. With a ferocious howl, the werewolf boss summoned its kin, who charged once more at Su Fang and his comrades. The werewolf boss lunged powerfully, its foot crashing into the ground as it propelled itself forward at an astonishing speed, raising its weapon to strike at Su Fang. Bang! The werewolf boss's blade struck the ground where Su Fang had been standing, but he had deftly evaded the attack, leaving only a shadow in its wake. Ding! Su Fang retaliated with a shot aimed at the werewolf boss, but the creature, being a humanoid boss, demonstrated remarkable reflexes by raising its weapon to parry the blow. Nonetheless, Su Fang's strength was overwhelming, and the werewolf boss was sent sprawling several meters back. With a pair of vicious eyes, the werewolf boss fixed its gaze on Su Fang, who remained unperturbed. He was well accustomed to such ferocity. Meanwhile, the soldiers around him were engaged in fierce combat with the wolf warriors, and Su Fang noticed that several of his men had sustained injuries, with some even losing their lives. However, casualties are an inevitable part of battle, a grim reality that must be faced. Taking the initiative, Su Fang activated the dragon's motion technique, significantly enhancing his speed. The werewolf boss could barely track his movements, wildly swinging its weapon at Su Fang's afterimages. But each strike landed only in thin air, failing to inflict any harm. Even when the werewolf boss employed its werewolf slay skill, it proved futile, merely exhausting its stamina. Seizing an opportunity, Su Fang maneuvered behind the werewolf boss and unleashed a killing strike. A flash of cold light glimmered as crimson droplets fell from the tip of his spear. Bang! The werewolf boss collapsed, a gash appearing on its neck from Su Fang's skill. Experience points, 600. Reputation, 40. A bounty of gold coins spilled forth from the fallen werewolf boss, though Su Fang paid little mind to the quantity. His attention was drawn to 2 tomes among the loot, which filled him with excitement. One was a white certification for the warrior class, while the other was a white combat skill, charge. This warrior certification promised a considerable sum upon sale. Su Fang stowed away both skill tomes. The charge skill was one that the werewolf boss had previously demonstrated. While exceptional for its ability to grant rapid bursts of speed, Su Fang found it unnecessary with Dragon's motion at his disposal. He intended to share it with other soldiers, as the current drop rate for combat skills was dismally low, making any such skill exceedingly valuable. With the demise of the werewolf boss, the morale of the surrounding wolf warriors plummeted. Coupled with Su Fang's presence on the battlefield, the wolf warriors began to flee in disarray. Pursue them, Su Fang commanded as he led his soldiers in a relentless chase, ultimately allowing only a handful of wolf warriors to escape. As they pressed onward, Su Fang caught sight of a stout werewolf seated upon a command platform ahead, leisurely sipping from a goblet, a massive wolf Fang mace resting beside him. It was bewildering that this werewolf boss remained so nonchalant despite the chaos unfolding before him. Surrounding him were over 100 wolf soldiers, some brandishing weapons, including 10 green-quality werewolves, all at level 18. Su Fang's forces numbered over 200, with more than 30 of his soldiers also of green quality. In terms of both quantity and level, Su Fang's side held a distinct advantage, making this a battle destined for victory. Glancing at the werewolf chieftain's profile, he noted, Monster, werewolf chieftain boss. Quality, blue. Level, 20. Skills, werewolf / werewolf kill, howl sweep. Description, one of the 3 great bosses of the werewolf encampment. The werewolf chieftain possesses terrifying strength and formidable defense. Beware of its attacks, for they may spell doom. Fleeing is advisable upon encountering it. Su Fang was taken aback. This werewolf chieftain possessed 4 skills. The first 2, he had witnessed in other werewolf bosses. Was howl also a skill? What purpose did it serve? Was it merely a signal for mating? Bang! Upon noticing Su Fang and his men, the werewolf chieftain slammed his fist on the table, and the surrounding wolf soldiers surged forward as if summoned by an unspoken command. Su Fang charged ahead, wielding his spear, rapidly piercing through the bodies of several werewolves. The chieftain hurled his goblet aside, and Su Fang, aiming for the vessel, struck it with his spear, then propelled himself forward to attack the werewolf chieftain using mighty strike. Clang! The impact of Su Fang's spear against the chieftain's mace sent the latter staggering back several paces. However, the chieftain retaliated, swinging the mace towards Su Fang, unleashing a cacophony of sound as it cleaved through the air. Despite its portly stature, the werewolf chieftain delivered fierce blows. Su Fang, unwilling to engage in a brutal exchange, ducked to evade the attack and retaliated with a kick to the chieftain's chest. Bang! Su Fang felt as though he had struck a colossal mass of flesh, yet his strength was formidable enough to inflict considerable pain upon the chieftain, eliciting a cry of agony. The chieftain's eyes turned bloodthirsty as it glared at Su Fang. Before Su Fang's watchful gaze, the werewolf chieftain opened its maw and unleashed a furious roar. In that moment, Su Fang sensed a shift in the chieftain's demeanor, akin to a berserk state, with its eyes glowing an even deeper crimson and its speed doubling as it charged forth. This was undoubtedly a skill akin to frenzy. Su Fang quickly grasped the potency of this ability. Chapter 70, The Quest for Class Certifications. The transformed werewolf chieftain exhibited a significant increase in all aspects of power. Yet, striking Su Fang would not prove an easy feat. While its strength was undeniable, it could not hope to match Su Fang's agility. Su Fang evaded continuously, refusing to engage the chieftain head-on. The werewolf chieftain's mace wreaked havoc, leaving gaping holes in the command platform with each strike. Its attack frequency was rapid, and despite being a nimble, heavy-set foe, such intense exertion would likely exhaust the chieftain before long. Su Fang opted not to clash directly, but rather to wait for the frenzy to subside before delivering a decisive blow. He skillfully utilized his agility to evade the chieftain's attacks, each narrowly dodged blow calculated with precision. Meanwhile, countless viewers in the streaming rooms across the Jojo planet watched in trepidation as Su Fang battled this fierce and terrifying werewolf chieftain. They could all see the chieftain's formidable attributes, as each new monster encountered brought detailed information to the stream. Knowing the chieftain's overwhelming strength, coupled with its status as a terrifying boss, left everyone in the streaming room deeply concerned. Su Fang, I believe you can defeat this werewolf chieftain. You must persevere. The wolf warrior chief is exceedingly ferocious, leaving Su Fang utterly devoid of any capacity to retaliate. If struck even once, I fear it would spell disaster for Su Fang. Silence your foul mouth. I firmly believe that Su Fang will emerge unscathed. Su Fang shall eternally be the deity of the Dragon Rising Nation. I have faith in his ability to vanquish this formidable boss. Rally on. Countless netizens are cheering for Su Fang, yet in the realm of the lords, he remains blissfully unaware, oblivious to the support around him. At this moment, Su Fang's sole focus is the werewolf chief. His concentration must remain unwavering. With a swift motion, the werewolf chief swings his spiked club repeatedly, delivering powerful blows towards Su Fang. The ground beneath the command platform trembles, marred by gaping holes from the chief's relentless assault. Constructed of wood, the platform now teeters precariously after such pounding. In a decisive maneuver, Su Fang shatters the wooden planks encircling the chief, causing the werewolf to plummet beneath the debris. With a thunderous crash, the werewolf chief demolishes the remaining planks, his strength overwhelming and brutish. He charges once more towards Su Fang, unleashing a devastating attack. Su Fang wisely refrains from confronting him head-on. This is the werewolf skill, the werewolf slash, of which he has already borne witness. A fierce gale sweeps perilously close above Su Fang's head, leaving many netizens breathless with suspense. This spectacle is fraught with danger, and one misstep could lead to a gruesome fate. Having narrowly evaded the attack, Su Fang retaliates with a powerful kick aimed at the werewolf chief's head. The chief's massive frame topples backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the moment, Su Fang activates his execution skill, launching a fierce assault against the werewolf chief. However, the strike is parried by the chief's spiked club, creating a cacophony of clashing metal and sparks. The werewolf's ferocity matches Su Fang's strength, proving to be a formidable opponent. Countless viewers lament the missed opportunity. Had Su Fang landed that blow, victory would have been assured, yet the werewolf chief's might is indisputable. This exemplifies the prowess of a level 20 humanoid boss, far surpassing that of a mere level 20 beast. They possess not only skills but also weaponry and cunning, advantages that wild monsters lack. In an astonishing twist, Su Fang deftly flicks his spear, sending the werewolf chief's weapon flying, then thrusts his spear into the chief's arm. A howl of pain escapes the werewolf's lips as he struggles to maintain his grip on the spiked club. With a determined thrust, Su Fang sends the club soaring into the air. The strength required for such a feat is extraordinary, beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The viewers erupt in astonishment, marveling at Su Fang's incredible prowess. In a flash, after disarming the werewolf chief, Su Fang lunges forward with another thrust, employing Mighty Strike. The spear pierces the chief's chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. Had the werewolf not rolled at a critical moment, this thrust could have driven straight into its heart. In the next instant, Su Fang withdraws his spear just as the spiked club descends. The club crashes down upon the werewolf chief, flattening him completely. This sequence of events, seemingly fortuitous, unfolds with a calculated precision. From Su Fang's strike to the chief's demise, the execution appears as fluid as water, leaving countless netizens in awe, exclaiming in delight. Well done. Su Fang is magnificent. Bravo. Truly deserving of the title, the God of the East. An outpouring of praise floods in from the online community, celebrating this thrilling kill. Despite the perilous nature of the encounter, it culminates in Su Fang's triumphant victory over the werewolf chief. Experience points, 960. Reputation, 60. Heavenly Path notification. Huaxia City Lord. First to slay a level 20 blue quality boss, rewarded with 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points, and 3 skill points. Once again, the Heavenly Path notifications emerge, igniting excitement among the netizens of the Jojo planet, as Su Fang reaffirms his might. Many flood the live stream with messages of admiration for him. Meanwhile, the lords of the realm reflect on the widening chasm between themselves and Su Fang. They struggle to defeat even a level 10 white boss, while he has already slain a level 20 blue boss. Numerous individuals seeking to acquire occupational certificates have begun to appear, eager to trade with Su Fang. Brother, you are incredible. Did you receive any occupational certificates from this kill? Unmatched in the world quickly messages Su Fang. Congratulations. Once again, you have garnered a Heavenly Path reward. Do you have an occupational certificate? I am willing to exchange anything in my possession. Lonely Cigarette promptly chimes in. Wealthy Magnate, are you selling occupational certificates? I have a green barracks building. Can we trade? Solitary Sword immediately presents his offer. At least dozens of friends send messages to Su Fang, their intentions singular, to trade for his occupational certificate. Su Fang indeed possesses a warrior occupational certificate, but it is from the previous boss. As for the spoils from this werewolf chief boss, he has yet to examine them. Chapter 71, Blue Quality Equipment. Su Fang promptly broadcasts. Please hold on. Let me see what I've obtained. His friends all respond affirmatively. Okay. The experience points are bountiful, totaling 960, truly befitting a blue quality boss. Su Fang eagerly inspects the items dropped by the werewolf chief, uncovering a trove of gold coins, 2 books, a blueprint, and a piece of blue quality equipment. Wow, this boss has dropped an abundance of loot. Su Fang is astonished, quickly retrieving the 2 books. The first is yet another warrior occupational certificate, and it too is of green quality. Excellent. Another green occupational certificate. I wonder if it can merge with my existing one. Contemplating this, Su Fang glances at his mental power, which stands at 76 points, seemingly sufficient. He promptly begins the fusion process. As his mental power dissipates, the green quality warrior occupational certificate transforms into a beam of green light and merges into Su Fang's being. Your profession has successfully transformed into blue warrior. Indeed, it has succeeded. Su Fang is elated. He begins to compare the distinctions between the blue profession and the green quality profession, accessing the detailed information of his new class. Profession, warrior. Quality, blue. Description, all melee attack damage increased by 30. Su Fang is taken aback. The difference is indeed substantial. The green warrior profession only grants an additional 20 damage bonus upon skill usage, whereas the blue warrior profession enhances even basic attacks by 30 damage. This disparity is remarkable, significantly augmenting Su Fang's offensive capabilities, an undeniably fortuitous development. Su Fang reflects on the advantages, realizing that to elevate his profession's quality further, he will require another blue-quality warrior certificate. Yet, he wonders if acquiring a different type of occupational certificate in the future would allow for fusion, and if so, what transformations might ensue. All these questions will require Su Fang's own exploration to uncover. Another tome, a manual on combat skills of white quality, was prepared by Su Fang for distribution among the soldiers, as he had already acquired 2 combat skills that sufficed for his needs. Su Fang glanced at a blueprint, surprised to discover it was an architectural design, specifically for a barracks, and of green quality, albeit it was a blueprint for a werewolf barracks. Item, Werewolf Barracks Blueprint. Quality, green. Description, requires 100 gold and 100 wood to construct. The peculiar appearance of the werewolves left Su Fang momentarily speechless, as they were not of the type he desired. However, recalling that Dugu's sword had mentioned a trade involving a green quality barracks for a profession certificate, Su Fang deemed it a viable option. He could easily fuse 2 green quality barracks into a singular blue quality one, which would undoubtedly be superior in capability. Casting his eyes upon his own blue equipment, he noted a pair of gauntlets shimmering with a blue luminescence. This was the first blue item he had obtained, and it was a matching pair. He examined the attributes of this gear. Equipment, werewolf gauntlets. Quality, blue. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength 15, stamina 10, physical defense 10. Both gauntlets bore identical attributes, and Su Fang promptly donned this pair of blue gauntlets, significantly enhancing his attributes. Observing the surrounding werewolves, with dozens still clinging to life, he realized their elimination did not require his intervention. He directly contacted Dugu's sword and inquired, "Do you possess a green quality barracks?" "Yes. I seek to trade for a profession scroll," came the swift reply from Dugu's sword. "Is that all? Do you have anything else?" Su Fang pressed. After a moment's contemplation, Dugu's sword responded, "I have ample resources. What do you require?" "Wood and stone," Su Fang stated, specifying his most needed resources. "Understood." Dugu's sword replied. Following a negotiation regarding the specific quantities of resources, Su Fang successfully traded a white warrior profession scroll for a substantial amount of resources and a green quality barracks blueprint. Heavens will notification, Dugu's sword, Lord, has become the 4th individual worldwide to change professions, earning 20 free attribute points, 20 reputation points, 2 skill points, and 1 lottery draw for their profession. Although the rewards seemed modest, the additional attributes and skill lottery from Heavens were certainly commendable. In the Lord's chat channel, holy cow, someone has successfully changed professions again. How on earth are they accomplishing this? I beg for a profession scroll, Great Tycoon. Could you possibly sell me one? There were serious suspicions that this individual had purchased their profession scroll from the Great Tycoon. This person was also a lord from the Dragon Rising Nation, which indicated a wealth of talent emerging from their ranks. Su Fang's friends inquired whether the profession scroll was indeed sold by him, to which he generously confirmed, mentioning that the other party had offered a green quality barracks and a plethora of materials in exchange. While they could not afford green quality architectural blueprints, they expressed determination to acquire them, hoping to trade for a profession scroll from Su Fang in the future. Su Fang readily agreed, as he had no qualms about accumulating these architectural blueprints. The more, the better. As the last werewolf fell at the hands of Su Fang's soldiers, Heavens Will again made an announcement. Heavens Will notification. Huaxia City, Lord, has become the first in the world to eliminate a wild camp, earning 100 free attribute points, 100 reputation points, 10 skill points, and 1 equipment lottery draw. Heavens Will notification. Huaxia City, Lord, has become the first in the world to eliminate a wild camp, earning 100 free attribute points, 100 reputation points, 10 skill points, and 1 equipment lottery draw. Su Fang, Lords of the World. Winky face. Everyone was left speechless, exclaiming in disbelief at the power of the Huaxia City Lord, who had managed to eradicate a wild camp, an astonishing feat indeed. Soon, they realized that beyond their territories lay wild camps they had not previously discovered. As they had not ventured far into the wilderness, their strength paled in comparison to Su Fang's, thus they hesitated to explore. In the Lord's chat channel, there are wild camps out there. Is the Huaxia City Lord present? Could you share details about the wild camp? It was presumed that a level 20 blue boss resided there, as previous notifications had indicated. It must be difficult to assault. Considering it is a level 20 blue quality boss, I can barely handle white ones. Ordinary individuals need not consider it. It was beyond their capabilities. Chapter 72, Harvesting 16 Buildings. Is the wild camp truly that formidable? Tianshan Tonglao inquired. Could you provide insights regarding the wild camp? I am a tough girl asked. Brother, what is the situation of the wild camp? Qinxiao Wushuang also queried. Su Fang's acquaintances began to inquire en masse. Su Fang decided to broadcast. For now, you should refrain from targeting the wild camp. My Wild Camp hosts 3 level 20 bosses of varying qualities, white, green, and blue, each possessing combat skills. The minions number at least in the thousands, all humanoid, armed with weapons and armor. It took considerable time for me to breach it. Upon hearing Su Fang's account, his friends fell silent, recognizing that while each wild camp was unique, they grasped the general difficulty of such camps. These wild camps were indeed formidable. At this stage, only Su Fang could tackle them, while they were ill-equipped to confront a camp swarming with thousands of humanoid monsters. The most daunting aspect was the bosses, which were not to be trifled with. They understood that they needed to grow stronger. Heaven's Will Notification, Dragon God World, Lord, has become the second in the world to slay a blue quality boss, earning 20 free attribute points, 20 reputation points, and 2 skill points. Upon hearing this announcement, everyone was astonished again, realizing that yet another individual had hunted a blue quality boss, indicating that many formidable players existed globally. However, even the strongest among them were no match for Su Fang, who was reaping abundant rewards from Heaven's Will. Su Fang glanced at the chat channel and noted that Dragon God World was also from the Dragon Rising Nation, and the individual was quite ostentatious, attempting to rally various lords, seemingly fostering a sense of alliance. They even generously shared their portrait. Su Fang observed that the individual appeared robust, but he discerned ambition lurking in their eyes. Many female lords also posted their pictures, eager to befriend the individual, including several strikingly beautiful women. Having perused the images, Su Fang chose to ignore them. Upon realizing that after the eradication of the entire werewolf camp, the buildings transformed into a collectible state, he was utterly astonished. The buildings were indeed collectible. This was beyond his expectations. Although wild camps were challenging to conquer, the rewards reaped from them were truly commendable. Quickly, gather all the buildings, Su Fang commanded. Yes, the soldiers promptly began collecting the surrounding structures, while Su Fang joined in the effort. After a flurry of activity, a dozen buildings appeared before Su Fang. 6 white, wooden houses, 1 white barrack, 1 white fence, for white, watchtowers, 1 white, blacksmith shop, 1 white, warehouse, 1 white, well, and 1 white farmland. In total, there are 16 structures, yet upon dismantling, all of them are only at level 1. Apart from these barracks, Su Fang also acquired tens of thousands of units of wood, stone, and iron ore. As for gold, the amount is even more substantial, totaling at least 600,000 coins. 100,000 coins were discovered within the warehouse of the werewolf encampment, along with hundreds of weapons and leather armor. It can be said that eliminating the wilderness encampments is the swiftest way to obtain buildings. However, these encampments are not easily dealt with, and Su Fang has only discovered one thus far. According to reports from the soldiers, during the assault on the werewolf encampment, 10 soldiers perished. 5 were directly killed by enemy arrows, while the other 5 succumbed during the battle. Additionally, dozens of soldiers were injured. Attacking an encampment proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. Su Fang utilized the gold to recover equipment and subsequently returned to his territory with the materials and the bodies of the fallen soldiers. Upon returning, Su Fang instructed the soldiers to find a relatively flat area in the wilderness to bury the deceased soldiers. He then took out a brush and wrote epitaphs for them. The soldiers, witnessing Su Fang's actions, were profoundly moved. As not all soldiers had returned yet, Su Fang decided to hold a memorial service for the territory at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon returning to the territory, he commenced the construction of a tile workshop. Gold 100, wood 100, stone 100, successfully constructed tile workshop. Su Fang surveyed the building, noting its modest space equipped with an array of tools for tile production. He examined the specific details of this building. Building, tile workshop. Quality white. Level, LV1. Next level requires 200 gold, 200 wood, 200 stone. Description, a building capable of producing tiles, requiring clay for tile production. Each expenditure of 100 gold can summon 1 tile mason, currently able to summon 0-10. This building also has the capability to summon individuals, specifically tile masons. A level 1 workshop can accommodate around 10 people for tile production. As for the clay needed for tiles, it can be found abundantly outside the territory. Su Fang instructed the soldiers to take up hoes, carrying poles, and baskets, and began excavating clay. After some contemplation, Su Fang decided to upgrade the tile workshop. Gold 200, wood 200, stone 200, tile workshop level 1, current level LV3. Gold 1100, wood 1100, stone 1100, tile workshop level 1, current level LV10. Building, tile workshop. Quality white. Level, LV10, next level requires 1200 gold, 1200 wood, 1200 stone. Description, a building capable of producing tiles, requiring clay for production. Each expenditure of 100 gold can summon 1 tile mason, currently able to summon 0-100. Gold 100. Summon 1 white quality tile mason. After summoning 100 tile masons, Su Fang immediately instructed them to commence tile production. Once the entire tile workshop began to operate, Su Fang departed and proceeded to the farmland, merging the farmland obtained from the werewolf encampment into his territory. Su Fang's mental energy began to deplete rapidly, and the building in his hand vanished, merged into green quality farmland. The territory's farmland transformed into green, effectively doubling the arable land, characteristic of green quality farmland. Consequently, the yield of crops from the territory increased twofold. Building, farmland. Quality, green. Level, LV25. Next level requires 4,800 gold for 1,800 soil. Description, land suitable for growing crops. Following this, Su Fang merged the territory's blue quality into green, merged into green quality fence. After the quality upgrade, the fence's height doubled and appeared sturdier. Chapter 73. The unique Barracks ambush camp. Building, fence. Quality, green. Level, LV10. Next level requires 1,000 gold, 1,000 wood. Description, a fence that can be constructed to defend your territory against monsters. The fence remains at level 10, and Su Fang has no intention of upgrading it, as the territory's periphery is still protected by stone barriers, which are the most crucial structures for the territory. Next, Su Fang initially intended to merge 2 green barracks, but upon assessing his mental energy, he realized it was insufficient. Therefore, he decided to construct 4 watchtowers first. The buildings acquired from the werewolf encampment can be directly placed within the territory. Su Fang approached a spot 10 meters inside the territory's stone barrier and placed one of the watchtowers there. Building, watchtower. Quality, white. Level, LV1. Next level requires 20 gold, 20 wood. Description, a simple and crude watchtower for observing distant situations. This building requires minimal materials, only a tenth of other buildings, so Su Fang upgraded it. Gold 20, wood 20, watchtower level 1, current level LV2. Gold 110, wood 110, watchtower level 1, current level LV10. A level 10 watchtower is sufficient for use. Su Fang then constructed the remaining 3 watchtowers in the other 3 directions of the territory. Subsequently, he returned to the territory, seeking a suitable location to begin constructing a white quality well. Building well. Quality white. Level, LV1. Next level requires 20 gold, 20 stone. Description, a well for drawing water. This well is extremely useful. With it, the soldiers no longer need to travel far to the lakeside for water. However, this well is singular and clearly insufficient for the use of over 1,000 people in the territory, leaving Su Fang to hope for more well constructions in the future. Gold 20, stone 20, well level 1, current level LV2. Gold 600, stone 600, well level 1, current level LV30. Gold 1500, stone 1500, well level 1, current level LV50. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to upgrade one of the buildings to level 50. Rewards, 20,000 gold, 200 reputation, 50 free attribute points, and 1 lucky draw. The well requires few materials and is incredibly useful for the territory. After upgrading this building to level 50, Su Fang indeed received the rewards from the Heavenly Dao. Su Fang continued to inspect the well after reaching level 50, discovering it to be larger and deeper. Given its utility, Su Fang proceeded with further upgrades. Gold 2,500, stone 2,500, well level 1, current level LV60. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to upgrade one of the buildings to level 60. Rewards, 30,000 gold, 300 reputation, 60 free attribute points, and 1 lucky draw. The entire Lord's continent was left in a state of bewilderment as they witnessed Su Fang elevate his buildings to levels 50 and 60, subsequently claiming the heavenly rewards twice in succession. The higher the level of the buildings, the greater the quantity of materials required, leaving them perplexed as to how Su Fang amassed such an abundance of resources for upgrades. This defied all logic. In the Lord's continent, chat channel, Huaxia City Lord, could you possibly reveal the source of your resources? Upgrading buildings consecutively by 20 levels demands an immense amount of resources. How is this achievable? Could it be that he has seized the resources from the heavenly vault? It must surely be a bug, having never attained structures such as the well or watchtower. They were unaware that some buildings required far fewer resources to construct, mistakenly believing that all constructions necessitated copious amounts of resources, which left them utterly baffled regarding the origin of Su Fang's wealth. Gold 4,500, stone 4,500, well level 1, current level LV70. Heavenly prompt, Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to upgrade a building to level 70. Reward 40,000 gold for 100 points of prestige, 70 attribute points, and 1 lucky draw. When Su Fang upgraded the building to level 70, the lords of the world were once again astounded. Did he dare to elevate his buildings to their maximum level, leaving them devoid of any hope of surpassing him? Su Fang refrained from further upgrades, not from a lack of desire, but due to a scarcity of resources. Building well. Quality white. Level, LV70. Next level requires 4,800 gold for 1,800 stone. Description, a well from which water can be drawn. The rewards from this endeavor were substantial. Having received over 200 attribute points and 900 prestige from the heavens, Su Fang was confident that within a few days, he could elevate the, to level 100. After allocating all the attribute points, excluding equipment bonuses, his fundamental attributes had reached an astonishing 198 points. Such a figure was undeniably formidable. With the augmentation of these attribute points, Su Fang commenced the fusion of 2 green barracks. As his mental energy was expended, the 2 green quality barracks transformed into a singular blue barrack, fused into the unique blue quality barrack, ambush camp. Upon hearing this, Su Fang was taken aback. It was indeed the ambush camp. Who would have thought that 2 green quality barracks could amalgamate into a special, unique facility? Moreover, this was merely a blue quality barrack, and its quality could still be further enhanced. However, Su Fang was reluctant to summon soldiers from this barrack, as he aspired to elevate its quality to purple. The higher the quality, the greater the probability of summoning superior soldiers. White soldiers only gained 10 attribute points upon upgrading, while green soldiers acquired 11. Although Su Fang did not possess blue soldiers, he did have blue quality blacksmiths, who upon upgrading, surpassed their green counterparts by an additional point, yielding 12 points. Yet purple blacksmiths, upon upgrading, could gain as many as 15 attribute points per level. Su Fang remained unaware of the attribute points afforded by golden quality soldiers, but it was undoubtedly more than 15 points. This disparity highlighted the vast differences between soldiers of varying qualities. The ambush camp was a unique barrack, one that could not be replicated. Thus, Su Fang opted to retain it, intending to elevate its quality to purple before proceeding. While he also harbored ambitions of fusing this barrack into a golden one, doing so required 2 purple barracks. Given the current low rate of building acquisitions, 1 purple barrack, 2 blue barracks, and 4 green barracks, as well as 8 white barracks, Su Fang did indeed possess 1 white quality barrack. With this in mind, as long as he continued to collect white quality barracks, achieving the fusion of the ambush camp into a golden one was still within reach. Chapter 74, A Pet Egg Draw. Su Fang secured the blue unique quality ambush camp and also stored another white quality barrack. As for the white blacksmith shop, he chose not to construct it, opting to keep it instead. Su Fang possessed 6 white quality wooden houses. He fused these 6 white wooden houses into 3 green quality wooden houses, then combined 2 green wooden houses into 1 blue quality wooden house, leaving 1 green wooden house remaining. Previously, Su Fang had constructed a white quality wooden house, a green wooden house, and a blue wooden house at his territory. Hence, he merged the green wooden house he held into the already constructed green wooden house, enhancing its quality to blue. He then fused the newly formed blue wooden house with the level 30 blue wooden house, resulting in a purple quality wooden house. The purple quality wooden house was not only more spacious but also boasted 4 stories, each capable of accommodating numerous soldiers. Su Fang inspected the attributes of the purple wooden house. Building wooden house. Quality, purple. Level, LV30. Next level requires 6,400 gold, 6,400 wood. Description, a meticulously crafted dwelling that not only shields from wind and rain, but also automatically repels mosquitoes, prevents dampness, effectively wards off cold, and provides a comfortable living environment while accelerating fatigue recovery. However, this purple wooden house did not possess any special attributes. The courtyard had unique characteristics, highlighting the differences between the wooden house and courtyard constructions. The wooden house provided an excellent living environment for soldiers, being both comfortable and spacious, making it ideal for dormitory purposes. Currently, Su Fang's territory comprised only 3 wooden houses, 1 white, 1 blue, and 1 purple. However, he also possessed 1 courtyard, which he had constructed on another vacant plot of land. The courtyard was also a purple quality building. Upon entering, Su Fang observed its vast area and the exquisite design of its rooms and various facilities, which included rockeries, gardens, ponds, and pavilions. Though this building was aesthetically pleasing, it did not offer many rooms. Henceforth, Su Fang intended to reside in the courtyard and had plans to accommodate individuals of captain rank and above there, while ordinary soldiers would reside in the wooden houses. The wooden houses offered ample room, making them suitable for soldiers, whereas the beautifully designed courtyard was only appropriate for a select few. In any case, the blue quality wooden houses were exceedingly comfortable. And now with the addition of a purple quality wooden house, even with the multitude of inhabitants in the territory, it would not feel cramped. Su Fang next prepared to elevate the building to level 100, and after claiming all heavenly rewards, he would begin upgrading the level of the wooden houses. The courtyard was only at level 1. Upgrading it would alter both its area and various facilities, though Su Fang currently had no desire to upgrade this courtyard. He moved the territory crystal building into the courtyard, as the crystal was the most vital structure in the territory and required protection. Su Fang had already acquired 5 first-tier crystal cores. After upgrading the crystal to level 5, its brilliance and defensive capabilities intensified. Su Fang expended 500 gold to elevate his territory to level 5. Territory level, LV5, upgrade requirements. 5 level 6 buildings, of which the crystal building must reach LV6. A population of 60 and 600 gold. The expanse of the vacant land beyond the territory has notably increased, while Su Fang has yet to make any other discoveries. After meticulously cataloging all the structures within his domain, Su Fang proceeded to the blacksmith shop, where he placed all the repaired equipment up for sale. Once the items were listed, he finally claimed his previous reward from the Heavenly Tao, a fortunate lottery draw. He had 3 chances at this lottery. This time, the lottery took the form of a spinning wheel, and having engaged with it before, Su Fang activated the button and then pressed stop, settling in for a moment of anticipation. After a minute, the wheel came to a halt, the pointer landing on an egg radiating a purple glow. Purple-blue pet egg 1. This was a pet egg. Su Fang was taken aback. He had previously possessed a white-quality taming skill, yet its success rate was exceedingly low, and he lacked the mental energy to expend on it, thus refraining from its use. Now, having acquired a pet egg of purple quality, this was indeed a delightful surprise for Su Fang. He retrieved the pet egg from his satchel. It measured several dozen centimeters in length, adorned with intricate patterns and emanating a purple luminescence. Filled with joy, Su Fang inspected the egg's details. Item: pet egg. Quality: purple. Description: infuse with blood to bind the pet and randomly hatch a purple quality creature. Placing the pet egg on the ground, he drew a dagger and pricked his finger. As a drop of blood fell onto the pet egg, it erupted in a dazzling burst of purple light, prompting Su Fang to close his eyes. When he reopened them, the egg began to crack, and from within emerged a fluffy little beast, appearing rather adorable. The creature blinked its round eyes, gazing at Su Fang, and emitted a soft "iya" sound. Su Fang could only describe the little beast as irresistibly cute. Heavenly Tao notification: Huaxia City Lord. The world's first to possess a pet. Reward: 100 free attribute points, 100 reputation points, and 1 pet skill lottery. Another 3 notifications from the Heavenly Tao. It was destined to be a day of utter bewilderment for lords around the globe. The rewards Su Fang had received today were simply overwhelming. In the Jojo Star Planet Su Fang's livestream room, Su Fang is incredible, having obtained another reward from the Heavenly Tao. That pet is so adorable. I wish I could have one like that. This is what Su Fang won from the lottery. I suspect he might be the son of the Heavenly Tao, taking all the good things for himself. The Flying White Tiger, what a majestic name, though it currently lacks wings and cannot fly. Su Fang cradled the little beast, scrutinizing it closely, and discovered a faint mark resembling a crown on its forehead. Curiously, he examined the creature's profile. Pet: Flying White Tiger. Name: can be named. Quality: purple. Level: 0, Strength: 25, Constitution: 25, Stamina: 21, Agility: 17, Spirit: 12, Magic Defense: 14, Physical Defense: 15, Luck: 15, Talent: 20. Skills: not awakened. Upon seeing the attributes of the Flying White Tiger, Su Fang was utterly astounded. It was only level 0, yet it boasted such formidable stats. With base attributes that were double that of Su Fang's at level 0, this demonstrated the remarkable prowess of purple quality pets. Gazing at the adorable little creature, he found it hard to fathom that it possessed such powerful foundational attributes. Although it currently lacked wings, upon closer inspection, he noticed slight protrusions on either side of its back, suggesting that its wings were yet to fully develop. Chapter 75, Cultivating the Chi Gathering Technique. Su Fang first claimed the pet skill lottery to see what skill he could draw. 10 treasure chests appeared before him, and he casually selected one. Upon opening the chest, a blue light emerged, revealing a blue skill. Su Fang examined the skill. Pet skill: Heavy Claw Strike. Quality: blue. Description: delivers a gravity-infused strike to the target, inflicting an additional 30 damage. Little one, you have acquired a skill, he said as he instructed the Flying White Tiger to learn it. It swiftly grasped the new ability. Now it was time to name you, Su Fang pondered, observing the fluffy and endearing appearance of the Flying White Tiger. From now on, your name shall be Furball. The creature responded with a chirp, seemingly pleased with its name. At least it was better than the mundane names like Little White or Big White. Su Fang set Furball down and continued to claim the remaining 2 lucky draws. Another spinning wheel appeared, and Su Fang repeated the process, spinning and then stopping the wheel. After a brief wait, it finally came to rest on a ring radiating a blue glow. Ethereal Ring 1. This was a ring, and it was of blue quality. Su Fang examined the ring's attributes. Equipment: Ethereal Ring. Quality: blue. Durability: 100. Attributes: all attributes 5, Luck 3, contains 30 cubic meters of space. To his surprise, it was a space ring. Su Fang was astonished. This ring not only enhanced attributes, but also provided 30 cubic meters of space and increased his luck by 3 points. He immediately donned the ring, recognizing the immense value of the luck attribute. The term all attributes referred to the 5 fundamental attributes: strength, agility, constitution, stamina, and spirit. Wearing it would enhance each of these by 5 points. Now, only one lucky draw remained. A new lucky wheel appeared, and after starting it, Su Fang waited a moment before pressing stop. Eventually, the wheels slowly came to a halt, landing on a purple building. Barracks Building 1. A purple barracks. Su Fang was utterly flabbergasted. Previously, he had thought that merging into a golden barracks would require considerable time to gather enough building materials. Yet now he had directly drawn a purple barracks building. This meant he only needed to upgrade the blue quality assault barracks to purple quality before he could merge it into a golden one. Now, he only required 3 white barracks buildings. Promptly, Su Fang announced to the world, looking to buy barracks buildings. Friends wishing to sell, please leave a message. The Lord of Huaxia City from Longting Nation has them, but I won't sell to you. This rapid development was quite frustrating. I have 1 barracks. I'll sell it to you. Want some soap? I've got plenty. After adding a seller and negotiating for a while, Su Fang eventually purchased a blueprint for a white barracks for 1,000 gold coins. However, he only received 1 blueprint. No one else was selling. Su Fang was not anxious, confident that others would eventually offer their wares. He fused the white barracks blueprint with the existing white barracks building, swiftly acquiring a green quality barracks. Su Fang then listed the golden food from his territory, exchanging it all for wood and stone, and relisted the repaired equipment from the blacksmith shop. After completing these tasks, Su Fang chose not to leave his territory but instead moved to the Siyuan, instructing the soldiers to tidy up his previous quarters and relocate them here. Finally, Su Fang looked towards his cultivation techniques and upgraded the Qi gathering technique to LV10. After leveling up the skill, Su Fang began his cultivation. An hour later, Battle Qi value, 21. Battle Qi value, 21. After completing his 6-hour training, Su Fang discovered that it was already evening. He glanced at his battle energy value, which had reached 126 points, earning him 21 points per hour. Surprisingly invigorated and feeling no fatigue, Su Fang also realized an unexpected benefit. He could substitute his sleep with training. Checking the time, he noted it was past 10 o'clock. Beside him, the little creature, Mao Qiu, was sleeping soundly, and Su Fang gently patted the little fellow, planning to take it for an upgrade the next day. Perusing through his friends' messages, he found they were all trading items with him, but engrossed in training, he had overlooked their notifications. Su Fang promptly began to respond to each message and engaged in numerous transactions. Is the wealthy merchant available? I wish to exchange some materials for equipment. Read a message from riding an ant to see the sea, who had sent multiple messages, half an hour apart, all requesting equipment. Hastily, Su Fang replied, I was busy earlier and did not see your messages. What materials are you looking to exchange for equipment? After a brief wait, riding an ant to see the sea responded, I have discovered a bronze ore nearby and extracted some. Not sure if you need it. Bronze ore. While Su Fang did not require it at the moment, he quickly made his way to the blacksmith shop to inquire with Zhangxi. Does our territory need bronze or for crafting equipment? Since he had entrusted the blueprints for the territory directly to Zhangxi, it would be impractical for Su Fang to peruse each blueprint individually, as that would be an overwhelming task. Yes, we need it. Many of our equipment blueprints require bronze ore. However, everyone is currently focused on repairing gear, leaving no time for crafting, Zhangxi answered. Understanding this, Su Fang promptly informed riding an ant to see the sea. That works. You can exchange bronze ore with me for equipment from now on. Fantastic. I currently have over 1,000 units of bronze ore. What price do you think is fair for the exchange? Riding an ant to see the sea inquired eagerly. The ensuing discussion revolved around pricing details. Su Fang proposed trading based on 20 units of ore per attribute. If a piece of equipment enhanced 4 attributes, that would require 80 units of ore. Riding an ant to see the sea agreed, thus ensuring he would gain a considerable number of items, which was beneficial for him. For a piece of white quality equipment, only 6 to 10 units of bronze ore were necessary for crafting, and considering labor costs, Su Fang could still earn approximately double. I have a green quality pickaxe available. You should purchase it to extract more bronze ore, but these ores can only be sold to me. Su Fang was naturally keen to gather more ores and promptly offered the pickaxe to his trading partner. That is wonderful. I can indeed extract a significant amount more with a green quality pickaxe. How much or do I need for the exchange? Riding an ant to see the sea exclaimed, astonished, and quickly inquired about the price of the pickaxes. After finalizing the details, he promptly equipped his soldiers with the new pickaxes. Following the acquisition of bronze ore, Su Fang continued to trade items with other friends. The most gratifying message came from the world's crows are all black, who stated, I've collected quite a bit of coal lately, but monsters have begun attacking the territory. I need a batch of weapons, and I've obtained a material called mithril. I'm uncertain if you require it. Mithril? Su Fang was somewhat taken aback. He was unsure of its current utility, but replied, While I don't need it at the moment, please continue mining it. I will offer you a fair price for it. All right, this mithril is difficult to gather, so the quantity may be limited. Since you need it, I will send soldiers to collect some. The world's crows are all black responded. After discussing and agreeing on a price with the world's crows are all black, Su Fang exchanged a batch of equipment for coal. The blacksmith shop could not afford to be without coal resources, and the world's crows are all black was his primary supplier. Several other friends possessed coal mines as well, although their output was significantly less than that of the world's crows, are all black. Upon reviewing the chat channel messages, Su Fang noted that during his 6 hours of training, 2 more heavenly prompts had appeared, both concerning players from other nations. However, Su Fang paid them no mind. He had amassed sufficient rewards and felt no one could surpass him. After completing all transactions with his friends, Su Fang listed golden food and weapons for sale. He then commenced upgrading the farmland, expending all soil to elevate its level to 32. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 1 in the morning, marking the onset of a new day, and he could continue training. As for other buildings, Su Fang planned to acquire more materials for upgrades the following day. Having consumed golden potatoes, which left him feeling satiated, Su Fang returned to the courtyard and began training once more. After 6 hours, he awoke again. Checking his battle energy value, which had risen to 252, thankfully not just 250. The first task at hand was to fuse a substantial quantity of corn, followed by brushing his teeth, washing his face, having breakfast, and finally heading to the black market store to inspect the available items. Today's luck was rather lackluster, yielding only 100 fishing nets priced at 1,000 gold coins. After purchasing them, he continued selling food and equipment, acquiring more materials before commencing the upgrade of the well building. Gold, 7,500, stone, 7,500, well level, 1, current level, LV80. Gold, 11500, stone, 11500, well level, 1. Current level, LV90. Heavenly prompt, Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to upgrade a building to level 80. Rewards, 60,000 gold, 600 reputation points, 80 free attribute points. 1 lucky draw. Heavenly prompt, Huaxia City Lord, the first in the world to upgrade a building to level 90. Rewards, 80,000 gold, 800 reputation points, 90 free attribute points, 1 lucky draw. After upgrading the well building to level 90, Su Fang found himself with limited stone resources, although he still possessed ample wood. So he had to proceed as is. Chat channel in the Lord's world. What a terrifying individual. A level 90 building. Are they serious? To earn heavenly rewards. The Huaxia City Lord is truly going all out. Who wouldn't he, given their monopoly over the global golden food market? If it were me, I would choose the same path. Only 10 levels away from fully upgrading a building. I envy those free attribute points. They make my mouth water. Following this, Su Fang began upgrading the barracks, elevating its level to 45 before summoning soldiers. After summoning over 200 new soldiers, he finally paused. Shortly thereafter, the bells from the watchtower rang, indicating a monster attack, which, judging by the previous days, meant 3 fronts were under assault. Hearing the bells from all 3 directions of the territory, Su Fang directed Zhang San and the others, lead your teams to deal with the monsters outside. Yes. As for the 200 new recruits, Su Fang ensured they were equipped with weapons and armor before distributing them evenly among the various teams, allowing the other soldiers to first enhance their levels. Su Fang led his team toward the grand entrance, gazing intently at the monstrous entities outside. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the creatures had already reached level 15 today, with a considerable number exhibiting green quality. The sheer quantity of these monsters today was astonishing. Su Fang was taken aback. There seemed to be at least several thousand, whereas just yesterday, there were only around 700. The sudden increase was indeed surprising. While Su Fang felt capable of dealing with these creatures, he remained vigilant. With so many monsters, excessive casualties among the soldiers would be dire. He glanced at the chat channel. Everyone, the number of monsters today is terrifying, surpassing yesterday by several folds. I might be eliminated. This is bad. The monsters have breached my barricade. Oh no, has the upper floor been slaughtered? I couldn't even finish my sentence. If this continues, won't tomorrow's monsters be even stronger? The only way forward is to strive for development. Thankfully, I can handle these creatures. Not only had the monsters multiplied significantly on Su Fang's side, but the same occurred globally. With many lords likely to face elimination today, the increase in monster numbers posed a monumental challenge to every lord. Failure to overcome this hurdle would result in their downfall. Su Fang instructed his soldiers to prepare. Facing such a multitude of monsters, he felt compelled to craft bows and arrows, as engaging in melee combat would be excessively perilous. He had already gathered the materials for blue-quality bow and arrow blueprints, and now only needed to commence crafting. He promptly addressed one of his soldiers, make a trip to the blacksmith shop and inform Zhangxi to arrange for a purple-quality blacksmith to begin crafting blue-quality bows. Yes, the soldier hastily complied. As Su Fang observed the approaching horde of monsters, he commanded, "Archers, prepare." Dozens of archers seized their bows, knocking arrows and aiming at the throng of monsters outside. With such a vast number of foes, precise aiming was unnecessary. "Release," Su Fang ordered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of arrows whistled through the air, striking the creatures outside, and the foremost monsters began to fall. Su Fang drew forth a green-quality bow, fully stringing it. And then, contemplating his next move, he unleashed the battle energy cultivated within him. A warm surge emanated from his dantian, rising through his meridians and flowing from his arms. Enveloping the bow in a soft blue aura, he felt a tremendous enhancement, as though the bow's power had multiplied several times. With a resounding thud, Su Fang released the arrow, unleashing a terrifying force that transformed it into a streak of blue light, slicing through the air at alarming speed. Thud, thud, thud. The arrow pierced through multiple monsters, ultimately embedding itself in one with formidable defenses. Experience gained, 20. Experience gained, 14. Su Fang was thoroughly astounded. He hadn't anticipated that the infusion of battle energy would yield such formidable power from a mere ordinary bow. This was undeniably linked to his extraordinary strength attribute, which had already reached 252 points, not accounting for the power from his equipment. Battle energy was indeed a remarkable asset, capable of augmenting one's attack power several-fold. Upon reviewing his recent consumption of battle energy, Su Fang noted he still had over 100 points remaining, having expended a significant amount in a single shot. As it was his first time utilizing battle energy, his mastery of it was still rudimentary, resulting in considerable waste. Perfect control would require extensive practice. In the JoJo Star Planet's livestream, viewers were left in a state of shock upon witnessing the multitude of monsters outside Su Fang's territory. The sheer number was staggering. Others faced no more than a few hundred, yet Su Fang's count was tenfold. Moreover, the monsters were advancing from 3 directions, implying that the numbers were equally formidable across the board, with thousands on one front alone, totaling nearly 10,000. Good heavens! Can Su Fang's territory withstand such a horde? Speculated some. Is the appearance of so many monsters a consequence of rapid territorial development, subjected to the scrutiny of cosmic forces? Yet, belief in Su Fang remained steadfast. His territory boasted over 1,000 inhabitants, each well-equipped with weapons. Surely, he could repel these beasts. With nearly 10,000 monsters, while others managed only a few hundred to 1,000, if Su Fang faltered, his entire domain would be obliterated. Many had already been eliminated from the Lord's continent. The overwhelming mass of monsters surrounding Su Fang's territory was daunting, a sight that sparked deep concern among viewers, fearing for the safety of Su Fang's domain. However, when Su Fang unleashed that single arrow, astonishment swept through the crowd. He had felled several monsters in an instant. By the heavens, what kind of skill is this? How could it be so powerful? Exclaimed one. When did Su Fang acquire such formidable abilities? This isn't merely a skill. Have you forgotten he previously obtained a cultivation method? This must be its effect. Could Su Fang become an omnipotent being like those in the dramas? Pondered another. I wish I too could possess such cultivation capabilities. I regret not pursuing this sooner. I want to return to the Lord's continent to acquire such a technique. After Su Fang's astonishing display of skill, he refrained from further utilizing battle energy, for although potent, it was limited and not to be squandered. While battle energy would replenish over time, its recovery was slow, necessitating active cultivation to expedite the process. As the soldiers utilized their bows to dispatch the initial wave of monsters, the creatures drew nearer to the territory. Su Fang continued issuing commands. Soldiers with shields, take the front line. Those armed with polearms, position yourselves behind them. Swordsmen, stand behind the polearm soldiers, while archers take the rear to continue targeting the distant monsters. Su Fang orchestrated the arrangement with precision. Upon hearing his orders, the soldiers swiftly complied, shield bearers stepping forward to fortify against the oncoming assault. Su Fang, wielding a polearm, joined the front lines, engaging the approaching monsters. These creatures were of low caliber, posing little threat, as their highest level did not exceed 15. The soldiers, most of whom were above level 15, with many reaching 18 or higher, found themselves well equipped to combat these foes. Su Fang surged into the fray, his polearm sweeping through the ranks of monsters, each strike resulting in another foe's demise. With his formidable strength, swift speed, and keen reflexes, honed through years of martial training, he carved a path through the horde like a razor-sharp blade. The soldiers, inspired by Su Fang's bravery, rallied behind him, their morale soaring as they joined in the onslaught against the surrounding monsters. Su Fang's experience points continued to climb. He paid no heed to the loot dropped by the vanquished foes, focused solely on annihilating the threats before him. The soldiers, having consumed golden food, experienced a doubling of their strength and resilience, enabling them to sustain prolonged combat. Although the multitude of monsters numbered in the thousands, the forces of Su Fang were not to be underestimated either. In 3 directions of their territory, there were several hundred soldiers, and having consumed the golden food, they found it manageable to confront these beasts. It was merely a matter of time before they could be entirely eradicated. Witnessing Su Fang's formidable prowess, the onlookers in the live stream were astounded to see no monster could withstand even a single blow from him. Each creature was dispatched with a single shot. The legendary power of the spear, often referred to as the king of weapons, had not been fully appreciated until Su Fang demonstrated its might on the battlefield, leading many to develop a fondness for this weapon. They yearned to emulate Su Fang, to wreak havoc upon their foes in the heat of battle. This spectacle ignited a fervent passion within them as they beheld Su Fang, akin to a war deity, sweeping through the ranks of monsters and annihilating them with ease. Regardless of the monsters' levels or qualities, none could hinder Su Fang's advance. Within merely half an hour, He had nearly eradicated the monsters in this vicinity. Su Fang's strength had firmly ingrained itself in the hearts of the netizens of Jojo Planet. Let us proceed to assist in other areas, Su Fang commanded, leaving behind a few injured soldiers while the rest divided into 2 teams to provide support in the other 2 directions, where approximately half of the monsters still remained. Lacking a leader of Su Fang's caliber and strength, they struggled to mount an effective defense. Su Fang desired a soldier capable of commanding the entire army. Relying solely on himself, the territory could scarcely grow stronger. The development of the territory demanded his attention, as did the management of various resources and affairs, all of which fell upon Su Fang's shoulders. The only solution that came to mind was the Soul Hall. Given the unexpected ferocity of today's monsters, he believed that after vanquishing them all, the soul value acquired would suffice to summon a hero. Chapter 78, Summoning Zhao Yun. The Lord has arrived, Zhang Sen exclaimed upon spotting Su Fang. The soldiers rallied, their spirits lifted as if they had found their anchor, feeling an invigorating surge of strength. Such is the significance of morale on the battlefield. Su Fang, having observed numerous historical dramas, understood its paramount importance. He smiled at them, and upon noticing the diminished number of monsters, summoned the fluffy creature from his pet space. Previously, due to the overwhelming number of monsters, he had feared that it would perish before maturing. Thus he had kept it safely ensconced away. Upon its emergence, the adorable creature let out a sound that was hardly befitting of a flying white tiger. Stay close to me, don't wander off, Su Fang instructed, petting the creature's fluffy fur. Its level was still too low, needing to reach at least level 10 before it could engage in combat independently. The fluffy creature obediently nodded and, opening its mouth, let out an enthusiastic roar towards the distant monsters, seemingly declaring its own prowess. However, this only served to enhance its cuteness, melting the hearts of viewers who fervently wished for its safety. Brothers, follow me to battle. Su Fang raised his willow leaf spear and executed the dragon dance technique, darting through the throng of monsters like a majestic dragon. Where he passed, monsters fell in droves. The fluffy creature trailed closely behind him, quickly gaining levels. Its leveling occurred automatically, requiring no input from Su Fang. Aside from a slight deficiency in mental power, its attributes were balanced, and as a purple quality pet, each level gained a substantial 15 points in attributes, far exceeding the gains of their white quality soldiers. As Su Fang's rallying cry echoed, the soldiers erupted in fervent shouts, their blood surging as they charged alongside him, weapons raised to strike down the monsters. Under Su Fang's leadership, they swiftly dispatched their foes. He instructed the collection of spoils and arranged for the injured soldiers to be taken to the Seiyuan for treatment while assessing casualties. Observing the fluffy creature, Su Fang noted it had reached level 5, its size now approaching 1 meter, appearing much more formidable. With each level gained, it automatically allocated points as follows: Strength 5, Constitution 4, Stamina 3, Agility 2, and Spirit 1. At level 5, its power had significantly increased, and with the consumption of a golden sweet potato, it could easily contend with monsters around level 10. Su Fang felt a sense of satisfaction as he patted its adorable head. He assigned Zhang San to oversee subsequent territorial affairs. Having organized things over the past few days, Zhang San was becoming adept at his role, and Su Fang intended to groom him for the position of steward. Zhang San would approach Su Fang whenever uncertain. Meanwhile, Su Fang and the fluffy creature ascended to the Soul Hall, where he noted the soul value had reached 18,621. Su Fang was immensely pleased. The soul value finally met the threshold for summoning. He pushed open the grand doors of the Soul Hall, an entrance he had eagerly anticipated. Curiously, he stepped inside, with the fluffy creature peering around, revealing a hall aglow with ethereal light, imbued with an air of mystery. At the forefront stood an altar, a beam of radiant light connecting it to the ceiling of the hall. As Su Fang approached the altar, contemplating the summoning process, a voice resonated in his mind. Would you like to expend 10,000 soul values to summon a hall hero? Yes. Upon his affirmation, luminous beams of light filled the hall, coalescing like spirits dancing in the air above the soul hall. This radiant phenomenon resembled the soul values collected, and guided by the summoning, they congregated at the altar. Su Fang began to understand the altar's purpose and realized that the soul values of the monsters were intended for summoning these hall heroes. Yet, he remained curious about the nature of these heroes. The altar's brilliance intensified, and Su Fang's anticipation grew. He even fantasized about the powerful figures from historical dramas. Those legendary heroes, each one worthy of admiration. Congratulations. You have summoned the golden quality hall hero, Zhao Yun. Su Fang was taken aback. What? Zhao Yun? He widened his eyes, gazing at the figure materializing at the altar. Never had Su Fang imagined he would summon Zhao Yun. His mind raced back to the legendary warrior who had penetrated enemy lines 7 times to rescue his lord, the divine warrior Zhao Zilong. Could it be that this Soul Hall can summon ancient heroes based on my thoughts? Su Fang mused, contemplating a future summoning attempt. For how else could he explain Zhao Yun's appearance? In the history of the Dragon Rising Kingdom, there was no record of Zhao Yun. The history of this nation diverged entirely from that of Huaxia, suggesting it was a consequence of his prior thoughts. Zhao Yun pays his respects to the Lord. Zhao Yun, with a complexion like fine powder and an elegant demeanor, clad in resplendent attire, stood before Su Fang, a paragon of masculine beauty, both in stature and appearance. Su Fang regarded Zhao Yun with immense satisfaction and declared, "Excellent. You shall now be a part of this territory." Indeed, Zhao Yun replied respectfully. Su Fang curiously examined Zhao Yun's attributes. Name: Zhao Yun. Talent: none. Quality: golden loyalty, 100. The heroes summoned from the Hall of Souls possess maximum values. Level: 0. Experience 0 100. Strength: 32. Constitution: 29. Stamina: 29. Agility: 35. Spirit: 25. Magic defense: 16. Physical defense: 17. Luck: 20. Talent: 28. Combat skills: not awakened. Life skills: none. After reviewing the information, Su Fang was utterly astonished, for Zhao Yun's basic attributes at level 0 reached an astounding total of 150 points, surpassing Su Fang's own by 100 points and exceeding the purple quality fur ball by 50 points. This exemplifies the might of a golden quality hero, and Su Fang felt immense satisfaction. With Zhao Yun as an ally, the safety of his territory was greatly enhanced. "Let us depart," Su Fang instructed, leading Zhao Yun and Furball away from the area. However, Su Fang found the level of the Hall of Heroes to be rather inadequate, as it could only absorb souls within a 100-meter radius of the territory. Furthermore, this structure required upgrading to continue summoning heroes. Gold: 200. Wood: 200. Soul points: 200. Hall of Souls level: 1. Current level: LV2. Gold: 1100. Wood: 1100. Soul points: 1100. Hall of Souls level: 1. Current level: LV10. Structure: Hall of Souls. Quality: unique, golden. Level: LV10. Next level requires 1200 gold, 1200 wood, 1200 soul points. Attributes: automatically absorbs souls from within a kilometer radius of the territory. Current soul points: 2121. Description: for every 10,000 soul points consumed, 1 golden quality hero can be summoned from the Hall of Souls. Currently able to summon 110. Chapter 79, Constructing the Ambush Camp. The Hall of Souls was now capable of absorbing souls from monsters within a kilometer, and the soul points of this structure were steadily increasing, likely due to the soldiers clearing out monsters beyond the territory. Su Fang equipped Zhao Yun with a spear, armor, and boots, and upon donning the gear, Zhao Yun appeared remarkably gallant, captivating the attention of countless female viewers in live-streaming rooms. At that moment, Zhang Sen approached Su Fang and remarked, "My lord, our haul today has been monumental. We have acquired numerous items, though I have yet to tally the exact count. Let us take a look." Su Fang was equally eager to discover today's spoils. Upon seeing a heap of gold coins on the ground, he curiously picked them up, exclaiming, "The coins have transformed into denominations of 100. Indeed," Zhang Sen replied, "this phenomenon began today. It was not present in previous days. Consequently, the time spent collecting coins has been significantly reduced." Zhang Sen had also found a considerable amount of gold coins yesterday. Thus, the process of gathering coins had consumed a fair amount of time. Now, the coins varied in denominations of 1, 5, 10, 50, and 100. Which greatly facilitated the collection process. It appeared that the system had become quite user-friendly, allowing for such adaptations. However, today's rate of gold coin drops was not as bountiful as yesterday's. Despite slaying numerous monsters, they had only amassed a little over 500,000 gold coins. Had it been yesterday, the total would have certainly multiplied several times. As Su Fang's gaze shifted to another basket, he discovered an array of architectural blueprints, prompting an expression of astonishment as he inquired, "Are these the blueprints that were dropped earlier?" "Yes," Zhang Sen affirmed. "The drop rate for architectural blueprints today has been exceptionally high. We have obtained 15 blueprints, including 2 white-quality barracks." Zhang Sen handed the blueprints to Su Fang, who immediately felt a surge of joy. He promptly engaged with his shop to begin the acquisition of various structures. He decided to purchase the white-quality barracks at 800 gold each, while all other white-quality blueprints would be acquired at 600 gold each. As for the green-quality blueprints, he would offer double the price for those. Su Fang then deposited all his current gold into the shop for this purpose. After establishing the buyback prices, Su Fang announced to the world, "The Huaxia Treasure Store is acquiring a large quantity of architectural blueprints. Those wishing to sell, act swiftly, as gold is limited and will be collected until exhausted." In the Lord's Continent chat channel, the Lord of Huaxia City is once again acquiring items, and indeed, today's drop rate for architectural blueprints has been notably high. I am currently organizing dozens of soldiers to hunt monsters. I have obtained 2 white, wooden house blueprints, which are of little use, but can be sold for a profit. With someone purchasing blueprints, I need not worry about finding buyers. Aren't you curious about why he is acquiring so many blueprints? What good is curiosity? He is unlikely to disclose his intentions. For other lords, The current stage does not permit the construction of excessive buildings, rendering surplus blueprints of little value to them. Thus, selling them is far more advantageous. They have also observed the increased drop rate for architectural blueprints today, prompting them to organize their soldiers to hunt monsters for more blueprints. In addition to gold and architectural blueprints, there were also dozens of pieces of equipment, with drop rates remaining similar to before. Su Fang entrusted these to Zhang San for distribution, with any excess stored directly in the territory's warehouse. After finishing his announcement, Su Fang proceeded to merge the two white-quality Barracks blueprints he had obtained. He was now capable of merging them into a golden-quality Barracks. Following the fusion of the green Barracks blueprint, Su Fang advanced to merge it into a blue-quality Barracks, and ultimately combined this blue-quality Barracks with the unique Barracks ambush camp. The ambush camp also transformed into purple quality. Su Fang noticed that his mental energy was dwindling, as merging golden buildings required greater mental resources. He paused, turning his attention to his shop, which now contained over a dozen blueprints: 6 white, wooden house, 3 white, warehouse, 1 white, Barracks, 2 white, fence, and 1 white, stone fence blueprint. Green quality blueprints had yet to be sold, as their drop rate was considerably lower. Even if someone obtained them, they would likely choose to construct with them. Today presented a prime opportunity for an abundance of architectural blueprints, prompting Su Fang to send others out to hunt monsters, hoping for additional blueprints. Once his mental energy recovered to over 100 points, Su Fang began merging the 2 purple Barracks. After consuming 100 points of mental energy, the 2 purple quality Barracks in his possession finally transformed into golden quality. Fusion completed. Golden unique Barracks blueprint ambush camp. Success. Su Fang was elated and immediately commenced construction. Gold, 100. Wood, 100. Successfully constructed the golden unique Barracks ambush camp. Structure, ambush camp. Quality, unique, golden. Level, LV1. Next level requires 200 gold, 200 wood. Special attribute, all attributes of soldiers 20. Description, consumes 100 gold to summon 1 soldier. Currently able to summon 0-10. Upon reviewing the attributes of this Barracks, Su Fang was pleasantly surprised to find an additional stat boost, with an increase of 20 to all attributes. This enhancement was remarkably balanced, prompting Su Fang to swiftly list the remaining golden food for trade in exchange for wood. Golden food had always been in high demand among lords worldwide, and within a minute of listing, it was completely redeemed. Su Fang then proceeded to upgrade the ambush camp. Gold, 200. Wood, 200. Ambush camp level 1, current level, LV2. Gold, 2000. Wood, 2000. Ambush camp level 1, current level, LV15. Currently, the ambush camp can only be upgraded to level 15. Immediately, Su Fang summoned soldiers, eager to discover whether this golden Barracks could conjure troops of golden quality. He was also curious about the disparity between golden quality soldiers and golden heroes like Zhao Yun. 100 gold coins summoned a blue quality soldier from the ambush camp. A soldier radiating blue light emerged from the ambush camp and greeted Su Fang. Greetings, Lord. The fact that he summoned a blue quality soldier on his first attempt filled Su Fang with anticipation, prompting him to continue summoning. 100 gold coins summoned a purple quality soldier from the ambush camp. Excellent. This time it was purple. It appeared that a high-quality Barracks indeed yielded higher quality soldiers with increased frequency. 100 gold coins summoned a green quality soldier from the ambush camp. 100 gold coins summoned a golden quality soldier from the ambush camp. At last, he had summoned a soldier of golden quality. Su Fang examined the attributes of this golden quality soldier. Name, Wang Bo. Talent, none. Quality, golden. Loyalty, 50. Initially all are 50. Below 10 poses a risk of rebellion. Level, 0. Experience, 0-100. Strength, 20. Constitution, 20. Stamina, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Magic defense, 10. Physical defense, 10. Luck, 8. Talent, 10. Combat skills, none. Life skills, none. Su Fang noted that the attributes of the golden quality soldier were quite balanced, yet significantly inferior to those of golden quality heroes, with at least a 50-point deficit in base attributes. In Chapter 80, the probability of obtaining architectural blueprints. Su Fang continued to summon soldiers, and soon another golden quality soldier appeared. He persisted until he had summoned a total of 200 soldiers. After completing the summoning, Su Fang scrutinized the probability of golden soldiers appearing, which was approximately 1 in 10. Furthermore, the golden quality ambush camp did not yield any white quality soldiers. The lowest were green quality soldiers, which was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Among the 200 soldiers, there were 20 golden quality soldiers, 60 purple quality soldiers, 80 blue quality soldiers, and 40 green quality soldiers. Su Fang was exceedingly satisfied. These soldiers had an additional attribute boost of 20, making them formidable. The online community of the Jojo planet was astonished upon witnessing Su Fang's construction of a golden quality ambush camp. His development speed was astonishingly rapid. having even established a golden quality Barrack. Notably, he had also summoned a golden quality hero. Just look at Zhao Yun's attributes. They were extraordinarily powerful. Su Fang appeared invincible. The talent he acquired seemed to merge two lower quality entities into a higher quality capability, a truly formidable talent. Others simply could not keep pace with Su Fang's rapid advancement. He was, without a doubt, on the path to invincibility. Su Fang directed these soldiers to the warehouse to select suitable weaponry and equip them with golden sweet potatoes and strawberries. Once the soldiers had finished their meals, Su Fang proclaimed, "Let us venture forth to level up." Although their levels were all at 0, their potential attributes were substantial, allowing for swift advancement in levels. Moreover, these soldiers, being from the ambush camp, exhibited far superior discipline and combat prowess compared to ordinary soldiers. With their current attributes, they need not fear facing level 5 monsters. Particularly Zhao Yun, whom Su Fang believed could effortlessly dispatch level 10 monsters. Having consumed golden food, their strength had increased by 100, and their constitution by 150, rendering them quite formidable. Su Fang encountered some lower-level monsters and intended to gauge the prowess of his ambush camp soldiers. Without needing Su Fang's commands, the soldiers coordinated seamlessly to eliminate a level 6 monster with remarkable efficiency, leaving Su Fang thoroughly pleased. Heavenly Dao notification. Invincible Ninja Lord. The second individual in the world to upgrade a building to level 20, reward of 2,000 gold coins, 20 reputation points, 20 free attribute points, and a lucky draw opportunity. Upon hearing this notification, Su Fang was not particularly concerned. He had already claimed the best rewards, and no one could catch up to him. He briefly perused the world chat channel. "I am Invincible Ninja, hailing from the Eastern Wind Country. I shall certainly catch up to Huaxia City. Just wait and see." More and more individuals were receiving rewards, and everyone was encouraged to strive to catch up. These fellows were advancing at an astonishing rate. Yet was this Invincible Ninja not being foolish? The Lord of Huaxia City had upgraded buildings to level 90 while he was still at level 20. Was there even a comparison to be made? The individuals from the Eastern Japan country were perpetually arrogant. The stark disparity was evident even to the blind. How could he dare to challenge the other? Who granted him such audacity? Peppa Pig? Su Fang paid no heed to Invincible Ninja's provocations. To him, this individual was merely a jester. He observed Zhao Yun in action. Zhao Yun's marksmanship surpassed Su Fang's. Despite Zhao Yun's attributes being inferior to Su Fang's, he could discern the nuances in Zhao Yun's technique, having also trained in marksmanship. Zhao Yun had lost all prior memories, yet his skills and strength remained intact. Su Fang believed that once Zhao Yun reached a certain level, he would undoubtedly awaken skills. They continued to slay monsters along their path while searching for treasure chests, but today, the number of chests was significantly diminished. Not only had the chests outside Su Fang's territory decreased, but those outside other lords' territories had also seen a reduction. This issue was being discussed in the chat channel. Only newly opened areas seemed to yield more treasure chests. The werewolf den had already been vanquished by Su Fang, and upon revisiting, he found no wild camps remaining. Only a cluster of level 20 monsters. The soldiers' levels had risen to around level 6, and with their strength, facing these monsters should pose no problem, especially with both he and Zhao Yun present. Moreover, engaging in battles against higher-level monsters not only yielded greater experience, but also increased the drop rates. Su Fang realized that to acquire more blueprints, he needed to confront higher-level foes. He was keenly aware of his soldiers' coordination. They worked together with remarkable synergy. Su Fang and Zhao Yun drew a few monsters over, and the soldiers commenced their assault, swiftly dispatching the creatures in a well-coordinated effort. Upon eliminating this group of monsters, Su Fang indeed obtained 2 blueprints, having not directly participated in the kills, merely luring them in. With their lower levels, the soldiers gained substantial experience from defeating these monsters, which naturally enhanced the drop rates, yielding not only blueprints but also equipment and a considerable amount of gold coins. The value of the coins had shifted, making their collection significantly easier. Su Fang continued to seek such monsters. This area still housed other creatures, albeit a group of monsters around level 10. He then defeated a level 15 green boss, acquiring a green quality, stone fence, blueprint from it. The soldiers were amassing more and more equipment, as their forays into higher-level monster territory yielded abundant spoils. Su Fang began his journey towards uncharted territories, and as anticipated, he stumbled upon an abundance of treasure chests. Moreover, the drop rates for equipment and similar items after vanquishing these creatures were notably higher. He encountered a considerable number of creatures, a species known as the ironback lynx, which was level 22 and exhibited social behavior. These creatures bore a resemblance to both cats and tigers, albeit lacking the ferocity of the latter. Their claws were exceptionally sharp, and their iron-like armor on the back rendered them remarkably resilient, with a commendable speed. Each encounter typically involved around 20 of these beasts, and they were widely dispersed across a vast area, with no other monsters in sight. The soldiers, relying on their close coordination, commenced the extermination of these ironback lynxes. After several hours, the soldiers had all reached level 10 or higher. Zhao Yun had even ascended to level 13, acquiring several pieces of equipment and blueprints in the process. It was at this moment that Su Fang also discovered the Ironback Link's boss, which boasted an impressive level of 25. The creature known as Hairball had reached level 12, now exhibiting a semblance of the regal presence of a tiger king, with previous displays of strength not to be underestimated. Monster, Ironback Link's boss. Quality white. Level 25. Skill, Frenzied Claw. Description, a vicious creature that enjoys hollowing out the hearts of its prey with its sharp claws. Beware of its talons. Chapter 81. Blueprint for Armor-Piercing Arrows. This horde of monsters was significant in number. Besides the level 25 Ironback Link's boss, the remainder were also level 22. Su Fang estimated their numbers to be at least 500. With the strength of the assault camp soldiers, they could handle one Ironback Lynx for every 5 creatures. Aside from the boss, Su Fang discovered another bronze treasure chest, though the occurrence of such chests remained disappointingly low. Currently, they were only visible in areas teeming with monsters, while isolated bronze chests were nearly non-existent. Zhao Yun, let us draw out the monsters, Su Fang said to Zhao Yun beside him. Their formidable strength and swift speed were advantageous. However, Hairball let out a yelp, indicating its willingness to join. All right, you're quite impressive too. Let us go together. Su Fang replied with a smile, eliciting a satisfied grin from Hairball, although it still retained an adorably naive demeanor. Hairball's strength was commendable, regrettably. The lack of equipment enhancements was a source of disappointment for Su Fang, as it hindered Hairball's potential. The trio, 2 humans and 1 pet, set out to attract the Ironback Lynxes, successfully luring away dozens of them, which they led into the midst of the soldiers. The assault camp soldiers swiftly began to surround and attack them. It was undeniable that these soldiers, in terms of combat prowess and coordination, vastly outperformed ordinary soldiers on the battlefield. Despite their mere 200 in number, their true strength far exceeded that of 1,000 white-quality soldiers. Such was the stark contrast in quality. Su Fang had resolved that henceforth, his barracks would only be upgraded to golden quality before summoning new troops. Although this would require considerable time, it would not only minimize gold expenditure, but also enhance the overall strength of his territory. Quality over quantity was paramount. No multitude of soldiers could rival a well-trained battalion. As the numbers of Ironback Lynxes dwindled and only a few dozen remained, Su Fang led the soldiers forward, directly confronting the remaining beasts. Hairball let out a fierce roar at the Ironback Lynx boss, launching an assault against it. Hairball's speed was commendable, and its growth potential was impressive. Yet it paled in comparison to Zhao Yun, the golden quality hero. With each level Zhao Yun ascended, he could augment his attributes by 20 points, doubling the amount that ordinary leaders received and surpassing Hairball by 5 points. This was the power of a golden quality hero. Even with the numerous heavenly Dao attribute points Su Fang had amassed, it was inevitable that Zhao Yun would eventually surpass him. The strength of golden quality heroes was simply unparalleled. While golden quality soldiers were formidable, their attribute increases upon leveling up were comparable, yet they still fell short of Zhao Yun's capabilities, which manifested in his combat prowess. Hairball boldly lunged at the Ironback Lynx boss, and although it was 10 levels beneath the boss, its combat effectiveness was commendable, allowing it to engage the boss on equal footing. Su Fang stepped forward to assist Hairball in defeating the boss, as it was crucial for him to deliver the final blow to reap additional prestige rewards. Such prestige would undoubtedly prove beneficial, and accumulating more was always advantageous. Together, Zhao Yun, Su Fang, and Hairball faced the boss, which succumbed within a minute to Su Fang's assault. Experience points, 120. Prestige, 25. Another building blueprint and a piece of green quality equipment. Excellent. This was a wooden cabin blueprint, though its quality was merely white. Su Fang bestowed the green boots upon Zhao Yun, significantly enhancing his attributes. Their formidable strength and rapid expansion allowed Su Fang to acquire numerous treasure chests from this region. Upon opening the chests, he was rewarded with a plethora of building blueprints, equipment schematics, gear, gold, and various resource rewards. After defeating several more bosses, his prestige points continued to rise significantly. Su Fang's gains were indeed substantial, having obtained several arrow-making blueprints during the exploration, one of which was a green quality arrow blueprint that pleased him greatly. Item, Feiyun Arrow Blueprint. Quality, green. Description, requires 1 iron ore, 1 wood, 1 feather. Su Fang fused the other 2 white arrow blueprints together, resulting in yet another green quality arrow blueprint. Subsequently, he began to merge 2 green quality arrow blueprints. Acquired blue quality armor-piercing arrow blueprint. The fusion had yielded unexpected results. Su Fang was astonished. The last time he had merged 2 green barracks, it had also transformed, resulting in the unique Barracks structure, assault camp. This time, he had acquired an additional arrow blueprint, the armor-piercing arrow blueprint. Item, armor-piercing arrow blueprint. Quality, blue. Description, requires 2 iron ore, 1 hardwood, 1 feather. While white arrows could be crafted using only bamboo, the blue arrows necessitated more complex materials. Su Fang was aware of hardwood, having collected a substantial amount previously. but he still initiated a recovery for both hardwood and feathers in his shop. After successfully recovering the materials at the shop, Su Fang announced to the world, Huaxiao Treasure Shop is buying hardwood and feather materials. Friends who have them, please trade directly at the shop. Gold is limited, first come, first served. Once the message was sent, Su Fang paid it no further mind. He resumed his exploration, hoping to uncover more building blueprints. As they delved deeper into the wilderness, the creatures they encountered grew increasingly formidable. Su Fang soon discovered a group of 28-level green quality monsters. These creatures boasted higher quality and strength. Yet Su Fang's team was no less impressive. Their numbers allowed them to eliminate these monsters at a reasonable pace. Lord, we have a situation. A scouting soldier reported to Su Fang as the clock approached 5 o'clock. What is it? Su Fang inquired. We have discovered a wild camp, likely a monster lair. The soldier responded. Oh, another monster camp has appeared. Su Fang expressed his surprise. Having recently vanquished a monster encampment and reaped substantial rewards that significantly bolstered the strength of his territory, Su Fang could hardly ignore the allure of encountering another one. Let us proceed and investigate, he declared. Following the soldiers, Su Fang arrived at the outskirts of the monster camp and, drawing forth his telescope, began to scrutinize the situation within the wilderness encampment. Through the lens, he gleaned information about the creatures within. Monster, orc soldier. Quality white. Level, 25. Skill, cleave. Description, we orcs shall never be enslaved. This was indeed an orc camp, with the lowest tier of orcs standing at level 25. However, Su Fang discerned that there were numerous green quality orcs within, all at level 26. As these orcs were merely the sentinels, Su Fang could not ascertain the full extent of the camp situation. The perimeter was fortified with stone barriers, and judging by the current circumstances, this orc encampment surpassed the previous werewolf den in terms of level, equipment, scale, and numbers. Chapter 82, The Hunt for Orcs. Have you detected any orc soldiers hunting monsters? Su Fang inquired. The others have already commenced reconnaissance through the forests surrounding the orc camp. I believe reports will soon be forthcoming, a soldier responded. These were the soldiers of the ambush troop, who required no orders to engage in necessary actions proactively. Continuing his observation of the orc encampment, Su Fang realized that this location would pose a significantly greater challenge than the werewolf den. A direct assault would be decidedly imprudent. The enemy count in the previous werewolf den had vastly exceeded his expectations, and he surmised that the number of soldiers in this orc encampment would be no less, perhaps even exceeding that figure considerably. He now sought to employ a similar strategy as before, intending to first deplete the orc soldiers in the wild before launching a decisive assault on the encampment. After a considerable time, another soldier returned with news. We have detected signs of large groups of orc soldiers hunting monsters. My lord, we also have reports of orcs engaging in combat with monsters from our side. Came the confirmation from the soldiers in both directions. Su Fang, after a thorough inquiry, turned to Zhao Yun and said, let us divide our forces, each leading half our men to ambush these orc soldiers. Is there any objection? None at all. Zhao Yun replied. Su Fang and Zhao Yun, each commanding 100 soldiers, chose a direction and prepared to commence their hunt for the orc soldiers. Heaven's Path notification. The whole world is mine, Lord. One of the buildings has been upgraded to level 20. Reward, 1,000 gold coins, 10 reputation points, 10 free attribute points, and 1 lucky draw. Su Fang was somewhat taken aback. It was surprising that someone had quickly received a reward from Heaven's Path. The frequency of such rewards had been increasing, yet only the top 3 recipients would be acknowledged by the entire world, while the 4th would not garner the same divine attention. I am the whole world is mine. I will inevitably dominate this lordly continent. It is time for me to rise and sweep away all opposition. Who is this audacious individual? The lord of the whole world is mine is so impressive. I believe in you. It turned out to be a reference to Goryo, who claimed dominion over even the world's refuse. The sentiment clearly resonated with the thoughts of Goryo, as articulated by the observer above. Su Fang, ignoring such folly, advanced towards the orc soldiers. This contingent of orc soldiers numbered merely around 40, and given their numerical advantage, their extermination posed no significant challenge. Upon spotting the orc soldiers, Su Fang signaled for his men to conceal themselves and readied their bows to launch an attack. Whiz, whiz, whiz. A flurry of arrows struck the orc soldiers, and a second volley resulted in another 7 or 8 orc warriors sustaining injuries. As the third arrow was loosed, the remaining orc warriors charged toward them. Su Fang switched to his willow leaf spear and surged forth towards the orc soldiers, exclaiming, "Kill!" He became a fleeting shadow, his spear striking like a dragon. Thwack! One orc soldier fell, his neck pierced by Su Fang's spear. In a blur, he darted towards the remaining soldiers. The orc soldiers, unable to even perceive Su Fang's movements, raised their weapons in futile attempts to strike him, but each time, they missed, unable to touch even his shadow. Thwack! 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 Su Fang's speed and ferocity were unmatched. Each strike was lethal, leaving no opportunity for the orc soldiers to counter. Even the green quality orc soldiers struggled to withstand Su Fang's formidable might. Experience points, 390. Experience points, 390. Half of Su Fang's experience points would be siphoned off by the little ball of fluff, and due to its lower level, it often acquired more experience than Su Fang. The little creature's level had now reached 14, and it was rapidly approaching level 15. Su Fang himself was also nearing an upgrade, and intended to leave once he reached level 21. Of the 40 or so orc soldiers, 10 had fallen to Su Fang's spear, while the rest were dispatched by his soldiers. As the soldiers gathered the spoils, one presented Su Fang with a blueprint for a barracks, a white quality structure, which he accepted. However, Su Fang was astonished when the little ball of fluff approached him, proudly carrying an item of equipment. Upon inspection, he was surprised to discover it was a piece of pet gear. Did you acquire this from defeating a monster? Su Fang exclaimed in disbelief. The little creature nodded affirmatively. Su Fang quickly comprehended that as long as a pet engaged in combat, it too had a chance to procure equipment. He examined the attributes of the item. Pet equipment, claw. Quality, white. Durability, 100. Attributes, strength 5. Well done, little one. Now you possess an item of equipment. Su Fang adorned the little creature with the gear, enhancing its strength by 5 points. Furthermore, the little creature could don up to 3 claw-type pieces of equipment, as they lacked items such as boots due to their animal nature. As for the other potential equipment for pets, Su Fang remained unaware, leaving it to be revealed by the little creature's future endeavors. The little creature, now equipped, appeared exceedingly delighted, barking joyfully, its tail wagging energetically, resembling a small white dog. After collecting their spoils, they resumed their search for orc soldiers, knowing full well that there were more nearby. True to their instincts, they soon discovered another group of orc soldiers, numbering around 100, among whom was an orc elite captain. Monster, orc elite captain. Quality, green. Level, 28. Skill, mighty slash. Description, a centurion among orcs, capable of commanding 100 orc soldiers. This band of orcs was engaged in the hunt for a boss, specifically a level 30 monster, although its quality was white. Su Fang was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Thus, Su Fang instructed his soldiers to set traps from a distance, then knelt to speak to the little creature, petting its adorable head as he said, "You stay here and wait for me." The little one barked in apparent concern for Su Fang, but he smiled reassuringly, continuing to stroke its soft fur. "Do not worry, I will be fine. When the orcs arrive, remember to find a place to hide." The little creature obediently nodded, showing great compliance. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing not only the little creature's strength, but also its undeniable cuteness, were all eager to acquire a pet akin to the little ball of fluff. The little fur ball is truly adorable. It has now grown to the size of a young adult dog, and the 2 tiny wings on its back have begun to develop, suggesting that it may soon take flight. In the live broadcast room of Su Fang on the Jojo planet, I am utterly enchanted by this little fur ball. It is simply too delightful. Mother, I also wish to have such a charming dog. This is not a dog, it is a little tiger, and moreover, a flying white tiger. So cute. I long to pet this white tiger just like Su Fang does. Petting cats and dogs pales in comparison. A true man must pet a white tiger. Oh, come on. If you're so capable, why not try petting a tiger at the zoo? I shall indeed. Chapter 83. Doc Blueprint. Heavenly Tao Notification. Tianshan Tonglao Lord. You are the second person in the world to acquire a pet. Reward. 90 free attribute points, 90 reputation points, and 1 pet skill lottery. Upon receiving this news, Su Fang was quite taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tianshan Tonglao could also obtain a pet. He inquired, "Congratulations on acquiring a pet." Tianshan Tonglao quickly responded, "I obtained this using an item. Look, isn't it adorable?" JPG. Su Fang opened the photo sent by the other party. It did not feature Tianshan Tonglao's likeness, but showed a pet resembling a dog in its juvenile form. "It's very cute. Make sure to level it up. Once its level rises, it can slay monsters and potentially drop equipment for pets," Su Fang replied. Upon hearing this, Tianshan Tonglao was equally surprised, not realizing pets could possess equipment. "Thank you. By the way, what does your pet look like? Please send me a picture as well. I will send it to you tonight." "It's not with me at the moment as I'm hunting a group of beastmen soldiers," Su Fang responded. "Beastmen soldiers? Humanoid monsters? Have you discovered another monster camp?" Tianshan Tonglao asked, astonished. "You are quite astute, but this camp is not easily breached. I will need several days to prepare." Su Fang replied. "I haven't even discovered the existence of outdoor camps. You must have ventured far from your territory," Tianshan Tonglao remarked. "Indeed. I have now entered the region of level 25 to 30 monsters. You should search in the area where level 20 monsters appear. You might uncover a monster camp. If you find the camp, these monsters will emerge to hunt. You can attempt to slay the outer monsters first, then lure those within the camp out, gradually depleting their numbers. These camp monsters do not respawn, so each monster you slay increases your chances during the attack on the camp. However, be prepared. There are boss monsters inside. As for their exact number, I am not entirely sure, but the last camp I encountered had 3 boss monsters, which I have previously mentioned." After updating Tianshan Tonglao on the situation, she expressed her gratitude, and the two quickly concluded their conversation. Su Fang climbed a tree and observed the Beastmen elite captain. Noticing that the boss was already on the brink of collapse, he drew his bow, which was laced with venom, capable of slaying foes upon impact. Su Fang first aimed at the elite captain, expending a portion of his battle energy and employing the archery-skilled deadly arrow. As the energy was unleashed, the bow glimmered with brilliance, and Su Fang released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow struck the back of the Beastmen elite captain, piercing through. The elite captain struggled momentarily, but soon succumbed to the venom, collapsing to the ground. Experience points, 1250. Level increased to 21, granted 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After slaying the Beastmen elite captain, Su Fang did not cease his assault. He knocked another arrow and targeted the faltering boss. Whoosh! Another radiant arrow swiftly soared toward the boss, its terrifying power and formidable penetration striking true and extinguishing the boss's life force. Experience points, 468. Reputation, 30. Heavenly Dao notification. Huaxia City Lord. You are the first to slay a level 30 white quality boss. Reward, 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points, and 3 skill points. Su Fang noticed that the little furball did not share in his experience points, likely due to the distance. After dispatching the boss, a faint smile graced Su Fang's face as he promptly descended from the tree, for the beastmen had detected his presence, and several drew their bows to attack him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Fang took cover behind the tree as arrows struck its trunk. He withdrew the arrows, fleeing while counterattacking the beastmen. Thwack! One arrow struck a beastman's foot. While shooting, he lured them toward his ambush site. The beastmen let out fierce cries as they pursued him, during which Su Fang managed to eliminate several. 10 minutes later, Su Fang arrived at the ambush location and declared, "The enemy approaches, conceal yourselves." The soldiers immediately hid, and the little furball leaped into a nearby thicket. Su Fang leaped powerfully, grasping a branch with one hand, propelling himself up into the canopy of a large tree, where he found a concealed spot to await. The beastmen soon pursued, and once they entered the trap zone, the soldiers activated the ambush. Boom! Several beastmen fell into pits, impaled by bamboo spikes. Massive stones rained down, crushing the skulls of several beastmen. Bamboo stakes flew in from afar, piercing to death a dozen beastmen. A volley of arrows rained down upon the enemy, claiming yet more lives. Among the 100 beastmen, the majority quickly fell to the traps. By the time the soldiers emerged, only about 30 remained. As they surrounded and attacked, the remaining beastmen met their demise. Next came the time to collect the spoils, which Su Fang entrusted to his soldiers. He then proceeded toward the area where the boss had been, with the little furball cheerfully trailing behind him. Su Fang spotted a blueprint, a skill book, and a piece of green equipment dropped near the boss. Upon examining the blueprint, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was a white-quality dock construction blueprint. To his astonishment, such a blueprint had appeared. He examined the information of the blueprint with delight. Item, dock blueprint. Quality white. Description, requires 100 gold coins and 100 wood. Excellent. Soon he would be able to construct the dock. With this vessel, fishing would be considerably safer. The skill book was a white-quality life skill gathering, which Su Fang collected, along with the green armor. He then glanced back at the Beastmen elite captain, who had also dropped a blueprint, which turned out to be a white-quality, wooden house, blueprint. After collecting from the boss, Su Fang gathered all the gold coins scattered on the ground and collected the equipment from the fallen Beastmen warriors nearby. Having completed all these tasks, Su Fang began to regroup with his soldiers, preparing to return. He noticed a message from a friend, filled with blessings, envy, and inquiries about whether he had obtained any class scrolls, yet Su Fang had not found any this time. Chapter 84, The Martyr's Tomb. The profession scrolls are not as common as cabbage. They require a stroke of luck to obtain. This time, Su Fang was unable to acquire any profession scrolls, yet he amassed a considerable number of blueprints, which would enable various buildings in his territory to undergo quality upgrades. However, the blueprints for building types demand a significant amount of mental energy with each use. While on the road, Su Fang had already commenced the fusion of the various blueprints in his possession. Zhao Yan also made commendable gains, acquiring several building blueprints. Su Fang gathered all their items and set off towards the territory. On their journey back, they stumbled upon several treasure chests and vanquished numerous monsters, even managing to defeat 2 bosses. One of the bosses was slain by the furry creature, which subsequently dropped a claw equipment of green quality, much to the creature's delight. Su Fang also earned prestige rewards from the boss kills, and he hoped that the furry creature would soon collect an entire set of green equipment, thereby enhancing its strength to be nearly on par with his own. There is an abundance of items in the territory that require Su Fang's fusion, including mining picks, axes for timbering, various building blueprints, and seeds. Su Fang is compelled to be selective in his fusions, as his mental energy is limited, making it impossible to fuse everything. The higher the quality of the items being fused, the more mental energy is consumed. Even after consuming a golden quality apple, the recovery of his mental energy proved insufficient for his needs. Upon returning to the territory, Su Fang's first task was to list golden food and the repaired equipment. He had acquired dozens of common blueprints, including wooden house, warehouse, wooden fence, and stone fence. He had only obtained 2 blueprints for structures like the barracks, and not a single blueprint for other types of buildings. Su Fang initiated a trade with Tianshan Tonglao and a few friends who possessed soil materials. Could you sell me a bit more of your soil? Su Fang inquired. I need it too. I've already sold you quite a bit, and yet you remain unsatisfied? Tianshan Tonglao replied, somewhat helplessly. Others do not have as much soil as you, so I can only purchase a substantial amount from you, Su Fang explained. I'll arrange for a few more people to gather some over the next few days, but you must sell me a few green quality hose in return, Tianshan Tonglao responded. Agreed. Green quality hose in exchange for soil, Su Fang replied. All right, Tianshan Tonglao concurred. After concluding the trades, Su Fang checked the store, which had sold out of all its items. Using the golden food, he acquired a significant quantity of soil materials. He proceeded to the farmland to upgrade the building. Gold 7200, soil 7200, farmland level 1, current level LV33. Gold 9200, soil 9200, farmland level 1, current level LV38. After upgrading the farmland to level 38, his materials were completely depleted. This building is crucial, yet the materials required continue to increase, so he had no choice but to set it aside for the time being. No one in the world had acquired a blueprint for the farmland structure. Su Fang had only found it amidst monster camps. Thus, the means to obtain such a building must involve attacking monster camps. If he could elevate the quality of the farmland once more, the land for growing crops would double in size. Unfortunately, the blueprints for the farmland can only be obtained by assaulting wild camps. And Su Fang prepared to continue his offensive against the orc camp, ensuring he was well prepared by hunting additional orc soldiers. The soldiers in his territory were still at too low a level. The orcs were of a significantly higher rank, and launching an attack now would likely result in devastating casualties among his troops, which Su Fang was unwilling to permit. Zhao Yun approached Su Fang, reporting, "My lord, all the soldiers have returned." "Excellent," Su Fang replied as he walked toward the soldiers. He gazed upon his forces, realizing that his territory now boasted over 1,000 individuals. Observing his subordinates filled Su Fang with a sense of pride. Each one had been summoned through his efforts, and their contributions were vital to the growing strength of the territory. Su Fang led them away from the territory to a nearby location, where lay the graves of soldiers who had sacrificed their lives. Dozens of gravestones, each inscribed with names, stood before them, marking those who had fallen in defense of the territory. Su Fang positioned himself at the forefront of these tombstones, turned, and solemnly declared, "Do you see these individuals? They are just like you, a part of this territory. They died defending our home, sacrificing themselves in battles against monsters and foes. Each of these names represents a courageous soul. Though my time with them and with you has not been extensive, I know that each of you is remarkable, having made immense contributions to our territory. Henceforth, this place shall be known as the Martyrs' Cemetery, and on this day each year, I decree that all inhabitants of the territory shall come to honor these martyrs who gave their lives to protect us. We cannot foresee the future. Tomorrow we may face insurmountable monsters that could obliterate our home. Yet as long as I draw breath, I shall never forget my fallen brothers." He bowed deeply. Su Fang was the first to bow before the gravestones, and the 1,000 soldiers behind him followed suit. The soldiers were profoundly moved by Su Fang's words. Many felt tears welling in their eyes, deeply touched. A soldier wrapped in a shroud of war is feared most when there is no one to recover their remains, no one to remember them. Yet Su Fang not only remembered them, he inscribed their names on gravestones and vowed to honor their memory each year. Such a leader, they were willing to follow unwaveringly. In that moment, the loyalty of everyone in the territory reached its zenith. They were a group of flesh and blood, not emotionless machines. They experienced joy and sorrow, love and hatred, and understood right from wrong. These soldiers were ancient souls with simple thoughts. The Lord is supreme. When the Lord respects them, treats them as brothers, and shows kindness, they will remain steadfastly loyal. Even Zhao Yun was deeply moved. With a leader like Su Fang, the territory would undoubtedly rise. After bowing 3 times, Su Fang poured a bowl of wine over each gravestone before leading the soldiers back to the territory. The netizens from the JoJo Star, upon witnessing Su Fang's actions, expressed their agreement and satisfaction. Though Su Fang was not the only one to do such things, all of their actions were correct and just. This was not merely a show of respect for each summoned soldier. It was a testament to virtue. An excellent and great leader should act in such a manner, doing everything within their power to care for every soldier and provide a resting place for the fallen. Chapter 85. The Mutated Vine Fence. Upon returning to the territory, Su Fang initially intended to construct a dock, yet he discovered that this building must be erected in a water-rich environment, leaving him at a loss for words. Did he need to build it in the wilderness? Su Fang temporarily set the dock aside and turned his attention to other constructions, beginning the upgrade of the ambush camp. Gold 2200, wood 2200, ambush camp level 1, current level LV16. Gold 6000, wood 6000, ambush camp level 1, current level LV30. Building, Vanguard camp. Quality, unique gold. Level, LV30, requires 6,400 gold and 6,400 wood for the next tier. Special attribute, all attributes of soldiers 20. Description, consuming 100 gold, can summon one soldier. Currently able to summon up to 200, 600. With the ability to summon an additional 400 soldiers, Su Fang immediately began the summoning process. 100 gold. Summoned one soldier of green quality from the vanguard camp. 100 gold. Summoned one soldier of purple quality from the vanguard camp. After summoning the 400 soldiers, Su Fang acquired an additional 40 soldiers of gold quality. Next, he needed to allocate equipment to these soldiers. Su Fang led the soldiers to the warehouse and addressed them. Everyone, choose your suitable weapons. The soldiers of the vanguard camp preferred swords and shields, but there were not many sword-type weapons available in the territory, leaving the remaining soldiers with no choice but to wield swords. Heavenly Down Notification, Dragon God S World Lord. The second person in the world to upgrade one of their buildings to level 30. Rewards include 4,000 gold, 40 prestige points, 20 free attribute points, and a lucky draw opportunity. Upon hearing the Heavenly Down Notification, Su Fang discovered that the Lord known as Dragon Goddess World had also received several Heavenly Dao rewards. In this vast world, it was evident that exceptional talents were not limited to Su Fang alone. What he could do was to strive to gain more advantages ahead of others. Su Fang commenced the construction of a well. 12,000 gold, 12,000 stone. Well level 1, current level LV91. 17,000 gold, 17,000 stone. Well level 1, current level LV100. Heavenly Down Notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first person in the world to upgrade one of their buildings to level 100. Rewards include 100,000 gold, 1,000 prestige points, 100 free attribute points, and a lucky draw opportunity. As the 3 Heavenly Down notifications concluded, another notification appeared. Heavenly Down Notification. Huaxia City Lord, the first person in the world to upgrade one of their buildings to maximum level. Additional rewards include 1,000 gold, 1,000 prestige points, 100 free attribute points, and a building draw opportunity. The lords across the world were in an uproar. What on earth? Is this even humanly possible? To upgrade a building to maximum level? My goodness, how many materials and gold must that consume? This is the maximum level of a building. It's utterly insane. My highest building is only level 15. Yet he has already maxed out his. A total reward of 110,000 gold, 2,000 prestige points, 200 free attribute points, and 2 lucky draws. Could he endure such a staggering bounty? With such immense gains, not even Su Fang himself had anticipated such a windfall. However, he quietly allocated the attribute points, as these rewards had become mere basics for him. It was no big deal. He relished every reward that came his way. Congratulations. How on earth did you manage to upgrade the building to maximum level so swiftly? Unparalleled eagerly inquired. Big boss, please let me cling to your greatness. JPG Little Butterfly sent a photo of herself, looking pure and adorable, with a rather pleasing appearance. Which building did you upgrade? How could it possibly reach maximum level so quickly? Tianshan Child promptly questioned. Having claimed the rewards for the building upgrade, Su Fang was unafraid to disclose the information, stating, "It's quite simple. The materials and gold required for the building I upgraded are merely 1/10 of the usual amount." After saying this, Su Fang sent them a photo of the data for his watchtower building. Upon viewing the building's information, each of them was astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, such a building exists. Where on earth did you acquire it? No wonder it could be upgraded so quickly, requiring only 1/10. With your strength, it's indeed feasible to max it out." Filled with envy and admiration, they pressed, "Brother, could you sell me this building? I wish to claim the next reward. How many watchtowers do you possess? Would you be willing to sell me one? I can offer a substantial amount of soil and building blueprints in exchange." Tianshan Child laid out her terms. Other friends quickly followed suit, eager to obtain the additional attribute rewards. Su Fang replied, "Give me 2 days. Once I conquer the next wild camp, I will sell it to you. Prepare your materials in advance, as there are limited buildings, and the highest bidder will prevail." "No problem." All right. His friends could only comply. Spending the next 2 days gathering various materials, Su Fang felt the urgency to expedite his assault on the wild camps to secure greater benefits. The wild camps housed an abundance of treasures, whether rare buildings, resources, or material rewards, all of which Su Fang eagerly anticipated. After concluding discussions with them, Su Fang resumed the fusion of various building blueprints, once again creating a purple, wooden house, thus acquiring 2 purple quality, wooden houses for the soldiers' quarters. Additionally, he fused another constructed, wooden house into blue quality. 2 purple, wooden houses, and 1 blue, wooden house would serve as accommodations for the soldiers. As for the constructed barracks, originally green, Su Fang also fused it into blue quality without triggering any transformation. Next, Su Fang began fusing the territory's fence, as he had obtained numerous fence blueprints, allowing him to directly fuse it into purple quality. fused into blue quality fence, fused into unique purple quality mutant vine fence. The territory S fence transformed into purple quality and underwent mutation, becoming the mutant vine fence. Intrigued, Su Fang examined the changes in this unique building. Building, mutant vine fence. Quality, unique purple. Level, LV20, requires 3,300 gold and 3,300 wood for the next tier. Special attribute, can actively attack monsters within a 1 meter range of the fence. Description, this is a mutated fence. The vines growing on it are not only covered in poisonous thorns, but also actively attack enemies, making it a highly peculiar defensive structure. Gazing at the distinctive fence adorned with curious vines, each bearing barbs and seemingly animated, Su Fang was astounded, never expecting such a delightful surprise. This was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Chapter 86. Monsters Attack the Territory, Day 4. Su Fang could now only fuse these buildings, as no more constructions could be completed. His mental energy had been entirely depleted once more. Checking the time, it was nearing dawn again. Su Fang remained seated on his bed, beginning to upgrade the chi gathering technique. With the skill being of blue quality, it could be upgraded to level 30. So Su Fang decided to max out the level of this chi gathering technique. Skill point 1, Blue Chi Gathering Technique Skill 1, current skill level LV11. Skill point 1, Blue Chi Gathering Technique Skill 1, current skill level LV30. Once the chi gathering technique was upgraded, Su Fang commenced his cultivation, while the fluffy ball lay on the bed, drifting into slumber. Battle Chi Value 61. Battle Chi Value 61. The following day, upon completing his cultivation, Su Fang checked his Battle Chi value, which had reached 618 points. He also felt a warm sensation within his body, as if a vortex of energy was circulating within him. Overall, he felt splendid and invigorated. Su Fang began his morning routine, embarking on yet another day of bustling activity. Today marked the 4th day of the 100-fold drop rate event, with only 3 days remaining until its complete cessation. After diligently attending to all his tasks, he perused the messages left in the shop and initiated contact with the individuals who had left them, subsequently responding to his friends. Throughout the night, he had received over 20 blueprints, including 2 barracks of white quality. It was clear that he would need to continue acquiring building blueprints, as well as damaged equipment. However, on this day, Su Fang had also integrated a new seed, a golden quality watermelon seed. He was eager to discover the effects of this golden quality watermelon and thus entrusted the task of planting it to the soldiers on duty. After enjoying his breakfast, Su Fang checked the time and, finding it still early, commenced his daily training regimen, focusing primarily on archery and the marksmanship he had honed since childhood. Zhao Yun, however, had risen even earlier and was already practicing his shooting techniques by the time Su Fang arrived in the central area of their territory. Observing Zhao Yun's foundational shooting skills, Su Fang recognized that they far surpassed his own. Aware that Zhao Yun was a master marksman, Su Fang approached him to propose a friendly competition. Shall we compare our skills? Absolutely. Zhao Yun's shooting prowess could be succinctly described in 3 words: swift, precise, and ruthless. Each movement was executed with remarkable clarity and speed, making it nearly impossible for opponents to defend against him. Although Su Fang's attributes were significantly higher than Zhao Yun's, the true measure of combat effectiveness revealed a stark contrast. Without employing the Dragon's Dance technique, Su Fang would undoubtedly find himself outmatched by Zhao Yun. Currently, Zhao Yun possessed a skill that allowed him to compete evenly with Su Fang. One could only imagine how formidable he would become with additional skills. Having studied marksmanship since childhood, Su Fang continuously improved through their sparring sessions, and with Zhao Yun's insightful guidance, his understanding of shooting techniques deepened. However, such progress is not achieved overnight. It requires extensive exploration and learning to yield tangible results. After training for a considerable time, the two finally paused to rest, mindful that at 8 o'clock, a wave of monsters would assault their territory. This time, Su Fang took the initiative to prepare. He visited the blacksmith shop and inquired with Zhang Shi, "How goes the production of the blue quality bows? We have been crafting them since yesterday, but the quantity is not substantial. Only a few dozen at this point," Zhang Shi replied. Su Fang understood the challenge. Recognizing that blue quality bows were inherently more difficult to produce than their white counterparts. "What about the white quality bows?" he asked. "We have over 200 of those," Zhang Shi responded. "Zhang San, distribute these bows among the soldiers," Su Fang commanded. Yes, Zhang San promptly instructed several soldiers to distribute the completed bows, ensuring each received a box of arrows, with each box containing 20 arrows. Su Fang selected a bow for himself and examined its attributes. Equipment: bow, quality, blue, durability, 100, attributes, strength 40. This bow boasted the finest attributes among the batch and had been specifically set aside for Su Fang, who was thoroughly pleased. He instructed Zhang Shi to continue crafting bows before departing the blacksmith shop. Next, Su Fang directed Zhang San to assemble a team to guard the western perimeter, while Zhang, who was tasked with the northern gate, and Zhao Yun was to lead a contingent to the southern gate. Su Fang himself proceeded to the eastern gate. In the Lord's Domains chat channel, It's so nerve-wracking. Just like yesterday, we're going to be attacked by monsters again. This is a test from the heavens. If we succeed, the rewards will be significant. The monsters attacking our territory have a high drop rate. Many lords were eliminated yesterday. I've lost over a dozen friends from my list. Same here. I've lost several friends as well. I can no longer boast to them. The time is approaching. Let's give it our all. As the clock struck 8, the monsters commenced their assault on the territory, and alarms sounded from the watchtowers in all 4 directions. What is the estimated number of monsters? Su Fang inquired of the soldiers stationed at the watchtower. Using a telescope, a soldier observed carefully, though he could only provide an approximate estimate. No fewer than 5,000. I cannot ascertain the exact number. 5,000. Su Fang nodded. With monsters approaching from all 4 directions, if each direction harbored 5,000 creatures, that amounted to 20,000 in total, double the number from the previous day. The monsters' levels were similar to yesterday's, with the highest being level 15. Although there were notably more green quality monsters this time. Suddenly, a soldier atop the watchtower called out to Su Fang, "My lord, we've spotted a boss." "Oh, a boss has appeared." Su Fang, intrigued, ascended the watchtower, which could accommodate 5 people comfortably. He retrieved his telescope and focused on the boss outside. Monster, Dragon Tooth Rabbit. Quality, white. Level, 15. Skill, speedy legs. Description, possesses a large and sturdy dragon tooth that is exceptionally sharp and capable of swift movement. Speedy legs, now that's interesting, but alas, it's merely a level 15 boss. After observing, Su Fang knocked an arrow and launched a preemptive strike against the approaching monsters. Chapter 87, Attributes of the Golden Watermelon. Su Fang's arrow was imbued with battle energy, glowing blue as it swiftly sailed toward the monsters. Whoosh! Thud! 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 The blue arrows pierced through the bodies of over 20 monsters before finally coming to rest. Experience points, 12. Experience points, 10 once again. Su Fang had vanquished several monsters in a single shot, inflicting considerable damage on numerous others. The combination of the blue quality bow and the enhancement from battle energy resulted in significant damage to the monsters. Su Fang's innate strength, augmented by the battle energy, multiplied his power several times over. It is worth noting that he had also consumed golden sweet potatoes, further amplifying his output. Su Fang began to control the expenditure of his battle energy, using only a fraction this time as he aimed at the monsters once more. Whoosh! This attack resulted in the demise of 5 monsters. However, Su Fang gained valuable insights into controlling his battle energy. As the monsters drew closer, the soldiers readied their bows, launching volleys of arrows at the oncoming horde. Additionally, dozens of soldiers wielding bamboo hurled their makeshift projectiles toward the distant monsters, creating a flurry of bamboo that struck true. Thud! 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 Countless monsters were felled by the bamboo, collapsing to the ground. A barrage of arrows flew from the soldiers' hands, eliminating the foremost monsters as they surged forward relentlessly, undeterred by the casualties. Ahead, the soldiers had already dug numerous traps. As the first monster fell into a pit, others followed suit, filling the hole until it was brimming. Another monster tumbled into the next pit, and once again, the subsequent creatures filled it to capacity. The soldiers continued to unleash a barrage of arrows and hurl bamboo spears, systematically annihilating the monstrous foes. With a plethora of archery weaponry at their disposal today, the soldiers launched an impressive number of arrows, complemented by a multitude of traps they had excavated, effectively keeping the creatures at bay. The quantity of monsters steadily diminished, while the soldiers' experience grew exponentially. Those of lower rank began to ascend in levels, particularly the newly summoned warriors, who rapidly reached around level 3. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the monsters, their low levels and feeble strength rendered them easily manageable when proper preparations were in place. Although Su Fang had initially faltered in his arrangements a few days prior, he had now grasped the strategies necessary to effectively counter these creatures. His attempts today proved remarkably successful. Each advance of the monsters came at a significant cost, and by the time they approached the territory, their numbers were drastically reduced. Su Fang released wave after wave of arrows, losing count of the monsters he had slain and the arrows he had discharged. Though his gained experience points were minimal, the sheer volume of monsters he had dispatched ensured his strength was formidable, allowing each arrow to claim multiple lives. By the time the monsters breached the traps and confronted them directly, their numbers had dwindled to less than 1,000. Leading the charge, Su Fang plunged into the fray, executing each foe with lethal precision, his formidable power and agile movements akin to a dragon in flight. One by one, the monsters fell before him. Behind him, his companion, the fluffy creature, had also grown powerful, pouncing on a monster and striking down with its claws. With a swift blow, the creature pierced the skull of its adversary. Even if a single strike did not suffice, its sharp teeth ensured the monster's demise. As a pet of purple quality, it was exceptionally strong and faced these low-level monsters with ease. Together, man and beast carved a path through the battlefield, with the soldiers following closely to eliminate the remaining threats. Once Su Fang dispatched the boss, the area was cleared of all monsters. Disregarding the spoils of war on the ground, he left a dozen soldiers to tidy the battlefield and instructed the remaining troops to follow him for further support elsewhere. The fluffy creature proudly approached Su Fang, clutching 2 pieces of equipment, which Su Fang promptly equipped onto it, further enhancing its capabilities. The creature, delighted, playfully nuzzled against Su Fang, though it could not yet be ridden, as its wings were not fully developed. Su Fang estimated it would require at least level 30 to bear him aloft. A contingent of soldiers accompanied Su Fang to the Northern Territory for reinforcements. And after a brief skirmish of several minutes, they successfully vanquished the monsters there as well. As for the threats in the other 2 directions, Su Fang had faith that Zhao Yun would handle them adeptly. With some time to spare, Su Fang decided to check for any exceptional loot from the day's battles. But the soldiers were still busy clearing the remnants of the battlefield, delaying results. Returning to his domain, Su Fang glanced at his watch. The golden quality watermelons should now be ripe. Lord, the watermelons are ready, a soldier responsible for the fields exclaimed, rushing towards him with a watermelon the size of a basin. Su Fang beamed at the sight of such a large fruit, though his primary concern was its attributes. Name, watermelon, quality, golden, description, consuming it grants 100 magic defense for the next 4 hours. Magic defense. Su Fang felt a twinge of disappointment at this moment. Such a boon was not particularly beneficial. Hence, he abandoned the idea of cultivating watermelons. He began selecting his next seed, labeled as vegetable seeds, which had also been procured from a treasure chest. After expending some mental energy to fuse several golden quality seeds, he entrusted them to the soldiers for planting. The attributes of the vegetable seeds would remain a mystery until his return that evening. The fluffy creature gazed longingly at the watermelon, its eyes filled with desire. Su Fang chuckled, "You're a tiger, yet you crave vegetables." The creature shook its head, indicating its preference for greens. Its eyes fixated on the watermelon in Su Fang's hands, torn between wanting to eat and hesitating. "All right, my gluttonous little tiger, let us taste it." Su Fang sliced the watermelon in half and offered a portion to the creature. With a crunch, the fluffy creature took a hearty bite, even munching on the rind. The golden quality watermelon was exquisite in both flavor and texture. Su Fang, not neglecting his own portion, began to savor it as well, finding it delightful. He mused that if only he had a refrigerator to chill it, the taste would be even more delightful. The daytime weather was pleasantly mild, neither hot nor cold, although the temperature would drop significantly at night. After finishing the watermelon, Su Fang took the fluffy creature to the black market shop to see what intriguing items had refreshed that day. Among the offerings, he found a scroll. Item: Sea of Flames scroll. Quality: green. Description: upon use, creates a sea of flames within a 100 by 100 area, lasting 5 minutes. Price: 10,000 gold coins. Such an item was quite impressive. Su Fang was very pleased. 10,000 gold coins seemed a reasonable price, especially for something that could turn the tide in critical moments. He wondered if treasure chests could yield such artifacts. Su Fang speculated that they likely could not, or he would have discovered one by now. He pondered where else, aside from the black market shop, such items could be procured. Exiting the black market shop, Su Fang turned his attention to the soul hall. The range for acquiring souls had expanded to 1 kilometer, and numerous monsters lurked within this perimeter, which soldiers routinely cleared. Checking the soul value, he noted it had reached 28,517 points, and it was still rising as his soldiers hunted outside the territory. Although many monsters assaulted the realm daily, they also provided ample opportunities for Su Fang to amass soul points. With Zhao Yun already formidable as a golden quality hero, Su Fang eagerly anticipated how powerful the next one would be. "Stay here and wait for me." Su Fang affectionately patted the fluffy creature, deciding to venture alone to the soul hall to summon a hero. Viewers from the JoJo Star online community, upon seeing Su Fang enter the soul hall, lost sight of him. Once inside that private space, live broadcasting was not permitted. However, they understood he was about to summon a hero, as Zhao Yun had been summoned from the very same hall. The mere existence of Zhao Yun had left them astounded, and they eagerly anticipated what hero would emerge this time. Zhao Yun is so dashing. Su Fang is about to summon another handsome hero like him. Zhao Yun was a golden quality hero, and his growth attributes were exceptionally powerful. Even his combat strength was formidable. With a building like the Soul Hall, boasting such unique golden attributes, Su Fang's territory was incredibly potent. As long as he summoned more heroes of this caliber, he could sweep across the entire Lord's continent. Currently, his domain was just beginning to develop. No one knew what lay beyond its borders, and Su Fang had much work ahead of him, which was undeniably exciting. Once he summoned a sufficient number of golden heroes, who in the Lord's continent could possibly rival him, Su Fang gazed toward the direction of the Soul Hall, imbued with anticipation. This time, a suitable candidate had already formed in his mind. Whether he could successfully summon this individual remained to be seen. Should he succeed, the hero from the Soul Hall would indeed be remarkably formidable. Upon pushing open the grand doors of the Soul Hall once more, he was greeted by a plethora of soul light, far surpassing what he had encountered previously. This luminescence represented soul points, harvested from vanquished foes. When summoning a hero, these glimmering orbs would coalesce into the figure of the hero within his dominion. Su Fang made his way to the deepest recesses of the Soul Hall. standing before the summoning altar. He extended his hand into the altar. Would you like to expend 10,000 soul points to summon a hall hero? Yes. The myriad soul lights within the hall surged toward the altar, coalescing into a formidable presence. As the energy within the altar intensified, a figure gradually emerged. The image that appeared in Su Fang's mind was that of a towering man, a peerless king, valorous and unmatched, capable of sweeping aside legions. Heralded as a transcendent powerhouse of his era. Congratulations on summoning the golden quality hall hero, Xiangyu. He had truly summoned him. Upon hearing this announcement, Su Fang was overwhelmed with excitement. He beheld the man before him, whose sharp brows and starry eyes radiated an otherworldly grace, exuding a majestic and robust demeanor. With broad shoulders and a towering stature, his face was square and imbued with masculinity. His hair flowed like ink, and the very essence of his being emanated an aura of dominance, tinged with a hint of ferocity, his heroism interlaced with resolute decisiveness. He was none other than Xiangyu, the overlord of Western Shu, famed for his might, whose strength was unparalleled, and whose legacy eclipsed all others. Xiangyu pays homage to the Lord. Xiangyu addressed Su Fang with a deep, resonant voice, embodying the very essence of royalty. He stood impressively tall, towering at 2 meters, a veritable colossus of strength. Legends spoke of Xiangyu's ability to lift the cauldron, a man born with divine power, with whispers suggesting he was the reincarnation of a war god. His prowess was undeniable, and his leadership capabilities were among the finest of his time, particularly his command over cavalry, which was exceptionally formidable. Unfortunately, Su Fang currently possessed no warhorses, rendering cavalry deployment an impossibility. Excellent. Our territory has gained a mighty general. Su Fang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. These summoned golden heroes arrived with full loyalty, never to betray him, which was immensely gratifying. With over 18,000 soul points remaining, he was poised to continue summoning. He placed his hand once more upon the altar. A cooldown period of 12 hours is required before the next summoning. Su Fang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a restriction. However, it was merely a matter of 12 hours. By evening, he would be able to summon again. Thus, he resolved to further elevate the level of the soul hall. Gold, 1200. Wood, 1200. Soul points, 1200. Soul hall level, 1. Current level, LV11. Gold, 2000. Wood, 2000. Soul points, 2000. Soul hall level, 1. Current level, LV15. Building, soul hall. Quality, unique, golden. Level, LV15. Next level requires 2,200 gold, 2,200 wood, 2,200 soul points. Attributes, automatically absorbs souls of the deceased within a 2-kilometer radius of the territory. Current soul points, 10,627. Description, for every 10,000 soul points expended, 1 golden quality hall hero can be summoned. Currently, 220 heroes can be summoned. Upon upgrading the soul hall, the range for soul absorption extended to 2 kilometers, and the number of summonable heroes increased to 20. Su Fang exited the soul hall, alongside Xiangyu, and inquired, Xiangyu, you favor using polearms, do you not? Yes. My lord, Xiangyu affirmed. Su Fang then examined Xiangyu's attributes, comparing them to Zhao Yun's to discern any differences. Name, Xiangyu. Talent, divine strength. Quality, golden. Loyalty, 100. Heroes summoned from the soul hall possess full loyalty. Level, 0. Experience, 0-100. Strength, 45. Constitution, 35. Stamina, 34. Agility, 30. Spirit, 16. Magical defense, 20. Physical defense, 25. Luck, 18. Talent, 50. Combat skills, unawakened. Life skills, none. After reviewing Xiangyu's foundational attributes, Su Fang was utterly astounded. By heaven, Xiangyu's base attributes surpassed Zhao Yun's by a considerable margin. Su Fang was truly astonished. Not only that, but upon his arrival, Xiangyu possessed the innate talent of divine strength. When Zhao Yun emerged, his talent had not been activated. Yet Xiangyu manifested this extraordinary ability immediately, which left Su Fang quite impressed. Zhao Yun's 5 foundational attributes totaled a mere 150 points, while Xiangyu boasted a remarkable 160 points, 10 points more. Even among golden quality heroes, there existed significant distinctions. Su Fang was eager to discover whether Xiangyu would also exhibit notable differences upon leveling up. The online community of the Jojo planet was equally taken aback by Xiangyu's foundational attributes, each individual expressing their astonishment. Am I seeing this correctly? Xiangyu's attributes are astonishingly formidable. What a gallant figure. Tall, handsome, and imposing. With the innate talent of divine strength, how can one not fall in love at first sight? Good heavens. His foundational strength reaches a staggering 45 points. Is he even human? With such a powerful hero in his dominion, how could others ever hope to compete? Su Fang procured a green quality spear for Xiangyu to wield initially. Upon grasping the weapon, Xiangyu furrowed his brow. What troubles you? Do you not fancy it? Su Fang inquired. No, it simply feels too light, Xiangyu replied. The territory is still in its nascent stages. Better weapons will surely emerge in time. For now, it shall suffice, Su Fang reassured him. Indeed, my lord, Xiang Yu acquiesced. As a figure endowed with divine strength, no heavy equipment would pose any burden to him. Greetings, my lord. Zhao Yun approached Su Fang, his eyes landing upon the imposing Xiang Yu, who exuded an air of dominance. You arrived just in time. Allow me to introduce you. This is Xiang Yu, and henceforth, you shall serve as my right and left arms. Together, we shall cultivate our territory, Su Fang announced. I am Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun introduced himself with a sense of camaraderie. I am Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu reciprocated. Thus, the two formally met. And Xiang Yu sensed that Zhao Yun was no ordinary individual. My lord, I have placed the spoils into the territory's warehouse. And I have also dispatched soldiers to clear the monsters surrounding the area. The resource-gathering soldiers have been assigned as well, Zhao Yun informed Su Fang. Su Fang expressed his satisfaction, then inquired, were there any special items obtained today? Yes, we should have amassed numerous combat skill books today, likely dozens. Including 4 of green quality. The rest are of white quality, Zhao Yun reported. Combat skill books. Su Fang exclaimed in surprise. That is indeed commendable. It seems we shall need to hunt more monsters today to acquire additional skill books. Indeed, Zhao Yun concurred. Su Fang subsequently made his way to the territory's warehouse, gathering all the gold, and then turned his attention to the skill books. The white combat skill books did not seem particularly remarkable. As for the 4 green quality combat skill books, he found them unappealing. Su Fang inquired, let us see if there are any skills suitable for your use. If so, I can merge them into high-quality skills for you. Thank you, Lord, came the response. Zhao Yun and Xiang Yu began to peruse the available skills, and ultimately, Xiang Yu discovered a white skill book titled Mountain Splitter. Su Fang used another skill book to merge it into a green quality skill, which Xiang Yu then proceeded to learn. Zhao Yun also found a white skill book named Dragon Spear, another skill of the spear type. Su Fang transformed this into green quality as well, allowing Zhao Yun to learn it. Currently, the repertoire of combat skills was rather limited. In the future, as more skill books became available, Su Fang could assist them in enhancing the quality of these skills. As for Su Fang himself, he aimed to merge the qualities of Mighty Strike and Deadly Arrow into green quality. After successfully merging these 2 skills, he upgraded his skills, Mighty Strike, Execution, and Deadly Arrow, to level 10. The remaining skill books were entrusted to other soldiers. Su Fang contemplated the necessity of establishing a reward and punishment system. Soldiers who made significant contributions could be rewarded with advanced equipment and skills. As the territory was still in the process of development, various systems would need to be implemented gradually. Su Fang handed a skill book to one of the soldiers and instructed him to distribute these combat skill books among the centurions in the territory, ensuring each received one. Priority would be given to soldiers of golden quality, followed by those of purple quality. The scarcity of combat skill books was evident. Thus, Su Fang placed gold coins into the shop and set up a recycling program for combat skill books. He then announced to the world, the Huaxia treasure shop is now buying various combat skill books. Friends are welcome to sell. White quality combat skill books were priced at 1,000 gold coins each, while green quality ones were 2,000. Whether any would be sold remained uncertain, as such books were indeed in short supply and everyone was in need. However, in a world so vast, there would always be those willing to trade. In the Lord's Continent chat channel, today, I found 3 combat skill books, though their effects are quite similar. Still, they should suffice for the soldiers. The scarcity of combat skill books was evident. Even if not personally used, the soldiers required them, and the prospect of selling them was not appealing. Such a bounty of combat skill books was unlikely to recur. It would be wise to keep them. The Lord of Huaxia City is collecting items again. I simply refuse to sell to you, just to vex you. Indeed, no one was willing to sell skill books. Su Fang was indifferent, accepting what was available and disregarding the rest. He turned to Zhao Yun and said, I plan to eradicate the orc territory in the next few days. What are your thoughts? With the current strength of our territory, achieving this goal is certainly within reach. As long as the Lord commands, Zhao Yun shall lead the charge. He replied. With Zhao Yun, Xiang Yu, and himself, the territory now boasted 3 top-tier warriors, capable of matching the strength of 2,000 orc soldiers, making the confrontation with the orc camp entirely feasible. By the time they reached the orc camp, it was anticipated that Xiang Yu's level would have increased as well. Given Xiang Yu's current attributes and the consumption of golden food, he would require no assistance to quickly elevate his level. Su Fang commanded the entire assault battalion to mobilize, comprising 600 soldiers, each of green quality or above. With such a formidable lineup, engaging the orc camp should pose little challenge. Each soldier was equipped with 3 pieces of gear, and after learning the combat skill books provided by Su Fang, they had upgraded their skills, ensuring they were well prepared to face the enemy. Su Fang specifically gathered most of the territory's bows, arming 200 soldiers with them and equipping them with a significant number of attribute-laden arrows. The plan was to engage the enemy from a distance, avoiding close combat whenever possible. Thus, Su Fang commenced the operation, with 600 soldiers from the assault battalion, accompanied by Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun. They were destined to sweep through the entire orc camp. Chapter 90. Assault on the orc camp. Su Fang led the group toward the orc territory outside their domain. Observing Xiang Yu's prowess, he noted that Xiang Yu's strength was indeed formidable. He could fell monsters below level 10 with a single thrust, a testament to his incredible power. No one shared experience with Xiang Yu. He single-handedly dispatched monsters, requiring no need to collect spoils, as the soldiers behind him dutifully gathered the loot. All he needed to focus on was leveling up, leaving everything else aside. Although the drop rate for combat skill books had increased today, it was still not substantial. After slaying over 400 monsters, they finally obtained one. Acquiring a plethora of skill books remained elusive. While opening treasure chests might yield more combat skill books, the number of chests had dwindled, making them increasingly rare. Even when found, they were predominantly of white quality. By the time they reached the vicinity of the orc camp, it was already afternoon. Xiang Yu had leveled up to 13, having progressed swiftly due to his continuous monster slaying. Meanwhile, the other soldiers had all surpassed level 15. Upon arriving, Su Fang instructed the group to first eliminate the orc soldiers stationed outside. He divided his forces into 3 groups. Zhao Yun led one, Xiang Yu another, and he himself took charge of the third, each accompanied by 200 soldiers from the assault battalion, in search of orc soldiers in the wilderness. Not long after, Su Fang spotted a group of orc soldiers. He signaled for his soldiers to ready their bows, and, upon taking aim, commenced the assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous arrows soared toward the orcs, taking down several of them while injuring others. The remaining soldiers advanced to finish off the incapacitated orcs. In a matter of moments, over 60 orc soldiers were dispatched, with the soldiers swiftly stripping the fallen of their gear and collecting the spoils before continuing their search. After more than 2 hours, Su Fang, Zhao Yun, and Xiang Yu had eliminated all the orc soldiers outside, and Su Fang's level had risen to 22. Next, Zhao Yun approached the orc camp to lure the enemies. As he drew near, he readied his bow and took aim at an orc soldier, releasing an arrow that struck true. Thud! One orc soldier collapsed, inciting a cacophony of shouts as several dozen orcs charged out of the camp, pursuing Zhao Yun. Unfazed, Zhao Yun maintained his composure, retreating while returning fire. His archery skills far surpassed Su Fang's, taking down one small orc with each shot. Impressive. Both your archery and marksmanship are quite commendable, Xiang Yu remarked, clearly impressed. Xiang Yu was known for his arrogance, and few could earn his respect. Zhao Yun's capabilities had undoubtedly warranted Xiang Yu's acknowledgement. Prepare yourselves. Su Fang observed that Zhao Yun had drawn close to the forest, attracting a considerable number of orc soldiers. He instructed his soldiers to conceal themselves. Once Zhao Yun entered the woods, the orc soldiers followed suit. Attack! Su Fang initiated the assault, piercing through one orc soldier. The others swiftly joined in, unleashing arrows upon any orc soldiers within sight. Xiang Yu, in a display of sheer ferocity, obliterated the head of one orc with a single thrust, charging forward relentlessly, dispatching every orc that dared to stand in his way like a barbarian. In less than a minute's time, over 100 orcs were exterminated by them. My lord, let us charge in directly, suggested Xiang Yu. Very well. Let us proceed with caution, Su Fang concurred, believing that their 600 men could indeed seize this orc encampment. Outside the orc camp, a few orcs were stationed to guard the stone barricade. Xiang Yu drew his bow, knocking 3 arrows, and after adjusting his aim, the arrows struck true, each finding its mark in the heads of 3 orcs. Incredible, 3 arrows at once. Su Fang was genuinely astonished. Xiang Yu was truly remarkable. Impressive, Zhao Yun remarked, acknowledging that while he could manage a single arrow, unleashing 3 simultaneously was beyond him, and he could not help but admire Xiang Yu's valor. In the live stream room of the Jojo Star Planet, countless viewers gasped in awe at Xiang Yu's display. What an extraordinary golden hero. How is this even possible? This is simply astounding. A triple shot, how terrifying. Xiang Yu had undoubtedly gained a legion of fans, as they marveled at the prowess of such a formidable hero. The recent monster attacks had significantly diminished the number of lords on the continent, with statistics indicating that over 80 million lords had been eliminated that very day. The assaults were growing more formidable, leaving only the strongest lords to survive on the lords' continent. Each day posed a new challenge, with countless lords being ousted, ultimately leaving only the most powerful to remain. The viewers continued to watch the live broadcast, observing as Su Fang initiated an assault on the second encampment, eager to uncover what manner of monsters awaited them within the orc camp. After Xiang Yu dispatched the orc guards at the entrance, they swiftly opened the gates and charged into the camp. However, as they approached, the constructed lookout tower within the encampment sounded the alarm, and 2 arrows soared through the air, striking down 2 orcs from the tower. Form ranks, Su Fang commanded as he noticed a surge of orcs emerging from the camp. The 600 warriors of the assault battalion, with shield-bearing soldiers at the forefront, raised their shields to form a protective barrier, while the row of soldiers behind them positioned their shields overhead. Though there were few archers among the orcs, some did unleash their arrows, yet they were swiftly deflected. Fire! Upon seeing that the orcs had entered their range, Su Fang commanded the 200 archers at the rear to unleash their assault. The rain of arrows fell upon the orcs, and countless orcs fell to the ground, felled by the barrage. A second volley of arrows followed suit, resulting in further devastation among the orc ranks. The archers' might, combined with the soldiers' formidable attack power, rendered these arrows lethal weapons against the orcs. The ground was strewn with the corpses of fallen orcs, yet more continued to rush toward them. "My lord, a boss has appeared." Zhao Yun pointed toward a specific location. Su Fang turned to see indeed a formidable orc boss accompanied by hundreds of shield-bearing orcs. Monster, steel-armored orc boss. Quality, green. Level, 25. Skill, earth shatter / description, an orc clad in steel armor, possessing formidable defense and destructive power. One of the 3 great bosses of the orc camp. "My lord, leave that boss to me," Xiang Yu declared upon sighting the boss. "Very well," Su Fang nodded, confident in Xiang Yu's ability to handle this foe. Chapter 91. The orc leader practicing martial arts. As the steel-armored orc boss and its shield-bearing soldiers appeared, they raised their shields to deflect the soldiers' arrows, while the remaining orcs took cover behind them and advanced swiftly toward the soldiers. Zhao Yun and Xiang Yu took the initiative, dashing forward like the wind, their movements sharp and precise, akin to 2 lethal weapons attacking the orcs ahead. Bang! The orc soldiers were no match for the overwhelming power of Zhao Yun and Xiang Yu, who sent them flying with ease. Xiang Yu showcased his terrifying strength once more. With a sweeping motion of his spear, he severed the necks of 5 orcs, then lunged forward, stabbing another orc with his spear and sending one flying with a powerful kick. The sheer force shattered the orc's bones, and Xiang Yu, resembling a human giant, plunged into the orc ranks, swiftly dispatching dozens of orcs in mere moments. His target was the steel-armored orc boss, which, upon noticing Xiang Yu, let out a furious roar and raised its great sword to attack. Xiang Yu hurled an orc directly at the steel-armored orc boss. With a roar, the boss cleaved the orc in 2, but in the blink of an eye, Xiang Yu was upon it, spear in hand, thrusting fiercely toward the boss. Thud! The spear struck the steel-armored orc boss squarely in the chest, and Xiang Yu followed through with a powerful kick, sending the boss sprawling. The boss suffered tremendous damage, rendered incapable of rising again. As for the final blow, Xiang Yu left that for Su Fang, knowing that slaying the boss would grant him prestige. Killing the boss would yield no prestige for Su Fang if executed by a soldier. Su Fang, awestruck by Xiang Yu's effortless defeat of a level 25 green boss, acknowledged the prowess of a golden quality hero. His combat abilities were indeed formidable. Of course, Zhao Yun was no slouch either, though he had yet to encounter a boss of his own. After dispatching several orc soldiers, Su Fang stepped forward and delivered the final blow to the boss. Experience, 500. Prestige, 50. Upon the demise of the steel-armored orc boss, Su Fang discovered several items: a green quality spear, a warrior's class certificate, and a green quality combat skill book. All were excellent finds, and Su Fang was exceedingly pleased, promptly claiming them. The orc soldiers were swiftly annihilated, and Xiang Yu's level surged to 17. Charge! Su Fang, Zhao Yun, and Xiang Yu surged into the orc camp, where the number of orcs was indeed substantial, all of whom launched an assault against Su Fang. However, the combined strength of the trio proved overwhelming. They penetrated the ranks of orc soldiers, eliminating one after another, significantly reducing the enemy forces. The remaining orc soldiers were no match for the might of the soldiers. A powerful hero undeniably possesses immense combat capabilities, playing a crucial role on the battlefield. Level increased to 23, gaining 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Su Fang's level rapidly ascended to 23. "My lord, be cautious," Zhao Yun exclaimed as he spotted an arrow hurtling towards Su Fang. Swinging his spear, he deflected the arrow with a resounding clang. Su Fang, somewhat startled, looked to the distance, where 2 formidable orc bosses stood. 2 bosses. We must be wary of one of their archers, Su Fang warned immediately. "Fear not, my lord. I shall make them pay," Xiang Yu declared, charging toward the 2 bosses. At this moment, Xiang Yu had reached level 19, and achieving level 20 today was well within reach. As one of the bosses loosed another arrow at Su Fang, Xiang Yu scoffed, taking the initiative. He swiftly drew his bow and aimed at the boss. Whoosh! The arrow shot by Xiang Yu veered off course, striking the arm of the boss wielding a bow, rendering it incapable of launching further assaults on Su Fang. "Zhao Yun, lend your assistance," Su Fang urgently called out, apprehensive about the numerous green-tier beastman soldiers encircling Xiang Yu. The leader needed to exercise caution. Upon receiving the command, Zhao Yun acknowledged Su Fang and swiftly joined him. Su Fang glanced at the profiles of the 2 bosses. Monster, Bowman Beastman Boss. Quality White. Level, 25. Skills, Arrow Rain. Description, a beastman proficient in archery, preferring to eliminate foes from a distance. One of the 3 major bosses of the beastman camp. Monster, Beastman Chief Boss. Quality, Blue. Level, 30. Skills, Earth Shatter / Flame /. Description, a beastman chief who has mastered fire-based techniques, wielding formidable skills. one of the 3 major bosses of the Beastman camp. Goodness, a level 30 blue-tier boss chief, and one who has cultivated fire techniques. Su Fang realized that this boss chief would be exceedingly challenging to confront. However, with Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun's formidable prowess, they should manage against the boss without significant difficulty. Yet, Su Fang could not allow them to engage in battle alone. Charge forward, he commanded the soldiers. They frontline troops, followed closely behind Su Fang, advancing towards the Beastman soldiers ahead. Although the enemy's numbers were considerable, their actual combat effectiveness paled in comparison to that of the frontline troops. Moreover, the frontline troops coordinated seamlessly, allowing even the injured to withdraw promptly to avoid fatal wounds. Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun soon stood before the Beastman chief. Xiang Yu's spear techniques were fierce and assertive, adhering to a philosophy of raw power overcoming all. In contrast, Zhao Yun's spear play was characterized by speed, precision, and cunning, unpredictable and multifaceted. Both were masters of the spear, each with their own unique attributes. Xiang Yu clashed with the Beastman chief, while Zhao Yun swiftly advanced, toppling the level 25 bowman Beastman with a mere 2 strikes, leaving it gasping for breath. A resounding clash echoed as Xiang Yu engaged the Beastman chief, only to discover that this boss could withstand his onslaught, its weapon shimmering with a fiery glow. This was the manifestation of the fire techniques cultivated by the Beastman boss, augmenting its attack power manifold and infusing its strikes with elemental damage. With a level advantage of 11 and its blue-tier quality, the Beastman chief was indeed formidable. Yet, Xiang Yu was undeterred and launched another assault against the Beastman chief. The chief, continuously trading blows with Xiang Yu, soon found itself under attack from Zhao Yun as well. The Beastman chief rapidly fell into a disadvantage, unleashing a surge of red energy that erupted from its body, transforming into a crimson blade of energy aimed at the 2 warriors. Boom! Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun, displaying remarkable acumen, retreated swiftly, avoiding a direct confrontation with the Beastman chief. The terrifying red energy struck the ground, creating a devastating shockwave. The air itself vibrating with fiery turbulence. A scorched mark marred the earth, yet the strength of the attack failed to reach either of them. Chapter 92. Proof of the Archer Profession. Both Zhao Yun and Xiang Yu were taken aback by this unprecedented attack. However, not being ordinary individuals, they quickly regained their composure and resumed their offensive against the Beastman chief. They grew more cautious, ever vigilant for another eruption of that fearsome fiery blade. An attack so potent that they dared not be struck directly. Yet such an attack drained significant energy, and the Beastman chief could not employ it frequently, resorting instead to infusing its weapon with fiery energy to enhance its strikes. With both Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun being golden-tier heroes, their combined assaults, one forceful and robust, the other cunning and unpredictable, forced the Beastman chief to retreat repeatedly, wounds accumulating across its body. True to its blue-tier quality, the Beastman chief grew increasingly frenzied under such pressure. Enveloped in a crimson aura that exuded a palpable ferocity, the Beastman has gone berserk, Zhao Yun noted. Fear not, even in its rage, I can contain it. Seek an opportunity to strike its weaknesses, Xiang Yu replied with unwavering confidence. Understood, Zhao Yun affirmed. Once the Beastman chief entered its berserk state, its attributes surged dramatically. With blood-red eyes fixated on Xiang Yu, it unleashed a furious roar and charged towards him, gripping its battle blade tightly to deliver a relentless assault. In the face of the chief's intensified attacks, Xiang Yu finally activated his innate talent, a surge of formidable energy coursing through him, erupting with greater strength than before. Seizing this newfound power, he raised his spear and clashed head-on with the Beastman chief. Clang! The resounding impact echoed as Xiang Yu managed to repel the Beastman chief, leaving Zhao Yun astounded. Even in its berserk state, the chief could not overcome Xiang Yu, showcasing his extraordinary valor. With his talent unleashed, Xiang Yu became akin to a colossal humanoid beast, once again charging at the Beastman chief. The sheer force of his attack sent the chief flying several meters away. An astonishing display of power. This spectacle left countless spectators in awe, exclaiming Xiang Yu's unmatched bravery, proclaiming that a man should strive to embody such heroic valor. Now's our chance. Zhao Yun swiftly advanced, aiming a spear thrust at the Beastman chief's vulnerable spot. Thud! The strike inflicted damage, but the chief retaliated, knocking Zhao Yun back. Unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation, Zhao Yun deftly evaded. Roar! The Beastman chief, now seething with rage, slashed wildly at Zhao Yun, who continued to evade, darting aside. As the chief's injuries deepened, its power waned, igniting a fierce fury as it turned its gaze upon Xiang Yu, engulfed in a conflagration of flame. This was a precursor to the Beastman chief's next skill, streams of red energy erupting from its body like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The chief prepared to unleash its earlier technique, and both Xiang Yu and Zhao Yun wisely distanced themselves from the impending onslaught. Terrifying flames coalesced around the chief's weapon, engulfing it in a powerful crimson glow before transforming into a massive blade of red energy, descending upon Xiang Yu. Boom! The fiery blade cut through the air, crashing into the ground with devastating force, leaving an even larger, deeper scar upon the earth, the atmosphere thickening with charred remnants as the ground temperature rose. The Inferno's reach extended 2 meters beyond the impact zone, and had it not been for Xiang Yu's timely evasion, he would have undoubtedly suffered grave injuries from the attack. What is this? Xiang Yu was astonished. Such a concept as energy value was absent from his recollections. What a powerful surge of attack energy. Zhao Yun was equally astonished as he gazed at the orc chieftain, noticing that the formidable leader had significantly weakened after unleashing such a terrifying assault. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yun swiftly launched an attack, thrusting his spear towards the orc chieftain's armpit. With a sickening thud, the chieftain's weapon slipped from his grasp. Zhao Yun seized the moment again, piercing the orc's foot and sending him crashing to the ground. He continued his relentless assault, targeting the chieftain's other foot and arm, effectively neutralizing any threat the orc posed. Turning towards Su Fang, he proclaimed, "My lord, the orc chieftain has been subdued." "Excellent," Su Fang responded, swiftly dispatching several surrounding orcs before making his way to Zhao Yun's side, delivering a decisive thrust into the chieftain's heart. A splatter of blood signaled victory. Experience points, 520. Reputation, 90. Heavenly Dao notification. As the Lord of Huaxia City, you have been the first to slay a level 30 blue quality boss, earning 40 free attribute points, 40 reputation points, and 4 skill points. Su Fang's acquisition of rewards from the Heavenly Dao was anticipated by all in the entire lordly continent. He was the sole individual capable of defeating such a formidable foe, and it was only a matter of time before he reaped these rewards. The other lords could only aspire to claim the second and third prizes. Afterward, Su Fang eliminated another archer orc, garnering an additional 25 reputation points. Zhao Yun and Xiang Yu charged towards the remaining orc soldiers, their formidable prowess rendering the orc soldiers incapable of withstanding even a single strike, leading to their swift demise. Su Fang's attention shifted to the loot dropped by the archer orc, 3 items, including a white quality class scroll. This was a certification for the archer profession. Su Fang was pleasantly surprised, not expecting to receive such a unique class proof. Item: Archer Profession Certification. Quality white. Description: can be used to transition to the archer profession after reaching level 10. Upon transitioning, archer skills will deal an additional 10 damage. After transitioning, higher quality warrior class certifications can be utilized to substitute this one. Thus, Su Fang now possessed 2 class certifications, marking a successful endeavor. The archer orc had also dropped a skill book for an archer ability called Instant Arrow, which bore similarities to a skill Su Fang had already learned. Naturally, he decided to keep this skill for future use. The last item was an equipment piece, a green quality bow. As for the remaining gold, Su Fang disregarded it, turning his focus to the treasures dropped by the orc chieftain, the most formidable boss in the camp, whose spoils were sure to be the finest. The orc chieftain yielded 5 items, one of which was a blue quality warrior profession certification that brought immense joy to Su Fang, for such items were exceedingly rare. He eagerly collected it. Chapter 93, The Fiery Technique. The second item astonished Su Fang even more. It was a green quality martial art. Martial art skill, Fiery Technique. Quality, green. Description: a technique that cultivates a unique attribute, Flame Battle Aura, can only be learned by those who transition to a melee profession. The presence of an attribute-laden fire technique suggested its power might surpass his current nurturing technique significantly. Given that Su Fang already possessed a battle aura technique, he resolved not to pursue this one further, recognizing its immense value. Who knew when the next would become available? Yet, he found himself in a quandary as to whether this technique should be bestowed upon Zhao Yun or Xiang Yu, both of whom were top-tier golden heroes crucial to the territory. Both had performed admirably, prompting Su Fang to consider seeking their opinions on who would be more suited to wield this martial art. The third item was a skill book, containing the very skill Flame Slash that the orc chieftain had previously employed, and it was also of green quality. This skill complemented the martial art, allowing for concurrent learning. Su Fang then examined the fourth item, another skill book, which was yet another skill used by the orc chieftain, this time a blue quality skill. Skill: Earth Split Slash. Quality: blue. Description: requires battle aura to use, unleashing a wave of battle aura to strike the target, dealing an additional 30 damage. Incredible! Su Fang exclaimed, elated by this acquisition, as it was precisely the skill he urgently sought, and moreover, it was a ranged attack ability. He immediately set about learning it. Learning blue skill Earth Split Slash. Skill point 1, Blue Earth Split Slash Skill 1. Current skill level LV2. Skill point 1, Blue Earth Split Slash Skill 1. Current skill level LV7. With only 7 skill points remaining, elevating Earth Split Slash to LV7 sufficed. Su Fang then turned his attention to the final item dropped by the orc chieftain, a piece of armor, specifically a blue quality set. Equipment: Orc Battle Armor. Quality: blue. Durability: 100. Attributes: Physical Defense 15, Magical Defense 15, Constitution 5, Stamina 5. This armor far surpassed what Su Fang currently wore, and he promptly donned it. significantly enhancing his physical attributes. Next, he scrutinized the weapon wielded by the orc chieftain, which was also a blue quality weapon. Equipment: orc battle knife. Quality: blue. Durability: 100. Attributes: strength 35, constitution 5, stamina 5. This blue weapon provided a total of 45 attribute points, undeniably powerful. However, neither Su Fang, Xiangyu, nor Zhao Yun favored blade weaponry. Combining it would be an utter waste. It was better suited for a soldier in need. Su Fang proceeded to collect the equipment from the orc chieftain. Orc armor 1, orc helmet 1, orc boots 1. A total of 3 pieces, all of green quality, were gathered, followed by the collection of the archer orc's equipment. Finally, he surveyed the entire orc encampment, noting numerous orc soldiers fleeing in every direction, confident that they would soon be eradicated. 40 minutes later, every creature within the orc encampment had been thoroughly eliminated by Su Fang's subordinates. You have successfully wiped out an outdoor encampment, earning 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points, and 3 skill points. This notification was not from the Heavenly Tao, but a separate message, and the rewards were significantly less than those previously received. Each individual could only claim the Heavenly Tao reward for an outdoor encampment once. However, the extermination of the encampment brought additional rewards, much to Su Fang's satisfaction. The spoils from a single outdoor encampment were exceedingly generous, especially regarding buildings. As all structures within the camp now belonged to Su Fang, quickly gather the spoils. Su Fang commanded everyone. Yes, he began assisting in the collection of the spoils, particularly the buildings, meticulously gathering them one by one. After about an hour, Su Fang amassed a substantial number of structures: wooden houses, 8, stone fences, 1, watchtowers, 8, wells, 2, blacksmith shops, 1, warehouses, 1, farmlands, 2. Most astonishingly, 2 new buildings appeared: chicken coop and cow shed. These were novel structures that could directly consume gold to raise chickens and cows, filling Su Fang with delight. Among the 8 wooden houses, 3 were of green quality, while 5 were of white quality. The blacksmith shop was also of green quality. The warehouse was of an unexpected blue quality, which astonished Su Fang greatly. The entire orc encampment provided substantial benefits to Su Fang. There were over 1 million gold coins, more than 50,000 units of stone, an impressive 80,000 units of wood, and over 30,000 units of iron ore, in addition to a considerable amount of other materials. Beyond these resources, there were also thousands of pieces of equipment, most of which were acquired from slain orc soldiers, with a small portion confiscated from the warehouse. My lord, I have made a discovery. Zhao Yun approached Su Fang. What discovery? Su Fang felt a sense of optimism, believing it must be something favorable. I have found a source of soil resources, Zhao Yun replied. What? Soil resources? Upon hearing this, Su Fang's spirit soared. Such resources could directly upgrade the farmland structures. Excited by the discovery, he immediately said, Excellent, lead me to see it. Following a narrow path, they arrived at a peculiar location, where the soil resources were found. Su Fang's eyes lit up as he declared, I have decided to temporarily construct a small defensive base here, specifically for the purpose of harvesting these soil resources. Does the Lord wish for me to guard this place? Zhao Yun inquired. Haha, how could I possibly need you to stand guard? Just sending a few dozen soldiers to protect this area will suffice. The geographical position is quite favorable and does not require too many personnel, Su Fang reassured him. Surveying the surroundings, Su Fang noted the environment was quite agreeable. He then extracted buildings from the orc encampment, erecting a wooden house and a stone fence. These structures did not require upgrading. They simply needed 2 teams of individuals to excavate the soil resources day and night. Su Fang planned to send white-quality soldiers to this site the following day, as it was already late. He could only leave the spearhead camp, soldiers to secure and mine the area for now. Monsters would only assault territories possessing crystals, and this was not a territory. Thus, it should not suffer from monster attacks. Su Fang stationed 30 spearhead camp soldiers here and provided them with some green-quality tools, including hoes and shovels, which had been integrated recently and were now proving useful. You will begin excavating resources here. I will arrange for replacements tomorrow, Su Fang instructed the soldiers. Understood, my lord. The soldiers responded. Su Fang also left behind a substantial amount of golden food and sufficient water supply before returning with the remaining soldiers toward the lord's territory. Heavenly Tao prompt. Noble gentleman lord, you are the 3rd in the world to slay a blue-quality boss, rewarding you with 10 free attribute points, 10 reputation points, and 1 skill point. On the way back, Su Fang heard the Heavenly Tao prompt, which he chose to ignore. By the time he returned to the territory, it was already past 7 in the evening. Chapter 94, Let the competition begin, friends. Upon returning, Su Fang dined with everyone. After the meal, he promptly attended to all matters concerning the territory, selling golden food and equipment. Reviewing the day's acquisitions, he found only 5 battle skill books and a dozen various blueprints. These blueprints held little value for other lords unless they were of high quality. Thus, they would undoubtedly be sold to Su Fang. Su Fang then commenced upgrading the various structures within the territory, enhancing the quality of his buildings. The crystal had been upgraded to LV6. The 2 wooden houses in the territory were also elevated to blue quality, granting Su Fang a total of 2 blue quality wooden houses and 1 purple quality wooden house. Most significantly, Su Fang upgraded the quality of the territory's farmland to blue, doubling the land area from its previous size. He also elevated the quality of the fully leveled well to green, which increased its water output, now fully meeting the territory's demands. The quality of the 4 watchtowers was also upgraded to green, and 2 additional white watchtowers were added, which Su Fang intended to sell to other friends. However, first, Su Fang called upon Zhao Yun and Xiang Yu, producing the Fire of Fury technique and inquiring. This was dropped by the orc chieftain. You are both my right and left arms. Who do you think is more suited to learn this technique? Zhao Yun and Xiang Yu exchanged surprised glances upon examining the technique, both realizing its connection to the fiery energy previously exhibited by the orc chieftain. Zhao Yun spoke up. It should be given to Xiang Yu. His strength is considerable, and acquiring this technique will undoubtedly augment his power further. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu laughed heartily, patting Zhao Yun on the shoulder as he replied, "No need for that. I am innately powerful. Even without this technique, I can defeat enemies of higher levels. You should be the one to learn it." Though Zhao Yun wished to argue further, Xiang Yu clasped his hands in respect to Su Fang and departed. Su Fang felt pleased. Xiang Yu truly embodied the spirit of a conqueror, possessing both audacity and magnanimity. "Zhao Yun, since Xiang Yu has offered it to you, take it. After all, this technique will not be the last. We will certainly acquire more in the future, and we can always provide it to Xiang Yu then," Su Fang stated. "Thank you, my lord," Zhao Yun replied gratefully. "And here is the accompanying skill. Even while using a spear, it can still be learned." Su Fang handed Zhao Yun the flame/skill book. "Thank you, my lord," Zhao Yun exclaimed, elated. "After your meal, you should begin your training. Do not squander the 6 hours of practice time each day," Su Fang advised. "Yes." Zhao Yun returned to his room to begin his training. Su Fang then sent out a group message. "The buildings you required have been acquired. Are you prepared with the items I need? Only 2 are available, and the highest bidder wins." Upon receiving Su Fang's message, his friends eagerly began to announce their offers. 10 white building blueprints, 1 green building blueprint, plus 10,000 wood. Unmatched in the world declared. 50,000 units of stone, 3 equipment blueprints, 1 green barracks blueprint. Lonely cigarette also stated. 5,000 gold coins, 10,000 stone, 10,000 wood, 5 blueprints, solitary sword claimed. "Can I offer myself in exchange?" Little Butterfly, realizing she could not compete with the others, made a desperate plea. Su Fang decisively rejected. "Women can only affect the speed at which I draw my weapon. You should abandon that thought." "What weapon?" JPG. Upon hearing this, Little Butterfly immediately inquired, sending an exceedingly tempting photo. With her already captivating beauty, the alluring pose made it difficult for any man to resist. However, Su Fang chose to disregard Little Butterfly, turning his attention back to the messages from the others. "Only 2. It seems I have no hope, so I will not compete." I am a tomboy resignedly withdrew from the bidding. 30,000 units of soil, 1 green warrior skill book, 1 green barracks blueprint, 5 equipment blueprints. Tian Shantanlog also put forth her offer. Ultimately, Su Fang sold the 2 watchtowers, one to Tian Shantanlog and the other to Lonely Cigarette. Afterward, Su Fang sent out another group message, 2 job certificates, one for warrior and one for archer, place your bids. As soon as the message was sent, his friends erupted in excitement. "What the heck? 2. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Unmatched in the world exclaimed, realizing he absolutely needed one of the job certificates and increasing his offer. "Oh dear, I really want one. How about you just accept me instead?" Little Butterfly lamented, her craving evident. "Impressive, I want the archer job certificate. Tell me what you need, and I will do my best to provide it. Even if it means I have to offer myself." JPG. I'm a Tough Girl also shared her photograph, and she is indeed quite striking, possessing a stunning figure that is undeniably captivating. However, Su Fang merely glanced at it, resolutely refusing to offer anything for free simply because she is a woman. Both Tianshan Tonglao and Dugu Jian have undergone their class transitions, thus rendering their assistance unnecessary. Heavenly Dao notification. Tianshan Tonglao has become the 2nd player in the world to upgrade one of her buildings to level 30, rewarded with 4,000 gold coins, 40 points of reputation, 20 free attribute points, and a chance to participate in a lucky draw. A wave of astonishment rippled through the Lord's continent. It was unexpected that yet another individual had achieved the monumental upgrade to level 30 at such a rapid pace. The chat channels were rife with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that these buildings were all purchased from Su Fang, and that acquiring these structures required merely a tenth of the normal materials. Before long, another Heavenly Dao notification emerged. Heavenly Dao notification. Lonely Cigarette has become the 3rd player in the world to upgrade one of her buildings to level 30. Rewarded with 3,000 gold coins, 30 points of reputation, 10 free attribute points, and a chance to participate in a lucky draw. The inhabitants of the Lord's continent were left speechless. Did these 2 individuals coordinate their efforts? How was it possible for one lord to upgrade a building to level 30, only for another to follow suit immediately afterward? The resources and gold required for such feats are not easily amassed in a short time. Have you noticed that both of these individuals hail from the Dragon Rising Kingdom? Might these esteemed players be willing to share their methods with us? We implore you to enlighten us. Meanwhile, Su Fang's friends continued their fierce competition for the class scrolls. Especially after witnessing two players acquire buildings from Su Fang and subsequently reap their rewards, intensifying their desire for the heavenly Dao rewards. After a heated contest, the two class scrolls were ultimately secured by Unmatched Under Heaven and I'm a Tough Girl.